In the villages, many small battles were still being fought, but few big ones. No landlords, no Japanese anymore. Just richer mutual aid teams gaining advantages over poorer mutual aid teams. The odd lazy farmer to be disciplined. The busybody to be coped with. Rural China was far from being a welfare state. Incomes were not equal. There was no social insurance. People lived by working, and the family they were born into still counted for much. But everyone was wrapped together in mutual obligation even more than in the past. Socialism meant that, and it meant persistent cadres holding endless meetings and dictating how to live. They were hardworking and often sincere, and it was hard to argue against them. But they poked their fingers into everything. When Mao reversed himself on population growth and ordered birth control, cadres herded the peasants to meetings on that. "Why, they even tell you when to fuck," one man complained. The words hung up for display at New Year's told a new story. Formerly, there would be a motto about virtue and prosperity, but now a slogan about the 5-year plan. Fresh, too, were the phrases coming out of the ubiquitous loudspeakers. 10,000 years to the Chinese Communist Party was one of the commonest. Into every train compartment, girls screamed messages such as, "We are approaching Beijing, home of Chairman Mao," combining the duties of disc jockey and catechist. These announcers with piercing voices kept New China on its ideological toes. Or did they? The main point was sociological, not ideological. People were working together in a constructive way on jobs of importance to China. What was in their hearts and minds even Chairman Mao soon found he did not know. Mao had set China on a quest for a oneness of outlook. He liked to hear of PLA officers washing the socks and underpants of their soldiers, to show that distinction had been thrown to the winds. The gesture smacked of his days on the road. It could never be really institutionalized in a vast, status-conscious, fairly materialistic society. Yet, the possibility of a general washing a private socks did exist. It made backwardness tolerable, it spurred people on, and made China a better place than it would have been without such occasional gestures. Mao's China in the 1950s was a more easygoing and less cynical place than Stalin's Russia. Most people seemed to work with spirit and without an eye constantly on the clock. They seemed able to relax in a park or at home. Socialism had not softened the dedication of Chinese chefs. On the other hand, Mao had not broken open the age-old self-containment of the Chinese. He had not yet stirred his people to much curiosity in things non-Chinese. China was their world. They placed it within no wider perspective. Mao's China was meant to be like a family. Mao urged people to honor the new bonds of comradeship as scrupulously as the old bonds of clan had been honored. He treated most of his own family members unsentimentally, and generally with less generosity than he treated favorite staff members. Of his son's death in the Korean War, he said, "Without sacrifices there will not be victory. To sacrifice my son or other people's sons is just the same." Such a vision of China was not altogether new. Big family is the Chinese term for everybody, daijia. The tie between emperor and subject was considered a higher version of that between father and son. The county magistrate was known as the father and mother official, Fomuguan. No one was really a discrete individual. Everyone had a reason to be in everyone else's pocket. So legal institutions played a small role. Parents did not invoke the law against their children. At the same time, they denied to their children the autonomy that an appeal to the law implies. It was the same in Mao's China. As a child felt secure in a family of old China, so did a citizen feel a certain security in Mao's PRC. The child had no rights to defense counsel and a public trial if his father accused him of wrongdoing. Nor did Mao's citizens. A father's will was inseparable from his love. So was Mao's power inseparable from the prestige of his doctrine. A family, not a limited corporation, was what Mao's China aimed to be. Was it a case of Mao versus China? Not quite, not yet. His methods of going after power had been nativistic. He removed the Western suit of Marxism in favor of a Chinese gown. Instead of trying to repeat in Shanghai what Lenin did in St. Petersburg, he went to the hills as Chinese peasant rebels had done for centuries. Nor did he pluck all his goals from outside Chinese tradition. He thought of the future state of communism as a realization of the old ideal of great harmony. He did not need to struggle much against religion. Castro did, as did the Poles and even the Russians to a degree. The otherworldly sense was feebler in China than in Catholic Cuba and Poland, or Orthodox Russia. Mao tried to insert himself into the Chinese spiritual tradition like a hand into a glove. Confucius did not believe in a personal God. Nothing to be dethroned there. Confucius did believe in an immanent cosmic law. So did Mao. Moral truth was as fixed as the natural order, for Maoist and Mandarin alike. Yet Mao did collide with China with two Chinas. Seldom had there been strong state power in this civilization held together mostly by social bonds. Mao's Beijing tied the people up in regulations as they had hardly been since Qin Shi Huang did the same 2,200 years before. He knocked China into a tidy shape, in the heterodox tradition of a Chinese legalist who trusted in administrative sanctions more than in the established Confucian idea of moral community. Mao also collided with the new China which he had brought to birth. As a neo-legalist, he set the Chinese free from bonds and mystifications, family oppression, superstitions about the cosmos, extreme localism. But he was enough of a Chinese holist to want to bind the Chinese millions into a new design. His new state began to turn out modern citizens. For how long would they jump through the hoops of a Maoist system that owed so much to a pre-modern past? Here was a crisis still in the future. In the mid-1950s, Mao sat in his study and watched China's prestige rise abroad. He did not travel. Nor did he write much about foreign affairs. The volume of his selected works that covers 1950–57 is 99% about domestic matters. The same lack of foreign policy discussion marks his informal talks of those years. It was Zhou who did the traveling to clinch China's influence at the Geneva Conference on Indochina in 1954, to win and even kiss non-aligned friends at the Bandung Conference in 1955 while Mao did the thinking. Mao made strides by the old Chinese recipe of doing nothing. To be sure, China's performance in Korea won a healthy international respect for Mao. Not a single country recognized the PRC for the duration of the Korean War. Quite a few did so soon after it ended. And Stalin's death made Mao look bigger by elimination. But it was, above all, the shadow of his achievements within China that cast itself so strikingly across the Third World in particular. Foreigners came to Mao. Mainly they were Asian. You knew of Burma came to pay homage in 1954 and was as impressed as he had expected to be. Sihanouk saw Mao in 1956 for the first of many times. "I like princes," Mao said to the Cambodian, "when they're not reactionary and against imperialism as you are." Another Prince Sovana of Laos came also in 1956, but Mao liked him less than Sihanouk. He certainly went on supporting the neutral and princely forces in Cambodia longer than he did the neutral and princely forces in Laos. It was like going to the court of Louis XIV. The first Indonesian ambassador to the PRC recalled of his visit to Mao to present his credentials. The ceremony was severe. At 10 o'clock one morning, Ambassador Mananitu was received by Mao's protocol chief at a large red door in the Forbidden City. The anthems of Indonesia and China were played. Mananitu was led, as his 6 Indonesian colleagues remained behind, into an old hall furnished only with porcelain Ming vases on each side and an endless red carpet down the middle. A door opened noiselessly in front of him. A second long hall, identical with the first, yawned at him. As he reached its far wall, a further door somehow opened. There stood Mao, large, silent, benign. Mao's protocol chief had wanted him to wear a dark Western suit and black leather shoes when receiving foreign ambassadors. Mao refused, preferring casual old trousers and shirt. A compromise was reached of a Sun Yat-sen suit and brown leather shoes. No conversation took place. Mao and Mananitu exchanged pieces of parchment. Then Zhou Enlai, who had been hovering in the background, led the way into a side room, where Mao and the Indonesian each made brief set speeches about patriotism and peace. Meanwhile, the other 6 Indonesians had been whisked to another part of the palace to drink champagne and eat sweet Chinese cakes. Mao left after the set speeches. Mananitu found himself exiting by a different door. "I felt I shouldn't ask Mao any questions. He was like a god. If you had a real question, you asked Zhou. Mao did seem to offer himself as an emperor to Asians, not to Westerners, who came to him. Some liked it. Benevolence was written all over his face, said Yu Nu. Others unhappily recognized in it an age-old Chinese hauteur. Mao never spoke to me of the heavenly Middle Kingdom, Mananuta said. Yet I think he believed in it. Even after giving full weight to the reports of those Asians who liked him, the impression remains of Mao bending downward, patronizing, bamboozling his Asian visitors. Mao took little notice of Africa and met few Africans during the 1950s. One of the few statements he made about the continent was as much about China as about Africa. Learning that South Africa's proposed apartheid legislation would discriminate against the Chinese minority there, he joined black Africans in protesting the measures. Mao, in the autumn of 1955, received what may have been his first Japanese visitor since the war. Within weeks, he met 2 more Japanese groups. He was taking a fresh look at Japan. For the next 20 years, he had more meetings with Japanese than with the nationals of any other country. In the early 1950s, Mao had hoped the left in Japan would win power. He had been too optimistic. All of Asia was not going to boil over just because China had done so. By 1955, Mao had adjusted his aim. He was shaking any Japanese hand, left or right, that could help tip the scales in Tokyo to the side of recognizing the PRC and breaking with Chiang Kai-shek. In mid-1956, Mao proposed to Japan a Pacific treaty that would link China, Japan, and the U.S. spurned at the time. It came to birth, in spirit though not in form, in the 1970s, when Mao lined China up with Japan and the U.S. in a tacit phalanx against Russia. Mao met no visitors from the U.S. Dulles was snarling at him, containing him ironic to busy oneself, containing the most self-contained major nation on earth, and forecasting that his regime would pass away. Now and then he received a Soviet official. The Russians he had to deal with. Quietly he compromised with them. It was Asia and a few other parts of the Third World that chiefly gave illustration to Mao's image of himself in foreign affairs. The Third World was a stage on which he could be judged a hero, not less so by staying in the wings and deputing Zhou to deliver the lines. China had been oppressed, so it was with the Afro-Asian lands. China was poor and rural, as were they. China was non-white. In Europe, even the communists could not attain such a gut solidarity with the black and brown and yellow masses of the Third World. The era of Bandung was a rich one for Mao's image outside China, as numerous Third World nations set up ties with his government. This era found Mao at a halfway point. He had begun to play the Third World card that he knew his Russian friends could not so readily play. One day that would bring Sino-Soviet tensions. Yet, in the mid-1950s, he played the Third World card circumspectly. He had a special role within the camp, as head of Asia's first great Marxist revolution and Marxist state. But he did not challenge Moscow's primacy. He did not say that the Third World was the key to world politics. He did not make the originality of China's revolution the springboard for a fresh Marxist worldview. That would come later. Many a leader from an ex-colony was swept off his feet by Mao's reception of him. The first thing he saw was a beaming 30-foot portrait of himself at the start of the boulevard that sweeps in from the airport to the city. That morning's People's Daily had told China's millions that the visitor was a giant of the times. China was on his side against all comers, it assured him in ardent front-page prose. The visiting leader had never seen anything as extravagant as the National Day Parade by the Gate of Heavenly Peace. A huge papier-mâché statue of Mao headed the floats, its hand extended as if forlornly reaching out to touch the dancing colored balloons. The foreign statesman's spirits soared with the balloons. Banquets were mounted. Aid was pledged for economic development at home. The ultimate honor of a session with Mao sent the visitor spinning in euphoria back to his lesser sphere. Life in prison, where many, like Nehru, had spent years, was never like this. Nor did Washington or Paris or Moscow seem quite so pleased to see one as did Beijing, with its orchestrated millions. Sukarno of Indonesia came to see Mao in the autumn of 1956. They hugged each other as if they'd been friends for years, a Sukarno aide recalled. The two of them stood together in a Packard convertible that moved like a tortoise through Beijing. Mao half smiled and held his right hand toward the crowd. Sukarno grinned like a schoolboy and gesticulated. Pan-Asian friendship was in the air. People came within 5 feet of the Packard to toss flowers. The ambling cops did not stop them. No armed soldiers were visible at all. A gun fired 23 shots. As Mao and Sukarno perched on the gate of heavenly peace, a parade of 16 columns began beneath them. Tanks and guns, gongs and cymbals, gymnasts doing cartwheels. A sea of color as the marchers held fans now this way and now that to make a tableau of flowers or slogans for bird's-eye viewing. The sun itself seemed to add its rays to the brilliance of the welcome from a crowd of 500,000. Toward 8 p.m. the night before, a housewife had made the rounds of the courtyards in Western Strip Street just by the Forbidden City. At each house, she made a crisp announcement. President Sukarno arrives in Beijing tomorrow. The government has decided to mobilize 500,000 residents to stage a grand welcome for him. The lady was an unpaid staff member of the neighborhood committee of the area. At one house, the specific instruction that she added went like this: "You have 4 people in this house. The committee expects 2 of the 4 to be on Western Strip Street before 2 p.m. Your spot will be the east mouth of this particular lane. You are not to disperse until President Sukarno and Chairman Mao have passed by." The brilliance of the welcome was not due to the sun alone. What did the residents of Western Strip Street feel about Mao and Sukarno? Within limits never gone beyond in the 1950s, feelings were not the point. It was a patriotic occasion. Residents were proud of China's new zip under Mao. Each person had a social function to perform. The onerous aspects were for many people bearable in the context of food and work and peace. Nehru came, and it was a serious visit, for India was important to Mao and Nehru intrigued him. Nehru was less of a mystic than most Indians. He was a modern man who did not drink urine, as Morarji Desai did, and Mao warmly admired his fight against the British. Although Mao had denounced the Indian in 1949 as a bourgeois destined for the rubbish dump of history, he now treated him with great respect. But he shocked Nehru with a clinical remark about nuclear war. Nehru believed that if an atomic war was fought, Mao related, the whole of mankind would be annihilated. I said that if the worst came to the worst and half of mankind died, the other half would remain while imperialism would be razed to the ground and the whole world could become socialist. Mao and Nehru agreed on most issues at the time 1954, but the exchange on war brought out a sharp contrast between the two of them. Nehru was a moralist on international affairs. Mao was a moralist only on China's affairs. In style, they were ill-matched. Mao thought Nehru verbose, as Chinese often find Indians to be, and as Mao had found New Roy to be in the 1920s. Nehru thought Mao was cunning, a common Indian view of Chinese. Mao was open toward India as a nation. He respected Lenin's view that Delhi would be a pivot of the coming world revolution. Yet there was a thinness to Mao's impulse toward solidarity with any cause outside China, which made it unlikely that Mao and Nehru would walk very far together down the path of mere anti-colonialism. Mao saw the world through the lens of Chinese language, history, and culture. Citizens of most great powers are ethnocentric, it is true, especially of continental powers like China. Rarely in its history has China looked outside for anything it desired for itself. Seldom until the 19th century did it need to do so. China was the Middle Kingdom not only in its self-understanding but in geographic reality too. For Mao the man there were extra factors. He was bred in the hills, not on the seacoast. His formative years were not spent in any great urban center. The making of the chairman took place deep in the hinterland. From Yan'an he saw the world, but not China, pretty much as Stalin saw it. He contorted himself the day after the Hitler-Stalin pact, as all good communists did. His 1950s views were, for the most part, a steady development of the Marxist outlook he had imbibed in the late 1930s. Inclinations that did not sit well with this orthodoxy, he kept to himself for the time being. Mao did not know the outside world firsthand. No journey shook his thinking, as Khrushchev's was shaken by exposure to the U.S. in 1959, or Harold Macmillan's by his tour of Africa in 1960. Mao knew much about the outside world. He continued to read books. No other world leader of mid-century, not even de Gaulle, read for himself and wrote his own talks to the extent Mao did. History and geography were the twin pillars of his foreign knowledge. Technical questions and the ins and outs of political office interested him much less. For Mao, foreign policy had a single aim at the moment: to allow New China to proceed unhindered with its socialist construction. He had no interest in crusades outside China. "You come to us," summed up his attitude to every nation except Russia. As for establishing ties with the imperialist countries, he had told his colleagues that China need not be in a hurry about it, even for a fairly long period. In lifestyle, Mao was a peasant leading an imperial life. He could shock a nurse by heartily eating maggots found floating in his cold mushroom soup, yet in a conversation with another staff member allude to himself as the emperor. His way of life was lavish mainly in its abundance of service and adulation. The sliced pork was greasy, but the presentation was impeccable. Mao never had to comb his own hair, return a book to a shelf, put on his own socks, use a door key, eat a dish that had not previously been tried by professional food tasters, or dial a telephone with his own fingers. The bodyguard Li Yinxiao not only lit Mao's cigarettes, but loosened his belt when he sat down at the theater to make him more comfortable for the performance. Mao was not readily able to relax. He did not listen much to music, play cards, or enjoy frequent dinner parties. Traditional Chinese opera now and then could grip him. He found his first experience of Sichuan opera so riveting that at one point, he put the lighted end of a cigarette into his mouth as he gazed at the stage. Swimming and dancing were among his favorite recreations. The dance parties pioneered in Yan'an continued in the 1950s. Some were held in South and Central Lakes, others at the Beijing Hotel or the International Hotel. In South and Central Lakes, the atmosphere was flavored by staff and family. Mao's children and security chief Yi Zilong's children, in particular, would join the adult dancers, now holding on to Mao and now onto Zhu De, as the music soared and the foxtrot proceeded. Chapter 13. Now and then, a single year can seem like a lifetime. In America and much of Europe, 1968 was a year like that. For all of Europe and much of the world, 1989. For China and the whole communist bloc, it was 1956 it changed the rules of the game within international communism. Not since liberation did Mao have to maneuver with such care as during the bittersweet season of de-Stalinization. For Mao, 1954 had been a good year. Power was consolidated. The 5-year plan began well. He got the better end of the stick with Khrushchev in the autumn. During 1955, he felt able to put his foot on the accelerator for a quicker advance towards some cherished goals. Then, in 1956, he met disabling crosscurrents coming at him from both near and far. "Some of our comrades," Mao barked in a broadside on rural work in mid-1955, "are tottering along like a woman with bound feet. They are complaining all the time. You're going too fast, much too fast." He thought he saw a hurricane in the villages, as he had in 1927. An upsurge in the new socialist mass movement is imminent throughout the countryside. At issue was how to move toward a collective farming the like of which the world had never seen. 500 million peasants were being induced to work with each other, under party guardianship, rather than each for himself. The first step had been mutual aid teams of 10 or so households each, no great change from small peasant proprietorship. Next came cooperatives, joint ownership in essence. To Mao, this was exciting. He had lived with the land problem ever since the oppressiveness of his father hit him 50 years before. A solution was at hand, and he was in no mood to dawdle about grasping it. To make farming collective was to clinch socialist political power. Not everyone agreed with him. "Big movements aren't possible from now on," Liu Shaoqi assured the farmers after land reform was fully achieved. "The main thing is to concentrate energy on economic construction." Another senior figure expressed a similar sentiment during the preparation of the new Constitution of 1954. "The CCP has in the past lived by movements, but in the future it must live by the law." The rural department of the CCP dragged its feet. Mao had to put a bright but brittle disciple, Chun Boda, in its number 2 slot to get his way there. Meanwhile, some regional figures went about dissolving cooperatives. Some 20,000 out of a total of 670,000 were ordered out of existence as failures. A widespread view, shared by Liu, was that large cooperatives would make sense only when large machines existed on the farms. Mao turned out a slogan for the rising tide in the countryside: more, faster, better, and more economically. But the rural department fiddled with the wording of the slogan and delayed its publication in People's Daily for a long time. Mao was no Stalin in the 1950s. He could not merely shoot or shunt to Siberia those who made it difficult for him to do what he wanted to do. He had to cajole and manipulate. One evening, he had a meeting with 80 Shanghai business leaders. These men ran private companies. The CCP called them national capitalists. Out of regard for their patriotism and a need for their industrial skills, he had allowed them to operate rather freely. Until now. In his slow drawl, Mao set about with brilliant success to put the tycoons at ease. "Why don't you smoke?" he asked the nervous group affably. "It won't hurt you. Churchill has smoked throughout his long life and he is in good health. In fact, the only man I know who doesn't smoke but has lived long is Chiang Kai-shek." Mao said the national capitalists had been doing a good job. But up in Beijing, he'd heard that businessmen themselves were urging nationalization. They would not want, after all, to lag behind the rest of New China in going through the noble arches of socialism. Yet Mao declared that he was not sure about it. He had his doubts. He had come to the great city of Shanghai to listen. "I have brought only my 2 ears to this meeting." It was Mao's way. Of course, the capitalists, like birds whose feathers drop out by the hour, could see and feel a change underway. One after the other, for 2 hours, they spoke up for a switch to state ownership. They got what they asked for. A man who owned a company on Monday found himself its manager on a salary by Friday. Mao was reaching for a more distinctive socialist shape to industry as well as agriculture. After this meeting, a story about Mao's methods went the rounds of Shanghai's remaining executive suites. Mao called in Lu and Zhou. He had a question for them. "How would you make a cat eat pepper?" Lu spoke up first. "That's easy," said the number 2 man. "You get somebody to hold the cat, stuff the pepper in its mouth, and push it down with a chopstick." Mao raised his hands in horror at such a made-in-Moscow solution. "Never use force. Everything must be voluntary." Zhou had been listening. Mao inquired what the premier would do with the cat. "I would starve the cat," replied the man who had often walked the tightrope of opportunity. "Then I would wrap the pepper with a slice of meat. If the cat is sufficiently hungry, it will swallow it whole." Mao did not agree with Zhou any more than with Lu. One must not use deceit, either never fool the people. What, then, would the chairman himself do? "Easy," he said, concurring with Lu at least on that. "You rub the pepper thoroughly into the cat's backside. When it burns, the cat will lick it off, and be happy that it is permitted to do so." Whatever the antecedents of the story, it was true that Mao disliked coercion and considered administrative cunning a poor second best to the evocation of enthusiastic participation. That did not make him any less authoritarian about his goals. Mao was not activated merely by an abstract vision of social togetherness. He wanted more grain and more machine tools. At this time, abundance and socialism were for him 2 sides of a single coin. So they were at all times for Lu. The special point about Mao's position was his stress on moral will. He felt that a new spirit in the villages, whether accompanied by mechanization or not, could catapult Chinese farming to a new high form of social organization. Of course, it was a rationalization of China's backwardness. Communal spirit was, among other things, a means of coping with the absence of a material incentive for the individual. The new spurt in agriculture was also meant to fuel an industrial takeoff. The lights of a modern socialist future gleamed for Mao as 1955 ended. Then came the communist world's annus mirabilis of 1956, during which liberalization was the watchword from Prague to Beijing. Mao joined in the spirit of liberalization even before the first snowflakes fell on his villa in late 1955. His motivation was largely economic, his type of economics. Mao took the screws off the intellectuals. He announced that they would be the decisive factor in putting an end to China's hated backwardness. He tossed a bone to the well-off farmers. Reversing previous policy, He made it clear in February 1956 that they would be permitted to join the cooperatives. To be outside a cooperative was to be a virtual leper. Both groups were needed if the heady drive into a realm of abundance was to succeed. Both would be enticed to lick the pepper off their backsides. The bitter paradox was that for neither intellectual nor well-off farmer would there be a niche in the society Mao was pushing toward. Eventually, each person would be a jack of all trades, and the splitting of straws by overspecialized academics would be obsolete. Just over the horizon in the villages was a new order in which possession would mean little. Yet this did not lessen the excitement of the Chinese Spring of 1956. 10 Great Relationships was a major speech to the Politburo in April 1956. The long text was full of policy decisions. It was also a philosophic homecoming for Mao. He had kept his big wings folded in the early 1950s. Now he put them on. The title gave the clue. Mao did not believe in fixed, linear development. Process wasn't a term that came readily to his tongue. Relationships was. All is flux, he insisted. To see that contradictions exist at the heart of all phenomena is the starting point of wisdom. Each age, whether the future or the present, has its own two aspects, and each individual has his own two aspects. Nothing is stable. Fine, make use of instability. Keep each person on his toes. Find that true balance that comes not from a neat plan, but from the ebb and flow of jostling wills. Walk on two legs, Mao liked to say, and that summed it up. Neither leg is sufficient unto itself. The secret lies in the relationship between the movement of the two. Peeping through Mao's Marxism was the old Chinese idea of yin and yang, dark and light, female and male. It stood for the irreducible duality of all things, including Mao's own double nature as tiger and monkey. Economics was still Mao's topic. But he was pushing toward a more Chinese mode of economic development. A bit less stress on heavy industry, he decreed a bit more on light. China could not turn into another Soviet Union overnight. Meanwhile, the Chinese people should be allowed to have brighter and better consumer goods. They're draining the pond to catch the fish, Mao remarked of the Soviets one day to his trusted chief of dirty tricks, Kang Sheng. By fish, he meant industrial production. By pond, he meant the life of the people. Cut back party and government bureaucracy by 2/3, he said. It was a breathtaking, on its face unworkable suggestion, but it showed the way Mao's mind was tending. He wanted to loosen up China's rigid bureaucracy. In a related passage, he broached the relationship which had long concerned him between central control and grassroots initiative. It was the monkey's turn. We are now having a meeting which is centralization. After the meeting, some of us will go for a walk, some will read books, some will go to eat, which is independence. If we don't adjourn the meeting and give everyone some independence but let it go on, won't it be the death of us all? He also applied this Taoist-like axiom to industry. Mao now felt that the defense budget should be cut back. Do you want atom bombs? He asked the Politburo. Then you ought to reduce defense spending and increase spending on economic construction. If war should break out in the future, Defense Minister Pang Dehuai said to the same meeting, we should contribute troops and the Soviet Union would contribute atom bombs. It was a pregnant, and for Peng's relations with Mao, a fatal formulation. Mao viewed the defense budget from 3 elevations. He had begun to peer into a future in which China and Russia would no longer walk hand in hand. In 1956, he believed passionately that economic growth was about to accelerate and that this would be the key to everything in China's 1960s. And he was expressing his personal philosophy of defense. People's war plus the bomb. He was not enthusiastic about the intermediate level of a professional military with a vast arsenal of costly conventional weapons. As flowers bloomed in China, guns smoked in Eastern Europe. Khrushchev's secret speech on Stalin came within weeks of Mao's first speech on the new soft line. Mao did not like Khrushchev's speech. We were on the one hand happy, Mao remarked 2 years later in a talk at Chengdu, but also apprehensive. Actually, the speech shook him to his foundations. It echoed on like an irritating drumbeat behind all of Mao's moves during the rest of 1956. Previously, Mao had sworn about Stalin in private and gushed about him in public. In a 6,000-word piece in People's Daily, he now tried gingerly to align gut and brain. Stalin's errors were personal, Mao reasoned, not errors of the system. In 6 months, Mao 4 times received a visit from a Russian official. Seldom, if ever before, had he received the leaders of any nation as frequently as this. By October, he was even reaching for the phone to invite the Soviet ambassador around, so agitated was he about the political explosions in Poland and Hungary. He told Mikoyan in April that he felt Stalin's merits outweighed his faults. This was his main point to each visitor from Moscow, as of his People's Daily article. For the international communist movement to think otherwise, he felt, would be to open Pandora's box. And would it not cast a shadow on China's Stalin? Mao did not ask that question out loud. But it was his key fear about de-Stalinization. His other objections to Khrushchev's speech were real enough. Moscow should have consulted him in advance about such a bombshell. If Stalin was so evil, what of those who worked beside him for so long? Khrushchev himself, Mao reasoned, must surely be judged either an accomplice or a fool. But neither objection mattered a chopstick compared with the supreme issue of his own power in China. Mao was more than China's Stalin. He was its Marx and its Lenin too. But his current role was that of a Chinese Stalin. In a series of speeches, Mao asked the intellectuals to speak their minds. Let 100 flowers bloom. Let 100 schools contend. The phrase was not from Marx but from early Chinese tradition. Liu Shaoqi publicly pointed out that Mao did not think up the slogan all by himself. There have been very many things that were not thought of by Chairman Mao. The number 2 man told a history class at Peking University. He merely improved on them. It was a bold remark. Very many things. What others did Liu have in mind? Mao took the lid off China's mental life as no Marxist party in the world had ever voluntarily done. And he did so before de-Stalinization brought about a similar effect in Europe. Mao wanted enthusiasm, not a mere nod of acquiescence, from every man, woman, and child in China, for economic and other tasks. And he believed that his China had reached a certain plateau of achievement from which new vistas could be considered. The tiger wanted more action out of the economy. The monkey wanted a proof of how much he was loved. Let there be transcriptions of Voice of America broadcasts, Mao said, and Chiang Kai-shek speeches too. Liu eventually chimed in to urge that journalism be taken out of the state structure to make it more independent. Give the reporters bylines, he suggested, guarantee them high salaries, perhaps higher even than Mao's, and then they will speak the truth. A lot of older, liberal intellectuals spoke their minds in no uncertain fashion. They took Mao's Mills-Ian side at face value. China belongs to 600 million people. An academic wrote in People's Daily. It does not belong to the party alone. That cry against one-party rule was the communist blossom in the floral blaze that suddenly surrounded Mao. A second flower was almost as widespread. A cry went up against the total scope of the CCP's grip on Chinese life. Men of letters wanted more space for the mind. Mao later asked Khrushchev, whether out of curiosity or just to irritate the Russian, what he thought of the slogan, "Let 100 flowers bloom." Khrushchev denounced it. Any peasant knows, he riposted, that certain flowers ought to be cultivated but others should be cut down. Khrushchev later claimed, Mao agreed that maybe it wasn't a good slogan for Russians. It was, indeed, a very Maoist slogan, which expressed a dualism deep in Mao's nature. In his gut, he felt scorn for the average intellectual. This was partly for Leninist reasons. These were shared by Khrushchev, and partly because of Mao's experience of academic lords, shui early in life. But Mao, unlike many Leninists in China and elsewhere, thought intellectuals could be remolded. While uniting with them, educate them, was the philosophy behind Mao's style of a united front. To Stalin, on the other hand, a united front was a calculus of power, pure and simple. For Mao, what took place within a united front was almost as important as its overall effectiveness against the enemy of the moment. Stalin called his wartime alliance with the US and the UK a united front. The purpose was simply to beat Hitler and his allies. He was not trying to change the American and British social systems. Mao's united front with Chiang against the Japanese had a double point: to beat Japan and also to chip away at Chiang's position while supposedly working in harness with him. Mao had a softer, more patient, but ultimately perhaps less compromising political technique than Stalin. And the teacher in him never died even when power was his. At the end of 1956, Mao made a statement that he might logically have made years before. Those in the CCP who had stood in his way in the late 1920s and early 1930s were Stalin's boys. That he did not say it earlier showed the strength of his lingering awe for the Russian tyrant. To say it, even so late, was a neat move. In one fell stroke, he poked a spear into Stalin's corpse and put a fresh feather in his own cap as the CCP's rightful chief. Weeds appeared among the flowers. In Wuhan, a big student movement arose. In the sweltering heat of mid-1956, it reached a peak, with vast demonstrations at which a prominent slogan was, "Welcome to the nationalists. Welcome to Chiang Kai-shek." One flower may really have been a weed. A celebrated sociologist, Fei Xiaotong, educated in England and the US, wrote an article in People's Daily that declined to embrace the rules of Mao's game. Mao's speech calling for all-out blooming was like early spring weather, Fei observed dryly. Sometimes it is cold and sometimes it is warm. He pointed out that blooming flowers could easily perish from the frost. Such deep-rooted skepticism, which was widespread, was probably more disappointing to Mao than the straightforward dissent of those who asked for an open parliament and a free press. Mao ordered the flowers cut, in part because of pressure from Liu and other colleagues. First, he brandished, in a speech of early 1957, a distinction between two kinds of contradiction: those within the ranks of the people and those between the people and the enemy. It was an untenable distinction. The ambiguity of it hung like an intimidating black cloud over the PRC for almost all of Mao's remaining 20 years. Fei had been wise to be skeptical. By late 1957, many an academic who, a few months before, had spoken up with hope and self-importance rising in his chest, was now cleaning the toilets next door to the offices of those who had been less bold. Ding Ling, with whom Mao had had a hot and cold relationship, was scrubbing floors at the building of the Union of Writers. "The present social system of our country," ran Mao's same speech, "is far superior to that of the old days. If this were not so, the old system would not have been overthrown and the new system could not have been set up." The tone had changed. The remark was almost plaintive. In the unrevised version of the February speech, Mao never used the word revisionism, which in the revised version was a crude club to hit domestic dissenters. Before the revision, he had acknowledged that in 1950–52, some 800,000 people were killed as counter-revolutionaries, some of whom we should not have killed. That was pruned out of the revised version. Mao, in his optimism, had overestimated how far he had, by 1956, molded China into one organic family. The driving wind and rain-based form of mass-class struggle has basically concluded, Mao had felt. But he later changed his mind. Exactly such struggles would he continue unleashing at intervals for the rest of his life, whether class was really at issue or not. Mao also carried into the Hundred Flowers movement a flawed idea of free discussion. Some mental cut and thrust was needed as a safety valve against the rigidities of dictatorship, he believed, and to ensure for China a new generation of lively minds. But the buds were to swell and open according to a formula that the gardener held in his pocket. Free expression was not to be a quest for truth. It was to be therapy. Not everyone in the Politburo saw the point of the Hundred Flowers call, nor had they all shared Mao's bustling mood of late 1955. Liu and others were not happy about having the structure of CCP rule criticized in public orgies. Mao alone thought it valid to invite non-CCP people to rebuke the CCP. Even when Mao pulled back in early 1957, it was not a sharp enough reversal for some. Senior figures apparently left the hall in protest as Mao spoke from the rostrum in February, and a fight ensued over whether the text should be published. Liu was absent from pictures of the meeting that People's Daily published. So were 5 other members of the Politburo, including Zhu De. A key buttress of Mao's faith in the future fell away beneath the winter snows of 1957. The change he had pushed through in the social system was a success. The land was collectivized. A new psychology was appearing in the villages. These transformations seemed irreversible. But Mao had less success in molding a political system. He went out on a limb to summon dissent. Then he waved it away. The result was a wary, even sullen intelligentsia. In the story of Mao in power, the affair of the 100 Flowers was the first of a series of zigzags, all in search of a political system that would do the impossible. Handle conflict in a democratic way, yet still within the framework of CCP tutelage. Evoke lively debate among the citizenry, yet with the goals fixed in advance. "I told the rightists to criticize us in order to help the party," he said to a staff member. "I never asked them to oppose the party or try to seize power from the party." At the tense midpoint of 1956, Mao did a characteristic thing. He got out of Beijing, even though the capital's weather was more pleasant in May and June than that of Canton, Changsha, and Wuhan, where he went. And he took to the water, even though his colleagues tried to stop him. After one swim in the Pearl River in Canton, which worried his doctor, who saw human waste floating around Mao, he broached a swim in the Yangtze. No one, not even the local fishermen, swam in this mighty torrent, and Mao's staff and colleagues were appalled. "Everyone has a streak of subjectivism, and Chairman Mao is no exception," muttered Deng Xiaoping. 2 security officers were sent ahead to Wuhan to test the water first. Both thought it was unsafe for Mao to swim in, yet they crumpled in Mao's presence, and one told the lie that he thought the river was fine for the chairman to enter. Those who objected were greeted by Mao with, "You idiot," or "Get your balls out of here." Meanwhile, Mao traveled to Changsha and swam in the Xiang River, which he knew well from years earlier. One of his security staff was bitten by a water snake, but Mao was lucky and climbed happily out of the river to smoke a cigarette. At the Yangtze, in Wuhan, the military leader Qin Zidao, later to figure prominently in the Cultural Revolution, almost drowned as he bravely sought to precede Mao into the turbulent water. Even Zhou Enlai and Lin Biao sought to dissuade Mao from going into the Yangtze. But he listened to no one. From the deck of a steamer, he climbed down a rope ladder into the yellow surge. Avoiding Chen's mistake of trying to swim against the current, Mao simply floated downstream with it. He set out from the Wuchang part of the Tri-Cities and landed on the shore of the Hankow part. Took him 2 hours. Dripping from the muddy water, he sat down to a plate of the famous Wuchang fish, then took up a brush. Let the wind blow and waves strike. This surpasses an aimless stroll in the court. Today's leisure is well spent. He could not resist a comparison of himself with Confucius, as if he was rippling not only his physical but his political muscles. Standing by a stream, the master once said, "Life, like the waters, rushes into the past." Well may Mao have evoked Confucius, for his swimming did seem a bid to put him in the tradition of a ruler showing his personal worth. Mao gave a modern twist to an old pattern. Emperors had shown their worth by fine calligraphy, or by nobly turning away from lust, but never by swimming. That Mao's mind was also on economic development was suggested by the second stanza of Swimming. He referred to a new bridge being built between the 2 hills that guard each bank of the Yangtze at Wuhan. A bridge will fly across and turn a barrier into a path. Were the goddess still alive, she would be amazed by the changes on this earth. One cannot but feel that Mao's fascination with changing China may have gone along with a daunting feeling that the tough old monster was not easy to coax into new ways. After the Yangtze swim, staff and colleagues flattered Mao. But Mao quipped to Zhu Zhongli, a writer-physician who was the wife of Wang Jiaxiang, a close colleague of Mao's. "People should not like to show off. I swam for too long. I felt utterly exhausted, but I wanted to show off, so I kept going. If it hadn't been for bodyguard Yi Zilong's making me get back on the ship, I would have died." "I don't believe that," rejoined Zhu. "You swim very well." "You don't believe," said Mao. And the audience on the banks of the river didn't believe either. I understood the illusion. Therefore, the more I swam, the more I was encouraged. He was trying to think things through, in detachment from the daily concerns of his office in Beijing. And he was easing strain by his favorite method of merging himself with nature, said Mao's doctor. Mao governed China the way he swam, insisting on policies that no one else had imagined, dangerous, risky policies. Mao was in a dappled mood when the 8th CCP Congress met in September 1956. It was the first Congress since 1945, and China's progress in 11 years had been impressive by any measure. Yet Mao could not get his own way on all points. Delegates from 56 foreign communist parties were in the hall as Mao struck a gavel to open proceedings. In fact, China's prestige was high abroad. Passages of speeches from the rostrum that referred to China's international achievements were often applauded by the delegates. Those claiming domestic triumphs were less often applauded. For Mao's taste, the Congress was too complacent. To be sure, he won some victories. Defense spending was cut. Deng, whom Mao then liked, was promoted to a new and important post as General Secretary of the party. This was handy insurance for Mao against the formidable power of No. 2 man Lu. But the Congress did not endorse Mao's leaps and waves approach to the economy, put its trust in steady plans. Even more irritatingly, it reigned in the cult of Mao. In the party constitution of 1945, the CCP was said to be guided by the thought of Mao Zedong. The phrase was struck out of the 1956 constitution. Of course, the Congress was influenced by Khrushchev's dethronement of Stalin 7 months before. One more black mark in Mao's book against Khrushchev. Under the surface, the first big cracks in the CCP's unity had begun their terrible career. The historic faith was still intact in the Congress documents. Quarrels stayed within limits, and Mao put up with criticism. Recall only that Li Lisan and Wang Ming were allowed to be re-elected to Mao's Central Committee. But fissures existed. Two of them would within a decade yawn like caverns. Peng Dehuai was disgruntled. He was demoted in the party, though he held on to the defense ministry. "I am old, out of favor, and of no importance to the chairman," Peng grumbled. It would be surprising if Mao had forgotten that his son had died in Korea while under Peng's bombastic command. At any rate, it was all too clear that Mao was grooming Lin Biao to balance Peng. That particular pot would boil over in 3 years. Lu struck a note different from Mao's. He had the stature to do so. Mao was now a politician with a mixed record, no longer a solitary hero carrying the whole revolution in his head as he trod the mountains. At the 7th Congress in 1945, Lu's report mentioned Mao's name 105 times. At the 8th, a mere 4 times. The phrase collective leadership was never off Lu's lips. He tried to damp down Mao's ardor for political gymnastics by saying the basic political battles in China had been won, and the job was now an administrative one. He said straight out what many an economic planner would have liked to shout from the rooftops. What was done to win the Revolutionary War cannot be applied to China's construction. With nonchalance, Lu explained why thought of Mao Zedong was taken out of the constitution. Chairman Mao's leadership over the whole party was established at the time of the 7th Congress. Even if we don't talk of Mao's thought now, everyone will still know about it. Lu added a very gray remark. Besides, if one is always repeating something so that people get accustomed to hearing it, it does not serve any purpose. Mao knew full well that Khrushchev's attack on Stalin had put in question his own supreme authority. Deng, then close to Mao, sounded defensive when he remarked to a Youth League audience. Chairman Mao has never said that he could not make a mistake. The Minister of Communications, non-CCP, spoke up. Socialist democracy ought to exceed capitalist democracy. The president of a capitalist country has a term of 3 or 4 years. Who knows how many years Chairman Mao will want? Mao did think about stepping down in early 1957. He compared himself to an opera star and wondered aloud if he was not getting too old to sing his arias well. But he did not step down. He muted his demands on the machinery of party and state, while staying head of both. Toward Russia, he was cautious from the rostrum. But behind the scenes, he chided Moscow. He decided to receive Mikoyan and the Polish leader Okab jointly. It was a mischievous deed. During the conversation, he leaned heavily to the Polish side. He even praised Gomulka, whose name was a curse to the Russians. Observed Mao to the Polish First Secretary. It seems that China and Poland have been keeping company for some time without even knowing it. It is good company, and we are glad of it. Mikoyan was furious. Okab was so encouraged that he spoke up there and then in criticism of Moscow. Mao was instigating an argument between the two foreign leaders in his own office. Mikoyan objected to Okab's calm analysis of the Poznan riot. Okab retorted that Poles knew more about what was going on in Poland than Russians did. Mikoyan then exploded. People who voice such anti-Soviet ideas can only be regarded as enemies and treated accordingly. The same goes for those who listen to them. Okab, embarrassed, shook hands with Mao and walked out of Mao's room. But Mao rose and went with the Pole. Mikoyan was left to splutter. Abandoning the rest of the Congress, he flew back to Moscow the same day. Before 1956 was over, Mao used a word soon to be famous among Chinese typesetters. Revisionism should be opposed no less than doctrinarism should be. This was arcane but important. Stalin had been judged doctrinaire. Mao was pointing out that an opposite error existed. It was a snowflake out of season, but that one flake would become a blizzard. By early 1957, Mao was like a Persian carpet weaver who sits down with threads of various colors and does not know what pattern will appear until the rug is finished. 6 threads he had to weave in relationship with each other. More weeds than flowers had sprouted in the garden. A balance should be kept on Stalin. The Polish uprising could not be condemned. The warning from Hungary, however, must not be forgotten. He must draw back gently from the brink of a Chinese cult of personality. And the Chinese economy must be pushed ahead with all possible speed. For some months, Mao strove to orchestrate a reasonably open debate on these issues. But the Hungarian case had planted a seed of doubt in Mao's own mind about how far criticism from outside the party should be allowed to go. Certain people in our country were delighted by the events in Hungary, Mao said in his speech on the handling of contradictions. They hoped that something similar would happen to China. It was a sad statement, for Mao was by no means opposed to the Hungarian rebellion at first. Like a dishonest lover, he dallied for a while, then distanced himself later. In October 1956, Mao ambled in to chair an enlarged meeting of the Politburo in Benevolence Hall. He was dressed in pajamas. He told the somber gathering a cable had arrived from Moscow. The Soviets said anti-Soviet forces were growing within Poland, and in such circumstances, Moscow had the right to send Soviet troops into Poland to stabilize the security of East Europe. It was preparing to do so. Moscow inquired Beijing's opinion on this course of action. It was in this crisis situation, he explained, that he called the meeting. He turned to Wu Lengxi, head of the New China News Agency, who had been invited to provide the latest intelligence. Wu reported military preparations in both the Soviet Union and Poland, together with signs of a worker uprising within Poland against the Soviet threat. Mao spoke gravely. The child does not obey, the parent takes out the stick. For a socialist country to move militarily against a neighboring socialist country is against all principles of international relations, not to speak of the principles of ties among socialist countries. It is just not permissible. It is big nation chauvinism. The meeting resolved to tell Moscow that China was opposed to intervention in Poland and to warn it against this course of action. Within half an hour, the Soviet ambassador Yudin, summoned to hear the message, was received by Mao, still in his pajamas, in the bedroom of the chrysanthemum fragrance study. Peremptorily, Mao told Yudin of the Politburo decision and asked him to telephone Khrushchev immediately to relay word of it. Mao began to pull in his horns. At home, he ordered rightists tracked down. The student movement at Wuhan he referred to as a Little Hungary. Abroad, he was soon singing the praises of Katar, Moscow's new monitor in Budapest. Twice within a year, he feted him in Beijing. He revealed, in talks with the Hungarian leaders, that during the 1956 crisis he had sent an urgent message to Khrushchev urging quick military action against the Budapest revisionists. Mao's sympathy for Polish reform evaporated. In April, he had announced that he would visit Warsaw during the coming summer. But he abruptly canceled the trip. It would have been the only visit of his lifetime to a country other than Russia, and by late 1957, he was talking in militant terms about the need for unity in the socialist bloc and loyalty to Moscow as its leader. Beijing stayed on an even keel because Mao compromised. The economy did not leap in 1956 as he had hoped. His experiment in free expression within a Marxist economy lost momentum. Both setbacks made many of Mao's colleagues feel justified in murmuring, "I told you so." Mao drew back into line with them, but not fully. In his own mind, nothing could be the same after the demythologization of Stalin. His awe for the Moscow-based faith was not as it had been. Something had clicked within him. He was going to walk a path that would be more unabashedly Chinese. His doctors had not allowed him to eat eggs or chicken soup for 3 years because Russian doctors had said they were bad for an older person. One day, the Russian doctors changed their minds, and his own Chinese doctors, like lapdogs, changed theirs. He could eat eggs and chicken soup again. Mao vowed in the wake of this incident that he would entertain no more blind faith in Russian ways. When he had been painted with Stalin, he complained the Chinese artists always made him a bit shorter than Stalin. Mao did mention these pinpricks. Yet he went ahead with policies that showed his faith in Moscow's ways was not yet dead. For the moment, he swept much under the rug. If Liu thought the plateau of 1957 offered space to settle down, he was mistaken. Both he and Mao were preoccupied with questions of economic development. But the how of the economic issue would divide them. Both were shaken by the Hungarian events, but whereas Liu thought a better standard of living was the best guarantee against any such danger in China, Mao gave a higher priority to moral renovation. In the middle of 1957, which Mao later called a bad year, he wrote a beautiful and astonishing poem. The Immortals was about his former wife, Yang Kaihui of Changsha. As clouds gathered around him, Mao dived away into a happy stretch of his personal past and linked it with doom, and yet again with glory. He addressed the lines to a woman who, like Mao, had lost her spouse to Chiang Kai-shek's sword in the 1930s. All four had known each other in the CCP in Hunan. He used a play on words to refer to Yang, the name can mean poplar, and to the woman, whose name can mean willow. I lost my proud poplar, and you your willow. Poplar and willow soar lightly to the 9th heaven. Mao then reached for an old legend about Wu Gang, who searched recklessly for immortality and was condemned by the gods to cut down a cassia tree on the moon. As fast as Wu Gang chopped the tree, it sprang back to its original shape, and so he had to go on chopping for eternity. Mao linked heavenly blessings with the march of justice down on earth. The tiger here is Chang. The tears are of joy. Of a sudden comes word of the tiger's defeat down upon earth. Tears fly down from a great upturned bowl of rain. It was romanticism run wild. Heaven, personal bliss, glorious deeds, suffering, all together in a jostling bundle. The Immortals was not the only sign that Mao had been thinking about his early marriage. A few weeks after writing the poem, he summoned to his study the nursemaid from the Maoyang household in the 1920s. Mao became nostalgic during his 2-hour conversation with Chun Yueying. "Seeing you today, it seems as if I have seen Kai Hui again." Tears welled up in Mao's eyes, according to a version of the talk made available in Beijing. "Why not come to Beijing every year?" he suggested. He tacked on a public rationale for his personal wish. "To see how construction is advancing here." Mao's behavior with Chun Yueying was quite different from the way he acted with other visitors. He helped her in and out of her chair, and gently said, "Take it easy," as she walked down the steps. The nursemaid, for her part, took the special treatment entirely for granted, saying in a tone of friendly complaint, "Go easy on me now, I'm an old woman and can't walk properly, you know?" Jiang Qing was just about the only woman, other than this nursemaid from Changsha, who is recorded as having failed to defer to Mao. Jiang Qing had come back from the Russian hospital earlier in the year, but she was far from well. Mao took her on some of his trips, yet things did not go smoothly. In Nanjing it was too hot. In Qingdao it was too wet, and she caught cold. Mao bundled her back to Beijing, while he stayed in the northern port to plan new moves to expose rightists. In his 82 years, Mao went to only one international conference. It was a summit of world communist leaders in Moscow in the late autumn of 1957, in celebration of the 40th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution. Moscow sent 2 Tu-104s to fetch the Chinese delegation. Mao, Song Qingling, and Mao's doctor flew in one, the rest of the Chinese party in the other. At Moscow airport, he praised the USSR warmly. Yet several times during the visit he subtly used the word people, in order to avoid saying that Moscow had helped the CCP. The Chinese people have received tremendous sympathy and generous assistance from the people of the Soviet Union. Mao felt entitled to strut a little. Certainly he was going to make known some views that he knew Khrushchev did not agree with. But, like Khrushchev, he was in the mood for unity. He played a big role at the conference. It is not too much to say, as some East Europeans later complained, that Mao and Khrushchev pulled all the strings between them. Mao chafed at the ceremony and pretended to dislike the opulent surroundings of the Kremlin. After inspecting the rooms assigned to his staff, he summoned the interpreter, Li Yueran, who was sharing a modest room with the doctor. "Tell the Soviet comrades my room is too big," he said to Li Yueran. "I want to exchange with you too." Flummoxed, the young Li Yueran tried to demur. He had to get Yang Shankin's intervention to keep Mao in his palatial bedroom, which once belonged to the Empress Yekaterina. Mao refused to use the flush toilet and insisted on using the chamber pot he had brought with him from Beijing. Invited to the Bolshoi Ballet, he arrived late, left early, and made carping remarks during the performance. Mao went out to the Lenin Hills to make a speech to the Chinese students at Moscow University. "Our socialist camp should have a head, and that head is the Soviet Union." As he began his remarks, he asked how many had difficulty understanding his Hunan accent. A majority put up their hands. So, to a Chinese audience, he gave his speech through a fellow Chinese, who turned his phrases from Hunanese into Mandarin. Mao twisted Gomulka's arm to accept that the Soviet Union was head of the socialist camp. "Imperialism has a head," he said to the Pole. "We, too, must have a head." One country had to convene meetings, he argued, and only the Soviet Union had the strength to be the leader. Gomulka came away mumbling of his disappointment with Mao's insistence on communist conformity. The Yugoslavs were disgusted with Mao's loyalty to the Soviet line on authority within the bloc. Nor did Mao speak up in public for his 100 flowers policy. He, like Khrushchev, had been cowed by Hungary. Peace and war were on Mao's mind in a double way. 2 weeks before he flew to Moscow, the Russians had signed an agreement to help China get the bomb. Mao might not have gone to the Bolshevik celebrations if that backdrop had not existed. He still needed Russian military help. But Mao did not agree with Khrushchev on the issue of peace and war. He talked of nuclear weapons lightly, as he had to Nehru in 1954. This shocked both the East Europeans and the Russians. "The east wind prevails over the west wind," Mao declared in a phrase that was soon famous. He meant that it was time for the socialist bloc to be more assertive against the US. A bloc led by Russia, yes, but a more militant bloc. Those who heard Mao felt that the recently launched Sputnik had impressed him deeply. On arrival at Moscow airport, he remarked, "The launching of the first man-made Earth satellite by the Soviet Union is no simple feat. It marks the beginning of a new era of man's further conquest of nature." There was still in Mao a touch of the May 4th intellectual dazzled by the promise of science. A socialist bloc armed with Sputniks, he felt, could thumb its nose at the imperialists. In private, Mao baited Khrushchev. He urged Khrushchev not to get into disarmament talks with the West. But if Mao and Khrushchev were a meter apart on policy toward the West, they were a kilometer apart on the roots of their defense thinking. "If the Soviet Union is attacked from the West," Mao urged on an astonished Khrushchev, "you shouldn't counterattack, you should fall back." "What do you mean, fall back?" "I mean retreat and hold out for a year, 2 years, even 3 years." Mao was thinking of Russia's World War II retreat to Stalingrad. Khrushchev was gasping. He explained to Mao that the retreat from Hitler had been forced, and also that the next war would not resemble World War II because of nuclear weapons. "If you fell back to the Urals," Mao calmly advised, "then we Chinese could enter the war." It was a case of ships passing each other in the night in 3 ways. Mao's efforts to cope with his own relative weakness against an enemy had taught him the value of a defensive strategy that was simply not part of the Russian mental world. Mao did not fear nuclear weapons, of course he knew less about them than Khrushchev, and he believed that they were potent only if they were feared. Otherwise, the deterrent would not deter. Above all, Mao was playing for time. His aim was to build China up to be at least the equal of Russia and America. Until that time, still a long way off, it was desperately important that he prevent Russia and America from colluding together in any kind of alliance against China. Mao talked a lot to Khrushchev about his Chinese colleagues. According to Khrushchev, most of them came off badly. Gao Gang was the extreme case. You couldn't even mention his name in Mao's presence. It was all a reflection of the frustrations Mao had been going through in Beijing, though it was interesting that he now felt them sufficiently a thing of the past to be mentioned to Khrushchev. About only one colleague did Mao enthuse. "See that little man there?" he said to Khrushchev as he pointed to a member of his delegation. "He's highly intelligent and has a great future ahead of him." It was Deng Xiaoping. In fact, the bullet-headed Sichuanese had 3 futures ahead of him, 2 of them cut short by a Mao who changed his mind about his abrasive colleague. But that is a later story. Khrushchev joined in the fun and told Mao that Bulganin was not doing a good job. Mao asked who might replace him. Khrushchev suggested it would be Kosygin. "Who's this Kosygin?" Mao inquired. He knew as much about him nothing as Khrushchev did about Deng. Khrushchev introduced Kosygin to Mao. The two went off into a corner to talk. Kosygin did replace Bulganin. Mao's meeting with him 8 years later in Beijing would be his last with a Soviet leader. Calling for unity in his farewell remarks, Mao, both caring for his audience and disdaining it, made a classical reference to destruction. "We have an ancient saying in China," he told the communist chieftains. "There are 2 clay Buddhas. They get smashed into pieces. Using a mix of water they are remolded. We are like those clay Buddhas. When the 2 Buddhas are reassembled, there is something of you in me and something of me in you." For all Mao's militancy on behalf of the socialist bloc in Moscow, an idea of another stripe was rising inside him. He saw a deflation of the historic faith of Marxism. "I think there are 2 swords," he had said back in Beijing. "One is Lenin and the other Stalin." The image showed that Russia was still the cradle of his Marxist thought. "The sword of Stalin has now been abandoned by the Russians," he went on. "As for the sword of Lenin, has it now been abandoned to a certain extent by some leaders of the Soviet Union?" Mao answered his own question. "In my view, it has been abandoned to a considerable extent." To his Dr. Mao said, "If they don't want the sword, we do. Is the October Revolution still valid?" Mao asked himself and his colleagues. He left this question hanging. It hung in a succession of varying ways over the 19 years he still had to live. Chapter 14. Tinkering with the System. 1958 to 1959. By 1957 he was a different man. A Burmese who knew Mao from the early 1950s recalled. He brooded more, showed signs of old age, was slower in his movements. The 2 of them talked atop the gate of heavenly peace. Mao's eyes were far away. He reminisced about the Korean War. After the difficult year of 1957, Mao, on his return from Moscow, put hope into 1958 by ordering a great leap forward. He swept 500 million peasants into the soul-sharing collective life of 24,000 people's communes. He tried to more than double the speed of economic development. He pressed on the Chinese people the idea that the revolution was not, as it may have seemed, a form of rule imposed on them from above, but a bright flower of moral choice. "After I've stayed in Beijing for a long time," he sniped at a conference of officials in the capital during January, "I feel my brain has become empty, but as soon as I leave Beijing there is something in there again." He went down to Nanning in a defiant and self-possessed mood. He swam in the Harmony River, which winds through the southwestern city. He strolled among the orchids in South Lake Park. He felt in touch with the real China. "I have said this 10,000 times, but to no avail." He burst out in anger at the persistence of bureaucratic ways during a conference in Nanning. "Anyway, I do have some seniority and I should be informed," he declared petulantly at another point. "For 2 years I have not read your documents," he told his economic planners. "And I do not expect to read them this year either." He was impatient with the slow grinding of bureaucratic structures. He wanted more spontaneity from below. It is good to pull down city walls, he provocatively told a senior intellectual who had wept when Beijing's walls were raised. It is good to demolish elegant old houses. Mao was so strident that it was clear he was trying to get rid of much more than old walls. He was doing battle with a worldview which he thought unworthy of the times. Water was for Mao the symbolic element of the Great Leap Forward. "We have to wash our face every day," was his phrase in ordering a cleansing of party ranks. "Pour cold water on them," he said of officials who were getting arrogant. He spoke of germs and of washing away stale accumulations. He took to the water himself. 7 times he swam sizable distances in the Yangtze at Wuhan, to wide publicity. The current was a challenge. The water made the skin shine. In 1957, Mao had felt restless, like a man who has not bathed for a long time. In 1958, relief came as he splashed and scrubbed. The Mao of the late 1950s never rested for long from chewing on the question of who was with him and who against him. "I am exploring now with comrades from the localities," he said at a meeting after finding out that weeds outnumbered flowers in his garden of forced growth. Just how many people actually disapprove of socialism? The year 1958 began for Mao in 1956. The call for 100 flowers had been a disappointment. The intellectuals had let Mao down. He would now trust only in the energy of the untutored rank and file. "If young people don't put pressure on older people," he declared to a government planning meeting in Beijing, "older people won't progress." The intellectuals were mostly old and grubby with the stains of pre-1949 society. Youths were arising who would be purer, blanker, and more ardent for a new social order. "It's like stacking wood," the man from Music Mountain summed up to the same audience. "The last pieces to be stacked attain the top." To a degree, what Mao did from 1958 onward had its roots in his unfulfilled ideas from earlier years. Yet, he was also reacting to the Soviet way and to China's efforts up till then to echo it. Mao began to do battle, too, with a phantom, the gap that reared between what was emerging in New China and what Mao had expected would emerge. There was one more root to Mao's tinkering with the system, a thickening sense of his own mortality. "It's like raising pigs," the ex-farm boy said of his Great Leap Forward. "The bone structure is formed in the first 4 months." The aim of the Great Leap Forward was to build the bone structure. The leap was, indeed, a concept of development, not a clear, agreed, detailed plan. Colossal paradox that Mao, son of May 4th, created during the Great Leap Forward a mood that was nearly religious. "We shall teach the sun and moon to change places," ran one slogan, "We shall create a new heaven and earth for man." As workers were pressured to stay at factories through the night to fulfill swollen quotas, they saw a notice on the wall. The achievements of a single night surpassed those of several millennia. It was naive, but it was catching. Even life in prisons did not remain untouched. For one prisoner, who later left China, the Great Leap Forward was symbolized by a letter from his wife announcing that, to spur the steel drive, she had donated the couple's iron bed to the state. In the same prison, to help the drive to kill flies, each prisoner was given a quota of 50 per day. Extra flies could be stockpiled and used to barter for cigarettes. Mao's spirits were initially lifted by the leap. However reserved some of his colleagues were, however resentful many Chinese people later became at how their own sincere efforts had been manipulated, Mao was personally rejuvenated by the new policies of 1958. "Our nation is like an atom," he ventured in an image that may have reflected his recent talks with Moscow on acquiring nuclear weapons. "And after the fission of the atomic nucleus of our nation, such formidable thermal energy will be released that we shall do things we never could do before." In his quarters at South and Central Lakes, he swatted flies. Outside his cottage in Hangzhou, he nabbed the odd mosquito that crossed the path of his night walks. He regretted he was not able to catch rats. With sparrows, they made up the fur pests. "No one in the past few millennia," he remarked in a fresh comparison of himself with China's supreme sage, "not even Confucius, had the ambition to eliminate the 4 pests." Mao's head was swelling along with the statistical estimates. Did not the building of the Great Hall of the People in 10 months, after Soviet advisors declared the task impossible, show that a true communist spirit was arising in China? Did they need material incentives? Mao asked of the 12,000 people who put in 12 hours a day, rather than the standard 8, to build it. Did they want a few extra yuan? They didn't want them, these people didn't want them. Mao was enormously excited by this step beyond socialist morality toward communist morality. This is not merely to each according to his work, he declared, but it also involves Lenin's great idea of a communist Saturday. One night, after visiting some factories, he wrote a verse full of enthusiasm at the vital will of the grassroots, and full of frustration at the inability of China's organization men to harness it. Only in wind and thunder can the country show its vigor. Alas, the 10,000 horses are all muted. Omicron heaven, bestir yourself, I beseech you, and send down men of many talents. Another night in the summer of 1958, Mao picked up People's Daily and read a news item that electrified him. Schistosomiasis had been wiped out in a county of Jiangxi province not far from Mao's old base on Well Mountain. He was so excited he could not sleep. At dawn, he got out of bed and shuffled to his desk. A warm morning breeze stirred. The first rays of sun touched his window. He fixed his eye on the southern sky and wrote a poem. He pictured the bad old days, when snails and leeches seemed to own a dispirited land. The waters and hills displayed their green in vain. Even the ablest physicians were baffled by these pests. 1,000 villages were overrun by brambles and men were feeble. Ghosts sang their ballads in a myriad desolate houses. The present moment he viewed in expansive terms. Now, in a day we have leaped round the earth, and inspected 1,000 Milky Ways. If the cowherd, a constellation of stars, asks about the god of plague, tell him that with joy and sorrow he has been washed away by the tide. Farewell to the god of plague, goes on in such images of water and growth and nature's blessing. Through it all is the Promethean vibration of the great leap forward. Green mountains turn to bridges at our wish. Gleaming mattocks fall on the 5 ridges, heaven high. The 8th CCP Congress went into a second session, during the summer of 1958, in a different mood from that of the first session in 1956. Mao was out of his cage. I once asked some comrades whether we live in heaven or on earth, he told the startled delegates. They all shook their heads and said we live on earth. Mao the monkey had another view. When we look at the stars from the earth, they are in heaven. But if there are people in the stars, when they look at us, wouldn't they think that we are in heaven? Therefore I say that we live in heaven as well as on earth. Mao spun the same web of paradox in asking, are we gods? And are we foreigners? There was a point to all this, and over the next decade, Mao hit China with its four-sided weight. Nothing is what it seems. Flux is the only true reality. The future does not exist out there, but must be seized within the present. Chaos is the midwife of most good things. In the Yangtze River, each succeeding wave pushes the preceding wave forward, Mao remarked one day. All things are undergoing change. This was not so much a view of history as a denial of any view of history. There is no pattern for straw sandals, runs a Hunan saying. They take shape as you weave them. For the rest of his life, Mao ruled China as if he were weaving straw sandals. Mao claimed that the Great Leap Forward broke down superstition. He had in mind the superstition that foreign countries were better than China, that China must accept indefinitely its backwardness, that what seemed to be true was true. Mao's definition of superstition was getting very broad indeed. In 1919, it had meant religion and being enthralled to ancestors. The meaning of feudal superstition was then all too clear to everyone. By 1958, it seemed to mean any shackle on the pure will of the moment. Those who attack the people's communes, he complained in a marginal note, have brought out this scientific principle evolved by Marx in Critique of Political Economy as a magic power against us. Aren't you scared by this magic power? Was even Marx now one of the superstitions to be fought against? Mao did begin to put Marx gently in his place. Marx was also a human being with 2 eyes, 2 hands, and 1 brain, he reminded a party session. Not much different from us, except that he had a lot of Marxism in his mind. Had not Marx failed to make revolution? Did not Lenin surpass him in this respect? Marx never undertook China's Great Revolution, he said to clinch the point. Therefore our actions have also surpassed Marx. The Great Leap Forward did not do away with magic power. It substituted Mao's magic power for that of all rival ways of thought, including part of Marx's. If Mao had doubts about goals, he had fierce convictions about how to proceed. He felt that experience had taught him the secrets of political action. Exploiting contradictions is the way to obtain and hold on to power. A balance is an illusion and even bad. Disequilibrium is a more creative state of affairs. It is by waves that progress is made. And nothing is gained if change comes by mere fiat from above, without the stirring up of the masses, whose own enthusiasm gives life to the change. A struggle purifies. It is not just a way of getting what you want, but the holy sacrament of politics. Those to be trusted are not the experts but the innocents, the amateurs, the lowly, anyone who has a heart bent to the public weal. When we become a modernized, industrialized, and highly cultured great power 15 years hence, he told the 8th Congress, we may possibly become too cocky and raise our tail sky high. It was a strange mixture of over-optimistic prediction and awareness that success would have a dark underside to it. The ardor of the Great Leap Forward, in the case of many Chinese who were taken in by Mao's claims, was inspired by a vision of an imminent modernized future. Steel output would rise 8-fold in 15 years. Britain would be surpassed. Cars would abound. But for Mao, the battle as well as the goal was of fundamental importance. If Mao was a utopian, his utopianism had to do more with the journey than with the destination. Something wonderful would happen to people's souls on the road, even if it was not too clear where the road led to. Statistics he used as metaphor. To be sure, many exaggerated figures were given out simply because euphoria was permitted a ransom on the truth. Yet Mao's own philosophic approach to statistics also had an influence on the unbelievable documents put out during the leap. The Chinese language lends itself to a non-literal view of statistics. 10,000 in Chinese often means no more than thousands, or a great many in English. Mao's own mind reinforced the tendency. 90% are with us. It was no more than a self-injection of morale. Mao would say that a certain task should be done in 2 years, or else in 4, or failing that in 5. The numbers were whips, not calculations. Mao now believed in the swing of the pendulum as a philosophic truth. In a talk on dialectics, he took the example of rest and rising. An old saying runs, "He who has slept for a long time thinks of getting up. Sleeping transforms itself into awakening. Awakening transforms itself into sleeping." The old saying was Taoist. One day, Mao called in a scholar for a talk. It was Professor Fei, the sociologist trained in the West, who had bloomed cautiously during the 100 Flowers. Mao did not want to give up on Fei. "Can you change a bit?" the dictator asked the citizen. It was a poignant question which showed that Mao was not simply a dictator. Fei explained that he was set in his ways and caught in a circle of 200 top Chinese intellectuals who tended to reinforce each other. "Don't deal with that 200, Mao riposted. "Find another 200. Go among the workers and peasants and search out 200 there." Fei doubted that it would work. "Genuine friends are to be found where there are workers and peasants," Mao burst out. Mao disliked specialists of any kind. The leap was a celebration of the amateur ideal. An intellectual specialist seemed to Mao a particularly arid specimen. The semi-intellectual loved to scorn, and yet at the same time vie with the professors who crossed his path. In one talk at Hankow, he denounced expertise, distinction, and high rank by listing all the historical figures who had done great things without benefit of education, office, or age. Comrade Fan Wenlon, he interrupted himself to turn toward a well-known scholar who was listening to the talk. "Am I right? You are a historian. Please correct me if I am wrong." Without a pause, Mao swept on. Marx did not create Marxism during his adulthood or old age, but in his youth. Lenin was only 32 when he founded Bolshevism. 5 or 6 times over the years, Mao made a pretense of deferring to old Fan in this way. Fan was not able, or else did not feel it apt, to say one word in reply on any occasion. Mao liked to show that he knew much history and to thumb his nose at the historians at the same time. The proletariat must create its own army of intellectuals. he laid down in a tough speech after the wilting of the 100 flowers. In the same way that the bourgeoisie created its army of intellectuals, Mao had installed an elitist intellectual in his court as a physician. Little in Li Jisui's background or the working of his mind suggested sympathy for communist goals. But Mao liked staff members who had been in the West or had a Western education. Li had returned to China from Australia to make a contribution to his homeland. When summoned to serve as Mao's doctor in 1954, Li demurred on the ground that his class background was far from working class. But Mao told him sincerity was all that counted. With Dr. Li, Mao seemed to like the challenge of correcting a wayward intellectual, an extraordinary idiosyncrasy in the leader of a huge country when dealing with his doctor. Perhaps there was an admirable root to Mao's embrace of the stubborn physician. Sycophancy was the norm in Mao's court, but Dr. Li was a rather arrogant man who generally declined to be a sycophant. Something in Mao may have recognized the authenticity of Li's independence of mind. Groping for a Chinese way, Mao took up where he had left off in Yan'an. The compromises that had intervened with domestic allies in order to win power, with Russia in order to gain time and aid, he put behind him during the leap. The very term for commune, gongxi, harks back to an ideal of primitive communism as old as China itself. Any Chinese, on first hearing the phrase renmin gongxi, people's commune, could sense its meaning without any reference to Marx or Lenin. Philosophy comes out of the hills and the valleys, Mao reiterated. He had not talked that way since his struggle against 28B in the 1930s. The way prevails in the state, Mao remarked to a startled audience of high officials. The term is a Confucian one for a truly moral politics. Mao relocated his Marxism within this noble, if elitist, Chinese tradition. The transcript shows that Mao's audience laughed when he introduced the classical phrase. For some faithful Marxists, it was no doubt nervous laughter. One day, a colleague pointed out gently to Mao that there is no Marxism in Sun Tzu's Art of War. Mao was outraged that a Chinese communist could dismiss so mechanically a sage from China's rich past. Shaky as his view may have been, Mao felt there was Marxism in Sun Tzu. Or did he really mean there was Sun Tzu in Marx, and that this enabled him to use Marx while dwelling with Sun Tzu? China has its own language, he remarked at the 8th Congress. The pronunciation of the words communism and imperialism is basically the same in Russian and English, but our Chinese pronunciation is completely different. With such a linguistic analysis, he had in spirit already left the Soviet bloc. The Soviet Union was, after all, just a part of the rotten West. In criticizing Russian economics, Mao went far toward Confucianism and away from European Marxism. We still need to study whether the Chinese way meshes with Chinese economic laws. In my opinion, if it does, generally speaking, that will be all right. He was ready to put the Chinese way above concrete economic results. It was in the Confucian tradition to do so. It was not in accord with European Marxism, which is based on economic laws, which knows no way that is other than a reflection of economic laws. In asserting that everything has two sides, Mao went to extremes during 1958 to 59. Doubts are good, he remarked to a gathering of local politicians, though he did not say why, and so is failure. He urged the convening of meetings to which good and bad people were to be invited. If there are no bad people, there will be no good people. It was good for Taiwan to fire artillery shells, he told a meeting in November 1958. For otherwise the militia could not have been organized so quickly. This comment on the Taiwan Strait crisis was like saying illness is a good thing because it gives the doctor a chance to show his prowess. Lowliness is always a good thing, he kept on telling those who had risen high. He was delighted when a report reached his desk that a boy near Canton had stumbled on a method of exterminating destructive ants. The whole world couldn't find a way to control the white ant, he pointed out to the distinguished delegates at the 8th Congress. But a young student in Guangdong who had only attended middle school found a way. Mao even began to assert that America was a good thing. Walk on two legs, he urged a bunch of officials in November 1958. With Russia's revolutionary fervor and America's practical spirit, a couple of months later, he found a precedent for the leap in American history. It must be considered a great leap forward, he reasoned, to have become first in the world for over 100 years. Sick. He went so far as to remark that extinction of the nation was one of the apparently horrible possibilities that nevertheless should be seen dialectically. All this was shocking to China's elite. It did not seem Marxist. It spurned the precious Chinese and Leninist value of order. It did not lead the way to concrete policies. It contained none of the optimism that is meat and drink to communists. Nothing in the Mao of the Leap period seemed more outrageous than his hearty assurance that splits in the CCP were a good thing. "There are always splits in the world," he remarked to the 8th Congress. No one could deny it, but the image Mao used suggested that splits were nature's mode of renewal. "It is merely metabolism," he told the delegates. "Every year there are splits, every month there are splits, like the death of cells." He seemed to love the very word splits. Mao's faith in the healthiness of splits was about to be put to a terrible test. The experiment into which Mao bullied China did not work. An evening of euphoria gave way to a morning of dismay. Soon the great leap forward looked more like a miserable lurch to one side. Each generation must find its own excitement, and 1958 provided some for millions of young farmers. Local initiative was sparked. Communal spirit grew. The ordinary person felt anew his Chineseness. And a new framework of rural government fusing work life and civic life came into existence. But as economic policy, the leap was a disaster. China lost 5 years on its new long march to modernity. And the new rural framework did not last. Grain output fell. By 1960, there was widespread hunger for the first time in Mao's China. Grumbling in the ranks of the peasant PLA turned to minor revolt in 5 provinces. Mao's predictions on steel production and the time needed for agricultural mechanization proved absurdly optimistic. A cruel cut for Mao was the resurgence of capitalist habits. As food grew short, farmers who had grain and vegetables on hand peddled into the towns and sold them on the black market at exorbitant prices, then spent the proceeds in orgies of un-Maoist conspicuous consumption. The ups and downs of the sparrow summed up a lot. It had been Mao's idea to declare sparrows one of the 4 pests. Did they not eat precious grain? Was it not exciting to see the 600 million Chinese people, in response to a slogan offered by all-wise Beijing, hunting down pests that impeded economic progress? But the war on sparrows was not very wise, for these birds eat the enemies of grain as well as grain itself. Insects hit China's crops like a tornado. Quietly, Mao accepted a redefinition of the 4 pests. The sparrow was reprieved. Bedbugs would face the fury of the masses instead. Rats, flies, and mosquitoes held their place in the pantheon of evil. The leap was an initial political success in that 600 million responded with impressive loyalty to Mao's summons. The last time China's peasants would do so. It was a painful economic failure in that Mao's schemes were brittle and ill-coordinated. Put the two together, high trust, low results, and we see why the leap left a gaping wound in the Chinese body politic. "My mind has changed too," Mao said a bit sadly, as criticism mounted in late 1958. He realized that the commune was too big to digest in one gulp. It required an equalization, rich villages sharing all they had with poor villages, which simply aroused too much opposition. Such a leveling would be banditry, piracy. Mao himself admitted in an irritable speech during February 1959. So he accepted a retreat to the brigade, a smaller unit, as the operative unit of accounting for the new order in the countryside. "The brigades are the communes," he snapped. It was a breathtaking juggling with words. "Everything must be done gradually." He purred like a cat which has just taken its paw out of the casserole. One recalls the Chinese proverb, "The chicken thief is posing as a pillar of the community." He has not stolen a chicken for 3 days. Whether in pique or under pressure from colleagues, or as a ruse in order to be begged to return, Mao in mid-1959 gave way to Liu Shaoqi as head of state, while retaining the supreme job of CCP chairman. As Mao's Dr. Dryly put it, Mao resigned as head of state, only to become emperor. Mao could confess and defy in the same breath. "Whoever says that such a broad social movement can be free from any defect," he declared, "must be a wishful thinker, or a tidal wave watcher, or a bookkeeper, or simply an antagonist." It was a wild, sweeping, defiant remark, and vintage Mao. He hated bookkeepers. They reminded him of his father. He despised those who lived in fear of the next tidal wave. He was all too quick at discerning the shape of an antagonist. Blunt reality poked through the paper walls of Mao's optimism. A blast furnace in every backyard had seemed a marvelous way to push up steel production and community consciousness. Peking University built its own furnace, which gave Mao special pleasure. Perhaps he had cracked open at last the nut of academic haughtiness? But an ugly blast furnace on the lovely campus of the university where he had been cold-shouldered in 1919 did not turn out to be an effective means to any goal. The steel it spat out was of pitiable quality. Eager students brought kitchen utensils to feed into the furnace. Crude ingots resulted, which were then used to make knives and spoons to go back into the same kitchens. The whole idea of the leap, ironically enough, was a classic case of an intellectual trying to remake the external world by a force no stronger than his own overheated imagination. Even if there's a collapse, Mao mused to a meeting as the leap sagged, that'll be all right. We'll rebuild. The worst that will happen is that the whole world will get a big laugh out of it. A growing coarseness and frankness was mixed with defiance. If you don't join me in carrying it through, I'll go on by myself, right to the point of being expelled from the party. Even then, I'll go and file a complaint with Marx. Amidst the strain of 1959, Mao retreated to the hills. It was just weeks after he had resigned as chief of state, days after Khrushchev had torn up the Russia-China nuclear agreement, and the eve of a terrible showdown with a key colleague. He chose Hunan. For the first time in 32 years, he saw Music Mountain. He went to the farmhouse that had been confiscated from him in the debacle of 1927. He stood like a statue before a photo of his mother and father. They would not have to die, he murmured at length. If they were attacked by the same diseases these days, he seemed to be thinking of his own age as well as of the PRC's progress in healthcare. Medical facilities were very poor at that time, added the 66-year-old Mao. They died, although they were not very old. His father died of typhoid at 52. His mother of tuberculosis at the same age. Mao went to his parents' graves. A pine branch was held out to him. He took it in heavy silence, held it to the graves, and said, "Those who went before us had a hard time in order that the next generation might be happy." Then he bowed low in reverence before the tablets. Leaving the graves, Mao strolled down the hill toward the Mao clan ancestral hall. But he stopped, puzzled, looking for something. The Buddhist shrine where his mother used to burn incense, feeding the ashes to her son to cure him when he was sick, was gone. It was a casualty of the leap. The bricks had been used for a backyard furnace, the wood as fuel. "It's such a pity," Mao said to his entourage. "It should have been left alone." Without money to see doctors, poor farmers could still come and pray to the gods and eat the incense ashes. The shrine could lift their spirits, give them hope. People need this kind of help and encouragement. He wrote a poem. It is a Lu Shi, an age-old form like many of his verses. In Music Mountain Revisited, the leap-style boldness was by no means unalloyed, like a dim dream recalled. "I curse the long-fled past, my native soil 30 years gone by." The red flag roused the serf, halberd in hand, while the despot's black talons held his whip aloft. Bitter sacrifice strengthens bold resolve, which dares to make sun and moon shine in new skies. Happy, I see wave upon wave of paddy and beans, and all around heroes homebound in the evening mist. As in other poems, Mao rejoiced at the new society that was taking shape. But for the first time his sense of triumph was flecked by a melancholy at the ebbing of time. He cursed not only the mean days of the past, I think, but the very march of the days. The picture of heroes homebound in the evening mist added to the impression of a man painfully aware of the downward drift of his own life. So did the arresting phrase, bitter sacrifice. Not only boldness, Mao's fond theme since youth, but also suffering had unlocked the door to a new society. Bitter sacrifice was the emotional pivot of the poem. Escorting Mao at Music Mountain was an eager young local politician, full of praise for the leap. He looked like a homely scoutmaster. He had been head of the CCP in Mao's home prefecture. Mao took to him, as if reaching down for a younger hand to grasp, amid the bitter tensions with Politburo members of his own generation. The Hunan politician's name was Hua Guofeng, of whom we will hear more. Mao sought out the brother of his first wife, Yang Kai-hui, and a longtime girlfriend of hers, for an intimate talk. The talk was not publicized, but the 38-year-old Hua was present during the conversation. Prime Minister Munich of Hungary came to Beijing while Mao was away in the Hunan Hills. The highlight of his program was to be a meeting with Mao. Somewhere in the countryside was all the Chinese protocol chief would tell Munich of Mao's whereabouts. Hard at work on ideological and philosophical matters, the Hungarian grew irritated. Even Stalin, the living god, he murmured to his aides, was less mysterious than Mao. One day, as the visit neared its end, Munich, a gourmet, was in the middle of a Peking duck lunch when he was told that Mao was waiting for him. "The boss can wait a few minutes," snapped the Hungarian between mouthfuls. "I waited long enough to hear from him." But that was not the Beijing style. Munich was tactfully overruled. Within minutes, he was in Mao's study at South and Central Lakes. As if recharged by his stay in the South, Mao was polite and masterful. "We have a new president," he began, pointing to Liu Shaoqi, who stood up when referred to. The atmosphere seemed, for the moment, all sweetness and light. Mount Lushan is a cool oasis of beauty 4,000 feet above the blazing Yangtze Valley, but Mao knew he faced trouble as he drove up to meet his Central Committee colleagues there in July 1959. He sat in a wicker chair and gazed out over the ridges, his eyes withdrawn deep into his face. Before the battle began, he wrote a poem. July 1st was the anniversary of the CCP's founding, but on this July 1st, his mind was reaching beyond politics. Perching as after flight the mountain towers over the Yangtze, I have overleaped 400 twists to its green crest. Cold-eyed I survey the world beyond the seas. A hot wind spatters raindrops on the sky-brooded waters. Clouds cluster over the 9 streams, the yellow crane, floating, and billows roll on to the eastern coast, white foam flying. Mao again had immortality in mind. The yellow crane is a legendary bird that does not die. A pavilion to it exists a few miles from Mount Lu. An ancient sage who attained immortality was said to fly by this hill astride a yellow crane. Mao ended ascent of Mount Lu with 2 transcendental lines. Who knows where Magistrate Tao has gone? Could he be tilling the fields in the land of peach blossoms? Tao was a 4th century official who, like Mao, was also a poet. He retired from office before he grew old, to become a hermit and create a literary utopia called Land of Peach Blossoms. Mao may have been reflecting on some past simplicities now lost, or thinking of retirement, or his own resignation as president of the PRC, or musing on a cosmic harmony that went beyond any particular social order. Within hours, he had a fight on his hands about the social order of 1959. Defense Minister Peng Dehuai was an able, flawed man. He looked like a bulldog and had little learning and few graces. His forthrightness showed itself early. As a boy, he kicked over his grandmother's opium stove and was ostracized by his family as a result. His soldiers revered him, but he was not an easy colleague, as Judo was. Blunt where Mao was crafty, Peng did not always grasp the subtle indirection of Mao's military tactics. "Who wrote the book you're reading?" someone asked Peng one day in Yan'an. "He wrote it," replied Peng as he looked up from the draft of Mao's on protracted war. "He also wants to publish it." This was the essay. It quickly became a classic that Mao wrote in 9 days during 1938. "A book written by an individual can only be published in his own name," Peng said petulantly to his visitor, "but not in the name of the Central Committee." Peng was only 4 years Mao's junior. They had been together since the days on Well Mountain. Peng had seen Mao make mistakes and did not regard the chairman as higher than other mortals. He jibed at Mao's expanding girth at Yan'an. He referred to Juda as the father of the PLA long after it had become de rigueur to call Mao its father. He criticized Mao's emperor-like habit of going with young females from military circles. "I am of the view the defense minister said to a subgroup of the Central Committee meeting. That the People's Commune has been set up too soon. This cast a shadow on Mao's fond child. The commune in Chairman Mao's home area has actually not brought about so big an increase in output last year as claimed. Sacred soil. The chairman also paid a visit to that commune, Peng went on. And when I asked him what his finding was, he said he had not talked about the matter. I think he had. This was a direct challenge to the veracity and authority of Mao. Peng did not act alone. Allied with him were powerful military men, including the chief of the general staff of the PLA. The PLA was a peasant army, and this senior officer felt he could assure the Central Committee that the peasants were being pushed too fast by Mao's leap. Remnants of the old 28B group, including Zhang Wentian, who had lined up with Mao at Junyi, also stood with Peng at Lushan. Zhang had recently been ambassador to Moscow. Like Peng, who grumbled about Mao on a tour of Eastern Europe that spring, Zhang, who perhaps pushed Peng to attack Mao, saw the leap as a departure from the Moscow-based historic faith of Marxism. The leap had been a mistake, said Peng and his friends, and the responsibility for it should be shared by everyone, including Mao Zedong. Ideological phrases were no substitute for economic expertise. They insisted. Dishonesty born of euphoria was a disease in China and ought to be stamped out. Mao was shaken. He wrote of his anguish to Jiang Qing, who was then holidaying by the sea at Beidai, and sent her a draft of the reply he planned to make to Peng. Jiang Qing phoned Mao to say she was flying immediately to Mount Lu to be at his side during the confrontation. No, said Mao. The struggle's too acute. She came anyway, bringing her camera to take shots of the pines and the pavilions. Willfully, she sat in on the tent sessions. Instead of calming Mao, her presence dismayed him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Qing, Mao also arranged to see his previous wife, He Zizhen, amidst the political tensions. From Shanghai, where she still was undergoing medical treatment, she had written Mao a letter warning him against enemies of the Wang Ming faction, who might try to do you harm. It was a confused reference to the Yan'an years, when Zizhen had last seen Mao and when her mind was clear. Now Mao sent her a carton of 555 cigarettes and 1,000 yuan and invited her to Lushan. In a previous letter, Mao had urged her to give up smoking, which she did. But with this gift she was to resume. Silver-haired and unsteady on her feet, He Zizhen was excited to see Mao but could say little. Mao was kind and gentle toward her. He asked her to stay for dinner with him, but she declined. After she left, Mao sat in silence, smoking one cigarette after another, lost in melancholy. She is so old, he murmured, and so sick. Mao had not felt such stress for years. He couldn't sleep at all. The night before he was to reply to Peng, he took 3 doses of sleeping pills, but still paced up and down waiting for the dawn. Like an Oriental King Lear, he came tormented to the morning session. You have spoken so much, he began vaguely. Permit me to talk some now, won't you? He wandered repeating steel figures like the rosary. Yet before his 40 minutes were done, Mao had made a shrewd speech. Peng later confessed that he himself had been as rash as Zhang Fei, an impulsive and successful hero of ancient times, but not as cunning. Mao correctly said near the end of a wheedling speech, I am like Zhang Fei who, although crude, was careful at times. Mao retreated without being abject. The mess hall is not our invention, he observed in pretending to get out from under a leftist totem. It has been created by the masses. He embraced a modified form of this communal dining scheme which had annoyed millions of peasants. Mao asked for solidarity. It was not characteristic of him. He liked to be a knife, not a trowel, in any situation. But he had done quite enough slicing for the moment. Being basically not good at construction, he confessed in a humble contribution to solidarity. I knew nothing about industrial planning. It is I who am to blame. His choice of words in confessing error was cunning. In regard to speed, he remarked, Marx also committed many errors. And again, I have seen Lenin's manuscripts, which are filled with changes. He too made mistakes. Outside the meeting hall, Peng Dehuai ran into Mao as the leaders strolled down the hill to relieve themselves. Shall we talk a bit? Mao said to his defense minister. Peng, red in the face, raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. "There's nothing more to talk about," Mao said quietly. "Take it easy. If we disagree, still we can discuss it." Peng began to walk past Mao. "Talk is pointless," he snapped and walked away. One criticism of Mao for sacrificing human beings on the altar of unreachable production targets had quoted Confucius. "He who makes human images to bury with the dead," the sage once declared in opposition to burying clay figurines of people alongside a corpse, should have no posterity. In his sleepless nights, Mao had been torn apart by this veiled accusation that he had lapsed into human sacrifice. "Shall I be deprived of my posterity?" Mao asked the Central Committee. "After all, one son died at war and the other is insane." It was a scarifying moment. The shadow of his remark reached into a realm far too personal for a Chinese political meeting. Was he also having a crack at Peng, in whose care his son had been when killed in Korea? The hills were alive with rumors that if Mao dismissed Peng from office, he would have a military revolt on his hands. Now that the tide was turning against Peng, Mao faced the rumors head-on. "If the PLA follows Peng," he said, turning to the senior military figures present, "I'll recruit a new Red Army and start all over again." Many a stomach churned as he stormed that he would go back to Well Mountain. Some must have recalled his threat in 1938 to go back to Music Mountain if the sniping at Jiangqing didn't stop. Mao wisely gave the sweating generals a way out. "But I think the PLA will follow me." At that, a number of key military figures rose and pledged their allegiance to Mao. Peng fought on. He was not a supple willow like Mao, even though he did not have enough troops. He began to speak bluntly about the danger of a Hungarian rebellion in China and hinted that the Soviet army would come in if that occurred. Mao asked that the meeting adjourn. Peng lost his very losable temper. He recalled a Maoping feud in Yan'an that had gone on more than a month. "In Yan'an you fucked my mother for 40 days. He shouted in a Chinese expression which I here translate literally. "Now I've been fucking your mother for just 18 days and you're trying to call a stop. But you won't." Standards had slipped. Reeling from this session of confrontation, Zhu De was heard to mutter, "And to think we all ate out of the same dish in the past." Within a month, Peng was out. Lin Biao replaced him as defense minister. Deng Xiaoping, benefiting from the Peng Purge as he had benefited from the Gaorao Purge in 1954, became a member of the Standing Committee of the Military Council when Lin Biao was made defense minister. Mao's victory did not come easily, and he was not able to clinch it during the sessions on Mount Lu. He had to call follow-up meetings. He wrote earnest marginal notes on documents that flew among the leaders and subtle letters to divide off foes from waivers. "Why did you get yourself entrapped in that military club?" he wrote to Zhang Wentian. Then he struck a softer note. "Since you say you respect me, and you have phoned several times, if you want to come to my place for a talk, I am willing to talk with you." The struggle against Peng was more serious than the Gao Gang affair of 1954. Gao was merely a schemer. Peng disagreed with Mao on basic policy. Gao thought Mao's personal rule had gone too far. Peng's similar view was a bigger challenge to Mao because in the meantime Stalin had been dethroned for this very failing. Gao provoked nearly all the Politburo to oppose him. On the leap, Chen Yun and Zhu De agreed with Peng, Lu was neutral, and almost no one in the Politburo agreed wholly with Mao. During the meeting, Lu approached Hu Qiaomu to prepare a document reflecting the view that Peng's errors were on a limited scale and pushing a line against excessive leftism. "Have you discussed this with Chairman Mao?" Hu asked head of state Lu, who became angry and said, "After you write the paper, naturally I'll go and check it with him." Hu, after consulting with Peng Zhen, decided to avoid drafting the document for Lu. Such was the sense of danger surrounding Mao at Lushan. The ghost at Mount Lu was that of Stalin. Mao found a Chinese way to cope with the crisis in world communism that stemmed from Stalin's death. But he split the CCP in the process. In the winter of 1959–60, Mao repainted Peng as a rightist. He declared him one with the enemies of 1957. Indeed, Mao made Peng a monster of the imagination who could henceforth serve any purpose required of him. 6 years later, in 1965, Mao met with Peng and restored him to active duty, only to have the Cultural Revolution undo the rehabilitation. Perhaps the meeting was only a maneuver in Mao's impending attack on Liu Shaoqi and Peng Zhan, who both were present when Mao received General Peng. It was no accident that one of Peng's criticisms of Mao had been for philandering. There was a connection between the Lushan crisis and Mao's growing appetite for young female flesh. He had become more self-indulgent. This resulted in behavior that heightened his isolation from senior colleagues, and in an obsessive quest for rejuvenation on a personal, as well as a political level. Death crept nearer, and with it the possibility that people would deliver a harsh verdict on his career after he was gone, especially because of the leap, in the aftermath of which as many as 30 million died of hunger. Physical decline was not to be denied, but clinging to young women, as the emperors had done and the Taoists prescribed, kept the focus away from Mao's own crumbling body. A fatal coarsening, intellectual and moral, seemed to be taking place within Mao. Said his doctor, who lived through the leap with him, Mao knew that people were dying by the millions. He did not care. Mao was able to say to François Mitterrand, future president of France, at the end of 1960 after he knew of the leap's horrors, "The people of China have never been near famine. I repeat in order to be clearly understood, there is no famine in China," said Mao's most trusted secretary, soon to fall foul of him, of his boss in this dark period. Sometimes he sat still for a long time, gazing at nothing. Chapter 15. Russia and Beyond. 1958 to 1964. What are poisonous weeds? Mao inquired of Bulganin during the lead-up to the Great Leap Forward. The Russian was not stimulated to a memorable reply. Mao proceeded to lecture him on the history of the tomato. 100 years ago, the tomato was a poisonous weed in Europe. Nothing is certain were not Jesus and Copernicus considered poisonous weeds at first, except change. If Bulganin was less than overwhelmed, Mao was only confirmed in his growing conviction that the Russians had lost interest in dialectics. They had come to favor a stable world. Mao was excited by a world in flux. Was this why the China-Russia partnership went sharply downhill? It explained the atmosphere of the feud. And since the disagreements, once they began, were endless in type and number, it may have been the atmosphere of distrust that was crucial. Mao changed gears in 1958 for reasons that in turn went back to de-Stalinization, and soon thereafter Moscow judged him crafty and crazy. The Russians were correct to be alarmed about the leap. It was Mao's declaration of independence from Moscow-based orthodoxy. The talk with Bulganin about the history of the tomato was one small sign that Mao was rejecting the tradition of international communism as it had evolved under Soviet guidance. He would seek the bright red tomato of tomorrow among seedlings now judged poisonous weeds by the undialectical mind. Khrushchev sensed what this would mean for Russian interests and for the unity of international communism. Deprived of a shared Marxist faith, the Mao-Khrushchev bond disintegrated. Khrushchev came to Beijing for a second time just as the leap reached its zenith. The visit was brief, 3 days, and practical. Mao had been closeted for several weeks with his military advisors. The immediate issue was a tense situation in the Taiwan Strait. Behind it was the larger one of how tough to be with the United States and how to fight it if war came. Mao and Khrushchev, flanked by their defense ministers, ostensibly talked about Sino-Soviet military cooperation. In fact, Khrushchev's purpose was to restrain Mao. Military cooperation is a stone that flashes a variety of colors, depending on what side it is viewed from. "We needed a radio station in China," Khrushchev later said, "to keep in contact with our fleet." He blandly recalled, "We offered to base our interceptor squadrons on their territory." Mao gave another version of the conversation with Khrushchev. He wanted to raise a common fleet with us, to control the coast and blockade us. Khrushchev correctly judged Mao to be in a hot-headed mood. He feared the Taiwan Strait crisis might land the Soviet bloc in a big war. He wanted a Russian hand on the levers of decision. Yet he still considered China a firm ally. He fully supported Mao's claim to Taiwan and gave him military aid designed for its capture. For Mao, the problems with Khrushchev ran deeper. China's sovereignty was being trifled with. China's desire to stand up against imperialism, was no longer shared by Russia, and Mao's leap was considered a bad joke by Khrushchev. "It's impossible to leap into communism," the Soviet leader declared. Despite Khrushchev's irritated words as early as 1954, it was Mao, more than Khrushchev, who saw the split coming, Mao who walked deliberately into its messy depths, Mao who wanted the break. Had Khrushchev read Mao's speech to the military conference just prior to the summit, he might have tried to grapple with the Russia-China problem at a deeper level than he did. The speech was not about foreign policy, yet Russia was its theme. "Today the dogmatists advocate copying the Soviet Union," Mao complained. Whom, I would like to know, did the Soviet Union copy in the past? He wondered why it should always be a question of China copying Russia and never of Russia copying China. He railed against blind faith in foreigners. He declared straight out that China had a richer experience to draw on than Russia. Khrushchev was approaching Mao on quite a different level from this. He thought he was husbanding a basically sound alliance with a junior partner who needed correcting and restraining. Mao confessed to his doctor after the summit that he had been sticking a needle up Khrushchev's ass. 3 weeks after bidding Khrushchev farewell, Mao shelled the islands of Quemoy and Matsu. This alarmed the world, yet viewed from the Forbidden City it was a sideshow. For Mao's line in foreign policy stemmed from the new look he was trying to give to socialism within China. Increasingly, Mao painted the political struggle in colors from the palette of his past life with the gun. "In my view," he said a little defensively, "the rural area's work style and the guerrilla attitude are still good. In 22 years of war, they were victorious." Mao rattled the sword in the Taiwan Strait at the same time that he pushed the Chinese peasants into the biggest social experiment in human history. It was not a link that most Western observers found logical. But it did make sense to this man who saw struggle as the doorway to redemption. "Every man a soldier" became a theme slogan of the leap. "The militia must be developed in every people's commune," Mao ordered in September 1958. "Every province must produce light weapons, rifles, machine guns, hand grenades, small and light mortars." A cloud of war hung over the Taiwan Strait, to be sure, but that was not the root cause of this military-mindedness. Mao frankly admitted that he, not Chiang Kai-shek, triggered the crisis over Quemoy and Matsu. A few shots he modestly called his adventure. It was not that he wanted a real war. "I just did not expect," he confessed, "that it would kick up such a storm," but an external crisis was fuel to the fire of the leap. "Besides their harmful aspects," Mao said on the same occasion, "crisis situations allow us to mobilize forces, to get backward straighta and middle of the rotors to prepare for struggle." In 1958, an aging Mao made the first of several efforts to infuse politics with a military spirit. Of course, it was a throwback to more exhilarating days. Of course, it furrowed the brow of many a planner and alarmed Khrushchev. "He is lame in one leg," Mao summed up Khrushchev. "He does not walk with both legs." This was his objection to Moscow's inflexibility in political and economic method. "They believe technology and cadres decide everything," he said of the Russians in a defense of his own preference for tossing issues directly to the masses. Mao's objection to Moscow's worldview was summed up in his dislike of the term complete consolidation, which he pounced upon in Soviet documents. "In the universe and on the earth," he noted, "all things emerge, develop, and extinguish continuously, and cannot be consolidated completely." This was the same philosophy that led him to abandon the steady grooves of the first 5-year plan for the wave-like lunge of the leap. It was in keeping with Mao's roguish attitude toward Khrushchev that he baptized the first commune with the name Sputnik. Moscow's world was a static one. Mao's was in flux. He could not yet approve of the world around him. A year later, Mao and Khrushchev met again. Further clouds had gathered over the relationship. India and China were fighting on their border and Moscow was tilting to the Indian side. Khrushchev, appalled at Mao's instability, said, "He started the war out of some sick fantasy." Khrushchev had been supping with Eisenhower on a grand tour of the United States, which Mao saw as an exercise in bootlicking. The Russians had also denounced Mao's communes as madness. Worst of all, Soviet help toward a Chinese nuclear weapons capability collapsed amid a spiral of mutual recrimination. Khrushchev did not wish to go again to Beijing. Wasn't it Mao's turn to come to Moscow? But Mao would not budge. In a testy atmosphere, the summit got underway in Beijing. Khrushchev, somewhat tactlessly flying in direct from the United States, reached the Chinese capital in time for the 10th anniversary of the founding of the People's Republic of China. It was a festive occasion and by later PRC standards a most international one, with Ho Chi Minh, Kim Il-sung, and many other foreign figures on hand, and Beethoven's Ninth Symphony as the theme music. But the photos of Mao and Khrushchev together suggested a funeral more than a celebration. The eyes of both men were squeezed tight, almost to the closing point. Khrushchev later spoke of a chill that I could sense as soon as I arrived. Jiang Qing said Khrushchev's visit was tedious and painful. To Mao's irritation, Khrushchev praised Eisenhower as a man of peace. Then Khrushchev criticized the Chinese seldom done at a formal banquet in Beijing, as cocks fond of fighting. Khrushchev infuriated Mao by talking of the Soviet Union and the United States as the two powers with a special joint responsibility for securing peace in the world. Khrushchev even asked again for a radio station on Chinese soil to help keep his fleet churning through the Pacific Ocean. For the last time, no, Mao said with thunder in his voice, and I don't want to hear anything more about it. At Moscow in 1957, Mao had taken the initiative on the issues and probably again at Beijing in 1958, when he had Khrushchev guessing over the Taiwan Strait. But during the 1959 encounter, the initiative seemed to lie with Khrushchev. Mao merely sniped from Khrushchev's rear. How many conquerors have invaded China? He asked Khrushchev over tea one afternoon. Many, he said in answer to his own question. But the Chinese have assimilated all their conquerors. Khrushchev's doubt as to what Mao was getting at did not last long. Think about it, Mao resumed. You have 200 million people and we have 700 million people. During the same session, Mao remarked to Khrushchev, as he had previously done only within Chinese circles, on the uniqueness of the Chinese language. All the rest of the world uses the word electricity, he drawled. They've borrowed the word from English. But we Chinese have our own word for it. Mao had chosen to deal with Khrushchev by tossing out broad, imponderable, unnegotiable themes. What rankled most with Mao during the 1959 summit was that Khrushchev asked to see Peng Dehuai and came laden with a fancy gift for the purged general. This seemed to Mao to be interference in China's domestic affairs. Khrushchev's gesture also pointed the finger of blame for the Russia-China crisis uncomfortably close, for Mao's taste, to the Great Leap, about which Mao had already been tormented by Peng and other colleagues. Khrushchev left for home in an icy atmosphere, and without seeing Peng. No communiqué was issued. Mao never saw him again. Mao had had a tough autumn, what with Peng and then Khrushchev. He went, without Jiang Qing, for a holiday on tranquil Hainan Island in the far south. Within a year, Russian aid to China ended. It seemed inevitable after the 1959 summit. Yet there were signs that Mao, overestimating his hand with a foreign partner, as he so often did, jabbing Khrushchev with one more barb than the Russian would bear, was taken aback by the speed of the sudden withdrawal of some 12,000 Soviet technicians in mid-1960. Khrushchev shouted that drunken Chinese, a rare species, had abused the Soviet benefactors. Mao replied that Russian advisors always kept back key plans and information. Better to deal with the French bourgeoisie, Mao snarled. They still have some notion of business ethics. He had belatedly discovered that Russian products were heavy, crude, and high-priced. The outward civilities went on for a time. Mao turned up for the annual Soviet embassy party to celebrate the Bolshevik Revolution anniversary in the autumn of 1960. But the 21st Congress of the CPSU in 1961, the Soviet Party's first Congress since the thunderous de-Stalinization Congress of 1956, brought a big open fight. Albania was the topic. China was the issue. Zhou, head of the Chinese delegation, left Moscow in a huff and Mao, most unusually, met his colleague at the Beijing airport. In late 1962, Mao took a step that was fatal to the worldwide Marxist church. He announced that power in the USSR has been usurped by the revisionists. That clinched the schism. Party-to-party relations dried up. In 1963, there was a stream of letters about ideological betrayal between Mao and the Russians. All this was a way of getting the bile out of the system. In fact, the struggle at the level of ideology was just about exhausted. And it was by now a struggle for possession of a corpse international communism. By 1964, there was no limit to the number of horns Mao saw on the Soviet devil. The Soviet Union today is a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie, he declared without a blink at a meeting of planners. A fascist German dictatorship and a Hitlerite dictatorship. Once more he reached for a comparison lame after that with Nazism, with the Western country that he knew a bit about. They are a bunch of rascals worse than de Gaulle. There was only one more conceptual step that Mao would take, and he took it in the winter of 1964 to 65. Russia was worse than the United States. Both were bad, to be sure, in the eyes of this chauvinist from the Chinese hinterland. But Russia was more deceptive. The Americans are bastards, he observed. But they are honest bastards. The Russians are also liars. And the Russians were on the rise, whereas he detected that the American will to dominate was flagging. A clue to his new thinking came in a disagreement with Deng Xiaoping. When Deng remarked, echoing settled policy, that Asia and the Pacific were the center of gravity of global tension, Mao corrected him and said no, Europe now was. Thus had the American threat shrunk in Mao's eyes, and the Russian one grown. Mao did the unthinkable. He relabeled China's savior as its bully. For many of his colleagues, not only the fallen Gao and Peng, he had gone too far. Yet on this issue, Mao won support from the Allies and rice paddies. Most Chinese did not like the Soviets. Many educated non-CCP Chinese were against the Sino-Soviet alliance from the start. Even in Taiwan, Mao won grudging, private praise for having broken loose from the avaricious bear. Nevertheless, the Politburo counted most. Mao still had some battles ahead of him on the issue of Russia. Since Mao uncorked himself so recklessly, one must ask why he had remained bottled up for so long. He later claimed that China had no choice but to follow Moscow in the 1950s. We lacked experience, he noted. We could only imitate the methods of the Soviet Union, though we always had a feeling of dissatisfaction with them. That was not the whole story. Until de-Stalinization, Mao had also believed in a historic Marxist faith with Moscow as its fount. Wisps of the faith trailed on, as occurs in many religious experiences, beyond the sharp moment of doubt. As late as 1962, Mao showed that the man who had lost faith could still be caught gazing up at the steeple. At a Central Committee meeting, he laid down a pair of doctrinal points, then added oddly, "Moscow has announced that these two statements are mine." They were Maoist statements and Mao was proud of them. But still it had struck him and somehow impressed him that Moscow cited them as his mental offspring. Mao knew little of the world outside China, and nothing of the capitalist world. His doctor, who had lived in the West, said he was like a frog looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, thinking he was seeing the world. Yet Mao took a lively interest in the world beyond the Soviet bloc during the early 1960s, and he pinned down marked successes in foreign policy. It was as if the split with Russia in 1960 took a burden off the back of Chinese diplomacy. Instead of being a junior partner in someone else's show, Mao made China its own one-man show on the broadening stage of the Third World. 17 nations recognized the PRC between mid-1960 and the end of 1964. Chinese aid began to flow to parts of the Third World. China glittered in the eyes of those revolutionary movements that felt Russia aspired only to become co-boss of a stable world with the United States. China strained a few friendships during the leap. With his disarming ability to recognize as well as cause setbacks, Mao observed in a marginal note of 1962. During the twists and turns of 1959, the whole world turned against China. Mao more than regained the lost ground in the first half of the 1960s. "I suppose you know you are talking to an aggressor," Mao said with a twinkle in the eye that bespoke confidence, when Lord Montgomery of Britain spent a lengthy evening with him in 1960. "I have been branded as such in the United Nations. Do you mind talking with an aggressor?" India he did not wish to mend fences with. He insisted, against some resistance in the Politburo, on a military showdown in the Himalayas. It was in military terms a brilliant success for China. The PLA dealt the Indians a heavy blow and then withdrew like a bored champion, leaving the Indian democracy enmeshed in a finger-pointing post-mortem. But Mao, as if demonstrating that his only foreign policy aim was to ward off the world, not to win it, did not follow up his military victory with any diplomatic drive. China's relations with India stayed poor to the end of Mao's life. Mao discovered Africa. Prior to 1960, he had scarcely mentioned it. Even as he began to take an interest in the continent, and as China achieved a few successes there, his knowledge of it remained dim. Receiving visitors from Algeria in 1964, he had to ask them at the end of the conversation to write down the full name of Ben Bella, their president. During the same year, he had this exchange with a Zanzibari. "What is the population of Kenya?" 3 million. The embarrassed visitor informed Mao that the figure was 8.5 million. Nor did Mao's questions about Zanzibar display any firmer grasp. "Is your country in the southern or northern hemisphere?" Mao inquired. "It is actually on the equator," replied the African. "Isn't it very hot along the equator?" was Mao's next question. This naivete, perhaps masking condescension, about Africa did not mean that Mao failed to make shrewd private judgments about international affairs. Despite the huff and puff over ideology, Mao acknowledged in private the real reason why Cuba was leaning toward Russia rather than China. It lacked oil and weapons, and these things Moscow could supply. Mao was also canny about the basic techniques of exerting influence. In 1964, Romania, edging away from the USSR, asked for a high-level Chinese delegation to visit Bucharest. Mao was cautious about making any commitments, but said, "It would be very important even if we only shake hands with them. Are we isolated?" He cried to a conference in echo of John Foster Dulles' dogged crusade to keep China out of international institutions. "I don't feel isolated. Our country has some 600 million people. Are 600 million people isolated?" The anti-China attitude amazed him even more than it irritated him. He assured his less nativistic colleagues, and reassured himself, that the anti-China forces were not large. In 1960, a Chinese exhibition in Pakistan was besieged by anti-China demonstrators. This greatly bothered Mao, and he wrote a paper about it called On the Anti-China Question. His pride in the degree of acceptance the PRC had won jostled with his hurt that some people still seemed to hate the PRC. There was something terribly narrow about his exhortation to his colleagues to accept the fact that about 10% of the world's people will oppose us intermittently over a prolonged period of time. Within a matter of hours, two big pieces of news erupted in the autumn of 1964. The first was that Khrushchev had been overthrown in the Kremlin. The second was that China had exploded its first nuclear device. Both were triumphs for Mao and linked in his mind, for both gave a boost to China's pride and independence. Mao's reaction to Khrushchev's fall showed traces of the ways of thought of a Chinese emperor. Edgar Snow shortly afterward asked Mao if there was any truth to the Russian view that a cult of personality had grown up in China. Some, Mao acknowledged, but probably Khrushchev fell because he had no cult of personality at all. It was very hard, Mao said, for the Chinese people to get out from under thousands of years of worship of the emperor. Indeed, and hard, perhaps, for even a Marxist Chinese ruler to dispense with it. Mao kept an open mind about Khrushchev's successors, which was also a traditional thing to do. From a Marxist point of view, there was little reason to think Brezhnev and Kosygin would be socialist if Khrushchev had been fascist. Had not the Soviet system reverted to an unredeemed condition? Yet Mao saw the coming of a new leader in more personal terms, and within 4 months, he met Kosygin, the Kremlin's number 2 man, for talks. On the night of the A-bomb test, PLA trucks drove around Beijing to drop a 1-page extra of People's Daily. It announced the news in red characters 3 inches high. The next day, every shop had a placard in its window: "Atom bomb success." An earlier photo haunted those Americans who had seen it. Mao sitting at a wooden table at a military site with Qian Shueson, the Caltech scientist who fathered China's bomb after being harassed by the U.S. government and finally deported in 1955. Mao was enthusiastic for a Chinese bomb. He personally encouraged Qian and other scientists. He spoke with rare passion to foreign visitors about how China had to make the bomb even though the cost to living standards tore him apart. The warfare Mao knew and believed in was people's war as an extension of socialist politics. For a strangely similar reason, he insisted on the totally different asset of a nuclear weapons program. He desired the bomb for political reasons above military. Like de Gaulle, he saw it as a guarantee of his nation's freedom of action. Unlike most military strategists, he felt that a few bombs would be enough. 6 will do, he said to André Malraux in 1965. His aim was to break the monopoly of the two superpowers. He denied the efficacy of nuclear weapons to achieve any worthwhile result when used. They could deter anyone who was afraid of them. But he said this did not include himself. If you kill all the people and seize the land, what can you do with it? So Mao's outlook on defense tractors plus the bomb equals was a logical result of his long-standing axiom that war is an extension of politics. If anyone attacked China, he would lure the enemy in, surround him, and pounce in the fashion tried out against Japan. The bomb had its role on quite another level. Yes, we need them, he cried when two high economic officials raised the issue of nuclear weapons. No matter what country it is, what bombs they are, atom bombs or hydrogen bombs, we must overtake them, he said in a cable to military colleagues. Without that tiny bit of matter, the bomb, we are not respected by others. The 1964 test buoyed Mao. He saw to it that Chinese scientists had every facility to move ahead swiftly with the nuclear program. Just 32 months later, China conducted its first successful H-bomb test. This was fast indeed. The equivalent step had taken the United States 7 years and 4 months, Russia 4 years, and the United Kingdom 4 years and 7 months. Mao uttered many criticisms of United States policy in the first half of the 1960s. He condemned the persecution of American blacks, U.S. control of the Panama Canal, and Washington's expanding network of military bases around the world. Just like an ox with its tail tied to a post, what good can that do? Yet he was less bitterly against the U.S. than he had been in the late 1940s, if only because a decade and a half later China was less vulnerable. His polemics were sneering in tone, yet curiously detached. They did not compare in emotion with the hand-to-hand battle he had begun to mount with his latest betrayers, the Russians. An ox with its tail tied to a post could not be as dangerous, after all, as a bear that wandered freely, its evil potential not yet understood. Mao now expected very little from the U.S., and even began to wonder how much the U.S. expected from itself. Dim as his perception of life in America was, he brilliantly detected the unfitness of the U.S. for a sustained imperialist role in the manner of Britain or France. The United States devotes its energies to making money, he said to a gathering of intellectuals in 1956. If nobody else picks up the sedan chair, it won't think of going on foot. Imperialism and revisionism have joined hands, Mao remarked at a spring festival talk in 1964, and are beating at our borders. It was an amazing and revealing statement. The two isms were his mental constructs for the US and the USSR. Mao felt similarly about the two powers. Seat of world revolution? Seat of world reaction? None of it. Both were simply marauders banging at China's door. Above all, the insouciance of Mao's statement strikes us. Let them come. We'll return to Yan'an, he said. It seemed unwise to defy both powers simultaneously and scorn the politics of using one against the other. Yet that was just what Mao was preparing to do for the second half of the 1960s. At 4 o'clock one morning, in the Jinjiang Hotel in Shanghai's former French Quarter, a 19-year-old guard went into Mao's suite to add hot water to the chairman's tea. Until the last years, Mao's bedroom was never locked, and male staff could enter freely. Just as the guard walked into the bedroom, a naked woman fell out of the bed and onto the floor. The guard concluded that the girl had fallen out of Mao's bed in fright at seeing him come in. He fled from the room and woke up Mao's doctor to tell him what had happened. Trying to calm him down, Dr. Li told the young man he must immediately return to duty in Mao's suite. When the guard returned, he could hear Mao and the woman yelling at each other. He supposed the argument was about himself. But Mao asked the young man in to witness the wailing of his mistress. Soon the guard learned what had happened. The girl had met a man she wanted to marry, but Mao would not agree. The woman assailed Mao as a corrupt bourgeois womanizer. In fury, Mao pushed her out of the bed. At that moment, the guard had come in with the hot water. The quarreling pair were unaware of his entry. The guard was immensely relieved. The young woman, however, had to wait years before Mao's emotions calmed and she was allowed to marry. Mao's sexual promiscuity was becoming known to his staff and to senior officials. Wang Dongxing, director of bodyguards under the general office, was concerned for Mao's reputation, but did not dare tackle Mao on the matter. Instead, he instructed a new 19-year-old guard to suggest to Mao that he and his current female companion, Li Shengli, stay in separate rooms when they traveled outside of Beijing. To Wang Dongxing's surprise, Mao agreed. But the guard was soon fired from Zongnanhai. Chapter 16. Retreat. 1961 to 1964. From 1961, Mao drew back into himself, quizzical in mood, bowing to political and economic reality, though still full of sparks within. The Ludeng stress on the politics of order and the economics of results was in accord with the mood of the time. It was less that Lu and Deng clashed with Mao than that they hastened down their own pragmatic path and power accrued to them. Mao did nothing decisive to stop them. As chairman of the Communist Party, he convened only one meeting of its Central Committee between 1961 and 1966. In the Politburo, in an unprecedented occurrence, Mao was gently disregarded. He saw few foreign visitors and stopped mingling with the masses. Mao knew of the sour feelings toward Beijing that flourished in much of China. One story that came to his ears, he bravely repeated at a meeting in 1962. "When I hear the rumble of a train going south, a bitter wag in Canton had it. It sounds like road is bright, road is bright, road is bright. When I hear the rumble of a train going north to Beijing, it sounds like hope is gone, hope is gone, hope is gone." The change of tone was caught by the charge later made against Deng that in the early 1960s, he met Chairman Mao on equal terms and without ceremony. In the press, the cult of Mao ebbed. You could read the party magazine Red Flag for an hour and hardly come upon a Mao quote or even Mao's name. Communes were, in effect, broken down into brigades. Private village markets were legalized. Managers were given their heads again in factories. Spontaneity was squeezed out of CCP work style. Intellectuals who had been uprooted as weeds in 1957 found fresh soil in the market garden of Lu's and Deng's bureaucracy. In this new atmosphere, the economy picked up. Mao could not gainsay it, and he did not try to at the time. Mao did begin to see the failure of the Great Leap Forward as economic policy. But he still believed in the leap as socialist policy. For this reason, he refused to admit the economic failure to a broad audience. He would block out truth if it came to him from the wrong source. He could not accept it when it included criticisms of him, said his doctor, or when it came from conspiring ministers who might be contenders for his power. The truth had to come from political innocence. That Mao accepted retreat, if only for tactical purposes, was underlined by his tactful denial of it. "We are all good comrades," he remarked sweetly. "It is unimaginable for one to have no regrets," he added, in the voice of one who has accepted a bleak outcome. "It's a case of raising fat pigs in the hall," he told the Central Committee as 1961 began. Consolidation, in a word. The architect must not tinker with the hall anymore. It was time to make use of the hall. "In everything we will start out from reality," Mao assured the unindulgent, even grim assembly. "We cannot transform what we do not know about," said the man who had tried to do just that. "I am a middle-of-the-roader," he said, but may not have believed. Most of the grievances against Mao stemmed from his self-assertion of the late 1950s. De-Stalinization had untied his ideological moorings. Restless, losing the faith, hemmed in by the file boxes of routine, he had struck out in a new direction. The weed killing of 1957? Hungary had unnerved Mao. The Great Leap Forward? Mao wanted to get out of the sagging tent of international communism and find Chinese roots for his dreams. The fight with General Peng? Mao saw it half as a fight with Khrushchev's ghost. Sniping at the cult of personality? Here was the eye of the needle at which all the threads of Chinese politics since 1956 were caught in a bunch. Mao felt that his own will embodied the Chinese way for his era. He felt able to transcend the rules and leap across the structures. But Liu, Deng, and others believed in the rule book and could see no safe way to obviate the structures in a land of 650 million. They treated me like a dead ancestor, Mao later complained of Liu and the blunt Deng. They nodded at him with eyes glazed. They applauded his words and then did nothing to implement them. They forgot to report to him. At a conference, they would steer to the opposite side of the room to avoid an unsettling query or an acidic instruction. The resentment against Mao for demoting Peng came to a head with an intriguing play written by the vice mayor of Beijing. It was about a worthy minister in the Ming dynasty who was fired by the emperor for making honest criticisms. Or was it? Mao saw at once, though he held his peace for a time, that Hai Rui dismissed from office could be read as a stinging commentary on his own ill-advised dismissal of Peng. A Beijing columnist wrote a story about an athlete of medium talent who, in a delusion of grandeur, boasted that he had broken the Olympic record for the broad jump. An alert reader knew very well who the athlete was. A satire about amnesia came from the same pen. The author built up a picture of an amnesiac without mentioning a name, as short-tempered, forgetful of his own past statements, and heading for insanity. If anyone finds such symptoms present in himself, the piece warned mysteriously, he must promptly take a complete rest, shades of Zhuda's advice to Mao during the Gao Gang crisis, and say nothing and do nothing. It was all Aesopian, as dissent typically was in the PRC, but it was very bold. Mao's speeches of the early 1960s were chastened in tone. He rambled less, as if conscious that he now had less rope to play with. He organized his points with an almost petulant regard for form and order. Or, here are 6 points. He clogged his talk with data as if to prove that he, too, could be a dull expert if he wanted to be. Edgar Snow, visiting Beijing in 1960, asked Mao what were his long-term plans for China. "I don't know," was Mao's lame reply. "You're being too cautious," Snow came back. "It's not caution," Mao insisted. "I just don't know. I don't have the experience." He could hardly hide his errors of the leap period. In 1958, he had said China would overtake the most advanced capitalist countries in 15 years. By 1962, he spoke of 50 to 100 years. Yet there were barbs in Mao's words too. "Haven't we bungled a lot in the last few years?" He ruminated to the Central Committee's only session in these years, in 1962, leaving his listeners unsure whether the remark was a confession or not. "Those of you who do not allow people to speak," he burst out at another meeting in 1962, "who think you are tigers and that nobody will dare touch your ass, whoever has this attitude, 10 out of 10 of you will fail. People will talk anyway." Mao was in full swing against his favorite target, heavy-handed officialdom. "You think that nobody will really dare to touch the ass of tigers like you? They damn well will." In Mao's eyes, bureaucrats were losing touch with grassroots opinion. Industrial managers began to strut again, as if they owned their factories. Medical workers refused to work in remote villages, as a comfortable urban establishment sucked them in. Officials who were supposed to do a stint at manual labor treated a trip to the rice fields as a picnic outing. "Is there any news?" he would ask staff members as a greeting. This was a control mechanism, a way of centralizing all information in his own hands. Alas, the relationship between this information and the real situation of grassroots China was not always close. As a man, what impressed Mao increasingly was the particular, odd, simple, unpredictable things in life. As a politician, he lacked patience with the multitude of organizational levels that the PRC possessed. As a philosopher, he saw no hope for the Chinese Revolution unless the cadres sincerely joined the masses in a duet of shared participation. Even books now seem to him just one more badge of authority. Somebody writes them, and then we have these inexperienced kids read them. Without a prior direct experience of life's tussles, the kids would become immobilized by stuffing themselves with second-hand knowledge. One day some Chilean journalists came, A recent Chinese economic exhibition in Santiago had aroused great interest, one editor told Mao, as a preface to a discourse on China-Chile friendship. But Mao had other fish to fry. "It is from your mouths that I first heard that China held this economic exhibition," he said with agitation. Then he aimed a sarcastic thrust at the Chinese officials present in the room. "It seems that my bureaucratism is rather severe." Mao in his 60s did not cease to be a complex man, but he ceased to be tolerant of the complex organization needed to reform a society of 650 million people. He wanted to be able to see everything with his own eye, to stretch out his hand and feel the texture of the Chinese Revolution. In 1961, having pulled back from the front rank of rule, Mao wrote more poems than in any year of his life. One verse was a simple cry of praise for the military virtues on which he was beginning to pin hope for a political revival. A photo of some militia women reached his desk, and on it he wrote, "How bright and brave they look, shouldering 5-foot rifles, on the parade ground lit up by the first gleams of day. China's daughters have high-aspiring minds. They love their battle array, not silks and satins." Reply to a Friend was a poem of intense yearning, set in Hunan. Mao referred to a legend about Emperor Shun. When this good ruler died, the princesses shed such tears that the drops, falling on bamboo, left marks which are still seen in the famous spotted bamboo of Hunan and Jiangxi provinces. White clouds are sailing above Mount Qiuyi. Riding the wind, the princesses descend the green hills. Once they speckled the bamboos with their profuse tears, now they are robed in rose-red clouds. Dongting Lake's snow-capped waves surge skyward. The long isle reverberates with earth-shaking song. And I am lost in dreams, untrammeled dreams, of the land of hibiscus upon which the morning sun also shines. Mao suffused the geographic features of his native province with wisps of immortality. The princesses lived on through pink clouds cut from their robes. The waves of the lake Xiaoyu, and he sailed across it on Mao's way to the founding of the CCP in 1921, seemed to be knocking on heaven's door. The island at Changsha where he roamed as a youth was so stirred that its moorings on earth were put in question. Mao himself, in the closing 2 lines, dreamed of rebirth. Will the trammels not by then have fallen away from him? Ode to the Plum Blossom stood out among all the poems of 1961. Mao said he came across a 12th century poem on the same theme by Lu Yu and wrote his ode to counter it. The poem was written to nerve the Chinese arm in the emerging struggle with Russia, but Mao had himself in mind too. Wind and rain escorted spring's departure. Flying snow welcomes spring's return. On the ice-clad rock rising high and sheer, a flower blooms sweet and fair. Sweet and fair. She craves not spring for herself alone. To be the harbinger of spring she is content. When the mountain flowers are in full bloom, she will smile, mingling in their midst. Spring was hemmed in by its negation, as Mao felt all good things were. The plum, a symbol for integrity in Chinese tradition, was lonely on its ice-clad rock. Here Mao was evoking China's isolation in the Soviet bloc, and perhaps his own isolation in China. But if Lu Yu had seen only sadness on the face of the plum blossom, Mao found for it a magnificent, though self-effacing, destiny. Because the noble blossom gave up desire, she craves not spring for herself alone. It won a supreme position for itself. Indeed, the smile in the last line hinted at immortality. Isolation, yes, as in Lu Yu. But whereas Lu Yu lamented, Mao groped for a redemptive joy. Buddhism made a comeback in Mao's conversation and imagery from 1959. The high targets, Mao remarked as the leap began to falter, are Buddhist idols which we set up for ourselves to worship. Now we must smash them. He scrawled on a letter of confession that General Peng wrote to him after being fired. If he thoroughly changes, he will instantly become a Buddha, an old phrase, or rather a Marxist, urging that cadres should get out of the city and regain humility among the farmers. Mao said they should leave Beijing for 4 months every year and seek the sutras from the working people. The image came from the novel Journey to the West, in which the Monkey King goes off to search for the Buddhist sutras. Why does the monk knock the wooden fish drum when he chants his sutra? Mao asked an intrigued Central Committee in 1962. He had again been reading Journey to the West. The story goes that the sutras collected in India were devoured by the blackfish demon, who spat out one word each time it was knocked. "We must not behave like the blackfish demon," Mao said. The Buddhist legend made Mao's point that party leaders should not mince words, spitting out one word at a time. He took to praising religious monarchs. Was not Sihanouk of Cambodia, a prince, better than the puppet of South Vietnam, a president? Wasn't Nepal, a kingdom, a more satisfactory neighbor than India, a presidential republic? A prim girl called Wang Herong was studying English at the Beijing Foreign Languages Institute. She was a distant relative of Mao's, her grandfather, Wang Jifan, being Mao's cousin. She came to see Mao in 1964. To her shock, he urged her to study the Bible and the Buddhist sutras. It was no accident that Mao began to talk of Buddhism in the wake of the clash with Peng. As he lost his faith in European Marxism, he turned back to Chinese tradition and showed a new openness toward religion. He increasingly found a precedent for all good things in China's own experience. He began to see the past as a moral tale, not the mere fine print of Marx's historical laws, but an eternal, recurring war between good people and bad. Wang Herong happened to complain to Mao about a classmate at the Beijing Foreign Languages Institute who was always reading Dream of the Red Chamber instead of his English grammar. Mao seemed to stiffen. "Have you ever read Dream of the Red Chamber?" The young woman replied that she had. Mao inquired, "Which character do you like in this novel?" Wang said she admired none of them. "Dream of the Red Chamber is worth reading," Mao went on. "It is a good book." In fact, Mao considered the novel one of China's 3 great contributions to world civilization, together with Chinese medicine and the game of mahjong. While Wang was busy educating herself to be a cosmopolitan, modern woman, Mao had just read Dream for the 5th time. Had she read The Northward March by the Tang Dynasty poet Du Fu? Wang gave a classic student's reply. "No, it's not in 300 poems of the Tang." Mao rose from his chair and went to his shelf of poetry. He found The Northward March, passed it to Wang, and told her to read it many times. "What precautions should I take against its influence?" Wang inquired. Mao was roused. "You are always metaphysical. Why should you take precautions?" No. You should receive some influence from this poem. Go deep into it and then emerge from it." The Mao of the mid-1960s found his relative at once too conventional. He told her to rebel more at school, and too trendily leftist. He told her to immerse herself more in China's past. Mao read more about the Chinese past in the 1960s than during any period since graduating from Teachers Training College in 1918. In history, he was seeking solace. Were not Sun Tzu's feet cut off at the time he wrote his brilliant Art of War? He asked one audience. Was not Han Fei in prison when he wrote his superb explanation of difficulties? Were not most of the 300 poems in the Book of Songs written as cries of rage? Mao took to dividing the history of the CCP prior to his own control of it into 5 dynasties. Chen Duxiu and the others he turned into failed evil emperors. Inevitably, he began to compare himself with the successful good emperors. Within Mao, a sense grew of an impending rendezvous with a gentleman of fate, called God one moment and Marx the next. A while ago, the imperialists said the Chinese government would collapse, he said to Algerian visitors in 1964. But now they don't talk so big. It appears that China hasn't collapsed yet. But the inner Mao was far from sanguine. I myself, on the other hand, am going to collapse. I will soon be seeing Marx. Our doctors cannot guarantee how many more years I can live. A few weeks later, 4 vice premiers came to discuss the 3rd 5-year plan with him. Planning must have an objective basis, said the man who had not believed that in 1958. I am over 70 years old, he went on. But we cannot rely on what we see of communism shortly before we die as the basis for planning. When the atomic bomb is dropped, he remarked to some military officers in mid-year, there is nothing else but to see Marx. Since the days of old, there has always been death. He struck a note that sounded personal. When the burden is too heavy, death is the way out. Edgar Snow, dining with Mao, asked if a TV film could be made of the evening. "There are rumors that you are very ill," the American ventured. "Wouldn't it be well to show the world, on the screen, that the rumors are greatly exaggerated?" Mao smiled wryly. Perhaps there was some doubt about that, he countered, for, in fact, he was soon going to see God Shangdi. He was probably testing foreign reaction to his demise. This at least was the impression of his physician Li Jisue. Yet Mao did see his own death coming and he accepted it. "You can't avoid dying," he said to the Algerians. "At least no such thing has happened yet in China's history." But as the juxtaposition of his collapse and China's collapse in the talk with the Algerians showed, his own fate and China's were not easy for him to separate in his mind. He had accepted death for the man Mao Zedong, but he had not accepted that China might choose to depart from the Maoist way after his death. To the military officers he observed, "Each person must be ready with successors." Mao's face did not grow more interesting with the years, as Deng Xiaoping's did, but became moon-like and less responsive. There were hardly any lines on the butter-like skin. The eyes became less accessible. The hair, thick and black, took on no new character. Nurses often hovered as visitors talked with him during 1964 and 1965. Stiffness, trembling, and poor coordination had begun to bother him. He had attacks of bronchitis. Yet he did not become prudent about his health. He heavily smoked a Chinese brand of Virginia cigarette, a dozen in the course of the evening with Edgar Snow. He seldom bathed, bodyguards wiped him down with wet towels, and never brushed his teeth. "When I have a fever I will call you," ran his gentleman's agreement with Dr. Li. "And when I don't, I won't bother you and you're not to bother me." Disdaining specialists of all kinds, he treated his doctor like a cleaning lady. "I only follow half of what the doctor says," he declared, "and expect him to follow me in the other half." By now Mao was spending much of his time, not in the chrysanthemum fragrance study, but in the nearby indoor swimming pool, where a reception room, study, and bedroom had been added for his convenience. He lived much as he long had, and the style was one of simplicity in the midst of grandeur. He never threw spent tea leaves out or left them in his cup. With his fingers he would scoop them into his mouth, chew them and swallow them. That is how he had learned to dispose of tea leaves as a boy in Hunan. He hated flowers or other decorations in his room. He ate the same few peppery Hunanese dishes. He would slurp his soup and belch after a hearty meal regardless of whether his table companion was Jiang Qing or a foreign head of state. His salary in the 1960s was 430 yuan, only double what a senior technician in a factory was making. Mao had no taste for costly possessions. On the other hand, anything he really needed the party procured for him, and it is hard to take at face value his complaint of 1964. "I can't afford to hire secretaries, but I must." Though he seemed to have risen above mortal ranks, he was still known as Chairman Mao, a different ring from Premier Zhou or Defense Minister Lin. Red China did not, in truth, know quite how to label Mao, but it knew how not to label him. He was a general, but a party that controls the gun does not like to use the gaudy professional terms of the military. He became terribly like an emperor, but words could not be allowed to give external blessing to that similarity. So it was the title chairman, with its town meeting severity, that Mao used as he occupied a post which for millennia in China was an assignment of heaven itself. The bland label hid the frightful misfit of a demigod at the head of the committee table. Mao became blunt and subjective. He took to remarking aloud on the appearance of people who came to visit him. "All are young, very tall. She is already more than 70 years of age." He would tolerate no sentiment from newcomers. Said a Zanzibari visitor in 1964, "May I be permitted to express my feelings to you? Ever since my arrival in China, I have looked forward to this day. There are no words that can express my feelings." Mao stared at him and dryly inquired, "Have you read any Marxism-Leninism works?" Moments later, the African was again piling the politeness a little high. "Your works are very readable." Mao brushed him aside. "I do not have many writings." The Zanzibari insisted. "No, you have a great many." Mao simply pulled the plug out. "Well, let us end our conversation there. With a goodbye, the session was over. Mao wrote his own letters. They would often be signed 4 a.m. or 6 a.m., the morning's proof of a night of toil. And unlike many of his colleagues, he read books. In the presence of a visitor, he would reach for a poem or a dictionary in order to illustrate or check a point. Catch a sparrow and dissect it was one of Mao's favorite ways of tackling a problem. Although the sparrow is small, the gallbladder and liver are complete. Chinese sparrows and foreign sparrows are alike. Intensive study of the small gave him, he felt, valid conclusions about the large. Policy Mao seldom talked about. Philosophy and work methods. These were his mind's favorite pastures. Mao had seldom been good at or fond of speaking to mass audiences. In the 1960s, he no longer tried it. His days of dialogue with gatherings of ordinary people were over. He dwelt more and more in a world of long-term imagination. At closed-door gatherings, his remarks became acutely personal. He spoke about his early life. He discussed his family members, rare in a Chinese politician, and drew models from his experience for others to emulate. "Half a year is long enough to be a soldier," he advised a young visitor, not adding that this was the length of time he had spent at the Changsha garrison in 1911. He gave a sharply personal illustration for his favorite philosophic principle. "Everything is one divided into two. I personally am also one divided into two. I was a primary school teacher. Yet, I believed in the spirits." When it came to his marriages, Mao did seem to be one divided into two. The mother of his Changsha wife, Yang Kai-hui, died in 1962, and he sent a letter to the Yangs. As to the burial, he wrote in traditional vein as a son-in-law doing his filial duty, "Let her rest in the same grave with my dear wife." Rather surprisingly, for he had twice remarried in the intervening years, he remarked, "Our two families should be considered as one, without distinction among the members." Some found it challenging, and others found it merely odd, when he speculated about the far-distant future. "What will Beijing be like 10,000 years from now?" he asked himself at a conference in 1964. At a science meeting, he ended with a cosmic poem which defies conclusive analysis. "If the moon goddess never marries, who can tie her down? Let me ask you," he said in an effort to make everything problematic during a briefing in 1964. When Marx was young, did he ever read Marx's works? Perhaps some in the audience agreed with his remark a moment later. To talk about philosophy for half an hour is enough. If you talked longer, you would not talk clearly. Had any major nation ever been ruled by a man so detached from the meat and potatoes of policy, so intrigued by eternal things, so isolated in his day-to-day existence, so much the monkey with a tant-piece attitude to life? At the same time, he was a sensualist. Once a week, a large room at South and Central Lakes would fill with perhaps 100 people, and Mao was almost the only male present. A band played music for the foxtrot, waltz, or tango. Inexhaustibly, Mao would ask the various girls, most of them from the cultural work troupe of the guard unit or the military, to dance. At intervals, he would lead a girl from the dance floor to his adjacent bedroom, returning with her to the party half an hour later. As a dancer, Mao was no more accomplished than he had been in Yan'an. He merely shuffled. He would demand music from Peking Opera and ask a girl to dance a waltz with him as it played. Mao found in one stroke a way both to explain past setbacks and to justify a new effort to shake the PRC to its foundations. History could move backward as well as forward. Had he not been thwarted these past years by a new bourgeoisie? As early as 1962, he began to lay the foundations for this startling case. For many years, Mao held a subtle, and by Marxist standards quite soft, view of class struggle. He insisted that antagonistic class contradictions not be confused with non-antagonistic, among the people contradictions. At Yan'an, he rebuked 28B for putting too many conflicts into the former category. In the 1950s, he remained reluctant to brand an opponent a class enemy. He did not put that label on Gao Gang at the time of his struggle against the independent kingdom in Manchuria. Moreover, Mao had taken the view, as late as October 1957, that as socialist power was consolidated, the struggle between classes would die down. All that changed in the wake of the General Peng affair. Mao revised his definition of class. He came to fling class around as a mere term of abuse. And he came to believe that class struggle was getting ever sharper. This shift of mental gears was to turn Mao into an entirely different man for the last years of his life. Soon he was drawing class lines in terms of attitudes. It is important to distinguish between class background and one's own performance, with emphasis on the latter. Mao's pet idea that 95% of the officials were good was solemnly said to be a class viewpoint, when it is nothing more than an arithmetical viewpoint. A faction was absurdly defined as one wing of a class. The bourgeoisie was said to have taken up residence within the Communist Party. "All the good party members are dead," he complained. "The only ones left are a bunch of zombies." Mao had one more doctrinal foundation stone to lay for the perverse edifice of ideology he was bent on building. The new enemy at home was holding hands with the new enemy abroad. Revisionism was Mao's word for the slack outlook of Stalin's successors in Moscow. Right opportunism was his term for Peng's standpoint. Mao decided they were two sides of the same coin. It would seem better for China's right opportunism to change its name, he remarked to the Central Committee in 1962. To Chinese revisionism. How convenient. The link between revisionism and class enemies came in 1964. The advent of revisionism marks the ascent of the bourgeoisie onto the political stage. Mao scribbled in a marginal note. That is the dismal truth. His new ideas hovered like an odd but not fatal vapor over the Beijing scene. Colleagues were startled at Mao's suggestion that class struggle remained fierce, as Mao himself noted, but as long as it remained a matter of words they could live with it. Good men who make mistakes, Mao observed during a meeting at the resort town of Beidai in the autumn of 1962, are quite different from men who follow the capitalist road. It was an absolutely crucial distinction, but also a maddeningly elusive one. No one felt the need to pursue its exact meaning for the time being. A poem of 1963 caught the mood of Mao newly astir. Formerly a reply to a poem by an intellectual in the government, it also stemmed from Mao's feelings about his own colleagues in Moscow. He felt that his enemies were after all just a bunch of insects. On this tiny globe, a few flies dash themselves against the wall, humming without cease, sometimes shrilling, sometimes moaning. Ants on the locust tree assume a great nation swagger, and mayflies lightly plot to topple the giant tree. An urgent will to do away with them gripped him again. Would not the cosmos itself join hands with him in the task? So many deeds cry out to be done, and always urgently. The world rolls on, time presses. 10,000 years are too long. Seize the day, seize the hour. The four seas are rising, clouds and waters raging. The five continents are rocking, wind and thunder roaring. Our force is irresistible. Away with all pests. One day, Mao called in his nephew for a talk. "You seem to have been classified as a progressive," he remarked to Mao Yuanxin, now a student at Harbin Military Engineering Institute. "What is a progressive? Do you know?" Mao swept on to give the young man his own definition. "A progressive does the work of those who have fallen behind." It summed up Mao's self-image in the mid-1960s. Many colleagues seemed to Mao to have fallen behind. He would have to do their work for them, wrench their work from them in some cases, in order to keep the goal of communism alive. "We must issue strict orders," Mao remarked elliptically. "There must be an Emperor Qin Shi Huang." Who is Qin Shi Huang? It is Liu Shaoqi. I am his aide. Did Mao mean what he said in this treacherous remark? No, in that the aide still had more ultimate power than the emperor. Yes, in that Mao saw Liu's daily influence outweighing his own. Mao's juices were flowing again. He may not have been commanding the ship, but he was very active below decks. Swimming in the Mingtomb's reservoir near Beijing during midsummer, he seemed almost jaunty. The sage who doubted all was about to call down a naive festival of renewal. The man in the shadows was going to step to the dais as a demigod. The leader who liked to bemuse his visitors with speculations on eternity still had in him a burst of Machiavellian diplomacy which would fix a place for China among the top 3 nations of the world. and the sulking politician who saw Lu becoming a strongman administrator in the mold of Emperor Qin would soon knock Lu into the rubbish dump of history. The more self-indulgent Mao became, the more a sense of unease at what he was doing multiplied his fear of conspiracy. "He came to trust women far more than men," said his doctor, and the remark ties together Mao's personal and political state. He craved affection and acclaim. As criticism of him rose within the party, so did his hunger for approval. Lin Biao's campaign to study the thought of Mao within the military was one way to feed this craving. His women were another. Mao's fear of conspiracy, and the enhanced roles of Lin Biao, Yi Kun, Lin's wife, and Kang Shang in Mao's circle, and their interaction with Jiang Qing, brought a level of intrigue to the court that was unprecedented in CCP history. The new, damaged Mao, vulnerable both politically and personally, was in evidence during the 7,000 Cadres Conference of 1962. Most of the sessions Mao did not attend. Instead, he lounged in room 118 of the Great Hall of the People, reclining on his large wooden bed, girls at his side, occasionally picking up a transcript of the proceedings that were going on down the corridor. At one session, Lin Biao engaged in outrageous flattery of Mao. Reading Lin's remarks, Mao said, "Lin Biao's words are always so clear and direct. They are simply superb. Why can't the other party leaders be so perceptive?" Another flatterer exposed the moral-philosophical link between the Great Leap Forward and the coming Cultural Revolution. Of the millions of deaths in the Great Leap Forward, Mao's amanuensis, Chun Boda, said, "This is an unavoidable phenomenon in our forward march." For Mao, the social engineer, there was never any question, even during his days of retreat in the 1960s, that the forward march must resume. Chapter 17. The Furies of Utopia. 1965 to 1969. André Malraux called on Mao. The French Minister of Culture was on a visit to Liu Shaoqi to present a letter from de Gaulle to the head of the Chinese state. But the afternoon did not quite turn out that way. Entering a vast chamber of the Great Hall of the People, decorated not with pictures of tractors and blast furnaces but with traditional scrolls, Malraux recognized the horse-like face of Liu and walked up to him. A cluster of Chinese ministers stood with Liu. Near them, but alone, like a trainer with his acrobats, stood Mao. Malraux addressed Liu and handed him de Gaulle's letter. Liu did not reply. It was Mao who began talking with Malraux and his colleague, the French ambassador to China. "You've been to Yan'an, I believe. What is your impression?" Throughout the afternoon, Liu did not get the chance to utter a single word. "I am alone with the masses waiting," Mao murmured. It was as if Liu and the others were less colleagues than mere silent witnesses. On this summer afternoon of 1965, Mao's talk, punctuated by heavy pauses and full of indirection, was pessimistic on the issues. At the same time, there was a sense of mastery about him. He seemed, in Malraux's eyes, like a bronze emperor, a stiff, overwhelming figure, like a titan of legend who has just stepped back to life from a tomb. As the conversation turned to France's independence from the US and China's from Russia, Malraux happened to use the word allies. Mao had been still until this moment, only moving his right hand from his mouth to the ashtray at the service of his cigarette. But now he threw both hands toward the ceiling and banged them down again. "Oh, you are allies." He rolled the Chinese words in sarcasm. "UURS and our URS." Nor did Mao let the liberals from Paris get away with any rosy statements about the condition of China. "Neither the problem of industry nor that of agriculture has been solved," he remarked. "The writers are often anti-Marxist." Transcripts of the Malraux talk in French and Chinese show Mao's rebuffs to Malraux's optimism to be even sharper than Malraux records in Antimoires. The French ambassador, trying to inject some hope into the diagnosis, ventured that Chinese youth seemed sincere believers in the line Mao had laid down for them. "How long have you been here?" Mao shot back at him. The embattled envoy enlarged on his optimistic impression based on a recent trip through South and Central China. "The things you saw represent only one side of the situation," Mao rejoined. "You didn't notice things on the other side." So much for a noble Gallic effort to play Voltaire at a moment when Mao, far from idealizing China, felt almost as angry about its condition as he had in the iconoclastic days of the 1920s. Mao recalled the remark of Kosygin at the 23rd Congress of the Soviet Communist Party. "Communism means the raising of living standards." He snorted his disgust. "And swimming is a way of putting on a pair of trunks." Had the world's Marxists lost sight of the ends for which power had been seized? "Our revolution cannot be simply the stabilization of victory," Mao added to the Frenchman. Small wonder that Lu kept silent that afternoon. These, then, were Mao's themes as the winter of 1965 drew near. He was a dissatisfied man, yet a certain cockiness had returned. He slipped away to revisit Well Mountain after 38 years' absence, and while there wrote a poem which expressed his mood. The opening lines spoke of unfulfilled yearning, a long-cherished wish to approach the clouds, once more by climbing Well Mountain. But there was audacious hope, too, in Well Mountain Revisited. We can clasp the moon in the ninth heaven, and seize turtles deep down in the 5 seas. Everything depended, Mao still felt, on the will of the hero. Nothing is hard in this world, if you dare to scale the heights. These days a party branch secretary can be bribed with a few packs of cigarettes, Mao observed at a closed-door party meeting. And by marrying a daughter off to a cadre, there's no telling what you can get as a reward. However high Mao's hopes were, they did not rest with the party. "There are at least 2 factions in our party," Mao added explosively. "The socialist faction and the capitalist faction." The immediate obstacle was Liu Shaoqi, who lived with his aristocratic, English-speaking wife in elegant quarters adjacent to Mao's. To the Chinese people, Liu was by now a man of immense stature. In the party, he was viewed as a near equal of Mao's. A tall, lean, silver-haired, and always dignified man, Liu had been a part of the Chinese Revolution since before he met Mao at the Anyuan mines in 1921. He now seemed to be its chief executive officer. A little book of Liu's, with the authoritative title How to Be a Good Communist, sold 15 million copies between its reissue in 1962 and 1966, eclipsing in that period the sales of anything by Mao. Editorials of the mid-1960s urged cadres to study Mao's and Liu's works. Plans were afoot to publish Liu's selected works. Mao himself had spoken, even to foreigners, of Liu as his natural successor. Mao's dissatisfaction with Liu came to a head over the socialist education movement, SEM, a drive to sharpen political consciousness in the villages. In keeping with the radical ideas he had raised in 1962, Mao wrote a 10-point plan with class struggle as its theme. Liu saw the SEM in blander hues as a drive against corruption and administrative slackness under the close supervision of the all-wise CCP. A second and third 10 points appeared, with heavy input from Peng Zhen, Deng Xiaoping, and Liu. Some low-level officials began to wonder if the SEM was anything more than a political football to be kicked back and forth between Mao and moderates resisting him. Mao viewed the second and third plans as leftist in their wrappings and rightist in their content. He came up in early 1965 with a fresh draft swollen by frustration into 23 points, which boldly pointed a finger at Liu. The key point of this movement is to rectify those people in positions of authority within the party who are taking the capitalist road. Mao added, "Some are out in the open and some are concealed." Liu would not endorse the 23 points. Mao decided to get rid of him. He had in mind a preferred successor. Lin Biao looked more like a Boy Scout than the seasoned commander of the world's largest army. Shorter than Mao, with a nose large for a Chinese, Lin spoke in a thin, high-pitched voice, kept his cap on to hide a balding head, and wore a uniform that hung on him as from a hook. At 57, he was in poor health, and as a public personality, he was non-existent. Still, Lin Biao had been a brilliant commander in the 1930s and 1940s, though Mao once blazed at him in the days of the Long March, "You baby, what the hell do you know?" In relation to military tactics, Lin had taken over the defense ministry from the fallen Peng Dehuai in 1959, and where Peng had been a bulldog at Mao's heels, Lin went along with Mao in feline smoothness. Lin did not resist the break with Russia as Peng did. Lin was happy to elevate ideological work to a high place in the PLA's priorities, as Peng was not. Lin did not try to treat Mao as a near equal, as Peng did, with fatal results. Even more important than the differences between Peng and Lin was the bleak conclusion Mao had drawn about the party in the wake of the 1959 crisis. Lost on Mount Lu was the CCP's collegial authority. From then on, the party was a machine to be captured, not a holistic force supreme above all individuals and issues. And step by step, Mao came to regard his own personal authority as separable from the Communist parties. The PLA under Lin took on a startling role. As the party bureaucracy treated Mao like a dead ancestor in the early 1960s, the military treated him as its living Caesar. Lin was an Oliver Cromwell, his PLA an Asian counterpart to the Britain's pure and bright-eyed new model army of the 1640s. Lin asked his armies to become a great school of Mao Zedong's thought. Officers formed choirs to sing of Mao's thought and of the Four Firsts. Liberation Army Daily, the PLA paper, as early as 1962 began to publish Mao quotes boxed and in bold type on page 1. Quotations from Chairman Mao was first published by the PLA. All of its editions after 1965 carried a foreword by Lin. Comrade Mao Zedong is the greatest Marxist-Leninist of our era. It began. In Mao's mind, Lin seemed to have already taken Lu's place. In Lin's mind, Mao was his avenue into the future and Lu loomed as chief obstacle. The surface was calm, but new realities of power were building up beneath it. Knowing Mao was dissatisfied with Liu Shaoqi, Deng Xiaoping suggested to Mao that he stay away from a conference on the SEM in January 1965. Mao insisted on coming. In his speech, he declared the SEM a matter of socialism versus capitalism, not merely of for cleans versus for uncleans. Liu broke in to explain the real nature of the cleans. Mao became angry. Here are two books in my hand, the state constitution and the party constitution. As a citizen of the state and a member of the party, I have a right to speak. But one of you, Deng, didn't want me to come to this conference, and another Liu doesn't let me speak. Mao launched a drive for all of China to learn from the PLA. What exactly would China learn from the PLA? First signs were odd. Comrade Jiang Qing talked with me yesterday, Lin Biao told a group in Shanghai. She is very sharp politically on questions of literature and art. 4 years, Jiang Qing's health had been spotty and her mood brittle. Mostly she had stayed home and looked after their 2 daughters. Mao had spent much time away from her. A man of few words was how she found him even when they were together. But her topic, culture, was Mao's chosen weapon for the first round of the fight he was preparing for. Green Waters plunged into art and literature circles with a heavy baggage of resentment at her long exclusion from them. Soon soldiers were doing songs and dances at her behest. Her terrible crusade to put China's artistic life into a straitjacket had begun. Mao helped her because he needed her. Not trusting his own CCP, he was turning, like an emperor of the Ming dynasty playing court politics, to lackeys and family for a too personalized support. Soon his daughter Li Na was in the editorial chair at Liberation Army Daily, and his other daughter, Li Min, was wielding power in the Science and Technology Commission, responsible for the development of nuclear weapons at the Defense Ministry. Mao left Beijing for Shanghai in the autumn of 1965. Jiang Qing was with him. The pair settled at the former French club in the port city for a stay of some months. From time to time, Mao took a break at his villa by West Lake in the nearby resort of Hangzhou. Provincial leaders built villas for Mao in case he should descend on their city. Some of the dwellings, such as the Liuzhuang in Hangzhou, a plethora of flower beds, stylish tiled pavilions, ponds, and white marble bridges, were the equal of mansions in any part of the world. Keen to please, provincial leaders installed Western-style mattresses. Mao did not like them. Instead, he traveled with his specially constructed wooden bed. For 10 months, he was away from what he felt were the suffocations of Beijing. For 5 of those months, the Chinese people were given no clue to his activities. The spell away from Beijing was one more of his retreats, prior to a strong return with batteries recharged. He came to Shanghai to recruit some bright young intellectuals as political tools, a second force, in addition to the PLA, to use against Liu. One day, the Shanghai Daily Literary Currents carried a heavy piece of drama criticism. That, at least, is what the strollers on the Shanghai Bund, opening their papers after work on November 10th, thought it was. But, in fact, the article was the first shot in the most amazing gunfire that any Marxist government has ever inflicted upon itself. The Cultural Revolution had begun. Only in China could an epic of political theater begin with a dry slice of real theater. The author of the drama column was Yao Wenyuan, a 44-year-old Shanghai essayist with a moon face and sly eyes. As drama criticism, his review was stale stuff. For the play that he damned was none other than Hai Rui dismissed from office, the 1961 work by the vice mayor of Beijing. Wu Han's play was probably a cunning allegory that protested Mao's own dismissal of Peng from the defense ministry. Mao had seen the barb behind it 4 years before. Now he felt he could hit back. Only Mao would have made a big issue of Wu Han's play because Mao was its target. In remarking to some Albanian visitors that the Cultural Revolution began with the Literary Currents article, Mao admitted that his own role in Chinese politics was its first bone of contention. Yet Mao did have some broad and even noble motives for his great proletarian cultural revolution. Villagers so wretched that they ate bark, he told Malraux, made better fighters than glib chauffeurs from Shanghai. He was worried about the softness of the 300 million young people born since 1949. They must be put through a struggle of their own. Mao was also reasserting his belief that people count more than things. Should we attach more importance to men, to things, or to both? He asked in a directive on labor reform. It was a question that Chinese tradition had long concerned itself with, and Mao gave an answer that was very Confucian. If we do our work on men well, he concluded, we shall have things as well. Mao was trying to reestablish, amid the shifting sands of the Chinese Revolution, a priority for social relations over economic output. He believed deeply in purge and renewal. If you have to fart, fart, he once cried out at a party meeting. You will feel much better for it. As in the past, it was nature that lent him the patterns of thought he felt comfortable with. Don't peasants weed several times a year? The weeds removed can be used as fertilizer. The sentiment was macabre in its implications. Yet Mao, rousing himself, was not without hope. He started with a shot at Hai Rui dismissed from office for reasons beyond mere wounded vanity. Like any Chinese leader, he had a healthy regard for the role of literature in cementing or undermining the legitimacy of a political dynasty. Being a semi-intellectual himself, he did not quite trust the literati, yet he was fascinated by them too. He had come to believe and told an audience of economic planners so in mid-1964 that in Russia, the new privileged elite had sprung first from literary and artistic circles. Why are there so many literary and artistic associations in Beijing? He inquired in irritation. They have nothing to do. At the festivals, army performances are always the best, local troops rank second, and those from Beijing are the worst. His obsession with Russia, his chauvinism, his craving for immortality, all tumbled out before the same group of economic planners. You have this association, that organization, it's all just a transplant from the Soviet Union. All ruled by foreigners and dead men. If Mao was furious with Beijing cultural officials, he also had bigger fish to fry. Shooting at the vice mayor, he hoped to splatter some blood of accusation on the mayor. Peng Zhen was a man of taste and stature. In some eyes, he was a possible successor to Mao. His urbane, routinized ways turned Beijing into a city that Mao found without a soul and self-important. Mao angrily refused to read People's Daily during these years. He preferred the army paper Liberation Army Daily. Much of the Academy of Sciences in Beijing, he sneered, was a sort of fairyland where they no longer eat the food of human beings. He noted with distaste that the antiquarians there read precisely those journals which he found impossible to stomach. But the work of the Academy was a prime example of the sober and specialized research that the mayor thought necessary for China's future development. Still at the stage, Peng Zhen snapped of Jiang Qing's simplistic, politicized pieces for the theater, of wearing trousers with a slit in the seat, a reference to the open seam in a Chinese child's pants which allows it to defecate unannounced. Two outlooks were about to collide. Using a crab-like technique to bring pressure to bear on Peng Zhen and the Beijing establishment, Mao appointed a group that included the mayor himself to guide what he had already labeled a cultural revolution. Nothing could come of that except a fight. The mayor tried to limit the Yao article to the realm of academic debate. Mao was bent on far-reaching political change. The first wave of the Cultural Revolution was against those officials who had come to regard the edifice of PRC rule as an end in itself. A fight was just what Mao had in mind. He watched it brew during the spring of 1966 from the vantage point of Shanghai. Peng Zhen and others in no way were prepared for a showdown with Mao. Their nonchalant, even naive behavior proved it. Mao met with the veteran American radical Anna Louise Strong and some of her friends to honor Ms. Strong's 80th birthday, just after he had finished editing Yao's article through 11 drafts for its publication in Literary Currents. His mood on this cool morning was calm and obstinate. He walked into the Shanghai reception room with Jiang Qing at his side. He inspected a bamboo carving on the wall. Quite absorbed in it, he stood there as if alone, forgetting his wife. He moved to a second carving and to a third. The roomful of guests meanwhile stood in utter silence, waiting for him to say a word or make a move toward the waiting lunch. Remarking that his doctors told him he should quit smoking, he lit a cigarette. He did not intend to give it up, he drawled. He invited other smokers in the room to light up with him. Some did. A few moments later, he noted that non-smokers were in the majority. "Don't be worried by that," he said to the smokers. "Go ahead regardless." His guest of honor was a fiercely anti-Vietnam War American. Yet Mao never mentioned the Vietnam War. All his barbs about the outside world were directed at the Soviet Union. Mao asked a half-dozen of Ms. Strong's friends their views on the international scene. The answers did not stimulate him. All 6 people had the same view, he remarked. That suggested prior orchestration. It would be more interesting if someone had a divergent view. The real cause of the stiffness in the conversation was that Mao's leftist visitors were merely anti-Washington, whereas he was also anti-Moscow. Mao had made a new analysis of international relations which put Russia and America theoretically on a par as class enemies of China. It was a confused analysis, gaily mixing up national and class factors, arbitrarily reclassifying Russia as capitalist, yet it carried the seed of a coherent new foreign policy line for China. Mao's problem in calling a plague on both superpowers was that most of the Politburo disagreed with him. It was clear to everyone in Beijing that the US was still a threat to China. Mao did not deny it. The novelty of Mao's position was that he asserted Russia could be no help to China in this predicament. Liu and many PLA leaders, on the other hand, still believed in the possibility of joint action with Moscow in the face of the American threat. Early in 1965, under pressure from Vietnam, Mao and Kosygin met on the Russians' way back from Hanoi. Mao was full of irony about Russia at this time. He had given up on joint action before Kosygin descended on Beijing. In dramatic fashion, he posed a question to the Russian that put the issue beyond dispute. Would the USSR come to China's aid if the US escalated the Vietnam War into an attack on China? Kosygin not only declined to give such an undertaking but failed to utter a single word in reply. With amazing frankness, Mao admitted to Kosygin in the ensuing conversation that some of his own colleagues did not see eye to eye with him on his attitude to Russia. Luo Ruiqing, chief of the general staff of the PLA, refused to equate Russia and the US. He thought Mao had taken leave of Marxist tradition and military common sense alike. Luo spoke warmly of the Soviet Red Army and hopefully of the socialist camp. He urged joint action for the sake of Vietnam. Mao engineered Luo's dismissal by a series of sharp maneuvers. Luo jumped, or was he pushed, out of a 6th-floor window. He was the first top victim of the Cultural Revolution. In striking down Luo, Mao built up Lin Biao even more, for these 2 generals gave voice during 1965 to divergent military political lines. Lin was far removed from the positions that Luo had been purged for embracing. Esteem for Russia, faith in the socialist bloc, a Europe orientation, a hawkish posture on the Vietnam War. Lin's own line became a faithful echo of Mao's mid-1960s view of the world. Mao and Lin saw the global situation as an extended replay of China's own revolution. The countryside, Third World, would one day surround the cities, the West and Russia, as surely as Mao's peasant revolutionaries had surrounded Shanghai and Beijing. World politics had been made a branch of guerrilla warfare. This looked very militant, but it was not. The Maolin line was dovish compared with the joint action line of Luo and Lu. The PLA should not venture beyond China's borders. China should fight only if the enemy came into Chinese territory. China was not the active spearhead of the anti-imperialist forces. The Third World in general was, the embattled Vietnamese in particular. The Maolin line dripped with nationalism. In Russia's bloc, China could only be number 2. But as spokesman for the Third World, China could be a kind of number 1, yet without the burdens of alliance relationships. As a wedge in the socialist bloc, the Chinese had been hitched to a Eurocentric goulash communism view of socialism. Now they could march under their own banner. Peasants, rather than communist parties of industrial workers, were the key to revolution. An armed struggle and not parliamentary maneuver was the way to change the world. Yellow and brown, not white, were the colors of the future. China's experience, not Russia's, was the point of reference for the Third World majority. Meanwhile, U.S. bombs were falling close to China's southern cities. It was as if, from an American point of view, Mexico was being pounded by the planes of a global adversary of the U.S. Mao kept amazingly cool about the Vietnam War. He purged most of those in the Politburo who were hawks on the issue, including some who favored sending Chinese troops into Vietnam to meet the U.S. forces before they burst through China's own door. Mao's strategic view was not changed by the outcome of the Vietnam War. He had already decided by the mid-1960s that Russia was a rising menace and the U.S. a falling one. The U.S. failure in the rice paddies of Indochina merely gave a delayed illustration to his thesis. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. On reaching Shanghai in the autumn of 1965, Mao wrote a truculent poem, Two Birds, a Dialogue. An eagle and a sparrow found themselves in the midst of gunfire. The sparrow was scared out of its wits. This is one hell of a mess. Oh, I want to flit and fly away. The eagle was of different metal. It asked skeptically where there could possibly be refuge. The sparrow had in mind a jeweled palace in Elfland's hills. This gullible bird, as Mao saw it, took comfort from such falsities as the nuclear test ban treaty and Khrushchev's vision of goulash communism. Don't you know a triple pact was signed? Under the bright autumn moon 2 years ago? There'll be plenty to eat. Potatoes piping hot, beef-filled goulash. The eagle had the last word. Stop your windy nonsense. Look, the world is being turned upside down. The poem was anti-Soviet, to be sure, but it also spoke of flux and reversals in the order of things. A long-standing philosophic view, not mere strategic calculation, led Mao to his new foreign policy. Kenji Miyamoto, leader of the Japanese Communist Party, came to China for earnest talks in early 1966. The Japanese Reds were Maoist enough to toss around the term revisionism when talking of Moscow. Yet they feared a large US-provoked war in Asia. So they were on a trip to China, Vietnam, and Korea to argue for the joint action with Russia that now was also favored by some of Mao's colleagues. In Beijing, the Japanese hammered out with senior Chinese leaders a communiqué that went part of the way toward this position. But Mao was far off in Canton, taking a respite from the March weather of Shanghai. Ominously for some in Beijing, he sent word that he wished to see the Japanese communists on their way out of China to Hong Kong. Mao was staying at a tranquil hot spring resort near an army base in the hills outside Canton. The bamboos must have shaken at his language when the Japanese arrived. No sooner had Miyamoto bent deep in polite bows than Mao began a tirade. He denounced the draft communiqué. He infuriated Deng Xiaoping and other senior Chinese who had come south for the meeting by shouting, "You weak-kneed people in Beijing." The Japanese cringed in amazement at the scene. Mao wanted the communiqué to call for a united front against both U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionism. The Japanese refused to agree. Mao then said the communiqué drafted in Beijing was null and void and that there would be no communiqué at all. There was none. Mao went on to alienate Miyamoto further by urging the Japanese Communist Party to put arms directly into the hands of the Japanese people and prepare for a people's war. This painful scene brought an end to the close ties between the Chinese and Japanese Communist parties. It also roused Mao to a fresh bout against those in Beijing who were resisting him. Just after Miyamoto left, he forced the dismissal of Peng Zhen, the mayor of Beijing. He was adding with a prodigal hand to his list of enemies. In particular, the gap between him and Deng began to widen. While on retreat from Beijing, Mao journeyed to the west. The hero of the novel is a monkey with a red backside named Sun Wukong. He performs wonderful feats. Sun steals and eats the peaches of immortality in the gardens of paradise. He storms the gates of hell in order to strike his name off the cosmic blacklist. He covers 180,000 leagues in one bound to reach the pillars that mark the boundary of the world, and once there, pisses on one of them to show his independent spirit. Daring fate, Sun the Monkey King has a trick for coping with adversity. He plucks hair from his body. The term for hair happens to be the same Chinese character as Mao's name, bites it into fragments and cries, "Change." Each piece then turns into a small monkey, and he has at his side an army of supporters. "We must overcome the king of hell and liberate the little devils," Mao remarked to a Politburo colleague in March 1966. "We need more sons from the various local areas to go and disrupt the heavenly palace." He and Beijing got them before the year was out. Mao in earlier years had always used the monkey image in a negative sense, as for fascists during World War II, but from the late 1950s he used it positively. Sun the Monkey King's daring, impishness, irreverence, and infinite aspirations all suited Mao's frame of mind. He brought this fantastic usage to a climax in 1966 by declaring that the revolutionary and the Monkey King were one and the same type. By mid-1966, Mao was ready to spring back in person to the public arena, and he did so clutching a packet of surprises worthy of Sun the Monkey King. He let China know he was alive, but not where he was sojourning, by receiving the premier of faithful Albania at an undisclosed location. Then he offered proof of his physical vigor. He went to Wuhan and swam in the Yangtze before a battery of TV cameras. "The water of the river seemed to be smiling that day," said the official news agency. When Mao returned to Beijing in July 1966, he did not go back to his usual quarters, the chrysanthemum fragrance study in South and Central Lakes. He believed it was bugged, and preferred to stay at Jade Spring Hills on the western outskirts. But soon, complaining that this place was contaminated, he moved to Diaoyutai, where Jiang Qing and her leftist friends were based. Again he grew anxious at the security of his living quarters. He next spent several months in room 118 at the Great Hall of the People, the suite usually set aside for his assignations with girls. Only at the end of 1966, 15 months after he had left Beijing for Shanghai, did Mao return to South and Central Lakes, and then not to the chrysanthemum fragrance study, but to the building that housed his indoor swimming pool. "We need," Mao ruminated on China's future, "determined people who are young, have little education, a firm attitude, and the political experience to take over the work." His own experience was his guide. "When we started to make revolution, we were mere 23-year-old boys," he pointed out, "while the rulers of that time were old and experienced. They had more learning, but we had more truth. The Cultural Revolution put this idea to the test. Young people were supposed to be untainted with old ways. Their education had been purely Chinese and without distortions from the non-Chinese world. As pristine products of new China, would they not prove to have more truth? In that sense, the Cultural Revolution was a fresh effort to do what the 100 Flowers had failed to do: crystallize a moral consensus. In another sense, the Cultural Revolution was a departure from anything Mao had tried before. The political experience that Mao wished youth to have was to be gained by a struggle against the party. This gamble, too, stemmed from the shocks of 1956 to 57. At that time, Mao lost his faith in the established doctrines of Marxism-Leninism. Truth and the authority of the party were thereafter quite separable in Mao's mind. So much so that by 1966, he believed that truth could be established independent of the authority of the party. For the great leap forward, Mao trusted the party as vehicle. For the Cultural Revolution, he did not. He called in the little devils to assault the party. Mao set the Red Guards loose by assuring them that to rebel is justified was the gist of Marxism. He invited them to knock down the old. At first, their targets were cultural. They smashed temples. They ransacked the homes of intellectuals and better-to-do folk for items that seemed bourgeois or revisionist. Sunglasses were unacceptable on the first score. Chess was too Russian to pass the second test. Almost all books other than those of Marxist doctrine were suspect. Burning them made rousing bonfires that were fun to watch. If the Red Guards seemed at times like religious zealots, Mao had handed them an apt doctrine. His line of thought was reminiscent of the maxim "love God and do what you like," which some Christians down the ages have believed in. If the heart is in the right place, it presumes, then good conduct will flow as naturally as water down a slope. Mao, in 1966, gave Marxism a similar twist. He put rebellion in the center, where the Protestant sectarian put love. If youth has the spirit of rebellion, the Mao of 1966 and 1967 believed, then it will do good deeds for China. It was a mindless theory, and it issued in mindless practice. The Red Guards had their own reasons to find satisfaction in rebellion. They were a lost generation who suddenly had a sense of being found. They had been to high school, but the expectations aroused there could not be fulfilled. Neither college places nor city jobs existed for them. A generation that had never had the chance to let its hair down now did so to an extreme. High school kids, who would not have known a capitalist if they saw one, accused veterans who had battled against capitalism for decades of being fingers on capitalism's black hand. A group of Red Guards broke into Peng Zhen's home in the middle of the night, switched on the light in his bedroom and ordered the fallen mayor to rise and come downtown to be criticized. Peng Zhen's face turned ashen out of surprise. The young zealots wrote in a breathless report, and he could not even dress himself properly. Mao asked his old comrade Zhu De to write some articles in support of the Cultural Revolution, and later to write a self-criticism for failing to support it. Zhu declined both requests. Zhu De was soon called a big warlord and careerist who wormed his way into the party. Mao was losing comrades in arms of decades standing. The Red Guards seemed to be devoted to Mao as believers to a prophet. It was in some cases a sincere devotion. But a student of 17 could not really share Mao's perspective on the Cultural Revolution. For him or her, it was exciting to shout insults at evil ones. It lent self-importance to travel up to Beijing by special train to see Chairman Mao and take part in revolution. The mechanics probably meant more than the message. The central authorities constantly urged us. One Cantonese youth who eventually swam to Hong Kong recalled, to take along Mao's quotations and study them whenever there was time. What we did was take along a pack of cards and play whenever there was time. It seemed that Mao had forgotten the difference between student politics, with all its instability and mixed motives, and the politics of administering a country of 700 million people. The pen and the gun, these were always Mao's two tools. He returned to Beijing only after troop reinforcements had been brought to the city. Once home again, though, he took up the pen. He wrote a wall poster and headed it, "Bombard the headquarters." The Cultural Revolution was being hampered by the center, it said, and so the center had to be dismantled. He took his poster to the building of the Central Committee and pinned it up on an inner door. Mao's act had large consequences. Wall posters appeared all over. China became a news paradise unmatched in its history. As gossip, opinion, reportage, and polemic were poured into posters. The messages were pasted to walls, pinned to trees, draped on stone lions, even spread out on the road when every other surface was filled. Beijing looked like one vast bulletin board. Huge crowds gathered to read the handwritten messages on white, yellow, or pink paper. It was all great fun for the ordinary person. He was being addressed, almost hourly, by the high and mighty, and that was flattering. Eventually, though, the voices of the wall posters became so cacophonous, and so much the expression of hopeless feuds, that they sank to insignificance under their own weight. Small boys gathered up fallen posters to sell them for a penny as fuel. Mao wrote another wall poster, half poem and half political manifesto, of mingled romanticism and defiance. Shall China no longer be proletarian at the end of the movement but bourgeois? Certainly not. Hats are flying in the air and cudgels are roaming the land. We have already sustained blows and lumps on the head. What shall we see in the last period of the movement? The sky has been cleaned of dust. The surface is full of sunlight and flowers. And as the mountain flowers open up, the plum tree blossom laughs with them. And if you do not believe me, just watch and wait a little. More hats were to fly, more cudgels were to strike, and sunlight and flowers were hardly to be seen. Standards fell by the month. At a Politburo meeting in May 1966, the attendees arrived to find on each chair a photocopied notice. Yi Kun was a virgin Lin Biao. As an undercurrent to the political struggle, the wife of Lu Dingyi, who had been a classmate of Yi Kun's in Yan'an, evidently spread the notion that Lin Biao's wife, then not yet married to him, had been promiscuous in Yan'an. In his brittle way, Lin Biao was making a spectacular denial of the rumor. Even Zhou had to grovel before Mao to deflect a criticism of himself apparently spurred by Jiang Qing. It was put about that in the 1930s, the Shanghai newspaper Shenbao had published an article by Wu Hao, the underground name of Zhou, renouncing his membership in the Communist Party. One day, Zhou arrived at Mao's swimming pool with a library copy of the original Shenbao article under his arm. With detailed evidence, Zhou was able to show Mao that he was no longer in the Shanghai area at the time of the article and could not have been the author. It was a forgery, he said. Mao believed Zhou and cursed the left. At first, the Red Guards wrote posters that merely criticized everything old. But in late 1966, Mao handed graver tasks to the little devils. He asked them to rectify or even overthrow half of the Politburo. As if to anoint them for their labors, Mao met 11 million of them at 10 sunrise rallies by the Gate of Heavenly Peace. The young people wore khaki. What did the seasoned veterans of the PLA think of that? With a red armband and the white words, Red Guard, each one clutched a copy of quotations. Waved in the air, the red covers made the square resemble a field ablaze with butterflies. Mao contributed to the rather forced military atmosphere by wearing his PLA fatigues and cap with the red star. The floppy green garments hid a figure that was by now pear-shaped. Swimming at Beidei, Mao patted a bodyguard on the stomach and said, "It's getting bigger. It's competing with mine." At none of the rallies did Mao make any kind of speech. It was frequently Lin Biao who spoke. He merely stood on top of the gate, Jiang Qing beside him, also in PLA uniform, and raised an arm. Yet hundreds of thousands wept from joy, biting their sleeves and jumping up and down in response to his mere presence. The Cultural Revolution brought all kinds of formalization of self-expression. In a weird way, Mao revived old China's rituals in his waning years. The philosopher who had written books wrote 200-word posters instead. The leader who used to lecture for hours to persuade his followers of the merits of a new policy now merely appeared before them with an upraised hand and a glassy smile. The teacher who always wanted his students to think for themselves seemed content to have them chant a phrase of adoration, which they no more understood than does a child understand the catechism he or she repeats. Artists signed their paintings, during the mad months of late 1966 and 1967, not with their own name, not with any name, but with the sycophantic phrase, 10,000 years to Chairman Mao. Mao took the collective spirit right into his bedroom. It was at the height of the Cultural Revolution, his doctor tells us, that Mao was sometimes in bed with 3, 4, or even 5 women simultaneously. Had not Mao asked in his 1949 speech on methods of work for a stop to flattery and exaggerated praise? Had he not forbidden even the naming of a street after a party leader? Yet now his own statue stared down over every lobby. His phrases were treated like magic charms, and urban China had come to resemble the interior of a Catholic cathedral, with Mao as a Red Mary. Mao would tell people about the splendid impact on Ku Qingshi, the leftist mayor of Shanghai, of a single glimpse of Lenin in a factory in the Soviet Union. Ku, a student in Moscow at the time, never forgot the moment. Said Mao when he told Ku's story to Dr. Li, "See how powerful the influence of a great leader can be on the people?" Why had Mao changed? Because in his old age, he did not any longer believe in the collegial authority of the Communist Party, and his own self-image reverted toward that of a traditional Chinese ruler. Because the cult of personality now seemed to him, as his remarks to Snow about Khrushchev's lack of a cult suggest, necessary in a backward society even within a Marxist political system. And because Lin Biao was pushing the Mao cult for his own purposes, and a mixture of lack of energy and lack of will prevented Mao from scotching it. You should be concerned about the national crisis, he told a throng outside the Central Committee building one day, and you should carry out the great proletarian cultural revolution to the end. He needed more turmoil, for inside the building he was in danger of being outvoted. Liu and Deng tried to limit the scope of Red Guard activity, just as Peng Zhen had tried to keep Yao's article in Literary Currents within the bounds of academic debate. But they did not dare to denounce it for the anarchy that it was. With outrageous disregard for historical circumstances, Mao likened his colleagues' suppression of students to that of the anti-communist warlords of the 1920s. Doubts he covered up in a vapor of psychology. You should replace the word fear, he said to his most senior colleagues, by the word dare. Many of Mao's colleagues were, indeed, afraid, but they were also puzzled at what kind of daring was required of them. Deng was quietly contemptuous of the Cultural Revolution. Liu probably spoke the truth when he said he simply did not understand it. Chani remarked, I have always told comrades who were close to me that if I were to lead the Cultural Revolution, there would be no Cultural Revolution. Meanwhile, with parts of China on the brink of civil war, the first Chinese H-bomb was detonated. Mao wanted both nuclear weapons and political disorder. This tiger monkey saw no contradiction between the two. That China got both at once showed that Mao was having his way. He did not go to large meetings, as Zhou Enlai did, and expend himself in oratory. He lay by his swimming pool and solved a problem by penning cryptic comments on someone else's document. His living quarters were no longer the chrysanthemum fragrance study, but the suite attached to the pool. Within South and Central Lakes, to go to the swimming pool meant to go see Mao. Life by the pool was physically lazy and also sensual. Mao took a liking to swimming naked, which required male staff members to clear females from the vicinity. There was, in addition, something redemptive about a life in and by water. Splashing in water meant washing away what existed and making the body new. As Mao grew older, life by the pool, where he wore only swimming trunks and a robe, probably helped him cling to youthfulness and fend off mortality. It was also part of Mao's return to the world of his rural upbringing, along with upholding military virtues and anti-intellectualism. As a small boy, he learned to swim in the pond on his father's property. As an old man, he made swimming central to his life, and his will to swim, even when danger threatened and his staff were aghast, was a symbol of his political resolve. In early 1967, there was violence, uncertainty, and hatred in the air. Tens of thousands of people had already been killed in the Cultural Revolution. Yet Mao declared to Albanian visitors in February that he felt more optimistic about the situation than he had the year before. Was Mao putting China through some kind of high-level therapy, or was he fighting a life-and-death battle for control of China? Mostly the former. Mao had lost quite a deal of power by the mid-1960s as compared with any period of the PRC's life until 1959. But he himself had taken the first step toward that loss of power. His eclipse, however, went further than he found acceptable. Deng Xiaoping never consulted with me, he complained, not having expected the Secretary-General of the party to grow that independent of him. From 1962, Mao worked out some fresh ideas designed to renew the spirit of the Chinese Revolution. These ideas about the persistence of class struggle, the relation of culture to the economic system, and the menace of Russia were resisted by Liu and Deng and others. Mao decided, as he told Snow, that Liu had to go. Yet he was fighting a bigger, vaguer enemy than Liu and Deng. In the name of his vision of socialism as eternal struggle, he was fighting the reality of socialism as proliferating bureaucracy. His inability to confront certain cold, hard facts about the regime he had created made him invent phantoms to explain why things kept going wrong. Chief Phantom was an exaggeration of the role of class in the China of the 1960s. Mao explained to some Albanian army men what he meant by capitalist roaders. They were people who had thrown themselves into class struggle before liberation but did not see the point of doing so in the different circumstances since 1949. Mao had hit the nail on the head. Indeed, he gave voice to a logical inference from his analysis that made nonsense of capitalist roader and such terms. Let's just say that it is veteran cadres encountering new issues. No doubt Mao meant some irony. But his phrase aptly identified the kernel of truth inside the absurd husk, capitalist rotor. The Cultural Revolution was not mainly a power struggle between individuals. Students at the grassroots, like marionettes lined up against each other by a hidden string puller, used guns and killed each other. But the leaders did not fight each other with guns. In midsummer 1966, Mao called a meeting of 10,000 students at the Great Hall of the People to hear the news that the work teams that Liu and his friends had sent to the campuses, while Mao was away from Beijing, were to be disbanded. Mao had not planned to go to the meeting, but at the last moment he did, secreting himself behind a curtain near the stage. Liu made a limited self-criticism to the crowd, describing himself and Deng as old revolutionaries facing new problems. Sitting with staff members, Mao snorted, "Old counter-revolutionaries is more like it." With another impulsive decision, Mao ordered the curtain behind the stage pulled back. He walked out to face the 10,000. The chant, 10,000 years to Chairman Mao, went up as he walked around the stage, saying nothing, not looking at Liu or Deng, not acknowledging their presence. The pair of them remained on the stage, open-mouthed, dazed. Mao did not suddenly dismiss Liu and Deng, or lock them up, much less shoot them. Over a period of months, he put pressure on the pair. From them, a variety of responses was possible. For a while, Deng went along somewhat with Mao's idea of a cultural revolution. Liu was obstinate and with great dignity chose to go down rather than embrace notions that he judged mistaken. Mao did not intend to turn China over to the Red Guards. He wished to stir up and steal Chinese youth, not to share state power with them. So seizing of power was a misleading slogan. A purge of some rightists, yes. A new political system, no. One day in early 1967, Mao asked Zhou how the seizing of power was faring. In some units, Zhou replied, power is taken over by one group, and then another and passes back and forth. Zhou had skirted with delicacy around the farcical character of the whole enterprise. Back and forth indeed. Meanwhile Mao and Zhou, the real power holders, sat receiving reports of power seizures, as if they were football games. Angry at Jiang Qing's attacks on propaganda chief Tao Zhu and others, Mao lashed out at her. Your will is strong, your talent is feeble. Your eyes are aloft, your hands are at work down low. You can think of only one thing, knocking down Tao Zhu. At this time, Chun Boda also despaired of working with Jiang Qing. He told Wang Li he planned to kill himself over the matter. He'd been reading a book which said Lenin acknowledged that a communist could be permitted to commit suicide. Wang Li urged him to talk the issue over with Zhou Enlai. This Chun Boda did, and after an hour's meeting at building number 14 at Diaoyutai, the premier talked Chun out of suicide. All the while, Mao went on regarding his wife and Chun as closely allied. According to Wang Li, Mao's decision to relocate two key leftists, Zhang Chunxiao and the propagandist Yao Wenyuan, from Shanghai to Beijing was in order that the pair should hold in check Jiang Qing and Chun Boda. A startling photo was pinned up on the bulletin board of the People's Daily building. It showed three people in a group at the National Day celebrations for 1966. Mao was on the left. The widow of Sun Yat-sen was on the right. In the middle was Liu. Crowds looked at the photo with a kind of guilty shock. Photos are powerful in Chinese politics, and this one seemed to reverse heaven and earth. To publicize a photo of Liu et al. At this stage was unusual. And Mao should have been in the middle. Soon the People's Daily chief lost his job. He had been a supporter of Liu. With picture power, he had tried to arrest the downward slide of the head of state. Mao and Liu had worked together for most of 45 years. They were both from Hunan and understood each other perfectly in its muffled accent. In Yan'an, it was Liu who planned the buildup of Mao as leader and thinker, capped at the 7th CCP Congress in 1945. No shred of evidence exists that Liu ever tried to dislodge Mao from the #1 spot. True, Liu saw Mao as chairman of the CCP, not as an emperor. The two men differed in outlook. Liu had less esteem for the peasant contribution to revolution than Mao did. He believed in party authority as a Catholic does in the church and was less keen on inviting the masses to criticize the party than Mao was. He was by temperament given to orderly procedures and not inclined, like Mao, to a wave-like approach to economic development. Lu lacked Mao's soil-deep nationalism, and he did not become obsessed with Soviet failings as Mao did. Unimaginable that Mao would ever have used the internationalist form of words that came naturally to Lu's tongue. The Chinese Communist Party is one of the outstanding branches of the World Communist Party. For Mao, nothing Chinese could be called a branch of something not Chinese. The biggest difference of all was that there was no monkey in Lu. He did not share Mao's oblique angle of vision on things. He did not see and delight in life as eternal flux in the way Mao did. For Lu, history was an escalator. For Mao, it was a churning sea. For Lu, socialism was a science to be pursued by rational steps. For Mao, socialism was a morality, not susceptible to being clinched in a final victory. Yet these differences had not prevented the two men from working together with enormous success. In speeches, Mao had often referred to Lu warmly by his given name, Shaoqi, a rare usage for Mao when talking of colleagues. Only the Mao of the Cultural Revolution found Lu intolerable. What happened then? Mao came to transcend Marxism and the idea of the party as a church while Lu remained an orthodox believer. The Mao-Lu split began to open up at the time of de-Stalinization. Mao's eventual response to the shock from Moscow, a decision to find a Chinese way to socialism even if it was not still a Marxist way, left Lu behind in dogged orthodoxy and sheer incomprehension at the pranks of the Monkey King. Only a Mao who had lost the historic faith could have purged Lu. Recall his own objection to Khrushchev's attack on Stalin. The actions of Stalin bore the imprint of the times. At stake was not just Stalin's reputation, but the authority of the communist movement. Lu's actions, too, bore the imprint of the times. And his reputation was hard to separate from the movement he had played so prominent a part in. But Mao had lost all collegial sense. He cared much less than before for the edifice of authority of which Lu was a leading buttress. Particular issues, as always in politics, helped fuel a general discontent. During the early 1960s, Lu was not so disposed as Mao to give foreign aid or play the Third World card with large commitments to national liberation struggles. And the two men fell out, perhaps climactically, on how the socialist education movement should be carried out in the villages. But if it had not been these issues, it would have been others. The real issue was Mao's evolution from Marxist to Monkey King. Lu proved obdurate. The split might have been arrested if Lu had the willow's suppleness, as Zhou had, but he did not. Speaking to an Albanian group in late April 1966, when Mao was starting to crack the whip for his new adventure, Lu did not once mention the words Cultural Revolution, or even Mao. Lu's most drastic step of resistance was typical of his organization-mindedness. He tried to summon a full Central Committee meeting and have Mao's Cultural Revolution reviewed. But 1966 was not a moment for the triumph of the letter of party law. A Caesar had much of the nation mesmerized. Lu by now found Mao mystifying, and from late 1966, Mao avoided meeting him. One day in the hot, violent summer of 1967, a crowd of Red Guards cornered Lu near the State Council auditorium within South and Central Lakes. Fevered leftists, including staff members from the Bureau of Secretaries at South and Central Lakes, pushed, beat, and kicked Lu and his wife Wang Guangmei. Some grabbed Lu by the hair. Others forced him to the ground, kicking him, slapping his face. Guards of the Holy Temple of Chinese Communism did nothing to intervene. Mao had left Beijing to visit Wuhan. He neither ordered nor prevented the attack. The people he appointed to the Cultural Revolution small group had taken the matter into their own hands. Soon after Mao put up his wall poster, he began to recognize that things were going wrong. He admitted it. He may have liked the disorder. He said in August 1966 that the chaos should be allowed to go on. Yet neither he nor anyone else could be pleased with the resulting death and destruction. The situation developed so rapidly as to surprise me. He confessed lamely to the Central Committee in October. I cannot blame you if you have complaints against me. The Cultural Revolution became, by the winter of 1966 to 67, a series of ad hoc responses to occurrences that hit Mao with no more predictability than lightning hits a tree. As 1968 arrived, it had become, militant words notwithstanding, a rescue operation. Mao's responses grew more and more anti-leftist. The opening stage of the Cultural Revolution, 1965 to 66, had been directed against those veteran cadres encountering new problems. The code word was capitalist roaders. The next stage, from 1967, was directed against young firebrands who proved less good at building than at smashing. The code word was ultra-leftists. People's Daily still managed to urge rebellion. Yet, between the lines was a very different admonition to law and order. Well before Liu was formally dismissed from office, in October 1968, Mao's focus of anxiety had switched from Liu's errors to the errors of the little devils who had attacked Liu and who wanted communism now. The turning point came in Shanghai. Militant leftists seized power, as Mao had invited them to. They proclaimed a Shanghai Commune, along the lines of the utopian Paris Commune of 1871. Mao did not approve. He summoned to his office in February 1967 the two leaders of the Cultural Revolution in Shanghai, Zhang Chunqiao, a former journalist whose career was closely linked with Mao's patronage, and Yao Wenyuan, the moon-faced propagandist who had written the critique of Hai Rui dismissed from office. Mao could hardly wait to see them. As their plane flew up from Shanghai, he kept asking his secretary if it had arrived at the Beijing airport yet. The supreme leader ended up waiting in the doorway for the two firebrands to enter his quarters. He poured cold water on them. Anarchism should be avoided, he said. Organizations must have someone in charge of them. Shanghai leftists had been quoting a statement of Mao's from the May 4th period. "The world is ours," ran this cry of youth. "The nation is ours, society is ours." "Don't quote it anymore," Mao said, murmuring that he didn't altogether recall using those exact words. As for a Shanghai Commune, Mao backed out of it with a curiously thin objection. If all China's cities set up communes, would China's name not have to be changed from PRC to something else? Would foreign countries grant recognition to a People's Commune of China? Zhang and Yao went back to Shanghai and turned down the thermostat of the Cultural Revolution from hot to lukewarm. The Shanghai Commune lasted just 19 days. The reason for Mao's change of heart was his dismay at the factionalism of the leftists. They had excelled at knocking down. But when it came to building, there were hundreds of supervisors and no bricklayers. Vanity reigned. Doctrinal hair-splitting drove any ordinary person crazy. The further left the Red Guards were, the less they deigned to link hands with anyone who seemed insufficiently pure. The multiplication of warring Red Guard groups made the sects of Christendom seem like a monolith by comparison. 3 provinces, Hubei, Hunan, Guangxi, and 3 cities, Beijing, Canton, Shanghai, alone counted 1,417 separate Red Guard organizations among them. In France, the revolution ate its children. In China, the children nearly ate the revolution. Mao took trips around China. He did not like what he saw. Not only were Red Guards fighting among themselves, but Red Guards as a whole were coming into bitter conflict with industrial workers. Rumblings of discontent could be heard in the army. Mao remarked in dismay to Zhou, "China is now like a country divided into 800 princely states." Mao sent a group of senior figures to Wuhan as his personal envoys to solve an impasse. In Wuhan, as elsewhere, the first stage of the Cultural Revolution, the drive against capitalist roaders, had caused resentment. The Red Guards were not as popular as Mao wished or believed. Chun Zidao, commander of the military region centered on Wuhan, resisted them. So did a broad front of workers from the city's many big factories. 2 of Mao's envoys, Wang Li and Xie Fuji, both ultra-leftists, sought to iron out the contention. Within a couple of days, they almost got ironed out themselves. Chun detained the 2 men, both among the 20 top-ranking leaders of China at that moment, and Zhou Enlai, at the risk of his life, flew for the second time in a month to Wuhan to negotiate the release of the 2 leftists. Secretly, Mao also traveled to Wuhan. Some of the commander's supporters, still holding Wang Li captive, but worshipful of Mao, swam across a lake to try to talk with Mao in his guest house. They were arrested. Mao disapproved of the arrest and announced he would sit down with both sides. Lin Biao intervened. Feeling that the turmoil created a threat to Mao's safety, the defense minister issued a direct order to have the chairman of the CCP escorted from Wuhan to the safer environs of Shanghai. Mao resisted. "I'd rather be arrested." But in the end, he left the city where his own left and his own PLA were fighting pitched battles. It was an unprecedented insult for the post-1949 Mao. This time, the Wuhan PLA commander lost. Zhou escorted him back to Beijing. Yet, the Wuhan warlords caused one. Mao had to accept the fact that the PLA was more in tune with popular sentiment than was the ultra-left. The Wuhan incident did not check, but rather enhanced, the power of the PLA in Chinese politics. People's daily chirped that the PLA had arrived on the scene to support the left. But neither in Wuhan nor elsewhere did the PLA in a consistent way support the left. Red Guards denounced Foreign Minister Chen Yi. They occupied his ministry. They sent cables to Chinese embassies around the world ordering fiery gestures. Relations with Cambodia, Burma, and other friendly countries were badly strained. Zhou himself was held prisoner for a couple of days. The rotten boss of the bourgeoisie, one Red Guard group labeled the premier, toying ambidextrously with counter-revolution. Another group wanted to put Zhou on trial. Agreed. Mao is reported to have responded to their request. "As long as I stand with him." To cap off their new approach to foreign policy, the Red Guards marched upon the British mission. They burned it, taunted the grim-faced staff, grabbed some by the genitals, and made one and all bow before a huge photo of Mao. Mao drew the line at this degree of unprogrammed rebellion. In the autumn of 1967, he spoke of unity as incessantly as a year before he had spoken of rebelling. Ultra-leftist. He murmured of the assault on the British, yet he had not prevented it. Chen Yi got away with talking back to his captors in terms that the Mao of 1966 would have found intolerable. "I have opposed Chairman Mao on several occasions in the past," the earthy foreign minister declared, "and I'm not sure I won't do so in the future." Chen Yi cut very close to the bone. Marx came from Germany. A Kautsky and a Bernstein were produced there to modify him. Lenin came from the USSR. A Khrushchev appeared there. Chairman Mao belongs to our country. There may also be someone to modify him. Wait and see. Mao could not go along with the attacks on Chen Yi. "The material isn't black at all," he concluded when shown a compilation of the black utterances of the foreign minister. "He is by temperament frank and straightforward." Another dimension to Mao's predicament in late 1967 was revealed when he asked for an end to the grilling of Chen Yi. "He has lost 27 pounds, Mao declared. "I can't show him to foreign visitors in this condition." Chen Yi was lucky. The storm hit him, unlike Liu, when Mao was no longer enthusiastic about the storm. "I definitely will protect Chen Yi," Mao said. "But first let the Red Guards put the heat on him." The strategy Mao employed was not followed in the case of Liu Shaoqi, scores of other senior officials, or thousands of middle-level ones. Chen was salvaged because Mao needed to replace spontaneity with order. At the height of the long, hot summer of 1967, Mao departed from Beijing, leaving Zhou to handle some of the most terrible moments of the Cultural Revolution. He went to Wuhan and later began a stay of 4 weeks in Shanghai, as well as visiting other places in the Yangtze Valley. His new line took form as he went. "You cannot deal with cadres in the same way as you deal with landlords," he said in Hangzhou, objecting to the putting of dunce caps on officials who had made mistakes. Yet he had spurred the left to do just this to Liu. "You cannot be skeptical about everything, you cannot overthrow everything," he told the comrades in Wuhan, without any admission that he had recently been, and done, just that. A chastened Mao was less sure than 2 years before that rebellion was justified. He needed to recoup. Those who can be saved should be saved. He laid down while in Jiangxi province. By late 1967, Mao was in favor of law and order. The little devils were ordered back to school. They were still to make revolution, but the reopening of the schools rendered that impracticable. "If leftists remain uneducated," he murmured in Jiangxi, "they will become ultra-leftists." Can the Red Guards assume command? They will certainly be toppled tomorrow after being installed today. This is because they are politically immature. The Red Guards are incompetent. Mao got out from under the genii he had invented. The senior ultra-leftists of the Cultural Revolution group were not able to save themselves in the same way. Many were arrested before 1967 was over. Mao even began to criticize his wife as a left opportunist. Turning against the ultra-left, Mao chose the logical alternative ally. He asked the army to restore order. In factories, schools, and offices, the PLA took over from the incompetent Red Guards. Mao made an immortal rationalization of his decision to call in the troops. Soldiers are just workers and peasants wearing uniforms. His own maxim of earlier years would have been more to the point. The barrel of a gun is the source of political power. Soon a tortured new organizational form emerged. The name Revolutionary Committee conveyed nothing of its significance. The form was a triple blend of Red Guards, army men, and cadres who had reformed themselves since 1966. The reality was a three-legged monster that could go nowhere. The Revolutionary Committee was a thinly veiled step back toward the pre-cultural revolution political order with PLA power added. Mao appeared at a function with Zhou and Lin Biao one day in early 1968. The People's Daily report of the occasion included a photo with Lin standing in the middle. Zhou was to his right, Mao to his left. It looked to many Chinese as if the head of the PLA was China's man of the moment. Was that the most important outcome of the Cultural Revolution? Frustrated with the behavior of veteran cadres during bitter struggle over the adverse current of February 1967, Mao had burst out in angry sarcasm to Wang Li. Perhaps I'll execute Jiang Qing and Chen Boda, send Kong Sheng out of the country into exile, make Chen Yi head of the Cultural Revolution Group, with Su Xiangqian and Tan Jinlin as his deputies. If that doesn't work, I could call Wang Ming and Zhang Guotao back from abroad. If necessary, what about inviting the Americans and the Soviet Union to lend a hand? Into 1968, his frustration grew even more severe. It was past midnight one summer night. Mao was in his home at South and Central Lakes. Present were two groups, two generations, two segments of the Cultural Revolution leadership. The Politburo colleagues whom Mao had stuck by sat with him. Lin and his wife, Jiang Qing, Kong Sheng, Yao Wenyuan of Shanghai, Xie Fuji, the police minister, who had been one of Mao's two envoys nabbed in Wuhan, and Chen Boda, the left-wing theorist. There were also 5 key Beijing Red Guard leaders, among them Nie Yuanzi, her given name means atom, a philosophy teacher who headed an extreme Red Guard camp, and Kuai Dafu, an intense, bespectacled science student who had become intoxicated with power at Tsinghua University. Mao scolded the Red Guard leaders for using violence in the factional struggles. At the same time, he mocked their lack of real power. Nie's cannon fodder is limited in number and so is Kuai's, he observed. Sometimes 300, other times 150 men. How can that be compared with the number of troops under Lin Biao? He tried to switch the Cultural Revolution back to its more literary beginnings. We want cultural struggle, not armed struggle. Mao dealt with the Red Guard leaders bluntly, as a veteran politician talking to neophytes. I am the black hand that suppressed the Red Guards, he said to these young people who had expected that seizing power would lead to a new political system. He announced with crisp authority and doubtful accuracy, I have never made any tape recordings before, but I am doing it today. Otherwise you will interpret what I say today in the way you wish after you go home. There were flashes of chagrin. Too many people were arrested, Mao said of the violent phase of the Cultural Revolution. Because I nodded my head, Xie interjected that he, as the police minister, was the one to blame for excessive arrests. Don't try to free me from my mistakes, Mao rejoined sadly, or to cover up for me. Chen Boda chipped in with an admonition to the Red Guards. Follow the chairman's teachings closely. Mao snapped, don't talk about teachings. There was a certain guilty realization on the part of Mao, and some of the left wing of the Politburo that sat by his side, that the Red Guards had been edged onto the path of extremism by ambiguous orders from the top in 1966. Mao permitted himself a moment or two of bitter humor. Children are collecting big character posters as waste paper for sale, he suddenly remarked. How much a caddy? The police minister had a reply, 7 cents. The children are making a fortune. Mao did not offer a solution to the basic issue of order versus spontaneity that underlay the Cultural Revolution. He was unable to align faith in struggle as good for the character, a question for the individual, with his awareness that millions of people struggling with each other produce chaos, a question of political order. He gave a clear-cut instruction as China's leader. If anyone continues to oppose, fight the PLA, destroy means of transportation, kill people or set fires, he is committing crimes and will be annihilated. Yet he would not give up his strain of anarchism. Let the students fight for another 10 years, he burst out. The earth will revolve as usual. Heaven is not going to fall. The conversation drifted off politics and ended up with talk of plans for spending what was left of the night. Kwai da fu, Mao said like a solicitous teacher. If you don't have a place to sleep tonight, you can go to Han Ijing's place. Quite soon Kwai and Nye and most of the other Red Guard leaders would be sleeping in peasant huts in remote parts of China, having exchanged the cultivation of revolution for the cultivation of pigs. What does it mean to carry the Cultural Revolution through to the end? Mao asked in October 1968. I estimate 3 years, so next summer should just about do it. Mao wanted a new society. But in the Cultural Revolution he was driven less by a vision of the future than by a flight from a recent past that he did not like. He sought to purify the Communist Party, but the Red Guards thought he wanted to replace it with something else. Mao entered upon the Cultural Revolution armed with an intellectual diagnosis of the shortcomings of Chinese socialism. Capitalism was reasserting itself, he claimed. A battle had to be fought in the realm of ideas, a cultural revolution carried out, or else the economy might revert from socialism back to capitalism. This diagnosis was probably false, and most of what was smashed was later restored. Luism without Lu came back. Mao had smashed his enemies, but not his enemy. Mao also entered on the Cultural Revolution determined to establish more deeply his long-standing socialist values. Relations between people are more important than production of things. A struggle has a therapeutic benefit that goes beyond attaining the object of the struggle. A life is a battleground on which few victories are final and the low and the high change places often. He reminded China of the Maoist faith, but he did not convert China to it. Meanwhile, hundreds of thousands died, a generation was derailed for life, and many on the Politburo and the Central Committee were thrown onto the trash heap. The Cultural Revolution did not produce a new type of rule. Only some new assistants to the ruler and, for a season, a new social atmosphere. It did, though, put untrammeled power back in Mao's pale and aging hands. We are both more than 70, he said to Ho Chi Minh at the height of the Cultural Revolution. We'll be called by Marx in due course. Who our successors will be, Bernstein, Kautsky, or Khrushchev, we can't know. But there's still time to prepare. But Mao's preparations would grow ever less effective in meeting the goals he set himself. Chapter 18. A tall thing is easy to break. 1970 to 1971. Mao drove to the Great Hall of the People to bang the gavel for the start of a party meeting that was meant to crystallize the gains of the Cultural Revolution. But the 9th CCP Congress, hollow and tense, solved few of Mao's problems. Mao gave an appalling opening talk. The Congress would be one of unity, he began, and loud cheers bounced off the wood-paneled walls of the auditorium. But he devoted the rest of his speech to a vindictive caressing of all the CCP splits in the course of which he had cast aside old colleagues. The revised constitution, thanks to Lin Biao, stated that Mao Zedong's thought, together with Marxism-Leninism, was the official ideology of the CCP, a sharp change from the 8th Congress, in 1956, which, in the more collegial mood of Lu's heyday, had not waved the banner of any one living man's thought. The Cultural Revolution had hoisted Mao to new heights. Lin, with his constant smile, had been chief hoister. Did it not follow that the Cultural Revolution had given way to a stable and harmonious Maolin era? The Central Committee elected at the 9th Congress certainly looked like a Maolin instrument. Only 54 of the 167 members of the new Central Committee were holdovers from the previous one. Nearly 40% of its members were from Hunan, Mao's province, and Hubei Linz, even though the two provinces contained less than 11% of China's population. Yet the outlook was very mixed from Mao's point of view. On the eve of the Congress, the politically bruised foreign minister, Chen Yi, said to Mao with the mixture of wit and bite for which he was famous, "How can I be at the Congress? I am supposed to be a rightist." Mao replied, "Well then, come and represent the right." The remark caught Mao's wry, quizzical mood. Unlike the Congress of 1956, the Ninth Congress was held as a secret cabal of which no detailed news was given. It was a sign of the jumpy atmosphere. And for the first time ever, a CCP Congress was held without the presence of any observers from foreign communist parties, a clue to the fact that the Maolin era was built on Chinese feudal intrigue and mystification more than on Marxism as known abroad. Mao behaved like a Buddha, and was treated like one in sessions that consisted of ritual rather than debate. Only 11 of the 1,512 delegates spoke from the rostrum to the full Congress. In the back rooms, tensions were so great that it took more than a week to elect a new Central Committee. Delegates filed past a wooden ballot box at the front of the hall in a pattern of voting that went back to Yan'an days, and this body had to be swollen to twice its planned size in order to accommodate all the vying factions. Mao had stabilized the ship after a terrible storm, and he appeared to have been accorded the status of supreme sage of Marxism that Liu and Deng had denied him at the 8th Congress. Yet the sky had some dark patches. More than half the delegates wore PLA uniforms. Mao had brought the army in to pick up the fragments of the Cultural Revolution. The results of that intervention sat before him at the Congress. Within South and Central Lakes, his own staff switched to wearing military uniforms. Had Mao put in jeopardy his own principle that the party should control the gun? There were unresolved issues of contention, too, between some of these hard-nosed military officers and the extreme left faction which Mao's Cultural Revolution had inflicted on China. The Congress brought high office for the helicopters, who had risen up under Mao's patronage during the Cultural Revolution. Mao's wife joined the 21-member Politburo of the party. Also added were her two Shanghai associates, Yao Wenyuan and Zhang Chunqiao. The three of them had acted as Mao's left hand during the Cultural Revolution. Even those two firebrands of the Red Guard movement, Adam Nie of the Philosophy Department at Peking University and Kuai Dafu of the Chemistry Department at Tsinghua University, managed to get places as delegates to the Congress. Down in the middle ranks of the new Central Committee was another new face. The amiable, large-featured, shrewd-eyed face of Hua Guofeng, a methodical politician from Hunan province whom Mao had gotten to know on his return to Music Mountain in 1959. Absent from the new Central Committee was the name of Deng Xiaoping. At the same time, the Congress brought Lin's followers to the fore. In a move of neat symmetry, if ominous import, Lin's wife, Yi Kun, joined Mao's in being elevated to the Politburo. The god of mischief was sowing seeds for the future for Lin's group, and the Cultural Revolution leftists were poles apart in background and outlook. Lin rose during the Cultural Revolution, if only because so many others fell, but his link with the ultra-left was largely accidental. Mao had leaned on the military and still needed them, but he agreed more with the Cultural Revolution leftists. For the time being, he floated along with both wings and went nowhere in particular. It seems that Mao had mixed feelings about the promotion to the Politburo of both Lin's wife and his own. He worried that Jiang Qing was inclined to become giddy with success. He told her so in a letter. As for Yi Kun, the tough young second wife of Lin, who was also his administrative chief of staff, Mao soon began referring to her in rather sexist terms as Lin's old woman, Laupa. The growth of clan was one more sign of the decay of Marxism in Mao's Middle Kingdom. Darkest patch of all was that Mao had doubts about Lin Biao. He had known Lin for 40 years and worked with him for more than 30. But after 1966, the relationship between the two men was clouded by an issue that is delicate in any political system and exquisitely so in a Marxist dictatorship: the succession. People like de Gaulle and myself, Mao remarked to André Malraux in Liu's presence in 1965, we have no successors. Yet 3 years later, a piece of paper from the Ninth Congress did announce Lin as Mao's successor. Before the ink was dry on the paper, a process of rejection had begun to occur in Mao's mind. Each time a successor loomed, hand-picked by Mao as he had been, Mao stirred to a fresh burst of activity which undermined the rising successor. There was more to the Maolin problem than the tendency of number two men to remind Mao uncomfortably of his own coming death. First, Lin's PLA had grown all too happy in its post-1967 role as a keystone of the political establishment. Mao was now bent on rebuilding the party structure that he had so ardently tossed to the winds in 1966, but not all of Lin's PLA wanted to go back to the barracks. Second, Mao felt that Lin, during the 1960s, developed a power politics mentality. It irritated the monkey in him that Lin spoke of absolute authority. Mao did not, like Lin, give top priority to safeguarding the edifice of political power at all costs. He was not inclined, as Lin was, to smother political differences by throwing down a blanket of military authority. Third, naked ambition played a part. Mao, in a 1966 letter to his wife, had expressed irritation at the way Lin was packaging Mao thought as a magical panacea. "I have never believed," he wrote, "that those little books of mine could have such fantastic magic," yet he blew them up, and the whole country followed. By 1969, Mao suspected that Lin was flattering him out of an ulterior motive. Such are the deceptions of politics that Lin's hour of triumph, the 9th CCP Congress, occurred after Mao had probably decided that Lin should not be his successor. He had already told a colleague well before the 9th Congress, "If Lin Biao's health falters, I'll bring Deng back." He was soon to startle Lin by suggesting he should have a successor ready and proposing Zhang Chunqiao. Both Mao and Lin Biao held on to some key values of the Cultural Revolution, even as they failed to agree on implementing these values. Both men stood to the left of Zhou and several other leaders, including key regional military commanders. Both despised material incentives in industry, for example, and in cultural policy. Both rejected the notion of art for art's sake. But Lin wanted to carry on with Cultural Revolution policies the army's way. Mao not only distrusted Lin for his ambitiousness but felt that military methods were not a substitute for political methods. "I approve of the traditional army style of quick and exact implementation," he said in remarks to local politicians, "but not in questions of ideology." Mao wished to press on with open-ended revolution that would stir men's souls. Lin wished to consolidate the gains of the Cultural Revolution under the military aegis. Mao's summing up speech to the Congress was lame. After a crack at foreign journalists who had criticized the secrecy of the proceedings, "The reporters in Beijing are not much good." He gazed out at the assembly and murmured, "That's more or less that. The meeting is adjourned." Around the time of the 9th Congress, Mao became ill and his doctor remarked, Mao's malaise was not just physical. It was political too. Indeed, much of the illness Mao experienced was psychosomatic. Neurasthenia was Li Jisui's delicate word for Mao's mental problems. For some months, he brooded. He made no public appearance between May and October, and 1969 looked like Lin Biao's year. Mao's one fresh remark, "Fear neither hardship nor death," on the occasion of Army Day, did not suggest optimism. For the moment, he had decided to give Lin rope to play with, or else he could not avoid doing so. Bonapartism grew in China, as often in Chinese history in the wake of turmoil. The Red Guards, or what remained of them, now marched to the beat of Lin's left-inclined military machine. Not all PLA leaders liked Lin or his leftism, or the idea of the army playing a direct political role. Such dissenters, for the most part, held regional rather than central military posts. But Zhu De was among them. "Who do you think you are?" Lin shouted at the venerable Zhu during one of their arguments. "It was I, not you, who did the fighting." Mao's problem was that these unideological old-style military commanders were no more Maoist than they were Linist. They could be expected to abandon Lin in a crunch. But Mao's Cultural Revolution had appalled them. Some had begun to wonder if Mao's useful days were over. Mao blamed Lin for the grotesque Mao cult, which made him seem more like a religious than a political leader. It was true that Lin hung the label genius on Mao. One single sentence of his, Lin gushed, is worth more than 10,000 of ours. "Don't you think this is going too far?" Mao later claimed he said to Lin. "One sentence is, after all, just one sentence. How can it be worth 10,000 sentences? Mao feared that the infallibility of a god meant also the remoteness of a god. He suspected that Lin was trying to kick him upstairs to the high benches of sainthood. One day in 1971, Jiang Qing, strolling at the Summer Palace, came upon an inscription on the walls of the White Cloud Pavilion. Read Chairman Mao's book. Listen to his instructions. A harmless enough slogan. But while the words were those of Lei Feng, a famous young martyr, the 6-foot-high characters were done in Lin's calligraphy. Jiang Qing was outraged that Lin should give the public the impression that he was the author of the slogan. Was he not using the cult of Mao to hoist himself up to fame? Lin gave the cult a twist that understandably disturbed Mao. He made thought of Mao Zedong, rather than simply Mao Zedong, the talisman of doctrinal rectitude. The thought of Mao Zedong, radio stations began to declare in 1970, is the brightest red Sunday. The magic of Mao could outlive Mao, in other words, and be mediated by a fresh hand. Mao's tension also arose over Lin's desire to appoint someone to fill the office of head of state, which Liu Shaoqi had occupied until the Cultural Revolution hit him. Without such a post, Lin said, using a line of reasoning that showed how different his mind was from Mao's, orders will not have due weight and people will not know who is in authority and who is not. Lin said he wanted Mao to become head of state, as he already had been in the early years of the PRC. Mao did not want this largely ceremonial job. But Lin was so persistent that Mao complained he had to declare 6 times that he would not again become head of state. If each time I said it I used one sentence, Mao later remarked in a sarcastic reference to Lin's pretended reverence for sentences from the chairman's lips. That is now the equivalent of 60,000 sentences. He raged that apparently each of my sentences is not even worth half a sentence. Mao came to feel, and he was probably correct, that Lin was trying to coax Mao to offer him the top state job. Mao had no intention of doing so. On the face of it, Lin's clumsy overreaching on both the genius issue and the presidency issue was amazing. Had he not already been named in the new constitution as Mao's successor? Did the situation not call for patient modesty above all else? But Lin chafed in the number 2 spot. Being in Mao's shadow, so near to the top job and yet still infinitely far from it, seemed to fray his judgment. Not an uncommon fate for a number 2 man, as Anthony Eden found out in Churchill's shadow, Hubert Humphrey in Lyndon Johnson's, and George Bush in Ronald Reagan's. Another problem for Lin was that many Chinese other than Mao began to doubt that he had what it took to be chairman of the CCP. At the first National Day celebration after the 9th Congress, on October 1, 1969, Lin and Mao appeared together on the balcony of the Gate of Heavenly Peace. Lin gave the speech. His thin, nasal voice carried no excitement. His head was buried in his script. Even as he read his lines, the 1 million people in front of the gate were calling out, "Chairman Mao! Chairman Mao!" Many in the crowd must have wondered, and some leaders on the balcony did wonder, if Lin's tubercular figure really had in it the timbre of chairmanship. Guns crackled on the banks of the Amur and Ashuri rivers in China's far northeast. Russia and China, brothers, treaty partners, and self-appointed beacons of proletarian internationalism to a world presumed to be in darkness, were at war over bits of icy wasteland. Nearly 1,000 were killed, most of them Chinese, in a few weeks of fighting on the eve of the 9th Congress. Mao was not surprised, and he may even have felt grimly vindicated. He had believed for several years that Russia, not America, was China's biggest problem. "Have no fear of tigers from the south," ran a Chinese proverb, "but beware even a rooster from the north." Mao took the proverb as policy. When he launched his Cultural Revolution, the main international issue for Mao was how to deal with the U.S. The question he addressed to Russia, as during his brutal session with Kosygin in 1965, was the derivative one of whether Moscow could be of any assistance to China in the event of a Sino-American war. By the time the 9th Congress brought down the curtain on the rubble of the Cultural Revolution, the situation was an opposite one to Mao's eye. Could he play the American card against Russia? For this acute change in Mao's worldview, there were 2 reasons. American policy was changing. Mao felt that the U.S., having struck trouble in Vietnam, would not in future cause trouble for China. At Guam in mid-1969, Nixon told the world that the era of U.S. military expansion in Asia was over. Meanwhile, Russian foreign policy was fully living up to the dark view Mao had held of it for a decade. Moscow sent tanks into Prague to put an end to Dubček's experiment in democracy within Marxism. Mao promptly called Brezhnev and Kosygin the new czars. If the doctrine of limited sovereignty could prompt the Russians to barge in and rescue Czech socialism, might it not spur them to try to scrape together a pro-Russian group in China and prop it up at the point of Soviet bayonets? When Brezhnev convened an international meeting of communist parties in mid-1969 and proposed a made-in-Moscow version of tse-tung in the form of a collective security pact for Asia, Mao said, "He is like a notorious prostitute who insists on having a monument erected to her chastity." Mao was pitilessly tearing the Marxist mask off the face of the Russian bear, oblivious, it seemed, to the precedent he was setting for a later claim that his own Marxism was tainted beyond recognition by nationalism. Not all of Mao's colleagues agreed with his startling shift of foreign policy line. Peng Dehuai, in 1959, had been one of the first to be puzzled by the vehemence of Mao's rejection of the Soviet embrace. Liu Shaoqi's idea that joint action with Russia was still a possibility in 1965–66 damned him in Mao's eyes as much as did any other issue. Now it was Lin Biao's turn to find out that Mao's hostility to Russia seemed to go beyond reasonable bounds. Russia had come to obsess Mao. Part of the problem was his sincere distaste for Soviet socialism as it had evolved after the death of Stalin. Part of it was the cultural gap between Mao and Russia that had yawned so starkly when he and Khrushchev sparred. It is hard to separate the two factors. If Mao had visited Russia back in the 1920s as Zhang Guitao did, he might well have discovered, with Zhang, that Russian socialism even under Lenin was not a very appetizing dish to a Chinese palate. By 1969, Mao's hostility to Russia also stemmed from a simple nationalistic calculation. America had peaked. Russia was on the rise. A tilt to the American side would serve China's interests. There was, too, an irrational streak in Mao's obsession with Russia. Russia was a mirror in which Mao saw certain ugly realities that had to do less with Russia itself than with Marxism, shortcomings inside China, and his own style of rule. He came to hate Russia for its espousal of goulash communism, in large part because China was too poor to permit consumer levels to be made the yardstick of true socialism. He scorned Soviet revisionism as a travesty of Marxism less because he held a clear-cut alternative view than because he was floundering in pessimism about the future of Marxism as a faith. Mao was on the brink of giving up class analysis in favor of balance of power as the key to international politics. The late 1960s line, agreed upon by Mao and Lin, was to call for uprisings around the world to topple U.S. imperialism and Soviet revisionism. Yet, into the 1970s, as Lin continued to cry out for upheaval, Mao turned into an Oriental Bismarck. A clue to the change was Mao's new use of hegemony. This ugly word differs from imperialism, and even more from revisionism, not of the Marxist phrasebook, as the other two are. It is an old Chinese term meaning little more than power over others. Power, not a particular kind of social system, is its point of reference. Anyone who lords it over others is a hegemonist. So the door was opened to the unblushing amoralism of China's foreign policy in the 1970s. Mao had done much to bring into being the global strategic triangle that became the hallmark of the early 1970s world scene. Lin, in 1970, was still urging a defiant, even-handed, and armed-to-the-teeth attitude toward both superpowers. It was not a subtle policy, though it did seem to spring logically from Mao's Cultural Revolution period analysis of imperialism as a state of sin shared by Washington and Moscow. Perhaps Mao was not sure about his own analysis even when he made it. At any rate, he had no intention of maintaining an equidistant posture toward the US and the USSR for an extended period. Lin simply did not agree with Mao's tilt toward the West. Zhou, unlike Lin, the premier, knew the West firsthand, adjusted more readily. The turn toward the West gave Zhou a welcome opportunity to resume his old links with Americans, Frenchmen, and others. Mao had to juggle a number of factors in the period following the Ninth Congress. There was the problem of Lin as his looming successor. How to ease him out of the number 2 spot and onto that well-stocked rubbish dump of history. There was the awkward fact that many PLA officers still regarded the US, not Russia, as China's main enemy. And there was the crucial variable of Russian and American responses to Mao's neo-Bismarckianism. How much anti-Sovietism would Moscow let him get away with? Would his pro-Americanism be reciprocated by a Washington long mired in anti-CCP emotion? The Vietnam War did not make it easy for Mao to sculpt his new pro-West foreign policy. Yet, Mao felt that the trend of events in Indochina made a pro-Western policy for China all the more logical. He was already, by 1970, less interested in the Indo-Chinese wars than in what pattern of alignments would come in their wake. Japan seemed a roadblock on the way to Mao's pro-West policy. How could Mao tilt toward the US when Washington was the sponsor of the Japanese militarism that Beijing painted in such alarming hues? Yet Mao had long viewed Japan not mainly in terms of China's bilateral relations with Tokyo, but in terms of the global strategic situation. His view of Japan followed from his view of the main contradiction at any given point. As long as the US was China's main worry, Japan's power was, indeed, a challenge to China's interests in Asia. But if the United States turned benign, fear of Japan could be forgotten for a generation. And if Russia should become China's main worry, Japan would be a potential candidate, along with the US, for a united front against the polar bear. The polar bear was not idle. Moscow was at least as shaken by the Amur-Ashuri clashes as was Beijing. If Mao could call Brezhnev and Kosygin the new czars, that suspicious pair must have realized he might turn to Washington for insurance. The Russians were also aware, however, that Lin and others in Beijing were less anti-Soviet than Mao. They sought to forestall, or at least minimize, the sea change in Mao's foreign policy. They pressed for talks with the Chinese. When Ho Chi Minh died and left a will that cast a shadow of shame on both Marxist giants for their feuding, the pressure was irresistible. Kosygin had to be received in the Middle Kingdom. But only Zhou talked with him when he arrived in September 1969, and that in the terminal of the Beijing airport. Mao would no longer see a Russian leader. The truth was Mao did not want a settlement of border issues or anything else, with a regime he had decided to defy until hell froze over. His adamance was increased 100-fold by the fact that Lin wanted to maintain the policy of even-handedness toward the US and Russia that had been laid down at the Ninth Congress. When Moscow in mid-1970 proposed holding the summit that had been agreed on in principle at the Zhou-Kosygin airport session, the Chinese government refused. It was a sign that Lin was losing out. 6 months later, the Russians suggested a non-aggression pact to Beijing. Again, the Chinese said no. Again, Lin's star seemed to be sinking. Lin may well have reflected bitterly that it was not he, but Mao, who was changing his line. "I believe it won't be long before these countries," Mao had said during the 1940s, in reference to countries in which the US was setting up military bases, come to realize who is really oppressed. That Mao saw Moscow stepping into Washington's shoes was made clear by his acid remark in 1970, repeated by Zhou in my presence a year later. "The ghost of John Foster Dulles has now taken up residence in the Kremlin." ******. Mao's tension came into the open at a Central Committee meeting at Lushan, Mount Lu, in August 1970. For 2.5 days, a fight almost as grueling as that between Mao and General Peng Dehuai, at the same hill resort 11 years before, rocked the CCP's 255 leading figures and gave Mao sleepless nights. Although Mao complained of a surprise attack from Lin and his big generals, Lin, already feeling the chill wind of Mao's disapproval, was probably on the defensive. The issues were the same: the headship of state, the genius question, the role of the PLA in politics, the issue of whether or not American imperialism was still a menace. New was Mao's open and clear-cut opposition to Lin's views, maneuvers, and continued status as his successor. Lin Biao pushed for Mao again to be named head of state, but Mao now believed Lin Biao's real aim, since he knew Mao did not want the ceremonial post, was to grab it himself. Helped by Jiang Qing, Mao quietly undermined Lin Biao and moved to remove his aide Chen Boda. Lin Biao's plan failed. He said to his colleague, Air Force General Wu Faxian, "Doing things in a political way did not work. Using armed force will do the job." As at Lushan in 1959, Mao had won. Lin was not as rude to Mao as Peng had been, but his conduct was more devious than Peng's. The actual issues seemed less weighty than at the 1959 confrontation. In 1970, a big role was played by ambition, on Lin's side, and by psychological complexes, on Mao's side. The consequences of Lushan were very clear. Politically, Lin was henceforth in sharp confrontation with Zhou. His coalition with Cultural Revolution leftists such as Jiang Qing began to unravel. He was soon reduced to being the head of a cabal of disaffected generals. Policy-wise, the tide flowed against Lin on the genius, head of state and American issues. Under a serene sun, on October 1, 1970, Mao was watching the National Day parade of floats, guns, balloons, and athletes from his balcony atop the Gate of Heavenly Peace. To his side, he summoned two Americans then visiting Beijing, Edgar and Lois Snow. People's Daily later published a front-page photo of Mao with the veteran journalist and his wife. A friendly American was the label given to Snow, and a buttressing quote from Mao was chosen for the sacred box on the upper right-hand corner of the page. Peoples of the world, including the American people, are all our friends. As Mao and Snow gazed down on the Mao statues, Mao busts, and Mao quotes, the American could not resist inquiring, "How does it feel?" Mao grimaced. The personality cult was a nuisance, he later explained to Snow. It had served its purpose. Any prolongation of it would serve only Lin's purposes. Richard Nixon would be welcome to visit China. Mao told the left-wing journalist over breakfast 2 months later, whether as a tourist or as president. That remark set the stage for a final tussle with Lin over foreign policy during the spring of 1971. The last roadblock to a Mao-Nixon handshake was the US-backed invasion of Laos by South Vietnamese forces in February. Fortunately for Mao's pro-American policy, the incursion achieved little. It merely demonstrated afresh the Saigon regime's feebleness, and so turned out to be a parable of Mao's emerging worldview. Mao went ahead with plans for a preparatory visit to China by Nixon's national security advisor Henry Kissinger, the German-born wizard who had been a student at Harvard when President Truman lost China to Mao. One heard from Chinese foreign policy insiders a couple of years later that Lin, in defense of the Ninth Congress foreign policy of even-handedness toward the two superpowers, blazed at Mao. If you can ask Nixon to China, why can't I ask Brezhnev? Mao worked out a strategy for one of the biggest, though not closest, battles of his career. Could not but be big and bloody. Lin had been elevated very high in the eyes of the Chinese public and even named in the Constitution as China's next supreme leader. He had risen up on the left-wing wave of the Cultural Revolution. It would be difficult to repaint this budding renegade as a rightist. And Lin held the gun. Even Peng had not had firmly on his side a lineup of military leaders as senior as that which, by mid-1971, was conspiring to replace the Mao dynasty with a Lin dynasty. Not since the fight with Zhang Guotao during the Long March, indeed, did Mao have so much CCP military punch arrayed against him. Getting rid of Lin would command its price. Mao had months in which to weigh it. He had to move cautiously. So at the Lushan meeting of August 1970, he had first made a target of Chen Boda, the ideologue who had become allied with Lin, to cut the bonds between Lin and the ultra-left. And then, at meetings in December 1970 and April 1971, he aimed his fire at the big generals who surrounded Lin. The heir apparent himself, Mao pretended to protect and even save. A crucial division within the military, and a brilliant job by Zhou, gave Mao victory. The PLA had long been a self-reliant political army, living close to the soil. That changed in the 1950s after power was won, and the army underwent Soviet-style professionalization. A gap emerged between the PLA leadership in Beijing and that in the regions. The center, especially the small but growing Air Force and Navy, became more like modern military establishments in other countries. The regions, led in many cases by earthy veterans of the Long March, remained more traditional and less impressed by the ideological fashions of the moment. Unintended results of the Cultural Revolution sharpened the differentiation. Mao had encouraged Lin to militarize the social order and politicize the military order. He had by this same stroke turned off many a regional military commander. By early 1971, Mao needed to change sides, and thanks to Zhou, he was able to mask his defection. Zhou and the commanders were less inclined than Mao and Lin to hold fast to the values of the Cultural Revolution. Their alliance, a rather anti-cultural revolution one, now saved Mao from Lin. The PLA split. Zhou, on Mao's behalf, harvested anti-Lin fruits from the split. Mao coolly made Lin's central military establishment the third target, following Liu and the Utopians, of the cannibalizing crusade that was his Cultural Revolution. Earlier, he had propagated the slogan, "Let the people of the whole country learn from the PLA." Now he dryly observed, "This is incomplete." He tacked on an explosive, negating addition, "Let the PLA learn from the people of the whole country." The PLA would no longer be exempt from the dialectic of the monkey's second thoughts. Soon the last of the provincial party committees were set up. This could not but mean a clipping of the PLA's wings. Soldiers had come into the political arena when the party committees lay in ruins as a result of Red Guard smashing. Now they were being asked to give up the bright lights of political action and go back into the trenches. Each time Mao closed the internal door further against Lin, he opened China's external door further to America. He convened a central work conference to force self-criticisms from an inner group of Lin confidants that reached as close as Lin's wife. In the same month, April 1971, he sent a message to Washington that the way was clear, the Laos crisis had simmered down, for an American official to come to Beijing in midsummer. Just before Kissinger came in across the Himalayas, the Chinese press broke out in a rash of articles about the noble CCP tradition of party control of the gun. As the world reeled from the shock of seeing Kissinger go in and out of Mao's door, a parallel duality colored the muted celebration of China's Army Day. Lin's friend Huang Yongsheng, the urbane chief of staff of the PLA, gave a speech that assailed the US and did not mention Russia once. Meanwhile, Mao ordered republished a 1945 essay on policy which justified his decision at that time to negotiate with Chiang Kai-shek, and by implication also justified his new dealings with the Americans. Then Mao, on a tour of military bases in South China to argue the case against Lin, forced a dramatic confrontation with the sullen and silent chief of staff Huang. "I just don't believe that our army could rebel," Mao began at a party session. Then he apparently turned his face toward the chief of staff. "I just don't believe that you, Huang Yongsheng, could order the Liberation Army to rebel." On reaching Shanghai during his tour, Mao called in one of Huang's closest military colleagues and asked him, "What is your impression of Huang Yongsheng?" The officer, unaware that Mao was on the warpath, spoke warmly of his senior colleague. Mao rejoined icily, "Huang Yongsheng is a swindler of the Liu Shaoqi type." According to a story given credence in Canton, the sweating officer abjectly confessed his faulty judgment about swindler Huang. Mao purred like a cat. As pleased as if he had taken some tranquilizing pills, he earnestly gave the officer confidential instructions for his future role in the anti-Lin and anti-Huang cause. By his own admission, Mao in all these ways moved against Lin after the Lushan meeting. He mixed in sand to the situation by promoting people whose presence would dilute Lin Biao's power. He reorganized the Beijing military region to be ready for a showdown. Increasingly aware of Mao's vigorous anti-Lin Biao activity, Lin's circle grew desperate and hatched a counterplot that brought about in the autumn of 1971 a Götterdämmerung of top-level death and dismissal. Lin retreated to lovely Suzhou for urgent talks among the willows and canals with his wife and his 26-year-old son, the foolhardy Lin Ligua, who had risen at nepotistic speed to be a deputy commander in the Air Force. Their exact conclusions at this session in the early spring are not known, but the evolution of events suggests that they failed to reach a consensus. The impetuous son, Ligua, together with some other young Turks in the Air Force, began to plan a coup d'état against Mao. They went ahead with a crude scheme without the agreement or even the full knowledge of Lin and his senior followers. Yi Kun Lin's second wife and 22 years his junior, joined in as the plot skidded forward. Lin probably heard of the coup attempt only as a fait accompli. Huang Yongsheng and the other pro-Lin leaders may never have been involved in it at all. At the same time, Lin was certainly obsessed with Mao, and now probably hated him. He had betrayed his anxiety about the succession by remarking that Mao might well live over 100 years. The coup was code-named 571. Pronounced in Chinese, it can also mean armed uprising. The blueprint referred to Mao as B-52. To use a term of infamy from the still-raging Vietnam War was certainly an insult. It may also have carried the overtone of alleged pro-Americanism on Mao's part. At any rate, the image of Mao as a giant, moving high above all else, striking suddenly, was not inapt. Nor were the denunciations of Mao in the blueprint without their point. Inconceivable that Mao's Beijing would have totally concocted a picture that was in parts so damaging in its proximity to the truth. Those who are his greatest friends today will be his prisoners tomorrow. B-52 is a paranoid and a sadist. He is the greatest dictator and tyrant in China's history. B-52 favors those who struggle with the pen rather than those who struggle with the gun. When B-52 has decided to make someone lose face, he never stops halfway. Even B-52's own son has been driven mad by him. Our strength is still not at a maximum of preparation, and the cult of B-52 is deep among the masses. The Prolin conspirators had some harebrained schemes in mind. One was to have Mao killed in a traffic accident. Was there enough traffic in the Beijing of 1971 for a convincing accident to be staged? For whatever reason, few of the Lin Group's weird plans were actually acted upon. After the fall of Lin, the Chinese government made accusations of a number of other attempts on Mao's life. Poison was said to have been inserted into Mao's food. A mansion in Shanghai in which he was staying in autumn 1971 was strafed by Air Force fighters. An explosive charge was planted in Mao's train as he sped north for the climactic showdown in Beijing at the end of his southern tour. The plotter lost his nerve. Mao's entourage learned of the explosive. Mao got off the train and continued to Beijing by car. Within hours of Lin's demise, an officer appeared at South and Central Lakes in a last-ditch effort to shoot Mao on the spot. He wilted with guilt. The gun fell from his hand. He fell on his knees and begged forgiveness for his almighty crime. It is impossible to verify these amazing charges. Probably they are exaggerations of acts that Ligua and the Young Turks at least set in motion. It is unlikely that Lin himself made any personal attempt to kill Mao. Nevertheless, Mao's personal situation was insecure enough that he felt he had to move out of his residence at South and Central Lakes. He could not sleep or eat there safely. According to Jiang Qing, the compound had been infiltrated by the enemy. The pair of them, with staff, moved to the Golden Seas Hotel. Because the hotel was not convenient, they later moved again to the cavernous chambers of the Great Hall of the People. Desire to get away from intense pressure, a recurring impulse in Mao's life, made him leave Beijing in mid-August for a month-long trip in the south. In Wuhan, Changsha, Nanchang, and other cities, Mao badmouthed his boundlessly loyal successor. More than 100 extra troops in uniform were added to Mao's train. Signs of a drama moving to its climax existed once Mao arrived back in Beijing. After September 10th, none of the 4 pro-Lin PLA leaders in the Politburo ever appeared in public again. From the next evening, all of China's top leaders were out of sight for several days. They were in urgent consultation at the Great Hall of the People. During this period, air movements in China virtually ceased. Mao had made only one publicized appearance since May Day, a meeting, not in Beijing, with Nguyen of Burma, and none since early August. People began to gossip about his condition. Foreigners noted with knowing nods that Dr. Paul Dudley White, the American heart specialist, had arrived in Beijing at the invitation of the Chinese Medical Association on September 18th. CCP members, receiving a sufficient flow of sensitive information to guess at the Mao-Lin tension, were anxious on other grounds. In Hong Kong, an arresting piece of verbal gymnastics was performed. The building of the Bank of China, Beijing's hand on Hong Kong's heart, had for some time borne an illuminated slogan, "Long live the invincible thought of Mao Zedong." The phrase was Lin's. It was highly suitable for Lin's purposes. In early September, the red neon tubes came down. A new slogan went up, "Long live Chairman Mao," a slogan less suitable for Lin's purposes. The heir apparent was apparently no longer heir. Soon an internal CCP document carried the news that Lin, having attempted a coup d'état, died when his fleeing plane crashed over the People's Republic of Mongolia. Then the Mongolians laconically announced the intrusion and crash over the village of Underkhan of a trident belonging to the Chinese Air Force. But how did Lin really die? Is it possible that Mao killed Lin? According to Beijing, Lin died in the air crash that Mongolia and its big brother Russia reported to the world in prim, sparse terms. Heading for Russia, he had hastily boarded a plane that was not properly fueled. It did not last the distance. As in all fine Chinese stories, a hero was involved, Lin's daughter, as well as a number of villains. The Lin family was on holiday at the seaside resort of Beidai in early September. The bungled efforts to kill Mao led the Lins to retreat and consult. A plan was drawn up to flee to Canton, or alternatively to Moscow, where Lin had spent some 4 years of his life. Little Bean thought this was too much. Little Bean, so named because of her father's lifelong habit of chewing roasted beans during battles, was the 29-year-old daughter of Lin and Yi Kun. She was not greatly enamored of her mother and had twice tried to kill herself in despair at family tensions. She tipped off Zhou about her parents' nefarious plans. Zhou picked up the phone and made a seemingly innocent exploratory call to Beidai. Lin was out of the house at a concert. Yi Kun took the call. She assured Zhou that she and her husband were merely on a quiet vacation and had no plans to fly anywhere. After hanging up, she hurtled to the concert hall to warn Lin. Something more must have gone wrong, she hissed. Zhou suspected their plan to flee. In a convoy of cars, the Lins rushed to the Beidai airport. A guard who resisted Lin was shot by Ligua and pushed, half dead, out of a speeding car. Suspicious members of the fueling crew parked 2 huge trucks across the runway to impede the takeoff of Lin's Trident. Lin's plane got into the air only after grazing one of the fuel trucks and detouring through a field, using prodigious amounts of fuel in the process. An accompanying helicopter, full of top Lin colleagues and boxes of documents, including Lin's diaries, came to grief after its pilot was shot for refusing to follow Lin. The Trident ran out of fuel 250 kilometers beyond the Chinese border and crashed and burned just east of Ulaanbaatar, the Mongolian capital, where Lin had planned to refuel. Much of this may be true, but we cannot be sure whether the plane crashed through lack of fuel or mechanical failure, or because it was sabotaged. The Chinese ambassador in Ulaanbaatar tells of seeing Lin Biao's body lying on the Mongolian grasslands. Curiously enough, it was almost intact, like the other 8 bodies, even though the plane was in pieces. The ambassador reveals how agitated Beijing was to have details of what exactly was found at the crash site and to reverse the initial decision of the Chinese ambassador and the Mongolian government to bury the 9 bodies on the spot and, rather, return all the remains to China. The plane crash could have been a case of a landing under control, as the ambassador says. It also could have been a suicide landing by a pilot required to crash the plane and have the world conclude that the bodies were victims of a plane crash. Lin didn't dare put his plot into practice. Zhou told a group of American editors in 1973, then whose sword forced the denouement. It is possible that Zhou, then riding high in Mao's estimation, read the chairman's mind and decided of his own volition to order Lin Biao's plane shot down, without Mao's formal approval. At the 11th hour, when Zhou sought Mao's instruction, he was merely told by the chairman, "Rain has to fall, women have to marry. These things are immutable, let them go." The tacit understanding between Mao and Zhou to demolish Lin may be buried in history. Clear at any rate was that Mao had been undermining Lin for at least a year. Clear that the alleged attempts to kill Mao gave Mao sufficient ground to arrest some or all of Lin's group. Clear as well, confirmed by Beijing after Moscow stated it, that some of the 9 bodies found in the wreckage at Underkhan were riddled with bullets. Unclear is why Moscow would not have exploited, far more richly than it did, any hard evidence that Lin switched his loyalty from Mao to the Soviet Union. One notes that Beijing made the charge that Lin had secret contacts with Moscow only much later than its initial secret description of the crisis, to party cadres in September 1971. All in all, it is unlikely that Lin was a prime mover in the second week of September. It cannot be excluded that he died before, even long before, the climax of September 12th to 13th. He had not been seen in public since June 3rd. Moscow claimed that none of the 9 charred bodies at Underkhan was that of a person over 50 years of age. A touch of Russian bluff. A team of Chinese diplomats from Beijing's embassy in Ulaanbaatar went quickly to the scene of the fiery crash and buried the bodies. They said the bodies had been burned beyond recognition. In calmer days, more than a year later, Kosygin told Chancellor Brandt of Germany that this was so. Pressed about the over 50 years of age claim, Russian sources quietly backed away from it. If the Russians did find identifiable bodies and documents among the wreckage and felt the evidence could be used to embarrass Beijing, it is hard to understand why Moscow refused the British manufacturers of the Trident permission to examine the wreckage. Everything Beijing said later hinged on whether or not the corpses were identifiable. Sure that Moscow could not prove to the world that Lin was not on the Trident, the Chinese historymakers were free to assert that Lin was on it. That enabled them to neatly cover up any grisly details of violence that may have occurred within China's corridors of power before the night flight into Mongolia. He B-52 is wary of us. Ran a passage in the 571 blueprint, drawn up in the spring of 1971. It is better to burn our bridges behind us than to sit and wait to be captured. Here was a clue to Lin's undoing. He was caught between 2 millstones, Mao's withdrawal of confidence in him and the impetuous response to that colossal reverse by Young Turks within his own camp. Mao sealed Lin's political fate. Whether he also moved to seal his physical fate is not certain. However, the difference between the two was small. As Liu Shaoqi and many others found out, to be destroyed politically by Mao came close to being destroyed physically as well. National Day 1971 passed in an eerie atmosphere. There was no giant parade for the first time in the history of the PRC, and Mao was still out of sight. Grandstands had been erected in early September, ready for the parade and the viewing of National Day fireworks. In mid-month, they were speedily dismantled. Low-key festivities unrolled in the parks. Zhou appeared at midday to escort Prince Sihanouk on a boat trip at the Summer Palace. 3 American Black Panther leaders were there, and a French chef who had come to China at Sihanouk's invitation. But few of the Politburo. Zhou seemed like a host trying to pretend that a funeral is a party. Mao was present only in the form of huge blown-up photos. At the Beijing airport, the set of 50 photos of Mao's life that had been released in time for National Day shrank overnight to 39. The 11 in which Lin appeared had been whisked away. People's Daily did not offer its usual celebratory editorial on October 1st, nor a picture of Mao and Lin together, the ultimate in political photography during 1970 to 71. Some people inside China as well as outside thought Mao was dead or gravely ill in the care of Dr. Paul Dudley White. At last, on October 7th, Mao surfaced. He was seen on TV benignly greeting Haile Selassie of Ethiopia. At a welcoming banquet the previous evening, the Ethiopian emperor had been greeted in Mao's name alone. The well-informed citizen, reading the greeting in People's Daily, knew this was most unusual. Haile Selassie had toasted Lin as well as Mao in his banquet speech, heard by many foreign diplomats and Chinese cadres. People's Daily handled this thorny problem by omitting the toasts altogether from its report of the occasion. The careful reader could guess that a power shakeup had occurred. From Radio Lhasa on October 4th, was heard for the last time in China the famous, hallowed reference to the CCP, with Chairman Mao as head and Vice Chairman Lin as deputy. Thereafter, even Tibet grasped the message that Mao stood all alone without a deputy. Amid all this, Mao's China, so long judged unworthy by dozens of other nations to take part in the international community, was voted in festive mood into a UN seat, including permanent membership on the Security Council. Foreign embassies in Beijing were advised that in their telegrams of felicitation to the Chinese government on its victory at New York, it was not necessary to include Lin's name. North Korea, as close to Beijing as any foreign government, sent a model telegram. It mentioned only Mao and Zhou. Other governments fell into line. The world had put its seal of recognition on Lin's fall. The Lin crisis was huge and costly. Little more than 2 years after the triumphant conclusion of the Cultural Revolution, 1/3 of the CCP's top leadership fell from grace as party enemies. Never in its history had the PLA been so rocked by a split and subsequent purge as in 1971 to 72. The spectacle of senior officers fleeing toward Russia and some 20 middle-level officers trying to escape to Hong Kong was an appalling blow to Mao as the PLA's commander-in-chief. On Lin's side, there was nepotism, ambition, and a high-handed disregard for rules and for the participation of the masses in politics. On Mao's side, there was a similar bypassing of the rules, a terrible lack of judgment or nerve or both about his boundlessly loyal successor, and a failure to hold on to the top PLA leadership in Beijing as he repudiated Lin. The crisis diverted Mao for a year from urgent domestic problems. It drove a few more nails into the coffin of the Cultural Revolution's reputation. It fed a mounting pessimism in Mao's own mind about the future course of the Chinese Revolution. Accusations built up of illicit foreign currency dealings, gun battles in the cockpits of Chinese Air Force planes, spy equipment imported from decadent Hong Kong, murder plots and poison gas and kidnapping, and a morbid fascination on the part of some PRC leaders with the ideas and stratagems of China's feudal past. How could Mao admit to himself that sordid plots went on in his Politburo? He had discounted the purity of Marxist theory and practice more than a decade before. His loss of the historic Moscow-based faith during the epoch of de-Stalinization lay behind his acceptance of the abysmal standards of 1970–71. A tant peace spirit was not that surprising in a man who was now using doctrine mainly as a rapier of power. There was a loss of credibility involved in erasing Lin's name from the PRC's honor roll of achievement. The Central Committee transmitted this sad, lame secret document, resolved by the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. Copies of the Constitution of the Chinese Communist Party, documents of the Ninth Party Congress, and Long Live the Victory of People's War shall be turned in to the central authorities for disposal. Other works about Lin Biao, as well as Lin Biao's epitaphs and portraits, shall be collected by the basic levels and submitted to the county authorities for disposal. Many a nightmare lay ahead of Mao as a result of this paper tiger effort to cancel Lin and all his deeds. In a letter to Jiang Qing, Mao had tried to make a distinction between his own standpoint and that of those, including Lin, whom he felt were conniving against him. "What they want to do is overthrow our party and myself," he claimed. "This is the difference between me and the Black Gang. But it is a distinction clear only to eyes that bulge with the zeal of battle." Lin might well have thought Mao was seeking to overthrow the party and myself. The phrase is chaff after all except for myself, which is its kernel. What could overthrowing the party possibly mean among squabbling comrades who were themselves all leaders of the party? Lin and his son wrote words about Mao that carry truth about the growing degradation of the Communist Party. Looking back at the history of the past few decades, do you see anyone whom he had supported initially who has not finally been handed a death sentence? His former secretaries have either committed suicide or been arrested. His few close comrades in arms or trusted aides have been sent to prison by him. The Lin affair probably took some years off Mao's life. For nearly 2 months after the denouement, he lay in bed, saying and doing little. He would never again in his remaining 5 years appear in person before the Chinese public, not even for National Day on October 1st. Chapter 19. Nixon, 1972. On a crisp February day in 1972, U.S. President Richard Nixon's Spirit of 76 touched down on the bare, vast tarmac of the Beijing airport. It drew up before the American flag fluttering from one staff, the PRC flag fluttering from another, and a huge photo of Mao's face in between. The president bounded out with a half-smile. Zhou Enlai was waiting expressionless at the foot of the ramp. Remembering John Foster Dulles' refusal to shake hands with Zhou in Geneva in 1954, Nixon rammed his hand at Zhou's. Within a few hours, Nixon was sitting in a loose-cover armchair beside Mao at South and Central Lakes. By late evening, thanks to his mere presence in that chair, Nixon had, in 12 hours, done more for U.S.-China relations than any president had managed to do in the previous 24 years since Marshall's mediation efforts had failed. People's Daily did not mention Nixon or his trip on the day he arrived. The 6-page issue's only reference to the U.S. came in an article about the death, 1 week before, of Mao's American friend Edgar Snow. If Nixon and Snow were hardly ideological birds of a feather, it was typical of Mao's style to juxtapose them. By having the press speak only of snow on Nixon's day, he managed to unnerve the American side, to suggest to the Chinese people the enduring validity of his view that the American people were on the side of light, to convey an impressive insouciance on the eve of a great encounter, and not least to magnify the impact of the next day's People's Daily. The situation was delicate for Mao, as for Nixon. He could not introduce the president to a full array of Politburo colleagues. Gaping holes left by Lin and his group had not yet been filled. Except for Jiang Qing, who could hardly decline her husband's request to escort the Nixons to a performance of Red Detachment of Women, the Cultural Revolution leftists were not to the fore. Only 2 members of the Politburo, other than Mao and Zhou, had more than a few words with the Americans during the 8-day visit. Yi Jianying, an anti-Lin moderate now in charge of the PLA, and Li Shenyan, another moderate whose portfolio was economics. Mao was also cautious about drawing the Chinese public into the mood of the summit. Certain facts could not be got around. China and the U.S. had no diplomatic relations. Ordinary Chinese had been fed on a diet of anti-Americanism for 20 years. Some military officers, in partial sympathy with Lin's point of view, were lukewarm about the talks, mindful that Washington continued to cling to Chiang Kai-shek's regime as the government of China. Just 2 months before, a pamphlet dissenting from the Maozhou line on the U.S. had gone on sale for a few hours until suppressed in some Beijing bookstores. Problems of Chinese-American relations no doubt stemmed from a PLA source that felt Russia was less dangerous, and the U.S. more so, than Mao now felt. Mao's friends in Indochina were still locked in a relationship of daily mutual slaughter with America. China's closest ally, North Korea, on the eve of the visit declared, with Mao in mind as much as Nixon, that the U.S. president was going to Beijing with a white flag in one hand and a beggar's bowl in the other. Albania and North Vietnam maintained a silence of disapproval on the Nixon trip. Mao was even more secretive than Nixon in his preparations. Not all members of the Politburo were drawn into the plans. There was more than one William Rogers on the Chinese side. Beijing's briefing of North Vietnam, Cambodia, and other sensitive allies, done mostly by Zhou in the middle of the night, beat Washington's last-minute efforts with Japan, South Korea, South Vietnam, and others only by a few hours. Secrecy was enormously easier for Mao than for Nixon. Foreign policy in Mao's Beijing was a subject not for probing journalism, how Kissinger liked China for that, but only for ceremony. Between Kissinger's first visit to China in the summer of 1971, through a second Kissinger trip, a further trip by General Alexander Haig and Press Secretary Ronald Ziegler, and a number of other advance activities, to the eve of the president's arrival, the total number of Chinese characters devoted by Beijing's press to all aspects of the Nixon visit was 1,647. The few items were chastely placed at the bottom right-hand corner of page 1, like weather reports. All were severely factual. No analysis was attempted. Behind the scenes in South and Central Lakes in the weeks prior to Nixon's arrival, the mood varied from anxiety to panic. Mao was suffering from congestive heart failure and edema. Refusing to be treated, he collapsed and nearly died. In order to be ready for Nixon's arrival at the swimming pool, the emergency medical equipment was moved from Mao's room into the corridor. The oxygen tanks were secreted in a huge lacquered trunk, and other pieces of equipment behind potted plants. Meanwhile, Mao was taking heavy doses of sleeping pills, and his doctor, Li, noticed that his thinking was disoriented. On leaving Washington, the U.S. president compared his trip to China with his countryman's voyage to the moon. America had no out-of-this-world flavor on Mao's palate, as China had on Nixon's. Long before Nixon had picked up the topic of China as an exotic stick to beat Democrats with in the 1950s, Washington's conduct in China was one of the variables Mao faced in his struggle to best Chiang Kai-shek. Still, Mao felt a bit out of touch. It had been a quarter century since he last dealt with American officials. He decided to brush up on his meager English. The 2 new phrases he's fond of pronouncing at present, Mao's friend Guomorowa told me, just as Mao and Kissinger met for the first time, are law and order and anti-Mao. No doubt both phrases had come to Mao's notice during the fight with Lin. That Nixon was a man of the right helped Mao make his turn toward the U.S. For Nixon's presidency coincided with Mao's annoyance with the left within China. Mao and Nixon. To a pre-1971 eye, The duet seemed outlandish. To when Nixon was in office as vice president, the U.S. 3 times threatened Mao's China with nuclear weapons. The U.S. more than a dozen times blocked the seating of Mao's government in the UN. In the 22 years Mao had ruled from the Forbidden City, not a single government official from either country visited the capital of the other, until Nixon sent Kissinger the previous summer. During 1969 and 1970, the Chinese press called Nixon God of Plague and War, as if the prefix were a replacement for Richard Milhous. Yet there it was. A U.S. president was visiting Mao's Beijing before a U.S. president had ever visited either Tokyo or Moscow. The 8-day stay in China was the longest visit to any foreign country by a U.S. president. It was the first time a U.S. president had ever negotiated on the soil of a nation that lacked diplomatic relations with the U.S. Each man had held a wary view of the other. But Nixon, once he decided to go and see Mao, felt a need to depict his mission in expansive terms. At Guam Airport en route to Shanghai, he recalled that, in terms of the clock, Guam is where the American day begins. "I would hope that all of you here today would join me in this prayer," he cried. "That with this trip to China a new day may begin for the whole world." The American party flying from Washington to Beijing was provided with chopsticks to eat the Western-style airborne meals. Once in Beijing, Nixon quoted Mao's poetry as if it were holy scripture. Mao did not change mental gears in such a way. He hung no new moral label on Nixon. He is not known to have referred to the summit in terms as lofty as Nixon's, "the week that changed the world." Certainly he did not take to the knife and fork, or quote from Nixon's 6 crises. Yet the Chinese side was not entirely immune to the intoxications of summitry. A number of buildings and streets mysteriously changed their names a month before Nixon came. Mrs. Nixon visited the Capitol Hospital. A few weeks before, its name was Anti-Imperialist Hospital. The street north of Mao's own quarters near the Forbidden City, named by Red Guards with dubious aptness Street of Workers, Peasants, and Soldiers, reverted, before the Nixons glided along it, to its long-standing name, Street of the Gate of Earthly Peace. Still, there was a gap in moral expectation between the two partners. It was true that balance of power politics were hardly less prominent in Nixon's motivations than in Mao's, especially if domestic politics is included, and that both men had one eye on Russia. But Mao, a Chinese pragmatist, did not dress up balance of power politics in a mantle of morality. Nixon, tinged with America's idealism, did. Mao did not expect to reach any moral consensus with Nixon. It was symptomatic that he suggested a divided communiqué at the end of the trip. The U.S. did not have in mind for the two sides to express their disagreements in such a clear-cut way as to have an American section and a Chinese section in the communiqué. But Zhou came to Kissinger one night and said Mao insisted upon it. "It is more honest," he stressed. He got his way. The Shanghai communiqué exposed disagreements frankly. It was Nixon who made a long journey. He sent an advance party of 80 and took with him a total press contingent of 168. Mao stayed home. He did not go to the airport to meet Spirit of 76, nor to the banquets, nor to any of the policy talks. Zhou handled these for the Chinese side. Mao's relative, Wang Herong, always present at them, briefed Mao after each session. Mao did not even talk with Nixon on the telephone subsequent to the meeting of the two men, which occurred on the first of Nixon's 8 days in China, or exchange any written message with him during the rest of Nixon's stay. Despite all that, the climactic moment of Nixon's trip came in Mao's sitting room, amid his Ming Dynasty books, in the quarters surrounding the indoor swimming pool. Mao was excited at Nixon's arrival. In preparation, he had his first haircut in 5 months. Rising early on the day Nixon was due, he dressed in a new suit and shoes and sat restlessly on a sofa, pestering Zhou with phone calls on Nixon's exact movements after leaving Beijing airport to begin his first ever stay in China. Nixon felt moved and thought Mao was too as he walked into Mao's book-strewn room. An aide helped Mao to his feet. "I can't talk very well," he murmured in reference to his heart and bronchial problems. Meanwhile, the two men clasped hands. "I like rightists," the 78-year-old dictator said to Nixon, gripping his hand for a full minute. As he did so, he joked to Nixon, "Our common old friend, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek, doesn't approve of this. It was an effective start, yet the Americans were in too positive a mood to take it as a point against them. All three Americans in the room, Nixon, Kissinger, and Winston Lord, immediately sensed Mao's strength of will. "I am convinced that if I'd never met the man," Winston Lord remarked, "didn't know who he was, and I walked into a cocktail party at which he was present, he would draw me to him by his power." Mao remarked on Kissinger's cleverness in slipping in and out of China in 1971 without being noticed. Nixon responded that Kissinger had been unique in his ability to travel to Paris and Beijing without anyone knowing of it, except possibly a couple of pretty girls. "So you often make use of your girls?" Mao inquired of Nixon. There was not much talk about international politics. "Those questions are not questions to be discussed in my place," Mao said a bit haughtily when Nixon mentioned a list of countries which the US and China should do something about. "They should be discussed with the premier. I discuss the philosophical questions." Mao smiled often, a smile both penetrating and slightly mocking, and conducted a Socratic discussion. Each topic he dealt with by an aphorism or a remark with an indirect meaning. "Actually," he pointed out to Nixon in a second reference to Chiang Kai-shek, "the history of our friendship with him is much longer than the history of your friendship with him." There was no frontal brilliance as with Zhou, Winston Lord observed, but an elusive, elliptical, seemingly casual style that was actually very subtle and skillful. If the Mao-Nixon conversation was not of a caliber to set the world on fire, they did not negotiate or even talk much about policy, its mere occurrence very nearly did. American reporters correctly judged that a Mao-Nixon talk on the first afternoon guaranteed the trip's basic success. People's Daily devoted 2 pages and 7 photos to Nixon's activities for that day. Chinese TV carried a 10-minute film. After that, most ordinary Chinese did not hesitate to look and smile at the American visitors, if they saw them passing by. On both sides, the change of mood seemed more abrupt than Mao's one-hour role could justify. But the reality of the change was undeniable. Mao had exerted dominion from his armchair. Had he not won a vital, if still obscure victory over the Americans for the first time in his life? For Mao, the week that changed the world was not a sudden extravaganza, but part of a strategy that had gradually evolved. For several years, he had felt that America was a shrinking problem for China. When Nixon showed real interest in dealing with China, in 1970, Mao was more than ready. A team of American table tennis players had gone to Japan in March 1971 for the World Championships. China asked several national teams to come and play in Beijing on their way home. Some of the US players were eager to go to China. It happened that the day they left for Japan, the US government fully lifted the ban on Americans going to the PRC. The American players expressed interest to the Chinese players. A decision was made in Beijing against inviting the Americans, and Zhou apparently sent a message to Japan to that effect. But a heavily drugged Mao had second thoughts. At midnight on April 6, 1971, he looked again at the document containing the Foreign Ministry's recommendation not to invite the American sportsmen, already approved both by Zhou and himself. In drowsy, slurred speech, he asked his nurse to phone Wang Herong at the Foreign Ministry to reverse the decision. The nurse, without either a tape recorder or anyone to advise her, was in a quandary. She decided to phone Wang Herong. The Americans were invited. An important symbolic step toward Nixon's visit had been taken. And Zhou learned in a crisp way the nature of Mao's feelings on the American issue. As he dryly put it to some American visitors months later, Chairman Mao happened to take an interest in improving relations with Washington. The stage manager took in good grace the shouts of the producer. The immediate background to the Mao-Nixon handshake was America's Vietnam problem. Nixon was seeking, with great skill, to disguise America's inability to prevail in Vietnam in a benign haze of détente with China. If Vietnam was a spur for Nixon, it was from Mao's point of view an obstacle to Sino-American conciliation. Nixon was still in lively torment from the war. He wanted Mao's help to get this albatross off his neck. Mao wished to look beyond Vietnam, but he could not quite do so. Strong pressures within the Marxist world required him to go on supporting his troublesome Indo-Chinese friends. In a way, Mao had achieved his main aim when Nixon walked into his study. For a quarter century, he wanted America only not to do certain things. He worried about an attack on China by the US in the late 1940s, when Washington was aiding Chiang. In 1950, as an outgrowth of the Korean War. In 1953, when Eisenhower was trying to pressure China into a Korean truce. In 1954 and 1958, the Taiwan Strait crises. And in 1966, when some U.S. generals were attracted to the idea of winning the Vietnam War by striking at China. U.S. expansionism in Asia seemed to Mao to have stopped dead there on the rug between Nixon and himself. He was exaggerating the American decline, as we shall see, but he was correct to feel in Nixon's presence a guarantee that the U.S. and China would not fight each other again for many years. Mao could be excused if he felt that a number of American illusions about China lay in dust beneath the feet of the summiteers. Where was the sense of innocence that had marked U.S. forays into the Far East? For Nixon came with the cloud of Vietnam shadowing his face. Where was America's unilateral sense of mission in the Orient? For Nixon came to say that America was prepared to share the future in Asia with China. Where, indeed, was the Prometheanism of America's post-World War II role in Asia? For Nixon arrived on the trail of a falling dollar and asked Mao's help in ending the Vietnam War. Positive cooperation, however, was not going to be easy. The U.S.-China dialogue was hardly beyond the stage of baby talk. Each side knew far less about the other's politics than would be the case a decade later. On only one current international dispute did Mao and the Americans see eye to eye. Both supported Pakistan in its grievance against India over the amputation of East Bengal, Bangladesh. Mao took a long-range view of Vietnam that was not possible for a Nixon still embroiled in the war. The American, on the other hand, wanted to discuss the future of Asia in the long-range terms of his structure of peace. Mao had to remain elliptical on that, for fear of being seen to abandon his Indo-Chinese friends. On Russia too, time and space bore a different relation to each other for the two sides. Stunningly enough, Nixon, the visceral red-baiter, was more anxious about Russian reactions to the week that changed the world than Mao was. Mao was looking far ahead. His anti-Sovietism and pro-Westernism were deeper than the American side, in 1972, believed possible. Nixon asked Mao straight out, which is the danger that is the most frontal for China? That of aggression from the U.S. or of aggression from Russia? Mao's answer stressed the Soviet danger. Yet did the American side both grasp and welcome the implication? Mao wanted Nixon to put China first in his calculations. Nixon could not reasonably do that. Twice before, Mao had expected Washington to take the CCP more seriously than it did. He felt both Roosevelt and Truman had underestimated the CCP at the end of World War II, and that Truman had also done so on the eve of China's intervention in Korea. Had Mao still not established his credentials? Yet Mao was also to blame for the hesitancy in the Sino-American embrace. Ambivalence marked his view of America. A strong U.S. had hindered Mao's China in the past. But Mao wondered if the U.S. might not go from one extreme to the other. Was Washington capable of finding a middle path between overweening strength and debilitating passivity? The root of Mao's ambivalence lay in the mixed feelings he had had toward the West as a young man. The U.S. was both capitalist and non-Chinese. It was hard for Mao to bring himself to rely on such a force. The U.S. was advanced, yes, but maybe also sated by its wealth and comforts, maybe doomed by Marx's laws to fall even quicker than it had risen. Did Mao, like Nixon, dream of a new structure of peace for mankind? Mao seldom spoke of any truly international goals. He used the phrase world revolution. It is true, yet it fell short of meaning an international grand design. It meant foreign countries making revolution as China had done, or simply taking a stand against foes that were China's foes. International relations as a process greatly fascinated Mao. He discussed it as such with visiting statesmen. He held fast to a cluster of values: the constancy of change, the omnipresence of struggle, the mixed blessing of massive military establishments, the uselessness of space in itself. He took satisfaction in seeing the plans of superpowers, reactionaries, and others who clung to their privileges upset by these irresistible forces. Yet Mao did not seem to be seeking anything much beyond the security of China, in the churning process of conflict and decay. Like a prophet looking down on turmoil from a mountain, he was curiously detached from the detail of international relations. This was Mao's second meeting with Kissinger, and he was to see him several more times. Chinese sources say he found talking with Kissinger more stimulating than talking with Nixon and unusual in a Mao conversation with a foreign head of government. He did often draw Kissinger into the conversation with Nixon. Mao admired Nixon for his policy, said Winston Lord, who visited Mao 5 times. He drew enjoyment from Kissinger's company and exchanges. Yet Mao thought less well of Kissinger than Kissinger thought of him. Kissinger during 1970 quipped that in the previous Democratic administration, Dean Rusk used to compare Mao unfavorably with Hitler, but Nixon administration people compared Mao favorably with Hitler. Mao apparently knew of this quip, for he observed to President Pompidou, "America has said we are worse than Hitler." Mao knew that accidental factors largely underlay Kissinger's enthusiasm for China in 1971–72. Part of Kissinger's excitement was that he had discovered, in China, a card he could play against Moscow. This meant, as later became crystal clear to Mao, that Russia, not China, was at the center of Kissinger's calculations. With Nixon, more than with Kissinger, Mao knew where he stood in foreign policy. Mao saw Nixon as an orthodox right-wing politician who had acquired considerable knowledge about the world and was now leading the U.S. to adjust to the realities of the 1970s. "People say you are a rightist," Mao said to Nixon. "I am comparatively happy when Westerners on the right come into power." He had read Nixon's article in Foreign Affairs, in which the new Nixon, prior to his election as president, showed that he had shed his anti-China obsession of the 1950s. He viewed Nixon more indulgently than he had viewed Dulles because his lens was deep anxiety about the changed Soviet role in the world. Who better than Nixon to have on one side against the Russians? Left-wing people were shocked by Mao's warmth for Western conservatives. But Mao didn't know enough about Western politics to see that a liberal Democratic or Labor Party type stance could be a tenable one. He liked a leader from a capitalist country to behave like a capitalist. It confirmed his worldview. And there was the question of Mao's need for a united front against Russia. Nixon and Edward Heath and Franz Joseph Strauss in Europe seemed more reliably anti-Soviet than liberal Democrats and European Labor Party leaders like Harold Wilson and Helmut Schmidt. Nixon was seen off at Shanghai by Zhou Smiling this time, who then went up to Beijing to talk over the week that changed Nixon with Mao. In the Forbidden City, the visit earned an A-. Mao's strategic analysis of the world, with Russia seen as the central problem, had gained in the world's consciousness as a result of the summit. On the Taiwan issue, Mao got a fairly good deal. The U.S. took a large step toward bowing out of the PRC-Taiwan dispute by stating that it does not challenge the view that Taiwan belongs to China and that it hoped for a peaceful settlement of the Taiwan question by the Chinese themselves. In the future, Nixon would angle for maximum cultural exchanges, trade, and access to China within semi-normalization. Mao would angle for a speedy advance to full diplomatic relations. Nixon promised him that this would come early in Nixon's expected second term as president. In some respects, both Mao and Nixon gained. A nagging obsession that China and the U.S. had felt about each other was lifted like a weight from each side's shoulders. And Russia would no longer enjoy the luxury of knowing that Beijing and Washington were out of touch with each other. The lead-up to the trip provided an atmosphere in which enough nations switched their votes to give Beijing a seat in the UN. 20 more nations recognized Mao's government within 9 months after Nixon left Beijing. China's 5 principles of coexistence, rejected by Washington since the 1950s, were embodied in the joint section of the communiqué. The international status of the Taipei regime began to erode as a result of the Nixon trip. And Mao did not help Nixon with the albatross of Vietnam to any degree that made him vulnerable to a public cry of betrayal from Hanoi. Yet the Nixon breakthrough came rather late for Mao's good. He would have liked to tap American know-how for the benefit of the Chinese economy much earlier. He had little time left to consolidate the new Trans-Pacific bond. The Indochina situation would continue to be an obstacle to it for 3 of Mao's remaining 4 years. And would there be time to coax Washington to loosen its grip on Taiwan, so that Mao might see a final end to the Chinese Civil War before he went to C. Marx? In the wake of the Nixon visit, Mao changed his policy toward Japan. The Japanese took the initiative. It is true. In reaction to the Nixon shock, Tokyo scrambled to embrace Beijing and break ties with Taipei. This was not simply due to Nixon's powers of persuasion. For Mao, détente with the U.S. made logical a more sanguine view of Japan, America's key ally in the Pacific. He was soon to urge Kissinger to be more respectful of Japan. Spend as much time in Tokyo, he urged the Secretary of State, as you do in Beijing. I accepted the recommendation, Kissinger relates. Mao wrote a cryptic verse for Nixon and presented it to the U.S. president in honor of his visit. The old man sits on a stool. Chang'o ascends to the moon. Flowers are viewed from a galloping horse. The old man on the stool was imperialism. Chang'o, a mythological character of the 3rd millennium BC, who flew to the moon to escape her nasty husband, was a charming image for a satellite. Nixon himself, in briefly visiting China, was the one viewing flowers from horseback. Mao paid tribute to his guest. Nixon at least came to have a look at the Middle Kingdom, unlike a typical imperialist chieftain, who merely sits complacently on a stool. Yet the rest of Mao's vision was disturbing for any Western leader who might wish to walk hand in hand with him. The day of imperialism is done. Not only America and Russia, but China too, can now send satellites to the moon. Enlightened as Nixon may be, he skates on the surface, gaining only the glimpse of reality that is possible from the back of a galloping horse. Nixon did not catch my meaning, Mao remarked later to a gathering of military men in Wuhan. Perhaps it was just as well. The verse, though not unfriendly to Nixon, was arrogant and quizzical. Mao did not really see the world in similar hues to Nixon, yet he was personally well disposed toward the American president. During the 1972 election campaign, members of Mao's court took sides. One of Mao's nurses said she would vote for McGovern. Mao did not agree and announced for Nixon. If the Nixon visit buoyed Mao, it could not arrest his physical decline. He was able to read only with a magnifying glass, and the lens had to be strengthened regularly. He had given up smoking, though proximity to the near-alcoholic Zhang Yufeng, his female helpmate with whom he often ate, resulted in his drinking Maotai with his meals. Reading less, he began to watch movies at Jiang Qing's suggestion, and his favorites were Gongfu films from Hong Kong and Taiwan full of hand-to-hand fighting. Few, other than Zhang Yufeng, could readily understand his speech. Chapter 20. Fractured Vision. 1973 to 1975. Mao's long partnership with Zhou Enlai reached its height in 1972. Although Mao did not pay public tribute to Zhou, he was not in the habit of praising his lieutenants. Zhou served Mao brilliantly during the exit of Lin Biao and the entry of Nixon. Never had the premier been so nearly Mao's co-equal. Seldom, perhaps not since the Turning Point Conference at Junyi during the Long March, had Mao needed Zhou as urgently as in 1971–72. Mao had to move to the right in order to defeat Lin. That led him into Zhou's arms. He made the opening toward America against some ultra-left and military opposition. Again, Zhou was a logical ally. Mao was grudging about leaning on Zhou. After all, Zhou's instincts were not his own. If the brooding, elemental Mao was a combination of tiger and monkey, Zhou was a man who had extended the Mandarin tradition which Mao hated into the communist era. Far less than Mao did Zhou believe in a world of constant flux, or exult in struggle above all other values, or see all phenomena as shot through with contradictions. Zhou did not become a man of doubts after the de-Stalinization crisis of the late 1950s, as Mao did, because Marxism had never meant as much to Zhou as it had to the more passionate, angular, original Mao. Less impulsive than Mao, Zhou never found himself expelled from party office, as Mao was 3 times, much less subjected to full-scale purge, as Liu Shaoqi and Deng Xiaoping and others were. Zhou came to regard Mao as the towering figure of China's 20th century. "He taught us all we know," he said with a peculiar intensity in his voice. Yet Zhou had to be wary of Mao. He saw Mao grow dissatisfied with a string of senior colleagues. He took care to mount no challenge to the arbitrary, hypersensitive later Mao. When Zhou criticized Mao during the 1960s, it was either in private or in Delphic terms. "Chairman Mao is an unerring man," he said elliptically at a tense, tedious Cultural Revolution meeting. And he is very modest. To get his meaning across, Zhou added, "All of us, including myself, have made mistakes." By late 1971, however, Zhou felt more secure with Mao than he had ever been. How can there ever be absolute authority? Zhou mused openly to an American visitor. Mao Zedong may be an authority on some questions, but as to questions that are not in his field, how can he be an authority on them? Zhou raised a second explosive issue. There is also a question of time, he remarked in the course of a dawn dialogue. You may be an authority today, but does that mean you are an authority tomorrow? It was true that Zhou's remarks were anti-Lin, for the phrase absolute authority was one of Lin's totems. But Zhou was also making a circumspect swipe at Mao's godlike status. Zhou's boldness did not last long. Painful ructions of the mid-1970s were to prove that the prime minister would not be allowed, any more than previous number two men, to become a true co-equal to Mao. It happened that the two great achievements of 1971 to 72, in which Zhou was Mao's indispensable executive officer, were soon called into question. Lin was gone, but by 1973, Mao was not entirely happy with the anti-Lin coalition. The door had been opened to the U.S., but by 1974, Mao was hearing criticisms about the usefulness to China of the traffic going through it. Even worse for Zhou, his own health was failing, and Mao knew it. Mao himself had urged Lin to politicize the PLA and make it a school for the whole nation. Lin gave Mao the type of PLA he wanted, and that Peng Dehuai had failed to give him. On its back, Mao rode to battle for his Cultural Revolution. Cautious as he was, Zhou himself came in for criticism now and then. Suggestions in the media during 1969 that there really had been 29 Bolsheviks were a swipe from the ultra-left at Zhou's links with 28B, Mao's opponents in the early 1930s. In 1972, Mao was ironically enough once again saddled with a Peng-type PLA leadership. Su Shiyu was typical of the regional military commanders who now set the PLA's tone. It is not necessary to make the rich and the poor equal. The Canton commander had declared in opposing Lin's leftist rural policy. In order to make a revolution, the anti-Lin coalition could not by its nature remain for long a nest of singing birds. Su and such men were not Mao's natural allies. Time soon showed it very clearly. Mao had received the help of regional military commanders in defeating Lin. Now these self-possessed potentates were lining up for their pound of flesh. Mao, far from triumphant in the winter of 1971 to 72, did not denounce Lin by name. Nor did he replace Lin with a fresh choice as his successor and closest comrade in arms. If Zhou's supporters expected the honor to fall on their hero's patient shoulders, they were disappointed. Mao seemed diffident. The end of the Lin affair was a relief at best, not a green light for a surge of Maoist policymaking. All the idealism, faith, and struggle of the Cultural Revolution had collapsed in Mao's hands like so many bubbles, leaving his fingers clammy with the telltale sweat of power politics. A right-wing mood was clear in a relaxed rural policy, new postings of Cultural Revolution victims to senior jobs, a return to regular schedules and less stress on ideology in schools, adoption of material incentives under disguised names in factories, and discussions on history and other intellectual topics that were relatively free from bias imparted by current political imperatives. The swing to the right in 1972 must have reminded Mao of the similar swing in 1962 that followed the failure of the Great Leap Forward. It was a price Mao had to pay for his morbid battle against his own mortality, for regaining control over the gun, and for changing his mind about the boundlessly loyal Lin. In the midst of a complex political situation, Chen Yi, veteran of the revolution and former foreign minister, died of colon cancer. When the news reached Mao early in January 1972, he was weak from lobular pneumonia, coughing constantly, and unable to sleep in his bed at night. The Communist Party authorities sent word to Chen Yi's family and various government units that Mao would not attend the funeral. But when the time arrived, Mao's staff noticed he was fidgety, and suddenly he announced he was going to attend. No one at the Babaishan Cemetery Hall was expecting Mao, and his aides were horrified. They were not even able to dress him properly, and the supreme leader drove off to pay last respects to Chen in his pajamas, covered by a rough shirt and trousers and a concealing overcoat. At Babaishan, Mao wept in the presence of Chen Yi's widow, and he said to her simply, "I have come to mourn Comrade Chen Yi. He was a good comrade." Mao also spoke to Prince Sihanouk of Cambodia, taking the opportunity to tell him that Lin Biao had died in a plane crash while attempting to flee to the Soviet Union. "Lin Biao opposed me. Chen Yi supported me," Mao said to the Cambodian. A few eyebrows rose at the sight of Mao attending this funeral and speaking at length with Chen Yi's widow and children. True, he had been associated with the military veteran for 40 years. But Chen Yi had been a victim of Mao's Cultural Revolution and lost a son in it, and Mao had only belatedly protected him. Seldom did Mao come out for the funeral of a colleague. Why was he at Babaishan? Mao liked the feisty Chen, even though he did not always like his views, and the loss of a man who always fired straight from the shoulder moved Mao in a season when conspiracy seemed to have become the norm in Beijing. But the PLA uniforms filling the stark marble funeral parlor told a fuller story. Mao owed a debt to the military commanders. Paying tribute to the foreign minister, he was also smoothing a few khaki feathers. With Mao's health poor, yet his willingness to be treated non-existent, Zhou arrived at the swimming pool with Jiang Qing in tow to change his mind. Mao sat on a sofa, head back, eyes closed, breathing with difficulty. Zhou knew Mao was very ill, but Jiang Qing either did not realize it or did not want to. In the presence of Dr. Li, the fourth person in the room, Jiang said the doctor had been trying to poison Mao with his medications. Mao appeared to concur, then suddenly relented and criticized his wife for the ineffectiveness of the Chinese traditional medicine she had insisted on. "Stop all medications," he boomed. Then the chairman dropped a bombshell. "My health is too poor," he said to Zhou. "I don't think I can make it. Everything depends on you now." Zhou remonstrated that the chairman would recover and continue to lead. "I cannot make it," Mao said bleakly to Zhou as Jiang Qing listened with mounting horror. "You take care of everything after my death. Let's say this is my will." A frozen Zhou drew his legs toward his chair and put his hands on his knees. The doctor was sweating. "You can all go," Mao said. He had added fresh uncertainty to a crumbling situation. In mid-1972, Mao reached out for two unlikely and unready vehicles in order to speak his mind. Prime Minister Bandaranaike of Sri Lanka was in town. She presented a baby elephant to China's children on behalf of Sri Lanka's children and then rolled into South and Central Lakes for a chat with Mao. In the midst of a broad-brush depiction of the world scene, Mao suddenly began to tell the amiable Sri Lankan of mayhem and murder within his own government. Mrs. Bandaranaike was puzzled as well as embarrassed. For a while, probably even as she left Mao's study, she did not know which particular swindler Mao was nailing into a coffin of infamy. It was Lin. The remaining Lin sympathizers were now sufficiently cowed for South and Central Lakes to spring a few leaks. Mao was ready to bring the world up to date with his crafted version of the truth. The swindler was dead. He had tried to murder me, Mao. He had opposed the rebuilding of the party and the opening to the U.S. 5 months earlier, Nixon was given no answers even to simple factual questions about the former defense minister. Now Mao was forcing information about Lin on a woman who had come to ask for economic aid, not political secrets. 2 weeks later, Mao gave French Foreign Minister Schuman similar portions of the authorized version of the Lin crisis. "I applied a drop of alcohol," Mao summed up for his French visitor, "and Lin was finished." The remark did not suggest any more than did the overall chronology of events in 1971, a conspiracy by Lin against a passive Mao. "We have to pay an equal amount of attention," Mao purred in a document that ordered a package of moderate policies for communes, "to the interests of the state, the collective, and the individual." That this meant a veer to the right was made clear when the document went on to say editorially that in the past, artificial egalitarianism has hampered the realization of Chairman Mao's revolutionary line. What a convenient, all-purpose ragbag Chairman Mao's revolutionary line could be in changing seasons. And yet, however much the doctrinal phrase could be tossed around by officials of varying views, the man himself was still very much alive. He had paused, but not retired, from the fray. Other leaders could tease out any strand of Mao thought that suited their purposes. Liu, Deng, Lin, and Mao's own wife had done that. But Mao alone retained the supreme power to hire and fire them all. By the spring of 1973, Mao was riding the crest of a foreign policy wave. He benignly received, one by one in his study, the leaders of many of the 20-odd nations that recognized the PRC in the year following Nixon's trip. He regaled them with axioms. He asked polite questions about their far-off country. He drew a veil over the desert years of non-recognition, dealing in broad trends of history and spurning the petty coinage of blame for past isolation, pitching the conversation as if China and Nation X were really old friends between whom a relaxed interaction was as natural as air or water. Mao, who had risen to power on a bandwagon of anti-Japanism, dealt with Prime Minister Tanaka as if he were a younger brother. Zhou brought Tanaka through the anteroom to Mao's armchair. The chairman addressed them both with a welcoming smile. "Did you finish your quarrel yet?" Without waiting for an answer, he pronounced, "Quarrels are good for you." "We've had amiable talks," Tanaka ventured, sweeping under the rug an argument over whether the China-Japan War had caused China disaster, the word proposed by the Chinese, or merely trouble, the Japanese suggestion. When Tanaka tried to apologize for Japan's invasion of China, Mao said it was the help of that invasion that made possible the communist victory in China. Mao positioned himself on a philosophic plane far above the earnest strivings of negotiation. "Truly good friends are made only by quarrels," he declared, as he waved the two premiers to their seats. Mao advised the unprepossessing Japanese to drink little Maotai. Tanaka rejoined, "I hear Maotai is 65 proof, but I really enjoy it." "It is not 65 proof, but 70, the leader of China observed. "Who gave you the wrong information?" Mao's next words took him as far away from Maotai as it was possible to go. "By the way, there are too many ancient things in China. It is not good to let old things bind you." This led Mao into a soliloquy on his father, capped off by a blind turn to the topic of Japanese politics. "When I was a child," he went on, "my father was very harsh with me, and I rebelled against him. It is said in the 4 books and the 5 classics of Confucianism that unless parents love their children, they cannot expect their children to respect them. I asked my father why he was unkind to me. Not to change the subject, but you seem to have a rough time in elections in Japan, don't you?" When Tanaka spoke of the rigors of election campaigns in Japan, Mao shook his head in wonderment and murmured, "Things are far from simple if you have to go out on the streets to make campaign speeches." The old warrior put a mental arm around the younger politician's shoulder. "Speaking on the street is a tough job," said the man who did a lot of it in Changsha a half-century before. "Please take good care of your health." "How is the parliamentary system going?" he inquired of Tanaka. The prime minister murmured, "It has its problems." Mao grandly summed up, "Japan certainly has a lot of problems, doesn't it?" It was as if Mao had rolled back the centuries, jumping back over the terrible China-Japan War, treating as a past episode the post-Russo-Japanese War phase when Japan's leadership in Asia had won his schoolboy admiration, resuming history at the point when China was tutor and Japan was pupil. "Zhou is a nobody before Mao," Tanaka told some Japanese politician friends on his return to Tokyo. "He behaves in front of Mao like a clumsy secretary attending an outstanding congressman." It was an interesting comment, even if one feels that what Tanaka said of Zhou in Mao's presence was just as true of himself in Mao's presence. Mao's government was still a new boy at the UN. Far from disrupting the organization, as some had predicted, the Chinese representatives in New York were playing the game of paper and words and protocol in an utterly conventional way. At the same time, the PRC became the weightiest voice at Turtle Bay for the Third World point of view on law of the sea, debts, trading structures, and other issues that pitted have against have-not nations. People's Daily gave lavish coverage to China's words and deeds in the Security Council, where China was one of the 5 permanent members, and other units of the world body. Yet Mao seemed bored by the UN. Hardly for a single moment in all his talks and conversations on foreign policy did Mao broach the topic of the UN. He left it to the tiny internationalist wing of Beijing's vast officialdom that held precarious root in the foreign ministry. Mao had little faith in committees to discuss peace, define aggression, and deliver paper judgments on disputes between nations. He was a China firster whose mind ran in balance of power grooves, not an internationalist whose mind was hospitable to schemes of cooperation. As for tensions between haves and have-nots, Mao felt strongly about the moral rectitude of the Third World point of view, yet his actual knowledge of the complex economic issues involved was not detailed or up-to-date. He seemed much more interested in the deeds of the globally striving superpowers than in the words of their Third World adversaries at the UN. That was natural. Mao saw China limbering up to enter the big league of the superpowers, not remaining content with the tamer company of the new nations that crowded the minor leagues. Mao sat down with Kissinger for the third time as the early spring dust from Mongolia began to clothe Beijing in 1973. China and the US had just agreed to set up liaison offices, embassies in all but name, in each other's capital, a major step ahead. The Sino-American link was a settled fact of life in international affairs. Yet there still were a few voices of doubt about the Mao-Nixon handshake within China. Some comrades say, a lecturer at a secret PLA meeting in Kunming admitted edgily, that in the past we interpreted negotiations between the US and the USSR as a US-Soviet collusion, but now we, too, are negotiating with the US. Indeed, one might say so. The lecturer, whose text fell into the hands of Taiwanese spies, was quite defensive about Mao's pro-American tilt. He told his audience of PLA officers of company rank or higher that Nixon is a man of transition, and that China's real aim was to get in touch with the people of the United States. What to say about Mao's isolation from the once fraternal nations of the Soviet bloc? The text alludes gingerly to the superficial phenomenon of temporary decrease of truly socialist countries. Like Nixon, Mao was at pains to tell his people that policy had not changed. Yet PLA officers, in particular, knew that China's America policy had changed, just as Americans could see that Nixon's China policy had changed. In the Politburo, new tensions appeared, and many of them were of Mao's own doing. In November 1973, Jiang Qing sharply criticized Zhou Enlai, going so far as to say resistance to him should form the 11th struggle of line in the history of the CCP. The next month, Mao embraced some of his wife's criticism of Zhou, though he refused to put the disagreements with him on a par with the 10 great power struggles in the party's past. Tactically, Mao always preferred, quite apart from the strength of his convictions on questions of principle, to occupy a middle position on the Politburo spectrum. From it, he could lurch to left or right, in accord with the swirl of dialectics or his own whim. In 1973, finding the anti-Lin coalition pulling him too far to the right, he felt an impulse to turn left. He rummaged in the cupboard of ideology for some ammunition to fire at colleagues he judged too conservative. Nature played a baleful role in the new crisis brewing at the summit of Chinese politics. Doctors found out in 1972 that Zhou had cancer of the bladder, colon, and lung. This knowledge undermined the Mao-Zhou partnership as surely as the disease undermined Zhou's vigor. Mao himself was quickly losing the physical capacity to direct the Politburo. His health fluctuated but was seldom good. For a stretch of several days, he would work prodigiously. Another week, his amyotrophic lateral sclerosis and heart problems would keep him in bed, out of the picture except to sign documents and be briefly consulted on grave matters. Access to Mao became crucial to Beijing's power stakes. Who could get a signature or a nod of assent from the old man? And this at a time when everyone in the Politburo knew that Zhou's role as Mao's bridge to the nation must come to an end within a couple of years at most. A shock awaited the guests at the Great Hall of the People for a banquet given by Zhou in honor of Prince Sihanouk. Who should be there but Deng Xiaoping? Mingling with the Chinese leaders, moving a little uneasily from one foot to the other, but looking no worse for his 6 years on the scrap heap, was the blunt and stocky powerhouse who had been one of Mao's 3 great bêtes noires of the last decade. Here beamed the renegade, the demon, the freak, the counter-revolutionary, the number 2 man in power taking the capitalist road, the metallic former Secretary-General of the CCP who used to sit as far away from Mao's chair as possible to avoid having to hear the chairman's latest instruction. Behind closed doors, Mao said, "He-Deng is a man of decisiveness, who has done good deeds 70% of the time and bad deeds 30%. Mao's relative Wang Herong, formerly a student and now a foreign affairs aide, took Deng's arm and reintroduced him to an incredulous knot of foreign journalists. He bowed in a courtly way and said he was glad to be back. He had been remolding himself and working as a fitter in Jiangxi province. He divulged like a boy explaining his absence from class. Now he was a vice premier, Ms. Wang explained with sweet nonchalance. Mao let it be known a few weeks later that he now considered too harsh the denunciation and privation to which Deng had been subjected since 1966. Harmonious as the mood at the Great Hall seemed, Deng's reemergence was an expression of seismic forces under Mao's sinking throne. Ailing Zhou may have wanted Deng back in the leadership. It could have been he who twisted Mao's arm to accept the resurrection. Yet Mao was very nearly locked into accepting Deng by the logic of the appalling fight against Lin and its fallout. Deng had shrewdly written a letter to the Central Committee from his post in Jiangxi as soon as he heard of Lin's fall. He was infuriated at Lin's treachery, he declared. Would it be possible for him to join in the criticism of Lin? The return of Deng was one more check Mao had to write in payment for the coalition that had enabled him to topple Lin. Mao had leaned on the regional military commanders. These hard-nosed veterans were mostly Deng's buddies. Mao had opened the door to scores of high officials who had been struck down in the Cultural Revolution. Deng was, after Liu, their natural hero. The situation into which Deng returned, however, was not a simple one of left versus right. Mao's shaky health, the sporadic nature of his assertion of power, his Don Quixote-like leaps after truth, all put the skids of uncertainty under every well-laid plan from whatever quarter. Mao was no longer capable of masterminding a sustained political operation. He could emit a supreme instruction. He could hire and fire. He could veto. Doctors and nurses took center stage in South and Central Lakes. By contrast, in earlier years, Mao's staff contained almost no medical personnel, but many guards. Now the situation was reversed, as guards were fewer, medical personnel multiplied, and the state of Mao's body and mind seemed equated with the state of the nation. Mao's role was that of supreme legitimator. In any clash of opinions, he could win by murmuring a phrase or scribbling a maxim, but he could not follow through as he had done in the Cultural Revolution and make reality jump to his maxims. In the history of the PRC, this was utterly new and terribly dangerous. New China, the biggest bureaucracy on earth, the most highly organized large society in history, the state that was proud to call itself a dictatorship, was a dragon without a head. Lin Biao had not done badly to codename his boss B-52. Mao was now, indeed, like a heavy bomber capable of immense impact now and then, but in between times of little import to what went on below him. This particular B-52 was also known to be running out of fuel. He was near the end of his flight. Only a few more bombing raids need be feared by those likely to be hit, or hoped for by those who wished to move in and profit from the debris. Mao presided over the 10th Congress in August 1973. People's Daily reported that when Mao appeared on the rostrum, cheers resounded through the hall, and the chairman warmly waved to the delegates. It sounded like a monarch being glimpsed, not a working chairman arriving for a meeting. And Mao gave no speech. The Congress lasted only 5 days, as compared with 24 for the previous one, in 1969. The 9th Congress had been secret enough, but the 10th was not even announced until it was safely over, and its place of meeting was never divulged. Nor is there any intellectual vigor in its documents, a new party constitution and a couple of cliché-ridden speeches. Old slogans were juggled, that was all. For this aridity there were 2 reasons. That Mao lingered on, reigning but not ruling, seemed to veto intellectual creativity on the part of those around him. To come up with new policies in 1973 would have been like offering amendments to the 10 Commandments in God's presence. And there were paralyzing tensions between a fairly dominant Zhou and those who thought as he did on policy, and Jiang Qing and her brittle, eager friends, who scented in old Mao's iconoclastic mood their last chance to claw their way to the top of Chinese politics. Said the new constitution, "The future is bright, the road is tortuous. In other words, we'll make it in the end, but God knows how, given the present situation." Zhou was a personal star at the 10th Congress. Some of his followers from foreign policy circles advanced in the pecking order. So did a number of un-Maoist bureaucrats, most of them Zhou associates, who had earned their reward by opposing Lin Biao. The big losers, as compared with the Ninth Congress, were leftist PLA officers. Yet that was far from the whole story of the 1973 Congress. The ultra-left forged ahead as they could not have done without Mao's wind in their sails. A handsome young ex-textile worker from Shanghai, the militant Wang Hongwen, shared with Zhou the honor of giving one of the two Congress reports. Dare to go against the tide was Wang's theme phrase. The Congress wrapped up the Lin Biao case. Lin's faults were played upon in the usual vastly exaggerated Chinese way. He was expelled from the party once and for all. Yet what does that mean in the case of a corpse? If even a dead renegade had to be expelled from its ranks, was the CCP viewing itself as an immortal institution? Mao refused to choose a new number 2 man. Lin's old job of vice-chairman of the CCP was divided among 5 vice-chairmen. It seemed that Mao, in resentment at his own loosening grip, or wry amusement at the shabby maneuvers his decline precipitated, wished to keep all contenders off balance. Mao was 79, Zhou was 75. The average age of 3 of Zhou's 4 fellow vice-chairmen was almost 70. And there among them, like a boy with his 5 old uncles, was 39-year-old Wang. The eerie thing was that the old guard that shaped the CCP in the 1920s was leading its last party congress, yet Wang and his friends, who included Jiang Qing, did not possess the medal or the mandate to be accepted in China as the new guard. Mao was not really orchestrating a balancing act. He was creating confusion by standing in the shadows and, whether because of senility or out of perversity, flashing signals that defied sure interpretation. Zhou saw the mellow Mao he wanted to see. Jiang Qing, emboldened by Zhou's illness, saw an emperor whose mandate was slipping into the empress's hand. Mao's status was measurably less than at the Ninth Congress. At times, he was called simply Comrade Mao, a term which in the late 1960s had disappeared in favor of Great Helmsman, Supreme Leader, Red Sun of Our Hearts, or at minimum Chairman Mao. Zhou quoted Lenin where he could have and would have in the late 1960s quoted Mao. The Central Committee looked less of a Mao instrument than in 1969. It was bigger, 319 members as compared with 279 before, which suggested a standoff between jostling interests, and it contained fewer people from Mao's home province than had the previous Central Committee. Lin was dead, Mao was damaged. It was a cool day in November 1973. At the Great Hall of the People, the Prime Minister of Australia was talking with Zhou Enlai about Bangladesh. A protocol man handed Zhou a piece of paper. "Can we have a word in private?" Zhou immediately said to Gough Whitlam. As the tall Australian rose to follow Zhou into a side room, a tassel of the green baize cloth on the conference table caught in his buttoned-up jacket. The entire cloth moved from the table like a skin peeling off a banana. Pads, pencils, teacups rushed in Whitlam's direction as if by gravitation. "Mao, perhaps?" The Australian ambassador to China jotted on a pad, pushing the message toward the head of the Australian Foreign Ministry, who sat near him. Of course, he was right. This kind of drama attached uniquely to meetings with Mao. "Where's the piece of paper with the questions?" Whitlam asked his ambassador, Stephen Fitzgerald. No one could find it. Mao, as it happened, had a few questions of his own. At 4:30 in the afternoon, 2 black Chinese cars glided into South and Central Lakes through a red gateway on the Boulevard of Eternal Peace. A Chinese aide held a flattened hand at the top of the car doorway as each visitor climbed out, to ensure that no one should bump his head. For the next 100 minutes, Mao's outlook on life and politics, on the brink of his 80th birthday, was laid remarkably bare, as he sipped from a porcelain mug of tea and his smooth, pale hand picked at rough patches of skin on his cheeks. His walk was a stiff shuffle. He complained to the Australians about the condition of his feet. His hearing did not seem good. The other Chinese in the room, who included Zhou and Wang Hongwen, basking in his amazing elevation to the CCP's number 3 post at the 10th Congress, just 3 months before spoke more slowly than normal when addressing him. He got up and down unaided, nonetheless. His animated hands suggested a younger man, and one with strong opinions. He was by no means so incapacitated as to make his guests feel embarrassed at being with him. During the first half of the conversation, Mao was passive and almost inaudible. Whitlam, an eager man not reticent in displaying his knowledge, did most of the talking. Mao passed most of Whitlam's questions on to his two colleagues. Zhou spoke almost as much as Mao did. Even Wang spoke once or twice. Whitlam put to Mao some questions about the composition of the new Central Committee. Was there some fresh young blood? Were women being given a larger role? Was the chairman satisfied with the new ruling body that emerged from the 10th Congress? Mao seemed either bored with the topic or too tired to say much. Zhou and Wang pieced together some facts and figures for the Australians. Mao opened his mouth only on the issue of military representation on the Central Committee. There was quite a bit of it, he said, about 30%. Mao sprang to life partway through the session. After one more show of indifference, this time to a question on Taiwan's future, he put both hands firmly down on the sides of his armchair and said abruptly, "Now let me ask the questions." It was as if a drug administered earlier had begun to take effect. No doubt the barbiturate reluctantly prescribed by Dr. Li Jisue. Mao asked Whitlam the difference between the philosophy of his Australian Labour Party and that of the Communist Party. Whitlam replied that he believed in a socialism that comes by evolution, whereas the communists held that only revolution brings socialism. "Oh, your outlook is Darwinian?" Mao continued. Soon he swept on to geography. "Is your Australian port of Darwin named after the biologist Charles Darwin?" Fueled by the barbiturate, Mao became quite argumentative, resisting many ideas put to him. When Whitlam reflected on Mao's enormous contribution to modern China, Mao rejoined that his role had not been so great. Whitlam observed that the Russians hadn't been helpful toward the CCP before 1949. Mao again qualified him. "Moscow had been unhelpful at times," he drawled. Mao seemed to treat Whitlam's earnest objections to Chinese nuclear tests lightheartedly. "We don't mind you raising the subject," Mao said, like a father telling his son that no subject, however idiotic, is forbidden for discussion. "It's a necessary routine," he declared of protests by Australia, Japan, and other countries against Chinese tests. Mao didn't even bother to defend China's nuclear testing policies. Whitlam protested the phrase necessary routine, but he then backtracked. China's position could not be condemned as forthrightly as France's. He conceded. The explosions were occurring on China's own soil, not on that of colonies far from home, like France's. Moreover, China was truly threatened by nuclear-armed enemies. France was less so, and Paris enjoyed protection from America. Whitlam's effort to be conciliatory did not succeed. Mao was roused. France was very much threatened by the USSR. It needed an independent deterrent. It should have won. Having played adversary, as well as expressing his convictions, Mao then threw in a Maoist philosophic maxim that appeared to undermine his realpolitik stance on behalf of bombs as the cutting edge of national power. "Anyway, nuclear weapons are not much use," he mused. "Men still matter more than weapons." That was not the only dose of fundamentalist doctrine with which Mao laced a laconic afternoon. The Australian praised the PRC's internal progress. Mao demurred and said the achievements so far were a drop in the bucket. "But there is one good thing about China's poverty," he declared. "It makes people want to make revolution." Mao seemed like a man who could not or did not want to align the levels of his thought into a consistent pattern. Few of Mao's colleagues subscribed to his nostalgic militancy about poverty being a virtue, none less than Deng Xiaoping. Yet Mao brought up Deng's name favorably. He was in the middle of explaining to Whitlam that the army in China was not like the army in other countries. "Take the case of Deng, a civilian with a military background," Mao remarked. The vice premier had told the Australians Whitlam related to Mao that he had attended the 8th Congress of the CCP and also the 10th but not the 9th. Why had Deng been absent from the 1969 Congress? Foreign visitors seldom asked Mao about the affairs of the Politburo, but the chairman did not mind this excellent question. "Deng was out of the picture in 1969, he replied, because at that time the Lin Biao problem had not been solved. Mao, in other words, had still been in bed with the ultra-left in 1969, and he neither wanted nor needed Deng's presence. In 1973, Mao's attitude to the ultra-leftists was more complex. He had turned aside from them in 1970 to 72. He now hankered for some fireworks from their well-stocked arsenal. But he wavered, partly because his mood and physical condition were volatile from day to day, partly because his outlook on colleagues was now so eccentric that an embrace in the morning almost guaranteed a rejection by evening. Whitlam remarked that Wang Hongwen was world-famous in the wake of his meteoric rise at the 10th Congress. "Where did you find him?" the Australian inquired. Mao could have struck a light-hearted note. Whitlam's question had a playful flavor, but the reply was crisp indeed. "Buzadeo," Mao grunted. The Chinese term is the sparsest possible way to convey "don't know." The Australians had their eyes on Mao, so we do not know what expression Wang's face bore at that moment. Recalling the long record of Mao and Zhou in the Chinese Revolution, Whitlam noted that when the pair of them took part in the Long March, Wang had not yet been born. Wang tried to speak but was cut off both by Zhou and by Whitlam. Toward the end of the session, Wang found a chance to come back to Whitlam's remark. "I was born at the time of the Long March," he managed to say. "I was 1 year old," he added, and the protestation only seemed to accent his junior status. That since then he had been making revolution for years, just like Chairman Mao and Premier Zhou. Wang did not sound like the number 3 man in the Chinese government, nor were Mao and Zhou treating him as such. Mao had said yes to Wang's elevation at the 10th Congress. "Watch him," he said of Wang to President Pompidou of France just after the Congress. "He has a great future." But disenchantment had begun to set in. Zhou was Mao's bridge to the world beyond the magic garden of his study. Yet there was a terrible irony to Zhou's protective, gently masterful handling of his boss. Whitlam several times tried to inject an optimistic note into his awkward, revealing dialogue with Mao. He remarked that for all China's problems, which Mao had been dwelling upon, the future of the revolution was surely guaranteed by China's sturdy youth. "Neither Zhou nor I will be around for the conclusion of the Chinese Revolution," Mao began in response. He declined to join in Whitlam's chime of hope. He declined to discuss the future of the Chinese Revolution in the structural terms Whitlam had broached. Personal mortality was his theme. "My body is riddled with diseases," he declared. Zhou jumped in with a smile. "He only has rheumatism in his knees," he amplified, whether in jocularity, as he wished his guests to think, or in embarrassment, or possibly in a gentle shot at Mao's self-pity. "I have an appointment with God," Mao went on to Whitlam. He did not want a veil drawn over the bleakness of his physical prospects. Zhou merely listened. But Zhou's appointment with God, a phrase he never used, was closer at hand than Mao's. On that cold November afternoon, there were 2 flesh-and-blood illustrations of Mao's tragic isolation. Zhou was nearer death than Mao, and Mao already had doubts about Wang only months after making a helicopter of him. The pair were number 2 and number 3 in his regime, but Mao was shuffling toward a future that would include neither of them. Death and doubt were to deprive him of 2 more possible successors. Zhou looked at his watch as a signal that the interview had gone on long enough. Mao gestured to Wang Herong, an ideological left-hand little finger, who was sitting prim and quiet beside Zhou. "She will never let me talk for too long," the chairman bantered. "She looks after me very closely." As a tense, debilitating seesaw contest over place and policy began between the ultra-leftists and groups resisting them, all in the unlikely name of criticizing Confucius, Mao switched back and forth between 3 roles. Often he supported the ultra-leftists. He hedged his bets about some of them, however, and placated some moderates. At times, he simply sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight below. Every 7 or 8 years, People's Daily quoted Mao as saying, "Monsters and demons will jump out." Published in late 1973, the remark was an invitation to resume the 1966 struggle against monsters and demons. That Mao was too feeble or too bloody-minded, or too uncertain in his own mind, to help the citizens identify the monsters and demons was a guarantee of confusion. By early 1974, he could not see a finger in front of his face. but only distinguish light from dark. His tongue would no longer serve him, either to speak clearly or allow him to close his mouth. Mao personally kicked off the anti-Confucius drive, though no mortal could have plotted its eventual weird career, and Pai Kong, a catchy short form for criticize Confucius, Pipan Kongzi, became the justification for a great deal of left-wing craziness. Phrases from the Cultural Revolution popped up like bamboo shoots after spring rain. Mao badges were again widely worn. In Shanghai, base of the top ultra-leftists, a new magazine, Study and Criticism, appeared, its aim seemingly to be more red than the official CCP monthly red flag. Inner morale fell as fast as the political temperature rose. It wasn't enough, as it had been during the two post-Lin years, to merely do a job well. Now ideology had to be spouted as well, the more loudly and dramatically the better, and all evils had to be linked with the class enemy Confucius. The key to reducing road accidents, said a broadcast from Hainan Island, lay in criticizing Confucius. The Italian film director Michelangelo Antonioni, welcomed to China with his cameras in 1972, was now called an anti-China clown. His sober, even tedious movie had become a wild provocation against the Chinese people. The attack on the clown from Rome was given an anti-American twist that soon became a sub-theme of Pai Kong. Americans found Antonioni's poisonous film fascinating, sneered People's Daily. So it seems that the specter of John Foster Dulles still clings on in the U.S. Beethoven was judged decadent. During 1973, the Philadelphia, Vienna, and London symphony orchestras had toured China and were well reviewed. But in Mao's China, nothing was safe. It is not difficult for us to perceive behind these weird and bizarre melodies. People's Daily now intoned of an array of European compositions, the nasty, rotten life and decadent sentiments that these works reflect. Old Mao, not a Western music fan, had evidently murmured into a receptive ear that music, like everything else, yields its secrets only to class analysis. To go too far, Confucius once remarked, is as bad as to fall short. Mao didn't believe it. He saw no great merit in balance. Yet the antics of 1974 were more and less than combat between Mao's idea of flux and Confucius's idea of order. Confucius's influence did hinder the Maoist transformation of China. In the villages especially, attitudes to women, status, and the relative weight to be given to progress as against precedent, all still had a Confucian flavor. Yet a campaign like Pai Kong in Mao's China was also a sign that someone in the Politburo feared or strove for something. During 1974, Mao received more foreign dignitaries, 20-odd, than in any previous year, while each day in his own newspapers he read anti-foreign remarks that recalled the fever of the Boxer Rebellion. The ultra-left Shanghai Monthly, Study and Criticism, mentioned Mao as often as the Bible mentions God, and yet in February 1974, Mao withdrew the magazine's right, or someone else did so in his name, to reproduce his swirling calligraphy as its frontispiece. Were these the lurchings of a craft out of control? Were they a sign of actions pushing in different directions? Or were they a mirror to Mao's own inconsistencies? Some of each, but with a good dose of the last. The need to shit after eating, Mao remarked, does not mean that eating is a waste of time. This typical line, dating from Yan'an, was prominently recalled by Beijing's press in the autumn of 1974. Mao had given fair warning that he believed in flashing a green light one moment and a red one the next. Jiang Qing took Confucius as a code word for anything that rode high prior to the Cultural Revolution. Zhou Enlai, in order to jump into the drive with enough enthusiasm to satisfy a Mao who now seemed distant from him, added Lin Biao's name to Confucius's, turning Pai Kong into Pai Lin Pai Kong. The premier made a farce into a near comedy. The sage and the defense minister were thrust at the long-suffering Chinese people as twin monsters of the type that, had Mao not said it, must surely leap out every 7 or 8 years. One had been dead for 2.5 years, the other for 2.5 millennia. Zhou felt the entire campaign was absurd. And so it was. A painful disgrace to a great civilization. It could only occur because the Politburo was in paralysis, due to Mao's being still able to reign but not to rule. For Jiang Qing, the evolving chaos of Pai Lin Pai Kong was viewed in anti-Confucian perspective as a push to the left. For Zhou, it was viewed as an extension of the anti-Lin coalition, and so a lasso around the neck of the ultra-left. Mao favored Jiang Qing's view, but he could not go all the way with the Maid Marian of the Cultural Revolution. In any case, his physical condition did not permit him to keep abreast of her maneuvers. Water too pure breeds no fish, Mao reminded his nervous colleagues in the winter of 1974. A teacher too harsh has no pupils. He was capable of a nonchalant swipe against the ultra-left as well as more than one against his time-honored opponents on the right. Nowadays metaphysics is running wild, he said in February 1974. There is one-sidedness. He then referred to a phrase used for the special access to education of privileged cadres' offspring. If the criticism of going in the back door is added to the criticism of Lin Biao and Confucius, it may play down the Lin-Confucius criticism. The old man had, indeed, put his trembling finger on a problem. But he could not solve it. And he was still too much of a revolutionist to agree with Zhou's cynical solution of merely allowing the drive to spiral off as a jumble of harmless, meaningless abstractions. Mao and the ultra-leftists differed on the question of the PLA. It was all very well for Jiang Qing, from the silk sofa of cultural affairs, to snipe at the army now that the leftist officers had been eliminated with Lin Biao. She had little to lose in the khaki corner. Mao, as supreme leader of a country where the PLA was in some ways closer to the masses than was the party, could not afford to alienate the military. True, Mao gave a jolt to the regional military commanders in the winter of 1973–74. He switched the jobs of 9 of the 11 of them. It was unprecedented to order at one stroke so many of these territorial titans to leave their bailiwicks and go to a new city. It was a brilliant display of Mao's power that he brought it off with only grumbles and no shots as the response. But one may doubt that Mao could have repositioned his growling military lions if he had not, on the eve of the move, reinstated Deng to his high posts, and had Deng not been Mao's circus master who broke the news to each lion of his new post. Yet even Mao would not be able to do such a thing again. A year later, toward the end of 1974, he called the 11 regional commanders together at his Hangzhou residence. Some of them said they would not attend the meeting. Only after Mao promised policy concessions, which were unveiled at the following month's pragmatic-toned National People's Congress, did they agree to assemble with their commander-in-chief. Water can keep a boat floating, runs a Chinese saying, but can also capsize it. The PLA was Mao's water from the middle of the Cultural Revolution onward. But he had to be wary lest that same water rise too high and swamp him. Prime Minister Bhutto of Pakistan walked into Mao's study in May 1974. The protocol chief shepherded each dignitary to his armchair. Bhutto sat on Mao's left, as foreign guests always did. But on Mao's right, beyond the interpreter, in Zhou's chair, sat Deng. Zhou was present but seated on the far side of Bhutto. A new seating pattern in Beijing, where photos were like news reports, was the equivalent of a cabinet reshuffle in many a government. For days before, at Mao's meeting with President Senghor of Senegal, Zhou had been in his chair to Mao's right. The lesser leaders sat as usual to the foreign guests' left. It had been that way on scores of occasions. Zhou had not for years sat anywhere else during an official photographed meeting between Mao and a foreign statesman. But he never sat in his chair again. In mid-1974, Mao went south. It was unusual for him to retreat from Beijing in the summer months. Mostly he left the capital in order to benefit from the warmer climes of Hangzhou, Changsha, or Canton. More unusual still, one has to go back to 1965 for a comparison. He stayed away from Beijing for 8 months. Just before Mao headed for Wuhan, Zhou entered number 305 hospital. "I am not very well because I am old," Zhou remarked. He continued to do some work. But only 3 times did he emerge from the hospital for a public occasion. At none of these Army Day 1974, National Day 1974, and the CCP and NPC sessions of January 1975 was Mao present. The pair were never seen together in public again. Behind that external fact, making due allowance for the roles of illness and chance in their separation, lay the inner and terribly consequential fact that their partnership was largely at an end. However China was being run, it was not by the old firm of Mao the architect and Zhou the builder. And in the absence of the builder, it is doubtful that the architect could create much of substance. One afternoon, while Mao was away in the south, the building of the Beijing newspaper Brilliant Daily rocked with recrimination. An early edition of the paper was recalled and destroyed. Its second page carried an article, Solitary Anger, which someone very senior, risking a public snafu of the kind that is rare in China, decided should not reach Brilliant Daily's readers. A new edition replaced Solitary Anger with 5 items of local news. Solitary Anger had been written 2,200 years before by Han Fei of the Realpolitik School. Taken together with an editorial preface by Brilliant Daily, the article was all too clearly about Mao and his court. Han Fei was, indeed, both alone and angry. He was surrounded by traitorous ministers. Courtiers fawned on him, he complained, but cut him off from the real world and from officials he could trust. It was a monstrous crime for a ruler to be treated like this, and a great mistake. The protesting essayist also said, for a ruler to permit such a dangerous state of affairs. Solitary Anger paints a picture of a kingdom so sunk in lies and factionalism as to be headed for destruction. Brilliant Daily, or its first, faded edition, made sure its readers did not mistake the essay for a mere antiquarian fable. It printed the essay both in its original Guwen, classical form, and in Baihua, contemporary form. Han Fei's evil ministers, said the editorial preface, were like Lin Biao and his type. Who made the decision to publish Solitary Anger? And who ordered its withdrawal? There are 2 main possibilities, either of which would be testimony to the disarray of Mao's government. Could have been Mao's idea to republish the essay. He, like Han Fei, felt he had been surrounded by his fair share of deceiving ministers. Nor would it have been out of character for him to engage in some self-criticism by identifying himself with Han Fei's scorching panorama of pessimism. If Mao authorized the essay before going south, it is not difficult to imagine some, perhaps most, of the Politburo wishing to suppress it on the ground that such a public parade of disgust and pessimism was, to use the American expression, not in the interests of national security. However, the airing of Solitary Anger was probably an attack on Zhou inlaid by Jiang Qing. Zhou was the Lin type during 1974, in Jiang's twisted view. She was disputing the post-Mao future with the man who was, together with his allies, the main obstacle in front of her. The mistress of the arts, who had the power to order editors around, and who rode especially high in Beijing that summer, was taking advantage of Mao's absence to hit at Zhou. Yet, if this was the explanation, it was striking that Zhou's friends were able to so swiftly impound Brilliant Daily's allegorical fireworks. The long partnership of Mao and Jiang Qing was essentially over in personal terms, though not quite in political terms. The ex-actress with the gleam of a future empress in her eye had already moved out of South and Central Lakes. Zhang Yufeng was the main female in Mao's life. A Hunanese dining car attendant and announcer on trains, she had caught the chairman's eye 15 years before and been transferred in 1960, at the age of 17, to Mao's personal train. In 1962, she was moved to Mao's own compartment. In 1970, she became a staff member in Zongnanhai. By 1974, she had the title Confidential Secretary. From about 1973 onward, if Jiang Qing wished to talk with Mao, she had to submit her reasons in writing to Zhang Yufeng and receive Mao's consent before she was allowed to proceed to his residence. In the middle of Pai Lin Pai Kong, Mao at least once refused to meet her. "It is better not to see each other," he wrote to her. "You haven't carried out many of the things I talked to you about over the years. What's the use of more meetings with you?" Jiang Qing was not with Mao during his long stay away from Beijing in 1974 to 75. While the cat was away, the mouse did play. Mao's last appearance in the capital for 1974 was in June. In July, Jiang Qing came into her own. People's Daily adjudged her an expounder of Mao thought, a rare honor far beyond her previous reach. She was in charge of Mrs. Marcos of the Philippines and other foreign guests. A new role for her. In Zhejiang province, instructions by Jiang Qing and Wang Hongwen were seen. Only Mao, and possibly a number 2 figure, ever gave instructions. Zhisher. Speeches of hers from 1964 were glorified with a 10th anniversary feature in the media. The last straw, for those who despised Mao's wife, was a curious historical article about the founder of the Han Dynasty. The article, one of many during 1974 that spoke of great women in history, put inordinate stress on the qualities and role of Han Gaozu's wife. She was firm of purpose. She took over power after her husband's death. She won glory by carrying on his line. Mao became fed up with his estranged wife's political activities during 1974. "She is poking her nose into everything," he said as she rode high in that year. "She lectures people wherever she goes. Is she ambitious? I believe she is." It was at a Politburo meeting in early 1975 that Mao finally, angrily repudiated her right to interpret any of his views. "Jiang Qing speaks only for herself. She cannot speak for me. I am too old, already 81, and in poor health," he lamented in a message to her during 1975. "And you don't even show any consideration for me." It was a pathetic cry. It was the message of a man who could not really deal with the complex emotional and political problem of an ex-lover who had high ambitions but was doomed to defeat the moment he gave the signal or died. "I do envy the Zhou Enlai marriage," Mao added in an unusual reference to his premier's private life. During the last weeks of Mao's 8-month self-exile from Beijing, his wife gave a talk to a gathering of diplomatic personnel at the Fragrant Hills Hotel in western Beijing, declaring that she was speaking on Mao's behalf. In her own muddled way, she was playing the role of Mao's Mao. "China wants black friends and small friends and poor friends," ran her text, which was obtained by Taiwanese spies. Mao still wanted China to have that image. But when Jiang Qing said China had no white friends or big friends or rich friends, she was out of line with Mao's actual practice. Jiang Qing intoned that Kissinger's basic point of view is limited by the class interests of the bourgeoisie. Yet she noted that Kissinger believed in maintaining the balance of power and that he recognized the contradictions that existed in international relations. Jiang Qing had expressed, in the tumble of her self-important remarks, a duality that marked Mao's foreign policy. In Mao's mellow eye, Kissinger's bourgeois ranking was really beside the point. Mao did not discuss the niceties of socialism with Kissinger. He would not have judged the American statesman a worthy co-revolutionary. But such ideological quibbles did not have a place in Mao's foreign policy thinking of the mid-1970s. Jiang Qing may have got hold of Mao's words, but hardly the fullness of his thoughts. Mao dealt with Kissinger and met with him twice more in the year of Jiang Qing's Fragrant Hills tirade, for the reason that China-Russia hostility was Beijing's principal strategic concern and it required a pro-American tilt. When Mao did criticize Kissinger, it was not for being a bourgeois adventurist, as Jiang Qing said Kissinger was, but for not being a sufficiently vigorous bourgeois to stand up against the hungry, much less bourgeois polar bear. To a degree, Mao shared Jiang Qing's unease at the possibilities of contamination in cultural exchanges with the West, but he emphatically did not share the hankering of the ultra-leftists to return to Lin's policy of even-handedness toward the US and the USSR. Jiang Qing may have seen the specter of John Foster Dulles, leering from across the Pacific. Mao was sure it now lived in the Kremlin. Colleagues were simply not sure what Mao would do next. He had purged 2 successors chosen by himself. Now, in 1974, he was distant from Zhou Enlai, who had helped him get away with both these acts of major surgery, and he had begun to think Wang Hongwen had a great future behind him. It seemed he had forgotten his spoken will, making Zhou Enlai his new successor. Toward 2 others in Beijing's top 10, Mao wavered. Jiang Qing irritated him, but some shred of sentiment, some sense of propriety, some lingering suspicion that the pragmatists were even worse than the ultra-leftists, stayed his hand from obstructing her, let alone purging her. Deng he leaned upon. Yet he seemed to use a long spoon when supping with the vice premier, who by the end of 1974 was sitting in Zhou's chair. Deng was no doubt still deaf, as Mao angrily accused him of being in the 1960s, but he was now tactful enough to look at Mao when the chairman was speaking, and not drum his fingers as if he felt it time to move on to the next item on the agenda. Mao sent Deng and Wang Hongwen together on an inspection trip. How Lazarus and the helicopter got on with each other during a tour of the provinces is not recorded. When they returned to Beijing, Mao summoned them for a report on what they had seen. His question was as morbid as his choice of an investigating team had been odd. unless it happened to be shrewd in the extreme. After I die, what will happen in China? The whole country, replied young Wang, will certainly follow Chairman Mao's revolutionary line and unite firmly to carry the revolution to the end. Did Mao expect such mush from his boy wonder? No one who heard Wang's talk to the Central Committee group a few days later would have expected anything else. Civil war will break out, Deng rasped. And there will be confusion throughout the country. Mao preferred Deng's answer, according to the communist source in Hong Kong that supplied the story. Out of touch with many realities as he was, Mao still read People's Daily, which may seem masochistic. This 6-page newspaper seemed to have been written by a propaganda committee. News was not its cup of tea. People's Daily did not tell. It reminded. It was essentially a daily catechism, just journalistic enough to root its eternal verities in a recent concrete morality tale. Somehow old Mao found truth in even the strident editions of 1974. This truth was an echo of a past he knew. If he read about a two-line struggle in a silk mill at Hangzhou, that rang true. Two-line struggles had been with him, he thought, ever since he began his long climb to power in the 1920s. He felt he knew what the line of division was. He could persuade himself that silk output would be good only if the workers' line won out over the bourgeois line. But Mao was living in the past. Otherwise, he could hardly have found People's Daily of 1974 believable. More and more Chinese people felt this was so. Meanwhile, Mao's body increasingly failed him. He swam for the last time in September 1974, nearly choking. In the aftermath, he could lie only on his left side. Any other position prevented his breathing properly. Bed sores and itchy rashes tormented him. Cars holding 2,885 dignitaries drove up to the Great Hall of the People. People in the streets guessed that the Fourth National People's Congress, a parliament that is a rubber stamp but a useful one, was finally in session. There had been so many delays that it had begun to rank as a mirage. It looked like back to business. Zhou came out of the hospital and cut a figure of authority. A new state constitution was unveiled that gave workers the right to strike and farmers the right to their private plots. The ultra-leftists obtained few of the new government appointments announced. Deng was promoted, and the documents of the meetings struck a note of order and stressed economic tasks. Was it not a victory for Zhou's views? An end to the leftist festival of criticizing Lin and Confucius? A green light for Deng? But an empty chair weighed down the auditorium. Mao was not there. Was he gravely ill or even dead? No, for during the sessions in Beijing, the Prime Minister of Malta and the German right-winger Franz Joseph Strauss were spirited down to South China to meet him. With or without a full grasp of the complexities of the situation in his own government, he was sulking in his tent. The communiqué of the NPC did not explain Mao's absence, said nothing about him at all. Nor did Mao attend a Central Committee meeting just prior to the NPC's opening. The new constitution gave less prominence to Mao thought than the draft of it prepared in 1970, and less than did the party constitution of 1969, or even the blander one of 1973. It referred to Mao thought and to the office of chairman of the CCP but not to Mao himself. To make matters weirder, Zhou's report, but not that of leftist Zhang Chunqiao, bent over backward to quote Mao. No less than 26 times did Zhou's text mention Mao's name. A few weeks earlier, Mao had talked at length with Wang Hongwen. The helicopter pressed Mao to give more jobs to the ultra-leftist circle. He hinted this idea came from Jiang Qing, that Zhou was not as ill as he pretended and was very busy plotting for the future from his hospital. He cast doubt on Deng's reliability. Would Mao not agree that, in the circumstances, Zhang Chunqiao should become premier? Mao did not endorse Wang's plan. He was prepared to make Zhang defense minister, until the one-eyed veteran Lu Buqing and other generals joined forces against the idea. He may even have been willing to give his wife the nod as culture minister. But old Mao found that politics never ceases to be a bargaining process. Too much opposition existed to such plans. Soon afterward, the Politburo met and Mao was in the chair. Factionalism was a terrible thing, he said. Everyone makes mistakes, he purred, including himself, as when he went along for so long with Lin Biao. He threw in a word of praise for Deng as a practical man. At the same time, He warned his colleagues about the recurrent menace of bourgeois revisionism. Mao had explained why he would stay away from the round of party and state meetings about to commence. He was biding his time, hedging his bets, hiding the more lurid of his doubts, and letting the waters flow by unchallenged for the moment. In his report to the NPC, Zhou probably mentioned Mao so frequently both to soothe the chairman and to say a graceful thank you for the extra freedom his absence lent Zhou. It seems that Mao visited Music Mountain at this time. Again, as on most other occasions, it was in midwinter. Again he carried with him a mixture of physical and political ailments. Again he went home to stoke up for a fresh blaze of activity. Loyal parents who sacrificed so much for the nation never feared the ultimate fate. Now that the country has become red, who will be its guardian? Mao wrote these lines during his quiet period in the South. The poem was, perhaps surprisingly, for Zhou. Our mission, unfinished, may take 1,000 years. The struggle tires us, and our hair is gray. You and I, old friend, can we just watch our efforts being washed away? The job was vast. Much remained to be done, and Mao doubted that those who would take over could do it. His pessimistic mood cut across any line of division between pro-Zhou and anti-Zhou, or left and moderate. Indeed, it no longer made sense to ask if Mao was these days a Maoist. One day he was, the next day he wasn't. His eyesight almost gone since early 1974, Mao began sessions with Liu Di, a literature tutor from Peking University, who would read from ancient poems while Mao hummed and made comments. Unfortunately, the Communist Party at the university had instructed Liu Di, do not ask inappropriate questions. Liu Di, fearful that she would mistake the line between appropriate questions and inappropriate ones, asked Mao nothing. It was the classic mistake of people hired for Mao's staff. Mao called her a moron and said the pragmatic mood of the NPC seemed out of date within 2 months. A fresh breeze from the left began to blow during the spring of 1975, spurred by a new quote from Mao. Study well the theory of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The enemy was empiricism. Probably the NPC line never won a consensus in the Politburo. Mao's absence made it even easier than usual for colleagues with differing views to make their own Mao out of his words. Zhou's illness added to the opportunities to jump out of line. Some of our comrades, Zhang Chunxiao warned, have joined the Communist Party organizationally but not ideologically. Sounding like a trumpeter for a new cultural revolution, the Shanghai leftist hit out at swindlers on high who peddle among youth the idea that money incentive, like bean curd, may smell awful but tastes good. Zhang's fellow ultra-leftist Yao Wenyuan also dug up cultural revolution themes. Wages are too unequal. The money system is a capitalist hangover which must eventually go. New class enemies, the Shanghai essayist predicted, might use these evils to engineer a reversion to capitalism. Mao gave some encouragement to the Shanghai pair. Both came up with new quotations from the chairman, one of the surest signs, apart from being photographed beside him, of a blessing from him. Industrial unrest was the only tangible result of the drive, which had the disadvantage of being at once vague and earnest, to study the baffling abstraction dictatorship of the proletariat. Resentment, disruption, and fighting were so bad in Hangzhou that Mao agreed to send Wang as a mediator to the lakeside city. His stay appeared to make the situation worse. Just at this time, Prime Minister Kukrit witnessed a sign of Zhou's fading authority. Now Kukrit, the ailing premier said in his hospital suite, go back home and tell everyone, especially your children and grandchildren, that China will never attack Thailand. Mr. Prime Minister, the Thai leader replied, those are very reassuring words. Taking a long piece of paper out of his pocket, Kukrit leaned forward and asked Zhou to write down the promise in his own hand. I'll have millions of copies made and hang them around the necks of my children and grandchildren, of everyone in Thailand. It will be the most valuable possession in my life. My hand shakes, objected Zhou. I am too ill to write it down. Kukrit took Zhou's excuse at face value. He told me in an interview. Yet I believe Zhou's reluctance at this midpoint of 1975 had a political component. Confusingly enough, the fitful left-wing breeze dropped by late summer, as the monkey in Mao stirred to take a swipe against the ultra-left. After an inactive spell, visiting heads of government from Guyana, Mozambique, and Congo all failed to see him. Mao summoned and chaired a Politburo meeting in May where he criticized the ultra-left for factionalism. Zhang Yao and Jiang Qing all wrote letters of self-criticism to the grumbling chairman. As this morality play wound on, Deng began to arrange himself in the cockpit of power, and PLA officers purged in the Cultural Revolution came back like commuters at rush hour. Among them was no less a figure than Luo Ruiqing, the former chief of staff whose insufficient hostility toward Russia had made him the first senior victim of Mao's Cultural Revolution. Mao as arbiter gave Deng the nod. Could he really be worse, Mao seemed to be asking himself, than all the other evil ministers who had let him down? Economics replaced ideology as the main topic in part of the press. Stability, unity, development of the economy, a Deng slogan became a catch cry, almost as "study the dictatorship of the proletariat" had been in the spring. An agriculture conference was one of several meetings on the economy that reflected a businesslike mood which reached its peak in the autumn of 1975. Deng spoke, as did a second-rank figure with a background in Hunan agriculture, Hua Guofeng, whose hour of triumph would come soon. Jiang Qing also appeared at the podium. At the NPC, she had failed to become Minister of Culture, but now she was able to dispense some cultural advice to farmers. People's Daily published only the Deng and Hua speeches. Mao blocked a plan to publish his wife's. "Shit," he wrote on the text when Hua brought it to him. "Barking up the wrong tree. Don't publish the talk." He also criticized Jiang Qing for an interview she had given to an American scholar, Roxanne Witka, in which Jiang indulged herself and revealed her considerable weaknesses. He apparently flew into a rage when he read a transcript of her vain, politically shaky discourses to Professor Witka. Mao's feelings toward Jiang Qing were powerful enough to trigger two earthquakes in China's political system. The first was his upbraiding of the left. This gave the ball to Deng. The second was yet to come. As Mao declined, and Zhou was absent in hospital, interpreters seemed to become the focus of foreign leaders' visits to South and Central Lakes. His lips could not move as quickly as he wanted, Prime Minister Kukrit of Thailand noted after his July 1975 session with Mao, and sometimes his voice was inaudible. As Kukrit walked into the study, Mao made a very loud roaring noise. He shook me by the hand and made more roaring noises until the lady interpreters and nurses and everybody arrived. Many of Mao's words the interpreters could not understand. They turned to the nurses for help. At times the nurses were at a loss. Then Mao's amma, his servant maid Zhang Yufeng, was called in to listen to his words. At the end, when Kukrit presented a gift, Mao seemed to go blank. He began to shake the cigar box in his hands, like a baby. Someone rescued it from his grasp. Mao had somehow gone. All the wit, the knowledge, the wisdom had suddenly disappeared from his eyes. As I shook hands, he was gazing over my head. He wasn't interested. The chairman had to be got out of bed and dressed for these ghostly audiences with foreigners. His jaw hung down and gave him the look of a soul begging, clinging to its last moments. The walk was slow and as if on stilts. He shuffled his painful feet, and his straight arms swung imperceptibly from the shoulder in the way artificial limbs do. Yet Mao had lost none of his capacity to make foreigners defer to him. "For Tam and me," said Prime Minister Muldoon of New Zealand, of the appointment he and his wife had to meet Mao. It was an awesome moment as we drove in through the gate of the Forbidden City and were ushered in to see him. He broached with Imelda Marcos, First Lady of the Philippines, the personal tragedy that lurks close to anyone who achieves high office. "The higher you get," he remarked to the tough beauty from Manila, "the more stones will be thrown at you by others. Nearly everyone who comes to meet me and whom I like goes home to face disaster." Mao morbidly observed to Kukrit. He meant men such as Nixon, Tanaka, Nkrumah, Heath, Sukarno, Whitlam, and Sihanouk, to name 7 leaders friendly to China who met reversal at home. When Kukrit politely wished Mao a long life, Mao rejoined with a brooding, "What's the point?" He was an old man who still believed in his own supremacy, Prime Minister Kukrit concluded. But if anybody were to forge his signature or issue commands in his name, beyond the realm of his own room, he wouldn't know about it. Politics and cultural backwardness bedeviled any attempt to treat Mao's illnesses scientifically. Mao himself refused treatment. His doctors judged it impossible to tell him the truth. And the political bosses of the doctors wanted medical reality to fit political reality. When Dr. Li told Security Chief Wang Dongxing of the diagnosis of Lou Gehrig's disease, Wang said, "After all your examinations, this is what you produced. This will not do. You have to do something else." Yet treatment of Mao's eyesight was a success story. Zhang Yufeng wished to cure his blindness with infusions of glucose, but doctors insisted on a serious treatment, either a cataract operation or a less intrusive, traditional Chinese procedure of pushing aside the turbid lens without removing it. 40 guinea pigs of similar age and health condition to Mao were selected, half to undergo the Western and half the traditional Chinese procedure. When the results were in, Mao chose the less intrusive Chinese operation. The operation, in August 1975, took 12 minutes. "I can see sky and sun again," Mao murmured. But not very well. Mao's America policy had frayed at the edges since the high point of early 1973, when the two nations set up offices in each other's capitals. Kissinger was due to come to Beijing in August, but the trip was postponed because of that month's 10th Congress, at which Zhou was cool toward the U.S. Pai Lin Pai Kong was merrily erecting America as one of its targets. Military voices, as we have seen, were questioning the tilt toward Washington. Vietnam, on which American bombs still rained, was carping at Beijing's pro-Americanism. The Chinese envoy in Washington found it convenient to be absent from his post throughout the spring of 1974. The decline of the Mao-Zhou partnership did not help. It exposed America policy to ultra-leftist and PLA maneuvers. It made the U.S. side wonder if China's pro-America policy would stick. Kissinger found Deng, Mao's new executive officer, less warm toward the U.S. than Zhou. He wondered why Deng often quoted Mao but would not even respond to questions about Zhou's condition. "A nasty little man," he even said of Deng. In China in late 1974, Kissinger went to see Zhou in 305 Hospital, but found the premier strangely guarded in manner, and was puzzled that although Zhou seemed in good health, the meeting was abruptly terminated after a mere 30 minutes. Still worse, Mao did not see Kissinger, the first time this had happened on all the Americans' visits to Beijing. Mao was south of the Yangtze. Even so, 6 other foreign leaders flew down in virtual blindfold conditions for an audience with him in the couple of months before and after Kissinger was in China. The point was that Mao, pro-American as he was compared with some in his Politburo, took a dim view of Kissinger's arriving in Beijing direct from Vladivostok, where he and President Ford had been supping with Brezhnev. Some of Mao's colleagues, who had no investment in the Mao-Zhou link and who were attracted by the idea of an easing of Sino-Soviet tension, quietly threw sand into the machinery of the U.S.-China relationship during 1974. Kissinger became so jittery about the prospects of the forthcoming trip by President Ford to China that when, to his great relief, Mao invited him for a chat during his October 1975 stay in Beijing, the Secretary of State asked Mao to put in writing a promise to receive Ford when he came to Beijing. Perhaps Mao was wryly amused by the utilitarian bent of the Americans. Whether or not he would still be alive may have been his preoccupation, but he did not hesitate. He reached for a felt-tipped pen and scribbled the commitment Kissinger wanted. The Mao-Ford summit was a tame affair. For Ford, coming after Nixon, it was a bit like being the second man to land on the moon. The U.S. president, anxious about Ronald Reagan's challenge from the right, came to Beijing with little in his briefcase. And Mao, awesome but terribly frail, seemed as unreal as the man in the moon. Intensified cross-currents bedeviled Chinese policies. And the fall of Saigon did not liberate Sino-American relations any more than it liberated the people of South Vietnam. "We have been defeated in Vietnam," Kissinger remarked ruefully to a Chinese official in the spring of 1975. "And you will have to deal with the consequences." Mao knew better than some of his colleagues just what Kissinger meant. "Vietnam is a temple with 4 abbots," Mao remarked to Jiang Qing not long afterward, "and anyone who gives alms and cloth is their patron." It was not long before his attitude to Vietnam resembled that of America's most bristling hawks. It happened that Mao, in his up-and-down pattern of health, now with his cataract operation behind him, was in vigorous form during Ford's visit. The 110-minute talk with the president was richer in detail and longer than Mao's talk with Nixon in 1972. Mao threw his hands around in gesticulation and rocked with laughter at one point. He seemed to sense that a U.S. president was sitting in his study for the last time, and to rouse himself for a last effort of advocacy. And his eyes lighted up, according to Betty Ford, when he met her daughter Susan. But reluctance and uncertainty ate, from both sides, at the summit. It was clear to both Chinese and American officials, and to the Chinese people who saw a newsreel of the Mao-Ford meeting, that Mao did not have long to live. Neither Deng nor Ford, the two men who carried on the policy discussions, was a strong leader with a clear mandate from his domestic constituency. The issue of Russia, which had brought Mao and Nixon together in 1972, was a barrier between Mao and Ford in 1975. In the American view, the opening to China was an end in itself. Sino-American tension in Asia had been defused. Détente with China was a twin of détente with Russia. In Mao's view, the name of the game was power and not peace. He envisaged a long struggle against Soviet global power, with the U.S. in China's corner, doing the job of resisting Russian hegemony, which China was too weak to do alone. So the summit was a failure for a curious reason. Ford would not budge on the Taiwan issue, the main roadblock to normalization, for U.S. domestic political reasons. Mao would not refrain from criticizing U.S.-Soviet détente and telling his guests that only the Kremlin benefits from it. The tragedy was that the bilateral problem and the strategic disagreement were not seen in combination. Mao had once before opposed détente in the late 1950s in a different way but for the same reasons. Russia, not the U.S., was in those days his friend. He then saw Russia, not the U.S., as in danger of being diluted by the promise of détente. By 1975, the two superpowers had changed places. Yet Mao's strategy looked the same in its nationalism and its long-range vision. He did not want Russia and the U.S. to fight each other, but he did not want them to gang up together against China either. He wished them to be uneasy with each other, giving time for China to become stronger and be a match for either or both. In a series of poignant dialogues, Mao told his nurse Wu Shujuan he did not want her to be with him when he died. "Before my mother died," he explained, "I told her I could not bear to see her suffering face. I wanted to carry away a beautiful impression of her. So I would distance myself at the end." My mother agreed. "Now do you understand why I do not want you to be with me at the end?" said the nurse. "We shouldn't talk all the time about death." But Mao insisted. "While on Earth I've eaten quite a few fish," he said. "When I die my body will be burned. The bones and ashes will be fed to fish in the Yangtze River. Say to the fish on my behalf, 'Dear fish, Mao Zedong apologizes to you all. During his life he ate you. Now you may eat him.'" He mused to Wu Shujuan about apt remarks for his own funeral and came up with these words. "Our gathering is one of victory. Mao Zedong is dead. We celebrate the triumph of dialectics. His death was good. From ancient times until today, no one fails to die. This is a law of physical development." Mao had been an agitated young man. Now he was an agitated old man. Chapter 21. An arrow near the end of its flight. 1976. As the last minutes of 1975 ticked by, Mao was sunk in an armchair of his outer study. The skin of his face resembled wax more than living tissue. The eyes looked vacant. Frail as Dresden china, he seemed almost as lifeless. In from the darkness walked Julie Nixon Eisenhower and her husband, David. Two young women helped Mao struggle to his feet. He tottered, then steadied himself, and the two nurses stepped back. He shook hands with the Americans before whirring cameras and blazing TV lights. The two women put him back again in his slip-covered chair. Julie took a letter out of a manila envelope and put it into Mao's thin, pale hand. It was written by a man who had lost office to a man who should have, but had not lost office. Mao stirred to life in recalling the improbable Nixon-Mao political love affair of 1972. "How is Mr. Nixon's leg?" he inquired, as if to establish a mood of nostalgia. "When your father comes," Mao remarked of Nixon's impending second visit to China, I will be waiting. He brought both arms down heavily to the sides of his chair to propel the words. It was his most animated sentence of the evening. I was surprised, Julie remarked of Beijing's envoy to Washington, who was present in the room, when he did not lean forward in his chair to catch every word the chairman spoke. Instead, Huang Jin gazed casually around the room. Given the painful diction and the banal content, perhaps it was not so surprising. Mao seemed a mere exhibit, and the ambassador had seen the exhibit before. When Mao rose to end the interview, a young girl ran a comb through his hair before a TV crew recorded the final handshake on film. Julie and David stumbled across a contradiction in Mao as 1976 began. They found him warm toward all things American. Chairman Mao has followed your trip, a senior Chinese figure said to the Eisenhowers as they left Shanghai for Washington. He considers you part of his family. Yet the couple came upon many flourishes of ultraleftism, some of them the work of Mao himself. It is nothing, Mao said to Julie and David of a militant poem that was being typeset for republication that very moment. I wrote it in 1965, but the poem, Well Mountain Revisited, was a grenade of leftism. We can clasp the moon in the ninth heaven, ran its apocalyptic lines, and sees turtles deep down in the 5 seas. The issue of People's Daily that reported the Mao-Eisenhower conversation also carried Well Mountain Revisited, together with Two Birds, a dialogue, an equally militant poem written on the eve of the Cultural Revolution, which ended, Look, the world is being turned upside down. If January 1975 had brought a breeze from the right, January 1976 now saw a gale from the left. Mao was less in charge of it than he had been a year before, when he sulked while the NPC's dialogue came down on the side of the wrong bird, but he cared about it with the earnestness of an old man having his last fling. A letter to Mao from a worker-peasant-soldier group at Tsinghua University was the seed that led to the harvest of ultra-leftist chaff in the spring of 1976. Written on Mao's 82nd birthday, the letter was a complaint that the bourgeoisie at China's famous technical university had fanned a rightist evil wind of reversing verdicts. In other words, common sense had struck back against the nonsense of Cultural Revolution educational reforms. The letter reached Mao's desk in the wake of 2 others from a Tsinghua faction of pragmatic stripe. Unless the system is changed, the school's vice party chief, Lu Bing, wrote to Mao, young people will be leaving the university without being able to read a book. Deng was behind Lu Bing. When Lu told the peppery vice premier of the leftist complaint about a rightist evil wind, Deng swore and vowed in defiance. We'll make it a typhoon. The issue was joined, red versus expert. Would Mao be able to muster the strength to adjudicate? The older Mao got, the more he believed in the conscious will of man, even as his hatred grew for the schools whose task it was to cultivate that conscious will. The more books one reads, he allowed himself to say, the more stupid one becomes. He belittled professors. He told students to sleep during class and cheat on exams. He sent writers to grow rice in remote villages. Yet Mao never lost the Confucian conviction that teachers and books shape the world. He feared the professors even as he belittled them. The specter of a Beijing version of Budapest's pedophile club of 1956 haunted him for years. He could not resist reading the stories writers wrote even as he ran them down as rubbish. Go back to his trip through Hunan in the 1920s to see the root of the tragedy. Even if 10,000 schools of law and political science had been opened, he exulted in his report on an investigation of the peasant movement in Hunan. Could they have brought as much political education to the people, men and women, young and old, all the way into the remotest corners of the countryside, as the peasant associations have done in so short a time? I don't think they could. But 1976 was not 1927. Political slogans did not grow wings in the same way at Tsinghua as when desperate peasants groped for words to summarize the evils that blighted their lives. Young Mao had seen knowledge only in relation to revolution. Old Mao could not see that education for revolution was a meaningless phrase for the ordinary chemistry or physics student of the 1970s. Mao returned Lu Bing's letter without any reply. The birthday letter from the ultra-leftists he liked a lot. It appeared on the front page of People's Daily soon after he read it. Are you, Lu Bing, trying to drive workers, peasants, and soldiers off the campuses, ran a typical sentence in the torrent of ultra-leftist articles on education that Mao authorized. Just like pushing shit out of the bowel? A mini-cultural revolution seemed to have been launched, starting, as always, in the realm of education and culture, where it was easy to confuse words with realities. Enemies appeared as if from an assembly line. Every sphere of life and work was said to be in the grip of two-line struggle. It became fashionable to say revolution mattered more than production. Officials in the Zhoudeng camp were cowed. Foreign trade suffered. Mouths were full of phrases about the glories of the Cultural Revolution, as if spouting them often enough could root out the gut feeling of most Chinese that the Cultural Revolution was a disaster. The mood was set by intoxicated activists who felt, as Mao encouraged them to feel, they could clasp the moon in the ninth heaven and seize turtles deep down in the 5 seas. Was this a mere debate to edify the public? Or was Mao trying to purge someone from the Politburo, preparing the way, as in previous such efforts, with an issues campaign in the press? Mao had given the answer on New Year's Eve. "There will be struggle in the party," he murmured to Julie Eisenhower. Shaky as he was, Mao had mustered fresh strength for an effort to rescue the fading values of the Cultural Revolution. It was no accident that Well Mountain Revisited and Two Birds, a dialogue, had been written as overtures to the Cultural Revolution. Mao was correct to suspect that the newborn socialist things of the 1960s had a bleak future in Deng's hands. The Cultural Revolution had been a mere interlude. It had not brought into being new structures. Mao had wanted a serve-the-people altruism to take hold of the populace. A great revolution, he called the Cultural Revolution, that touches people to their very souls and aims at solving the problems of their world outlook. He had been searching for new political methods. In the past, we waged struggles in the rural areas, in factories, in the cultural field. But all this failed to solve the problem because we did not find a form, a method, to arouse the broad masses. The answer was the great proletarian Cultural Revolution. And Mao had wanted to get rid of colleagues who had fallen away from the Maoist virtues. A new mentality did take hold of many young people in the 1960s. Their awe for authority and old things was reduced. A new political method did unfold. Mobilization of the grassroots led to a measure of direct political participation by millions who had once been passive and sullen. And Mao's enemies at the top were removed. Half the Politburo fell in the storm of the Cultural Revolution. Yet none of these changes endured. Youth's excitement gave way to a good deal of cynicism by the 1970s. Mass mobilization from below was not made an integral part of China's political system. And the victims of the Cultural Revolution came back on deck as the victors of the 1970s, Deng chief among them. If reduced awe for authority endured, it now took the direction of doubts about the Communist Party. Reviving the Cultural Revolution made no sense. An interlude is only an interlude, but perhaps one can see why old Mao, mixing up as usual his role as teacher with his role as leader, wanted to try and do so once more before he died. The pastry chef at the Peace Hotel in Shanghai worked on 2 fancy cakes. They were to sweeten Richard Nixon's 63rd birthday. The vanilla cake with white and brown frosting was for Julie and David, then guests at the hotel, to eat that day. A larger one, in a silk-covered box, adorned with the characters for "Happy Birthday, Mr. Nixon," was for the couple to take back to San Clemente. As the kitchen staff prepared the cakes to be taken upstairs to the Eisenhower's room, a messenger arrived at their door with a far-from-festive piece of news from Beijing. Zhou Enlai was dead of cancer at 78. Julie and David went ahead and ate their cake for breakfast. Much else on the surface of life in China seemed normal, even as the press switched from lambasting Zhou's policies to lauding Zhou. Zhou's body was taken from 305 Hospital, where he died, to a pavilion in the Forbidden City. In freezing cold, a silent, weeping crowd of close to 1 million people gazed with a jumble of feelings at the cortege, with its hearse draped in black and yellow rosettes. Mao alone among the Chinese leaders was absent from the stream of mourners who had gone to 305 Hospital to pay last respects to Zhou's body. His passivity on the occasion of Zhou's death seemed one more sign of the ever-coarsening moral world of old Mao. Even the 90-year-old Zhu came to view the slight, stiff corpse, draped in a CCP flag and surrounded by flowers and plants. Nor did Mao attend the funeral service, at which Deng spoke fulsomely to the 5,000 top persons of China, and over which Wang Hongwen presided awkwardly, like a student who had strayed into a professor's meeting. Mao had attended very few funerals since the 1950s, and none since Chun Yi's in 1972, yet he was probably physically capable of putting in an appearance at the service, held only a few minutes' walk from his home. He sent a paper wreath. It was placed on one side of a boyish portrait of the man who had been China's premier for 26 years, with a wreath from the CCP on the other. Above a casket of the remains, Zhou had asked for cremation and for his ashes to be scattered upon the rivers and soil of our motherland. Perhaps Mao simply did not wish to be seen by large numbers of people. But many Chinese were surprised at Mao's absence. It had been 4 decades since Zhou resisted Mao's leadership in a forthright way. Yet Mao had never gone out of his way to praise Zhou. He never became intimate with Zhou as he did with Chen Yi, and he did not weep on hearing the news of Zhou's death. Each person has but one death, wrote the ancient Chinese scholar Sima Qian, but it can be light as a feather or heavy as Mount Tai. Zhou's death was as heavy as the great mountain in Shandong province because, unexpectedly, it came before Mao's. Zhou's presence could have smoothed Mao's passing. But Mao's presence could not damp down, indeed it augmented, the political flames that leaped from Zhou's ashes. Without Zhou, and with a Mao in King Lear condition and monkey mood, a challenge by the ultra-left to Deng's brusque command of affairs was a sure bet. Polarization, in a word, was what Zhou's death brought in the late winter of 1976. And Mao's very presence plus his flickering predilections loaded the dice against Deng. When Jiang Qing went to view Zhou's body, she did not remove her cap. This apparent slight, captured in a TV newsreel, caused tremors. A soldier in Shenyang threw a chair at a TV set in anger. A crowd in Canton, watching a neighborhood TV set in Beijing Road, began to chant, "Beat her up." Zhou's widow, the plain but redoubtable Deng Yingqiao, greeted Deng Xiaoping with affection as he drew near to the bier. But Ms. Deng was arch toward Jiang Qing. Her manner toward Zhang Chunqiao seemed to fall between the two extremes, cordial without being warm. Pictures were, as ever, the nearest Chinese equivalent of investigative reporting in the West. The party struggle of which Mao spoke to the Eisenhowers began in earnest before Zhou's body was cold, and the TV film gave a hint of its contours. With Zhou's death, Deng Xiaoping lost a key buttress for his attempt at arranging a post-Mao alignment of power. The ultra-leftists saw a green light to seek a quite different alignment of power. Jiang Qing would throw the dice in her biggest gamble yet. Mao read fewer documents, and so court intrigue intensified. Jiang in her campaign against Deng brought materials to Mao's bedside and asked his doctors to rewrite them in large characters so Mao could decipher them. The doctors protested that their duty was simply to look after Mao. "Let him read some documents to make him feel better," Jiang purred, pushing her anti-Deng materials. Despite some affection for Zhou, and an absence of it for his estranged wife, Mao was in a militant mood and irritated with Deng Xiaoping. Zhou's widow would have had small reason to embrace Mao if he had joined the group of mourners at 305 Hospital. "Without struggle there is no progress," Mao declared in a midwinter maxim. Can 800 million people manage without struggle? Even as Mao was sweetly asking Julie about her father's leg, these words were being transmitted as an unmistakable message of dissatisfaction with a whole range of Deng's policies. In old China, an emperor's edict used to be placed in the mouth of a gold-painted wooden phoenix, lowered from the gate of heavenly peace, taken by a mandarin of the Board of Rites on a tray decorated with clouds, copied on yellow paper and sent to every corner of China. So it was with Mao's fresh quotes. But if the mandarin's tray was People's Daily and Beijing Radio, who played the part of the Golden Phoenix? Did Mao wish to ridicule the pragmatic line of the second half of 1975? Or were the ultra-leftists acting without authorization in his name? It was certainly true that some of the new maxims were from Mao's own pen. His words had lost none of their corrosive power. His reign hung by a thread of aphorisms, a thread that twisted this way or that in the breeze of the moment. "Stability and unity do not mean writing off class struggle," ran another New Year's Mao quote that electrified the nation. "Class struggle is the key link and everything else hinges on it." The terms stability and unity happened to be the badge of Deng's management of affairs as he consolidated his power, with Zhou sinking toward death from mid-1975. These issues hung in the air like a thick fog as a round of grueling Politburo meetings began. Each molehill of a quote from Mao was made, by the contending factions, into a mountain as astonishing as the weird peaks of Guilin. A tug-of-war for the premiership was going on. Deng was one candidate to replace Zhou. Zhang Chunqiao was the other. The knives were out. Mao's presence was no longer enough to stay them. Deng gave a report on economic policy to the 15-man Politburo. Yao Wenyuan criticized it as being theoretically unsound. Someone, not Mao, grasped the nettle and proposed Deng as premier. The ultra-leftists said flatly that they would not serve under him. Jiang Qing countered by nominating Zhang, the most widely acceptable candidate her circle could put forward. Those who favored Deng, including the military leader Yi Jianying, managed to block Zhang's appointment as premier. Mao's own eyes turned toward a protege from his home province who had never caused him any bother. He made Hua Guofeng acting premier in February 1976. The amiable Hua at 54 was a modest man, with every reason so far to be so. Mao could at least trust him. It was Hua's great advantage in a poisonous atmosphere with trust in very short supply. Hua, who came from Hunan to the national political scene only in 1969, had fewer enemies than the battle-scarred Deng. He stood between Deng and the ultra-leftists on some key policy issues. His style was cool in a season of hot-headedness. The services Hua had rendered to Mao, together with Mao's dislike of most other candidates, were the Shaanxi-born Hua's chief assets. He had done irrigation work in Mao's home district. He supervised the building of the unerringly adulatory Mao Memorial in Music Mountain. Under his authority, a railroad was built to link the area with Changsha, a lucky break for the tiny village, and a color TV factory was placed in Music Mountain, giving attractive jobs to many of Mao's distant relatives. More substantially, he had thrown political stones at Lin Biao. Mao seemed aware that he was choosing a figure from the second rank rather than the best available man to replace Zhou. He knew that Hua had been called stupid and a country bumpkin by some people, possibly his estranged wife. He countered by saying he found Hua noble-minded and good-mannered but not pompous. Mao also felt it necessary to add that Hua was not stupid, and he acknowledged the problem of Hua's relative obscurity. "It is necessary to do propaganda and give publicity to Comrade Hua," the old man instructed after Hua was named acting premier, "to make him known to the people of the whole country step by step. If Hua was an inoffensive compromise choice, that did not put an end to the feuds. Some demon in Mao wanted to struggle on even when only phantoms were the target. You are making socialist revolution," he wrote in a devastating pronouncement not long after Hua's promotion. "And yet you don't know where the bourgeoisie is. It is right in the Communist Party, those in power taking the capitalist road." It was vintage Mao, a believer in yin and yang if not in much else, a still-questing soul who distrusted equilibrium, who could not admire light without reminding everyone of the presence of darkness. "He has never been a Marxist," Mao suddenly burst out of Deng. However difficult Deng's position was after cancer took Zhou off. These 6 words were the nails in Deng's political coffin for 1976. It was easy to say, and 1,000 voices now did so, that Deng had twisted Mao's words. He had made a list of the virtues the chairman insisted upon: stability and unity, development of the national economy, class struggle, but Mao, it was said in 1976, had not meant that the virtues were of equal rank. Deng, the press cried, though without naming him, had defied Mao by downgrading class struggle from being the key link to being merely one item among others. The vice premier was an unrepentant capitalist roader. Mao had overreached himself as well as the facts in calling Deng and his friends capitalist roaders. Some top supporters of Deng, the military leader Yi Jianying was one, were so disgusted at the attacks on the senior vice premier that they marched out of the Politburo room and left Beijing for the south, shouting that they would take no further part in the destructive proceedings and murmuring about Mao's arbitrariness. Mao's last crusade was solving no problems, but merely adding to the problems that would crash down on China when he died. In toppling Deng and choosing Hua, He seemed merely to be proving that he was still alive, beating off death by an arbitrary assertion of will. At the same time, it was true Deng had never been a profound Marxist. His works contain few references to Marx or Lenin. Marx and Engels lived and died in the last century, Deng said in a rare and typical comment. They were great, but we shouldn't expect them to come alive and help solve all our problems today. Mao once spoke in a fascinating way about how Sun Yat-sen had given up medicine for politics. Then he could be in control of the physicians, Mao observed. Politicians are doctors of the mutual relations among men. This extremely Confucian remark expressed a highly moral view of politics. Sun had, in Mao's view, chosen the higher course by going into politics. One could thus be a teacher on a grander plane. The raw material was nothing less than the souls of the people. What Sun did, Mao did also. Mao had often spoken of the need for soul-searching. Do it 3 times or until nobody has any more opinions, he said to the 8th CCP Congress. The words jump at us. Until nobody has any more opinions. Oneness was Mao's dream. You teach until the lesson is clear. Equally in politics, the ruler is a teacher writ large in that he draws the people together in a felt oneness. Hence the odd pas de deux that democracy and authority danced in Mao's mind. Without a high degree of democracy, ran a remark of his which has mystified quite a few people, we cannot have a high degree of centralism. Of course. Only if the masses offer up their minds can the ruler orchestrate the collective oneness which is the moral goal of politics. The terrible problem in all this arose in a dialogue between Mao and his nephew Mao Yuanxin, who zoomed to centrality in Mao's court from September 1975. When the policy of the party changes, Mao said to the young man in giving him a list of do's and don'ts, you should be clear-minded. Surely Mao must have paused, searching for something better, before uttering the term clear-minded. What exactly do you do when the party changes its mind? Do you fall in with the change of policy? Or can it be right to persist in a dissenting stance? Being clear-minded would only sharpen the dilemma. Mao was a teacher. He did want his pupil, the Chinese nation, to be clear in its own mind. But Mao was also a dictator. There was to be only one mind. For the Chinese people not to be of one mind was immoral. That was the sinister link between the didactic Mao and the power-wielding Mao. By the 1970s, this sinister link had produced a chronic sickness in China's political system. The Mao of 1949 had not expected smooth sailing after liberation, but he mistook the nature of the coming tensions. After several decades, he said on the eve of gaining power, the victory of the revolution, viewed in retrospect, will seem like only a brief prologue to a long drama. 25 years later, that was true. The drama, though, was not moral as Mao anticipated, but institutional. Mao repeatedly sought renewal of the system through heroic acts. He continued to hanker for a deeper moral community. But this quest made sense only within Mao's personal world, not within China's social world. The very success of Mao's revolution had produced a generation that passed him by. History does not stand still while yesterday's vision struggles to perfect itself. Mao was like a speaker addressing an audience that had left for its next engagement. As a young man, Mao fought one day with his brother. His parents had died not long before. A CCP branch was getting underway in Music Mountain. Mao, stepping into his father's shoes, was fusing family and CCP affairs. Brother Tse-tung objected to this. The Communist Party, he burst out to Mao, is not the ancestral temple of the Mao family. The remark, what ghosts of intimate household life lurked behind it, infuriated Mao. He grabbed a stick and tried to hit Tse-tung with it. Mao did have one foot in patriarchal China. He did at times confuse the Communist Party with an ancestral temple. His search for oneness went beyond politics as understood by younger Chinese. Part of the pathos of the criticized Confucius drive was that the role for an ideology, whether Confucius's or Mao's, had already been dropped from the long drama. Confucius versus Mao was a feud among pedants to the millions of Chinese for whom the economic future of the nation had priority over the accumulated glory of doctrine. Our beloved fellow countrymen, Mao wrote before winning power, will be able to live like human beings and to choose the government they wish. But Mao had in mind a moral community rather than a democratic polity. People meant a collective metaphysic to Mao, not an array of citizens with jostling interests and diverse opinions. He said the people came to power in 1949. There was some truth in this. His government was widely representative of ordinary people's views, and it did bring benefits to such people, yet the people never come to power merely by a change in who represents them. Mao did see himself as a sage whose direct ties to the masses obviated the intermediate structures which are the realm of politics in its modern sense. It was a pattern well established in old China. But truth and power fused in a sage bestriding the modern state of the PRC was a baleful pattern, and for increasing numbers of Chinese, an unacceptable pattern. If we do not oppose the new formalism and new dogmatism today, Mao had said in criticism of 28B at Yan'an, the Chinese mind will be bound by the chains of another form of extremism. It had occurred. The extremism was that of Mao Zedong. The Boeing 707 painted with the red and black Chinese characters for the name of the PRC's airline was a novel sight at Los Angeles Airport. It had come to fetch Richard Nixon for his first major public appearance since leaving the White House. The plane, it was the first time the Chinese government had ever sent an aircraft to pick up and fly home a private foreign visitor, landed at the Beijing airport in a cool mist. Hua Guofeng, the new acting premier, stood beaming on the tarmac. Mao and Nixon fell upon each other like old friends and talked for nearly 2 hours. Nixon sat beside Jiang Qing to hear songs about the liberation of Taiwan. He grinned in front of a lurid exhibition of the bloody omnipresence of class struggle from the age of the caveman to the age of Deng Xiaoping. The gesture of asking the disgraced Nixon back was Mao's. It looked like one more misjudgment of an old man making decisions on the basis of slim evidence. To many people, but not to Mao, Nixon's reappearance in such a spectacular way seemed as welcome as the smell of leaking gas at a party. Just 3 days away was the New Hampshire primary, in which Ford was being challenged by Reagan. The revived memory of Ford's pardon of Nixon was excruciating for the White House. Even Chinese diplomats in Washington, it was later learned, pointed out to Beijing that asking Nixon back might be misunderstood. But China's fledgling America hands were overruled. Mao wished to see Nixon. He had told Imelda Marcos in late 1974 to tell Nixon that, and repeated the message to 3 subsequent visitors. The Chinese Foreign Ministry, in Mao's view, could like it or lump it. Mao was never one to take pains over the nuances of other nations' domestic politics. Least of all Mao at age 82, for whom symbols were reality, for whom past memories gave meaning to the present, and for whom China was still largely its own world. Mao wasn't trying to rehabilitate Nixon, as some Americans suspected. He was doing something simpler and much more China-centered than that. Mao admired Nixon for his breakthrough in U.S.-China policy. Why not honor him? He felt frustrated at Ford's immobilism. What was there to lose when Ford was doing so little against Russia and so little toward China? Nixon was given head of government treatment equal to that accorded Ford 2 months before. He spent 6 hours in talks with Hua and became the first foreigner to explore the mind of this man whom the world as yet hardly knew. He was the first private foreigner ever permitted to offer a return banquet to the Chinese government in the Great Hall of the People. Mao had never understood the anti-Nixon point of view on Watergate. Shouldn't rulers be permitted to rule? Watergate was blown out of all proportion, he complained to Kukrit of Thailand. We cannot understand why so much fuss was made of this affair, he said to Pompidou. He did not see why such a tiny mishap, as it seemed to him, could unhorse President Nixon. And he did not like the consequences, for China's interests, of the spectacle of America tearing out its own entrails. Too much freedom of expression was Mao's diagnosis of the cause of the Watergate fiasco. What is wrong with taping a conversation when you happen to have a tape recorder with you? Asked Mao, who in 1968 said he had begun to do the same thing himself. Most people in America love playing with tape recorders, he mused. He also declared to Kukrit, I think Nixon's downfall was caused by warmongers in the United States. Please write to Nixon, he said in startling simplicity to Kukrit, and tell him that I think of him. There was puzzlement, pathos, and a deep Chinese ethnocentrism in Mao's remarks on Nixon's fall. In asking Nixon back to China, Mao was trying to spur Ford on, more than to embarrass him. He knew little about U.S. primaries. The final timing of Nixon's trip was San Clemente's, moreover, not Beijing's. Mao was focusing on a larger question. Should China reaffirm the American link or let it wither and try to achieve détente with Russia? When the Chinese millions saw Nixon on People's Daily's front page, shaking hands with the chairman, the message was not a criticism of Ford but a confirmation of America's importance to China. Nixon fulfilled Mao's purpose by making skeptical remarks about U.S.-Soviet détente. It was naive, said Nixon in a banquet speech, to believe that the mere act of signing a statement of principles or a diplomatic conference can secure peace. This apparent criticism of the Helsinki Conference on European Security was music to Mao's ears, if not to Ford's. The America question and the Deng question were connected, in Mao's mind if not in reality, as had become clear in two curious episodes the previous year. Not long before Ford went to China, the beloved old novel story of the marshes was suddenly denounced as insidious. Mao felt the tale of peasant rebellion was capitulationist in spirit. The peasant hero of marshes, Song Jiang, was not a hero at all, he declared, reversing a long-standing view. He murmured these criticisms in the presence of Zhang Yufeng and the tutor Liu Di. Zhang Yufeng ordered Liu Di to write Mao's words down, as they amounted to high policy. Deng, and perhaps some of his PLA friends, would be ready to capitulate to Moscow. It began to be whispered in Beijing corridors, just as Song Jiang capitulated to the emperor while pretending to resist to the end. Deng scoffed at the strained analogies and the jumping to conclusions involved in the attack on Story of the Marshes. Some people hear wind and think it's raining, he hissed. The second episode was just as bizarre. Members of a Russian helicopter crew, seized 21 months before in northwest China, and many times declared by Beijing to be spies, were suddenly exonerated just after Ford limped home from Beijing. The Chinese government said they were not spies after all, gave them a fancy banquet, and sent them unbelievingly home to Moscow. Never in the PRC's history had Beijing reversed itself in that way on a spy accusation and declared intruders to be innocent after having repeatedly called them spies. Was there more than one view of Russia in the Chinese government at the time of the failure of the Mao-Ford summit? It seems certain that Mao disapproved of the exoneration of the Soviet helicopter crew just after Ford's lackluster visit, and it can only have been Deng, Mao's chief minister at the time, who authorized the gesture to Moscow. In the end, the Nixon trip was not harmful to U.S.-China relations, as American newspapers said it would be, nor did it boost them much, except in the mind of the Chinese public, as Mao hoped it would do. Nothing is hard in this world, Nixon cried in Beijing, applying a Mao poem to the prospects for Beijing-Washington relations. If one dares to scale the heights. Both men, deeply impressed with each other, seemed to be scaling personal heights, rather than bringing change to the external world. For Nixon, the trip was largely a nostalgic footnote to that of 1972. For Mao, it was that, but also a grenade hurled onto the battlefield of Politburo struggle. Just 1 week after People's Daily printed his first denunciation of Deng as a person, that man's never been interested in class struggle, Mao was brought news of a quiet but intense demonstration building up very close by in the square of the Gate of Heavenly Peace. It was Qingming when the dead are remembered. Wreaths and poems in honor of Zhou Enlai had appeared on the steps of the monument to the people's heroes. Crowds came to look at the vast display. It seemed innocent enough, but the air was tense. Some of the poems went beyond commemorating Zhou and took a swipe at the ultra-leftists who had been so noisy in the 3 months since Zhou's death. Mao's early wife, Yang Kai-hui, was praised in a slap at Jiang Qing. There were references to monsters using the term Yao Mo, a play on Yao Wenyuan's name. It was subtle but explosive. A second theme was a brooding anxiety about China's overall condition. What is the greatest problem at present? One man cried out to the throng from the steps of the usually forbidding Great Hall of the People. Where is China going? That is the biggest problem. Criticism of Mao was an underlying third theme. The day of Qin Shi Huang is done, ran one verse, evoking the emperor who was Mao's hero, often presented as a fine alternative model to the rotten Confucius. There was a hint, in the fairly youthful demonstration, of irritation at the patriarchal, arbitrary ways of Mao. China is no longer the China of yore, one poem said in defiance, even in warning. And the people are no longer wrapped in sheer ignorance. This was more than a commemoration of the much-admired Zhou. It was a judicious but firm entry of a segment of public opinion into the murky saloon of Mao's court politics. The swelling scene at the monument seemed likely to be a climax to the months of indirect sniping by the ultra-left at Deng as an unrepentant capitalist roader. In the wake of the news from the square, mediated to him by his nephew Mao Yuanxin, Mao made several decisions which followed, like a row of igniting firecrackers, one from the other. Beijing city authorities removed the wreaths from the monument. This act turned a calm memorial into a riot, which went on for 14 hours and involved at least 100,000 people. People were roughed up. Vehicles were burned. 100 people were injured. One young man, a Tsinghua University student who was no doubt an admirer of the ultra-leftists, after making a short speech to the effect that Zhou had at times been guilty of opposing Chairman Mao, had his hands tied up with wire by an angry mob and was pushed up and down the steps of the monument until he was a bleeding mess. The Politburo met in panic. It voted to dismiss Deng from his jobs and to formally elevate Hua to be premier and, as first vice chairman of the CCP, a new position, Mao's heir as leader of China. All this was Mao's handiwork. Deng had fallen victim to unstable succession politics, to his own peremptory ways, and to the bad luck of being a pragmatist out of season. There is no evidence that Deng was behind the riot. A riot would not have occurred if the Beijing mayor, after a nod from Mao, had not ordered the Pro-Zhou wreaths removed. Mao himself authorized the dismissal of Deng. Although he was apparently too ill to attend the crucial Politburo meeting, he transmitted a motion to dismiss Deng through his nephew, Mao Yuanxin. Mao even permitted himself to refer to Deng, a very short man, as a dwarf. The Politburo decision to fire Deng was said to be unanimous. This was unbelievable. Were the PLA leaders Yi Jianying, Su Shiyu, and others in favor? No doubt they stayed away from the meeting. Did Deng vote for his own dismissal? Unanimous meant that no one could be allowed to go on record as having opposed Mao's proposal. The flood of anti-Deng rhetoric bore a number of Mao trademarks. The counter-revolutionaries lauded Deng Xiaoping, intoned People's Daily, and attempted to nominate him to play the role of Nagi. Mao, living in the past, still dwelt with the nightmare of the Hungarian events of 1956. Signs existed that Mao had won a Pyrrhic victory. The ultra-leftists did not quite have Deng's scalp. His friends had won for him the right to remain a party member, so as to see how he will behave in the future. Deng was out, but the ultra-leftists were not in. The ambiguous figure of Hua was the man to whom Mao's ebbing power flowed after Qingming. PLA leaders, unhappy with the trend of events, scarcely bothered to hide the fact that they were biding their time, waiting for Mao to die and the leftist squall to die with him. Not the army, but the leftist militia had put down the Pro-Zhou riot. The PLA could have squashed it in minutes if the circumstances had been right to do so. A public opinion, which in a modest way came of age in China in the spring of 1976, by no means fully accepted Mao's dismissal of Deng. It began to be whispered in China that Mao might no longer know what he was doing. The official denunciation of Deng by name spoke the truth when it said he had refused to repent. He did not fully fight back at Mao. He was seeking merely to preserve some ground on which to build later, but he did fight with his tongue. "If they tell you that you're a capitalist reader," he said to his supporters in a remark that must be seen as contemptuous of Mao's mind at that time, if not of Mao, "it means you're doing a good job. Defend Chairman Mao." This remarkable slogan cropped up as spring limped into summer. It was odd that the supreme leader of the Chinese Revolution, now 82, had to be defended in his own capital. The Chinese people, often deceived by the older Mao, were starting to have a gentle revenge in the contemplation of the great man's mortality. The succession was a universal issue, accessible to all. The human condition, not class enemies or the maneuvers of mandarins possessing special knowledge, was the ultimate force at the bottom of the 1976 crisis. Any person in the street understood this and could gossip about it. Mao had wielded fearsome power, but he did not possess the power to stop people from beholding his decline and looking beyond him to a post-Mao era. That is why he grew angry with his medical staff. Their presence, their suggestions, the very look on their faces detracted from his sense of control. The riot, and its shattering echoes behind the closed doors of the Forbidden City, took a heavy toll on Mao. It is doubtful that he made any major decision of state after April. In May, he suffered a heart attack. Prime Minister Muldoon of New Zealand went to South and Central Lakes in late April and found the scene embarrassing. Mao could hardly keep his head from lolling against the back of his armchair. With great effort, he panted out a few phrases. "It was clear to me," said a shaken Muldoon, "that he had not long to live." Sometimes, Mao's smooth old hand would reach out for a pad on which to scratch a couple of characters. The ideographs were clear enough to anyone used to Mao's swirling handwriting, but not always their meaning. "With you in charge, I'm at ease," Mao wrote on a piece of paper for Hua, between his 10-minute talk with Muldoon and going back to bed. But in charge of what? Of next week's conference on pig farming? Of getting Muldoon safely home to New Zealand? Of the anti-Deng campaign? Of China's future? Act according to the principles laid down, Mao scratched out the same evening. Hardly surprising that a huge fight arose over just what Mao had in mind. Was he referring to past precedent in general, or to some freshly minted behest? In May, the Prime Minister of Singapore spent a painful few minutes with Mao. "It was not a substantial exchange," said Lee Kuan Yew of this next-to-last meeting Mao ever had with a foreigner. "His words were unintelligible. They had to be first deciphered by Wang Herong and then interpreted into English. Occasionally Wang would write them down to check the words back with him. Although she sometimes quarreled with Mao, Zhang Yufeng remained his constant aide. Since his arrival from the northeast the year before, nephew Mao Yuanxin was Mao's key political confidant. He was also close to Jiang Qing. In the ebb and flow of the Mao court, Wang Herong and Nancy Tang, whose base was the foreign ministry, lost power as Mao's link to the political forces beyond South and Central Lakes. One hot potato put into the two young women's hands nearly finished them off entirely. Just before he died, Kang Sheng, hearing that Mao had criticized Jiang Qing, conveyed to Wang and Tang a fantastic story about Jiang betraying the party in the 1930s. Kang overestimated Mao's annoyance with his wife. Mao was not about to purge Jiang Qing. The two emissaries, after consulting Zhou Enlai, never relayed Kang Sheng's story to Mao. Zhou's shrewd advice saved what was left of the reputations of Wang and Tang. The members of the Politburo did not find it easy to agree on anything in 1975–76, least of all on how to handle the demigod who was still the fulcrum of each of their immediate futures. So Mao stayed on the stage, grunting his lines, while senior colleagues hovered in the wings like message boys who could take no responsibility. Chairman Mao is well advanced in years and is still busy with his work, a junior foreign ministry official stated in June. The Central Committee of our party has decided not to arrange for him to meet foreign distinguished visitors. It had been a very long time since a Chinese official last made a statement about Mao's personal condition. The message was clear. Mao was dying, and the Chinese people, who for years had seen pictures of Mao only when he was with foreigners, would never see a live image of him again. No mention was made, however, of Mao's Lou Gehrig's disease or heart ailments. The decision was overdue, given Mao's painful, brief meetings with New Zealand, Singapore, Laos, and Pakistan leaders over recent weeks. But it was a tricky one to make. And whoever made it, it was certainly not the full Central Committee of our party. The ultra-left, it seems, resisted the step. For the Shanghai radicals, Jiang Qing, and others in Mao's immediate court, Mao was the maypole from which they swung. What remained of the Politburo's pragmatic wing welcomed the decision, but these leaders were too weak to have forced the issue. Hua no doubt led the way. The shy new premier was close enough to Mao to engineer the decision without risking a burst of Mao's ire. He was not so much a part of the ultra-left that he would let raison d'etat be eclipsed by a last-ditch effort to hang on to Mao as a fig leaf for Jiang Qing's faction. Did Mao himself join in, or himself make the decision? We do not know. Mao became subject to courtiers because he was gravely ill, and because no procedure existed to transfer his power to an agreed-upon successor. That Mao would no longer receive foreign visitors did not mean he had resigned. Proximity, the gun, personal loyalty, and blood ties came to matter more than the Constitution or any other rules. Various members of the Politburo vied for access to documents or information from Mao's place. Much power flowed to Mao's longtime bodyguard Wang Dongxing, who now controlled the elite Guard Corps Unit 8341, spy work, and the administrative office of the CCP Central Committee. Wang's power worked against Jiang Qing, whom he despised. Dislike of the left was deep and widespread, and Deng Xiaoping and his supporters had by no means given up. On the side of the left, Mao's nephew Yuan Xin became a conduit for the communication of any criticisms Mao made of Deng to political and media circles. One day, soon after taking up his post in the inner court, Mao Yuanxin went in to tell his uncle about a disturbing poster put up by influential people in Shanghai. Deng's praise of Zhou in his funeral oration was too high, the poster said. The verdict should be reversed. Whatever Yuanxin's motives may have been in telling Mao about the poster, Mao is said to have uttered a clear-cut response. The people will surely oppose any attack on Zhou Enlai, he reasoned. The verdict on the memorial speech given at Zhou's funeral cannot be changed. The people do not support the reversal of the verdict. A few days later, the Chinese people had on their hands a new Mao quote whose ambiguity illustrated the drastic problem of having a dying sage emperor still reigning but no longer ruling. The people do not support the reversal of verdicts, was the quote. But what in the name of Confucius did it mean? The Chinese public, which did not know of Mao's conversation with his nephew, were told by the leftist media that Mao meant the people didn't support Deng's reversal of the verdicts of the Cultural Revolution. This is not to say Mao still sympathized with Deng. The ultra-leftists were using Mao's irritation with Deng, and perhaps faking its degree, for wider purposes of their own. Mao's name was thrown around in fierce argument even as he met with the Politburo. During one meeting, Zhang Chunqiao criticized China's import of turnkey factories as a departure from the principle of self-reliance. All these large import items, Hua ventured, have been approved by Chairman Mao, Zhang shouted back. You always use the chairman to suppress people. Mao evidently sat or lay quietly through many such fights, increasingly morbid and ill-tempered, tipping his hand only now and then, writing down a crucial maxim later that night, asking one or another of the protagonists to come and see him as a sign of where his sympathies lay. Often he would quarrel with Zhang Yufeng. Once he wanted her to read documents to him, and she could not be found. When she returned, Mao wrote on a piece of paper, Zhang Yufeng, get out. With Mao too weak to make any distaste he felt for her resurgence prevail over her technical status as his wife, Jiang Qing, often competing with Zhang Yufeng, tried to supervise the phone lines, keep an eye on the flow of documents, replace interpreters she did not like with others more malleable, and generally prepare the way for the post-Mao supremacy of her circle. The life of Mao had come full circle in its relation to feudal tradition. He began as a boy who rebelled against the Chinese past. His first marriage, at age 14, was an arranged one, and he rejected it. He ended as a neo-emperor whose feet seemed locked into the time-honored steps of China's past. His last wife and chief concubine were pulling the strings from behind a tottering throne. The entire Politburo came to Mao's bedside for a meeting in midsummer. Some of them may have been trembling as they drove home. Help Jiang Qing. Mao began one sentence, as he tried to give some instructions for future policy. But the words trailed off, and it was later disputed whether he added, to carry the red flag, or to correct her errors. Jiang Qing and her circle claimed he said the first, which would have meant succeeding Mao as chairman of the CCP. The lady's detractors heard the second phrase and took it to be a repudiation, albeit a friendly one, of her views and ways. Few live beyond 70, Mao remarked to the bedroom gathering. And as I am more than 80, I should have died already. It did not quite seem a matter for discussion. Mao, in a mood to expose the grim side of life, gazed at his silent, apprehensive colleagues. Are there not some among you who hoped I would go to see Mark sooner? He went on relentlessly. Eventually, Hua found his tongue. None. Mao demolished Hua's tact. Really? No one? I don't believe it. Death seemed to have no mercy on China in 1976. As if the political earthquakes at Qingming were not enough, an appalling real earthquake uprooted the city of Tangshan and killed some 250,000 people in midsummer, just after Zhu De's death. Mao's reaction to the Tangshan earthquake, which violently shook his bed, was emotional and even fearful. His quarters had to be moved to the earthquake-proof Building 202, still within South and Central Lakes. It would be surprising if the tragedy did not give him a sense of foreboding. In rural China, it has long been believed that nature's signs foreshadow political events. A severe earthquake, peasants held, meant the coming end of a dynasty and its mandate to rule. His mind encrusted with traditional themes as it was, Mao must have speculated on the same connection. China was full of rumors, most of them to do with Mao's impending death, and the official press admitted they were out of control by editorializing against the phenomenon of rumor-mongering. Before the earthquake, turtles became agitated, pandas held their heads and screamed, tigers and yaks lay down on the ground when they sensed a tremor. The animals felt nature's instability. After the earthquake, rumors soared, banks were robbed, incivility in social relations became more frequent, workers refused to take responsibility. The people felt the polity's instability. No matter how alarming or risky all previous lurches of line since 1949 had been, Mao's presence had been a constant, a final source of authority, a limit on upheaval's end result. That era was ending. No precedent existed in the PRC's life for the discontinuity that loomed. Mao could only be compared to a sinking last emperor of a dynasty. When the burden is too heavy, Mao once said during a conversation on war, death is the way out. The burden became too heavy for Mao by late August. On September 2nd, he suffered his third and worst myocardial infarction. There was time for the hagiographic pens to muster their leaden phrases. Time for Hua Guofeng to lay plans for the succession. Time for Jiang Qing and Deng and his supporters to busy themselves with counterplans. Could he really still be alive? The physical Mao lying prone in earthquake-proof Building 202 seemed unreal. For all factions in the Politburo had begun to substitute Maoism for Mao. That way the actual 82-year-old Mao was being recycled into a dozen Maos shaped to suit the needs of the recyclers. He was beyond talking about politics, though Jiang Qing and her circle, who were the least sanguine about the coming post-Mao era, tried to squeeze a final instruction from his trembling lips. Voices outside China spoke always of the uncertainty that would come with Mao's death. Yet Mao's presence had long been the chief source of uncertainty in China, and the fact of not knowing when he would die produced one final phase of uncertainty. His death would, in some respects, produce a pristine certainty for the country he had been tormenting for nearly 2 decades. In Mao's quarters, now dominated by medical equipment, 2 Politburo members were on duty at any one time. One of them, Wang Hongwen, youngest of the gang of 4, would watch Hong Kong movies and slip away to go rabbit shooting in the fields near Xi'an Military Airport to ease the tension. The doctors were terrified. Theirs was the responsibility but not the power. Only the Politburo, with Hua in the lead, could finally decide when hope was gone and the sick horse had become a dead horse. Doctors would have to treat the horse until the party said the horse was dead. Some of Mao's staff, once in fear and adoration of the chairman, grew so insouciant about his condition that they disconnected the extension cord on his feeding tube so they could use it for the movie projector. It was a balmy afternoon of Beijing's Indian summer. At 3:30, the radio foreshadowed an announcement of the highest importance for half an hour hence. Some people working in central Beijing guessed its message, for they had seen a constant flow of cars in and out of South and Central Lakes during the morning. Chairman Mao has left this world. Shishel. In the early hours of that September morning, Mao found his way out. It took the government only 16 hours. This was lightning speed by Beijing standards, to tell the nation and the world. In the Politburo, it came as a relief. At the grassroots, some wept. Far more were stunned. Mao had led the CCP for longer than anyone had led a major nation in modern times. Many hundreds of millions of Chinese had no memory of a China without him. Households hung up the PRC flag at half-mast. Mao badges were worn in some numbers for the first time in years. Hundreds of thousands of people who ordinarily never bothered to read the prefabricated prose of People's Daily bought a copy to get full details. The newspaper multiplied its usual Beijing press run by 9. Yet the mood of the capital, even more so the rest of the country, was fairly calm and quotidian. There was none of the eerie sense of paralysis that enveloped Russia when Stalin died. There were no spontaneous scenes among the masses. People went on as usual with their work and household routine. Death, for the Chinese, has its place in nature's order. Few Chinese felt affection for Mao that was strong enough to move them to tears. The death announcement, message to the whole party, the whole army, and the people of all nationalities throughout the country, was written with some emotion. The Chinese people and the revolutionary people the world over love him from the bottom of their hearts. Ironically, the peasant organizer who took the CCP out of the international communist movement and tilted China toward the West was called a great teacher of the international proletariat and the oppressed nations. A week of mourning was proclaimed. There would be no sport or entertainment in the land of 900 million. Mao's body would lie in state at the great hall of the people. People great and humble would file past the bier to pay their last respects. That, at least, was what New China News Agency first stated. A small change was made to the statement before it was widely disseminated and translated. The word last was dropped. People would come to pay their respects. The change showed that Mao's body, not to speak of the legacy of his mind, was a hot potato for the grim-faced Politburo. In 1956, Mao had written down an instruction that his body be cremated. "After I die," he said on another occasion, "send my remains to Xiangtan, Hunan." In recent times, he had driven out to Babaishan Cemetery and selected a grave site for himself and Jiang Qing. More than once, he revisited the plot at the 886 Grave Cemetery in the company of Jiang Qing. In 1976, it seemed outrageous to some of the Chinese leaders to proceed with a burial plan that involved Jiang. Cremation and the scattering of Mao's ashes on the rivers and mountains of China, Zhou Enlai's instruction in his own case, would be, in the opinion of many, the most seemly solution. But, within hours of his death, the Politburo resolved that Mao's body was to be permanently preserved. The doctors were doubtful the task could be fulfilled. They had heard in Moscow that Lenin's nose and ears had rotted away and been replaced by wax, and Stalin's mustache had fallen off. Still, 22 liters of formaldehyde were injected into Mao's body. This could only be a temporary measure. Ancient Chinese methods were judged useless because the bodies of the emperors, buried deep in the ground, had never been exposed to oxygen, as Mao's would be for the Chinese masses to view him. Emissaries were sent to Hanoi to research the method used on the body of Ho Chi Minh. But the Vietnamese were tight-lipped, and rumor had it that Ho, even in 7 years, also had begun to rot. The doctors decided on a variation of the formaldehyde treatment, first removing the heart, lungs, stomach, kidneys, intestines, liver, bladder, pancreas, gallbladder, and spleen, and inserting a tube into Mao's neck to enable extra formaldehyde to be pumped into the visceral cavity from time to time. As a backup, the Institute of Arts and Crafts was ordered to produce a wax replica of Mao's body, which they did with hair-raising exactitude. 300,000 people filed past the catafalque to pay their respects. Viewing time was reserved for foreign diplomats, a separate segment for foreign ideological friends of the CCP. Among the wreaths from this or that committee was one inscribed, "Deeply mourn the esteemed great teacher Chairman Mao Zedong, from your student and comrade in arms Jiang Qing." Cables of condolence came in from 123 foreign governments. Many were muscle-bound with praise. The more any government had vilified Mao in the 1950s and 1960s, the more effusive was its tribute to him in 1976. Mao would have taken pleasure in the contradiction. In New York, the UN flag was flown at half-mast. In Moscow, Izvestia carried the story in 2 lines at the bottom of its next-to-last page. In Hong Kong, the stock market sank. In Taiwan, there were joyful celebrations. From Toronto came a poignant word. "We have all passed our time," the 80-year-old Zhang Guitao said when asked for a comment on the death of his old rival. "Like me," the tired old man said without rancor. Mao was a mortal being, and death is merely a question of time. 1 million people came to the square of the Gate of Heavenly Peace for the funeral rally at the end of the week of mourning. At 3 p.m. sharp, work in China stopped for 3 minutes. 900 million, no doubt with a few exceptions, stood to attention in silence. Every siren in China, on trains, in factories, on ships sounded off for those climactic minutes. With the illogic that often makes a funeral a lie, it was Wang Hongwen who stepped to the rostrum to preside. Hua spoke, in his deliberate apprentice's phrases, of Mao's greatness and Deng's evil. Sun Yat-sen's widow stood near Hua as he prated about capitalist readers in the party being still on the capitalist road, and about the bourgeoisie being lodged right in the Communist Party. At the end of the meeting, everyone present, together with the millions watching or listening throughout China, made 3 solemn bows toward the enormous portrait of Mao on top of the Gate of Heavenly Peace. Then a 500-man band played the soaring anthem, "The East is Red," whose last line calls Mao the people's great savior. By 4 p.m., the crowd was gone. Bicycles began to surge as usual past the Gate of Heavenly Peace, running over bits of waste paper that were the wadded-up programs from the rally. The era of Mao Zedong was over. The era of Deng Xiaoping would soon be born. Epilogue. With all his faults, Mao gave China the opportunity of a new start and gave the 20th century a fascinating man of politics. A strong communist movement would have existed in China without Mao. He was by no means the key figure in its origins. Turmoil and injustice would have guaranteed communism's strong appeal, Mao or no Mao. Yet the CCP probably would not have won power by 1949 if Mao had not become its leader in the 1930s. Certainly a Chinese communism without Mao would have been less distinct from other varieties of communism than it came to be. Why did he succeed in winning power in the CCP and in the nation? His greatest achievements. There was a personal fire in him. No one without it could have ignited with his times as Mao did with the period following the fall of China's last dynasty. He was certain of himself and of the eventual triumph of his peasant army. That beyond mere hunger for power, gave him a will of granite. The power of individual character to change the political order of a great nation is not independent of a close relation with the social character of the time. Mao grew up in dislocated times when people cried out for a strong, healing hand. It was a radical epoch. Those ready to support a determined iconoclast like Mao were thick on the ground as seldom before and not since. It was also a fluid epoch. The nation was like a carnival ground with 100 sideshows all bidding for a nod from the public. Communists, nationalists, warlords, bandits, Christians, foreign adventurers, to name some, all jostled together in spindrier fashion, rising and falling, forming fragile alliances, starting new schemes which died as quickly as others took their place. Mao was a gambler, too, like others on the carnival ground, and he enjoyed a good deal of luck. His own body escaped the knife by a hair's breadth 3 or 4 times. He gained control of the CCP at the end of the Long March in part because his archrival had bad luck while struggling through Tibet. In the larger swirl of events, the timing of Japan's attack on China played into Mao's hands as it foiled Chiang Kai-shek. Within the bag of snakes that was the CCP leadership, Mao escaped destruction by keeping relatively distant from Moscow and its Comintern. Almost every Chinese leader who went along with Russia's poor advice lost his footing in the CCP as a result. Mao survived almost by process of Kremlinological elimination. And it was Mao's dirty secret that he saw the necessity of, indeed, he exulted in violence. He forged ahead of others in the CCP by leaving them in Shanghai and taking a gun to the countryside. In war, he did well by virtue of 2 traits: extreme flexibility in tactics and an ability to communicate his strategy to his followers. Mao once called himself a center-leftist. In methods, he was true of his cunning caution toward his father on the farm, true of his constant, flexible use of a united front in order to isolate the main enemy, true of his tendency to unleash the hounds of the left but to rein them in when their useful energy began to turn into useless excess. His communist goals and his hatred of the right ensured that he would jump regularly toward the left. But in terms of political method, the extreme left was not his spiritual home. He liked that niche on the spectrum from which he could oppose the right yet also curb the left, when he felt like it, with a shaft of irony or a dose of earthy realism. "Walk on two legs," he would say. This natural sense of balance, shades of the ancient Chinese belief in the duality of soft yin and hard yang, served him well in his prime years. He was bright and taught himself a lot from books. He also came from the hinterland of China. The two factors were equally important. In the heat of revolution, he coolly hitched his intellect to the passions of the masses. Mao got furious at injustice, as did many others during the twilight of old China, but he also remained sufficiently detached emotionally to analyze the experiences he had. In the end, Mao's qualities cannot be explained aside from the long-ripened qualities of Chinese civilization. Could Somalia produce a Mao? Could New Zealand? We cannot account for Mao's success merely by unwrapping him as an individual psychological package. That old China produced determined, rebellious, quizzical Mao is as true and full of consequence as that Mao produced a kind of new China. His place in the history of China and the world will be large. He led a revolution that wounded old China, pushed the country into a process of transformation perhaps more trenchant than any previous sudden social change in any major nation, and restored the independence and status in the world of the oldest and largest polity. To be the dominant figure in the 20th century story of the world's most populous society is to be a titan. Mao was also among the dozen or so most consequential rulers in the entire 3,000 years of China's recorded history. As a unifier, he ranks with great emperors of the Sui, Sui Wendi, Tang, Tang Taizong, Han, Han Gaozu, and Ming dynasties, the Hongwu Emperor, even with his hero, the whirlwind dictator Qin Shi Huang, who knocked China into shape 221 years before the birth of Jesus. As a recaster of Chinese society, he outweighs the Han, Sui, Tang, and Ming emperors, who hardly changed the social system, and can only be compared with the iconoclastic Qin Shi Huang. Maybe also with Wang Mang on the throne from 8 to 23 AD, who was a kind of early bird of socialism amid the winter of feudalism. As a man with a doctrine, Mao surpasses any previous Chinese person of state, including the Qin emperor, and perhaps should be put alongside Confucius and other sages whose words have shaped Chinese life. In some ways, he differs again from these, for he won massive influence during his own lifetime, whereas most Chinese sages became famous only after their death. He resembles Hong Xiuquan, the Taiping rebellion leader, but Mao won and held more of China than Hong did. Mao dominates because his impact was sustained through successive, varied stages of China's modern convulsion. He lived long enough to be the Marx-Lenin-Stalin rolled into one of the Chinese Revolution. More than 50 years ago, he was China's Marx, as he analyzed the ills of a feudal China carved up like a melon by foreign intruders. He became a Lenin as he led the rebellion that seized power by crab-like encirclement from the countryside. After 1949, he put on a third hat as China's Stalin and took trowel and bricks to build a new socialist China. Mao was not one man but five, at least. Gadfly peasant organizer who lit fires of revolt all over China. Military commander. Poet with a taste for riotous romanticism. Philosopher who gave a new moral oriental form to Marxism. Head of a government which is the biggest bureaucracy on earth. Mao was a man of action and of vision, a semi-intellectual akin to Napoleon, de Gaulle, and Churchill. This sort of actor-thinker, always influential in times of turbulence, finds history alive with compelling excitement. His first stirring of political ambition arises from confronting a beauty in the past which he believes can be recreated in the future. His special interest is how history moves. He sees both ideas and the will of extraordinary individuals as keys to history. Such an actor-thinker is out of sympathy with the abstract intellectual. He is military-minded. The sword lies by the history book. He loves his own nation more than the most glittering model of logical truth. He is bored with technology, uneasy at the potency of machines to change the way we live. He is not very good at economics. Mao, Napoleon, Churchill, and de Gaulle were all actor-thinkers in these ways. Serious men of ideas who nevertheless failed to win approval from real intellectuals. Lonely men who stepped outside the library to save their nation and became, in the process, legends hardly to be distinguished from the heroes of the sagas that had nerved them to action. It is not Mao's thought which was his great contribution to history, but the actions he took to implement his ideas. For most Chinese of the mid-20th century, the main point about Mao was that he unified China. Political unity has often been absent in this nation, comparable in size and diversity to the whole of Europe. By the 1920s, China had become so weak and anarchic like a sheet of loose sand, as Sun Yat-sen lamented, that many Chinese and non-Chinese believed it intrinsically incapable of pulling itself together. The era of Mao's rule was one of Chinese history's notable eras of unification. Dialects lost ground to Mandarin. Schools put a recognizable New China stamp on children from the Himalayas to the forests by Korea. A network of communist organization made China's 28 provinces interdependent to an unprecedented degree. Never before in Chinese history had any book been read by hundreds of millions of ordinary people, as was Mao's quotations during the Cultural Revolution. Even as one laments the book as an intellectual straitjacket, one salutes it as a unifying force. In Chinese eyes, it is also of cardinal importance that China under Mao stood up in the world. It recovered its lofty self-image. The sick man of Asia rose fast enough to make parts of Asia nervous at his new vigor. No fear haunted young Mao more than that China might be wiped out by foreign assaults. The years since 1949 have from time to time shown what the older Mao meant when he said that the Chinese people have stood up. The excitement on young Chinese faces when Beijing announces a nuclear test. The agreement between people and government that foreign powers, whether Russia, America, or Japan, should not be allowed to bully China. What of Mao's ideas? He made peasants for the first time the centerpiece of a Marxist plan to make revolution. More than had been done before, even by Lenin, he took imperialism to be the key fact about the world politics of his era. These were the twin pillars of his doctrine. But Mao was also original in two other conceptions which gave character to the edifice on top of the pillars. He hated stability with a vengeance. The fixed laws of European Marxism he replaced with his pet notion that everything is in flux and always will be. Revolution was for Mao less an event than a way of life. Endless sparks of discontent at what he saw around him, and a lust to stir the pot with the stick of change. These were the two constants in Mao's approach to the political process. Mao did not, I think, see socialism as a science at all. Marx and Engels did, and they declared all previous socialist ideas to be utopian speculation. Mao was as precise as a slide rule on the strategy of winning power. But the society he aimed for was not marked out by scientific laws. This had the advantage that Mao was never complacent, always questing for a more human, deeply felt socialism. If Germans invented socialism as a science, Mao, at his best, softened socialism into a social morality. He wanted not only a new state, but a new type of citizen, who lived for his fellows. It had the disadvantage that old Mao did not quite know what pattern of society he wanted. It was as if the playing out of his father's impact upon him, predisposing him to the exertion of sheer will and to focus on enemies, overwhelmed his mother's impact, predisposing him to embrace the settled goals of a moral life. In his own lifetime, Mao became known to the world outside China as no figure in China's 3,000 years had ever been. This was ironic since he grew up as a country boy who seldom cast his eye beyond China. 2 trips to Russia were his only foreign experiences. He was past 40 when his meetings with Edgar Snow brought the first sustained relationship with a non-Chinese of his life. He mastered no foreign tongue. Mao's vision and passion were limited to China for most of his life. Other countries mattered to him only insofar as they either interfered with China or possessed ideas and experience from which China could learn. Mao, whose greatness was uncompromisingly Chinese, nevertheless intersected sharply with the world's consciousness. Chairman Mao, the cozy prefix may have helped to bridge the cultural gulf, became a household phrase in most countries. Quotations was translated on a scale that, during the 1960s, eclipsed the Bible. Even Confucius and his doctrines never traveled as well as that. Genghis Khan made it to Europe in his own fashion, but he lacked a doctrine. Mao was the first Chinese to speak to the rest of the world in plain, blunt language about issues that concern all of us. In much of the Third World during the 1950s and 1960s, Mao was the chief personal symbol of anti-colonialism in its myriad forms. He surpassed the appeal of Sukarno, Nehru, and Nasser because he saw that a new deal for the backward peoples required not only cursing the West, but a total by-the-bootstraps transformation at home. In the West, we were not used to political figures of inescapable importance arising in the Far East. A Chinese wave on the shore of world history, that was Mao's novelty. Son of the soil as he was, a China firster to an almost geological degree, he nevertheless ended up one of the giants of this century's world politics. For overall impact, he has been matched only by Franklin Roosevelt, Lenin, and perhaps Churchill and Gorbachev. Strange in a way that this very Chinese sage, so nationalistic that he was prepared to count socialism as refuse if it did not rescue and enrich China, should fire off two of the most reverberating shots in post-World War II international politics. The breakdown of his alliance with Russia in 1960 put an end to world communist unity. His opening of the door to America, a decade later, turned a bipolar world into a triangular one. From the depths of his Chineseness, he drew the skills to work surprises on the world. The quarter-century of Mao's rule over the People's Republic of China remade Chinese society. Some of Mao's innovations were quickly dismantled. Yet, other aspects of Maoist social change ran on into the future, even as the Chinese people breathed easier in the absence of a demigod who became a misfit as he aged, and China modernized. Mao's government made a new China more socially just than old China in three ways. Rewards came mainly according to work, no longer according to birth or land or capital possessed. So the distribution of China's national product became one of the most egalitarian in the world, and few fell through the net and perished for want of a dollar. And the basic tools for advancement, health care, and a simple education above all were no longer commodities purchasable only by a minority. Under Mao, China took large steps of social modernization, the most potent form of modernization, and although the process turned out young people poles apart from Mao's worldview, these moderns were the predictable products of Mao's PRC. As he died, Mao could claim for China some steps toward prosperity. Economic progress was far less impressive than Japan's, for many reasons, but more so than India's. Despite Mao's tendency to pull up a plant in mid-growth and check on its health, some of the gains were fundamental in nature, even though the rate of growth was not rapid. Overall, Mao left China largely self-sufficient and possessed of the sixth biggest economy in the world. Yet Mao's record was mixed, at home especially, for as a man and a politician he had large flaws. He had strong prejudices and was not always consistent. For all his serenity, he was not an altogether secure man. He became personally close to few of his colleagues. Grudges lodged in corners of his mind. Vanity lay behind his offhand ways. He was a great leader, but in many ways, not an admirable character. Mao went in for odd bedfellows. He would ally with anyone. A bandit today, a prince tomorrow, if success required it. Next morning, the bandit or prince would be tossed aside like a used Kleenex. He zigzagged because he did not follow a policy down the long corridor of implementation. He often drew back in horror at fruit from a tree planted by his own hand. He made periodic furious assaults on the very idea of bureaucracy, which in a nation of 900 million people is a bit like a gardener saying he can't stand dirt. The China Mao left behind in 1976 sadly lacked some of the rosy traits promised by Mao's socialism. Mao wanted a flourishing culture for new China, but political propaganda cowed the writers and teachers. Mao looked forward to personal liveliness among the citizens. But he left behind a sullen populace that had learned by experience not to stick its neck out. To a degree, Mao never settled down after 1949. He never quite managed to modulate the pristine revolutionary values of the past into modes of operation for the post-victory years. He was less good as a manager than he had been as an iconoclast, teacher, and warrior. China's recovery from economic backwardness is proving to be a long, slow process. Years after Mao's death, it still lagged behind the recovery from national humiliation, which was the second task of Mao's revolution. This is partly because it is a gargantuan task to bring a fifth of mankind from poverty to modernity, but partly because Mao was less good at economics than he was at politics. The man who called himself both wild tiger and tricky monkey did seem full of contradictions. He threw stones at convention all his life, yet he left the PRC bogged down in wary-eyed conformism. He liked to wallow at times in traditional waters, yet he ordered Chinese youth to the high, dry land of modernity. He allotted a big role to will in history, yet he preached dialectical materialism, which bends the knee to objective historical forces. Something in Mao rejected the flat, high plateau of success. At inconvenient moments, he would summon back the old values of the road. Economic progress is the key to all Mao hoped for China, but he was often anxious at its character. Unity and trust within the government. He gaily jettisoned in order to lunge into his terrible cultural revolution. A businesslike, if not intimate, relationship to Russia would have made life a great deal smoother for Beijing during the 1970s. But Mao could not bear to see past purity swallowed up in a Soviet-style future, so he declared Moscow the source of all evil. Mao's contradictions did not exist, though, within a closed world of Mao the man. They became so large because China changed more than he changed, and so his relation to China's convulsions changed. Mao's career was not cut from a single cloth. The late Mao, after de-Stalinization in Europe, was enormously different from the Mao who won power. Marxism as an ideology self-destructs as a new social reality is brought about by the very triumph of a Marxist party. Mao, who had revised Marx and Lenin, should have realized that Maoism, too, would have to be revised as conditions in China changed. But he did not quite believe in his own claim that all ideas are determined by social reality. He could not face the loss of authority that the crumbling of his ideology would bring. The man who hated the old ended up clinging superstitiously to an ideology others began to find old. Young Mao had been excited by Marxism. He used it masterfully to win power and bring a new era to China. Old Mao was baffled by the changed relation of that Marxist faith to the new society around him. China might have been better off if he had died 20 years earlier than he did. A leading colleague, Ji Dankui, said truly in retrospect, his golden age lasted just over 20 years from the Junyi Conference of 1935 to the eve of the anti-rightist campaign in 1957. Not to have a correct political viewpoint, Mao once said, is like having no soul, but the relation between political passion and the soul ebbs and flows. In 1919, Mao was stirred to his depths by the tragedy of a young bride. He called for a great wave of the freedom of love. What of the freedom to love in the China that Mao left? One moment of adultery or homosexuality could bring years in jail to an adventurous grandchild of the Changsha girl of 1919. It was not that old Mao lost his vision of setting the Chinese people free from bondage, but that after decades of the CCP in power, the emancipation of the individual was not, as 60 years before, a matter of a struggle between two overall political worldviews. Young Mao and his friends were gripped by deep personal convictions which were at the same time social convictions. They saw their own lives as mere fuel on a fire of revolution that would transform China and themselves at the same time. Politics in 1919 was manifestly about the happiness of the people. The situation Mao left in 1976 was different. Individual rights no longer enjoyed an easy coincidence with large political struggles. Mao had, after all, been born in 1893. His first education had been in the Confucian classics. Most of his life had been a rural one, a life without machines. When armies prowled the hills, communications were medieval, and the elite of his generation were bending down to uplift a citizenry mired in appalling backwardness. Mao was a modernizer, but the modernizer could not take his place in the ranks of the moderns. China's last dynasty still stood when, at age 14, he was married off in feudal style against his will. More than half a century later, dozens of heads of state trod a path to Beijing, almost as pilgrims, to confer with this stay-put Buddha, who never went to see them. It seemed patriarchal. It was, for Mao's personal drama as father of the Chinese Communist state had its beginnings in a patriarchal age. He saw economic development only in terms of national power, not in terms of individual well-being, a growing preoccupation in China after his death. Under Mao, the nation stood up. Many of its citizens did not. Mao failed to grasp the enormity, the superclass, obliterative power of nuclear war. He said the Chinese peasants were poor and blank. No limit to the superb poems that can be written on the empty page. Mao had in mind especially the backwardness of China's countryside and the suffering of its stoic people. Yet it is also true that each succeeding generation, smart or well-heeled as it may be, is poor and blank in a way that Mao did not seem to understand. However heroic a segment of history may be, the time comes when its page is scrawled with marks and legends that no longer carry a message to those who come upon it. Nature turns the page, and youth finds the next blank expanse a source of challenge. The individual character of Mao the rebel synchronized with the social character of a generation angry and sad at the chaos of their country in the early 20th century. But the chimes of Mao's personal clock did not ring in harmony with the chimes of later social clocks. A mere measure of Mao's mortality, but also an explanation of why he outlived his usefulness to China. You must not always think that you alone are indispensable, Mao once advised an audience. As if without you in the world, the earth would not turn, and the party would not exist. Do you imagine that because Butcher Chong dies people thereafter must eat pork covered with bristles? No need to fear for anyone's death. Whose death would really be a great loss? Marx, Engels, Lenin, Stalin, aren't they all dead? The revolution must still go on. But Mao's revolution could not really go on without Mao. Postscript: Mao's life after death. For several years after Mao's death in 1976, he officially remained a virtual god within China. For all the nation's mixed feelings about him, in the late 1970s, it could not bring itself to speak of Mao in post-godlike terms. Indeed, until Deng Xiaoping, the effective new leader of the Communist Party, was ready to make the sober reassessment of Mao that was a political necessity for his own rule, few dared to mention Mao's name at all. Quietly, Mao the god was honored less and often ignored. People's Daily, without explanation, dropped its practice of putting Mao's quotes in boldface type in 1978. The same year in Shanghai, when I prepared my camera to photograph a white plaster statue of Mao at the gate of Fudan University, some student leaders remonstrated with me. "Don't do that," one said. "We're pulling it down next week." A foreign resident of Beijing collected 1,500 Mao badges from Chinese friends who thought it impolitic to keep them and unwise to throw them away. Behind closed doors, Communist Party sentiment on Mao was growing sharply negative. Quotations from Chairman Mao, said a 1979 internal directive in reference to Mao's Little Red Book, produced by Lin Biao in an attempt to amass political capital, has had a widespread and harmful influence. A later secret document agonized over how to deal with the ubiquitous photos of Mao. Portraits of Chairman Mao can be hung in public places but with due regard for moderation and dignity, and so as not to upset international feelings. Excessive numbers of portraits should not be hung. Yet it is inappropriate to forbid portraits totally. The Beijing leadership seemed mesmerized by the problem of how to deal in public with Mao. In the first edition of this book in 1980, I wrote, "China must, and I think will, deal subtly with the legacy of Mao. China doesn't need him anymore, and yet it does." That, indeed, was the story of the Deng era's initial treatment of Mao. I experienced a tension building up among Chinese officials and scholars who were well informed about Mao when, in the summer of 1980, I visited China as part of a Mao delegation of Western scholars. Often in the seminars that brought our delegation into dialogue with Chinese specialists, questions from the American side produced a pained smile instead of an answer. "We haven't researched that yet," the Chinese would say. At a dinner in Beijing given by the Academy of Social Sciences for our delegation, the social theorist Yu Guangyuan mentioned a forthcoming encyclopedia being produced at the Academy, and Professor Edward Friedman inquired about the publication timetable. "One thing is sure," Yu said with a grin. "The volume that contains the letter M will not appear for the time being. Not until something happens." Meanwhile, as Mao remained a semi-furtive topic, the imprisoned Gang of Four, headed by Mao's widow Jiang Qing, was made to bear most of the weight of Mao's shortcomings. I wrote of Mao in the epilogue to the first edition. It is now quietly acknowledged that he was glorified too much at the expense of colleagues who also did much for the Chinese Revolution. That he was arbitrary in his judgments about people. That he squandered the enthusiasm of the Chinese masses by zigzags in policy. That he lost touch with public opinion in the 1970s and relied too much on relatives and courtiers. When I wrote these lines, none of the faults had officially been acknowledged. Instead, the Gang of Four were soon tried and convicted as criminals for these political shortcomings. To me, it seemed inevitable that before long the shadow of criticism would fall on Mao, and later on the system that Mao built. In June 1981, as Yu Guangyuan had foreshadowed, something happened. The Communist Party reevaluated Mao. He was no longer a god. The areas of praise and criticism in the Communist Party's resolution on certain questions in the history of our party since the founding of the People's Republic happened closely to approximate those widely accepted in Western sinology. Mao's greatest achievements came prior to the mid-1950s. His skills in the war against Japan and the struggle against Chiang Kai-shek exceeded his skills in economic construction. In later life, his grasp of history led to the rapprochement with the United States, but his subjectivity and utopianism brought on the tragedy of the Cultural Revolution. Deng's insistence that Mao was only 30% in error and 70% correct reflected a general Communist Party fear that a more severe judgment, such as the one Khrushchev pronounced on Stalin, might cast dark shadows on the record of some of Mao's living colleagues and threaten the legitimacy of the Chinese Communist Party itself. Resolution on certain questions in the history of our party since the founding of the PRC largely put an end to the tension over the Mao issue and ushered in a period when Maoism was dismantled in fact but not in name. Precisely because Deng had showered Mao with praise, he was able quietly to disregard Mao's ideas in his startling new economic policies. I described this underlying process at the end of the first edition. Raise high the banner of Mao Zedong's thought. Cry official voices now that Mao is safely in his crystal box. Up it goes, higher and higher, until no one can read what is written on its receding crimson threads. By the mid-1980s, most of the Mao statues had been pulled down. Scarce, indeed, were Mao badges and the little red book of his quotations, and officials did not feel obligated to mention Mao's views or words when explicating public policy. A Communist Party directive on cutting back on glorifying individuals in July 1980 declared, Chairman Mao badges are to be recalled and recycled wherever possible so as to prevent the excessive waste of metal. Deng laid the foundations for his departure from Mao's policies by declaring, straining the facts, that the Cultural Revolution had not after all ended with the Ninth Party Congress in 1969, as had previously been generally thought, but only with the death of Mao and the arrest of the Gang of Four in 1976. This sleight of hand effectively redefined the Cultural Revolution as the period of the late Mao. Maoism was not exactly replaced by Dengism. It is not clear that a philosophy of Dengism existed, but much that Mao had stood for was set aside. Ideology was downgraded, expertise and technique were newly valued, economic activity was regarded as its own justification, and Western products and ideas were welcomed, always for the sake of building up China. Yet Deng, essentially a critic of Mao during the early 1980s, became by the late 1980s, in some respects, a new Mao. Set in his ways, unaware that the new had for many turned into the old, deeply concerned with how history would judge him, Deng, like Mao before him, hung on to power long after he could properly exercise it and dismissed two number two men whose fingers seemed to itch for the crown. The 1980s became a decade of collective amnesia about the past. The young writer-businessman Wu Zhenzhou noted how Deng's opening of the door to the non-Chinese world buttressed this amnesia. It was not that foreigners brought any direct message about the meaning of the Cultural Revolution, he wrote, but the foreigners, with their superior products and higher standard of living, poked holes in the arrogance that had been bred in us by the Communist Party. Remember, Wu went on about the Mao period. We were brought up on slogans like socialism advances from day to day, imperialism grows more rotten from day to day. We actually came to believe the lie peddled to us by the Communist Party that the people on Taiwan were so poor they had to eat banana skins. In the 1980s, what became clear in people's minds was that the imperialists were rich and China was poor. Oni ruled, the future beckoned, and most people wanted to leave the dust of the past undisturbed. In the face of foreign superiority, why make the Chinese feel even worse by dissecting the Cultural Revolution? Individualism and the human face of Mao. In the late 1980s, a further and even deeper departure from Maoism than Deng's modernization policies occurred, this time not at the direct behest of Deng. A spirit of individualism arose, among urban youth especially, that was implicitly subversive of any variant of communism, whether Mao's moral collectivism or Deng's blend of market and Leninism. When Deng opened the door to Western investments and managerial techniques, he may not have expected that through the open door would also come Christian ideas, the philosophies of Sartre and Freud, and the subjective romanticism of capitalist popular music. By the late 1980s, a cosmopolitan urban generation had appeared whose individualistic thinking clashed with both Chinese tradition and communism. Meanwhile, very quietly and unknown to the Chinese public, Dr. Li Jisui, individualist, Christian, cosmopolitan, in 1988 slipped out of Beijing to live and write in Chicago. A climax to the tide of individualism came with the Tiananmen Square democracy movement in the spring of 1989. Although a few working-class adherents to the movement carried a Mao badge or portrait, the symbols of the spring were overwhelmingly democratic and cosmopolitan. None of the student leaders of the movement was directly inspired by Mao. Chairman Mao's revolutionary line was never mentioned. Few took Marxism seriously, and a likeness of the Statue of Liberty and a lone individual defying a row of tanks became the symbols of the season. Mao Xinyu, the grandson of Mao, a 19-year-old student at People's University, was pressured to join the demonstrations but declined. The day of the massacre he spent doing homework and learning to use a Chinese typewriter. Yet, astonishingly enough, there was also underway at certain levels a Mao revival. Its intellectual kernel was the fresh research and writing on Mao that had been undertaken during the 1980s. As a result of the loosening of the ideological straitjacket on historical and literary studies, some formerly banned aspects of Mao could be investigated and discussed. It turned out that the 1981 resolution on certain questions in the history of our party gave a green light to open-ended work on some aspects of Mao's life. As the former Mao assistant and historian Li Rue remarked, the resolution was not the end but the beginning of research on Mao Zedong. Memoirs by military figures and Mao staff members, biographical studies of senior figures, works based on access to archives, and the selective issue of party documents added to the knowledge of Mao's actions and words. Portrayals of Mao the man departed gingerly from the tradition of ritual in Chinese historiography, in which the individual hardly existed unless and until, through a collective triumph, he became the reification of public virtue, less an individual than a force. To one of his bodyguards, Li Yinqiao, Mao made a remark which perhaps explains why we came to possess memoirs by various of Mao's personal staff. Yinqiao, Mao said, "The affairs of myself and my family may deceive heaven and earth, but they cannot deceive you." He added, "You must not write anything about me while I am alive. After I die, you may do so, but you must write the truth." Readers of the new literature of the 1980s learned of the human side of Mao. His farmer's taste in food, his insomnia, his tears at the failure of his great leap forward, his habit of falling asleep with books all over the bed, and his desire for the company of young women in his lonely later years. Also of his yearly ritual starting in 1953 of visiting an eastern seashore and standing by the water and swearing to liberate Taiwan. His tendency when watching an opera after dinner to unbutton his pants and then, excited by the plot, stand up to applaud and find his trousers at his ankles, and his request for songs of the Song dynasty to be played during an operation to remove cataracts from his eyes in 1974. The new writing on Mao, the man of the 1980s, did not alter the overall picture of Mao I drew in the first edition, but it transformed Mao's image within China and the Mao issue for Chinese politicians. By 1988, this writing had led to a candid reappraisal of Mao's faults in the press. The Communist Party marked the 95th anniversary of his birth in December of that year with an article in People's Daily that, virtually the first time in official print, contained admissions by Mao himself of his serious errors. Guoming Rebao, brilliant daily, ran an article detailing Mao's grave health problems, including a respiratory ailment due to his smoking, from the spring of 1971 until his death. All in all, prior to the watershed of the violent crushing of the democracy movement on June 4, 1989, the fresh attention to Mao was low-key and factual. It stressed his human side, both his charms and his foibles. No link was made, as Dr. Li Jisui soon would make in his memoir written from exile, between Mao's personality and the communist political system. Mao Zedong Zhuan strikes a chord. In China, my own book became a literary component of the Mao revival. For 8 years after its original American publication and editions in 6 foreign languages, Mao was never mentioned by the Chinese press. In 1981, when a delegation of Chinese publishers came to New York and the publishers of My Mao showed the book to them, the Chinese dignitaries fingered it as gingerly as a Jehovah's Witness might handle a bottle of whiskey. Nevertheless, 7 years later, in 1988, a publishing house found the tide of interest in Mao sufficient to enable it to risk bringing out a virtually unexpurgated Chinese translation of the book. When an editor at Hubei People's Publishers commissioned the translation in mid-1988, he said to Lu Luxin, a young sociology teacher who was the principal translator, "We won't be able to publish it for a while, we'll have to wait, but I want to have the book ready to go." Delay proved unnecessary. The editor, setting aside all worries about my bourgeois viewpoint and the criticisms the book makes not only of Mao but of the Chinese Communist Party, sped Mao into production soon after receiving the translation from Lu toward the end of 1988. The tactics used by the editor to bring the book into existence reflected the mood of Deng's China. Initially, the Communist Party of the province declined to approve the book's publication. Only because the editor cultivated the chief of the propaganda office of the Provincial Communist Party over several months was the necessary permission given. Even then, it was permission for Nibu-restricted publication alone. However, the editor, taking a chance in the loosened-up atmosphere of the time, at the last moment simply removed the 4 characters Nibu faxing, internal distribution, from the printing plates, and the book went into the world without the warning that it was not for the general public. All through the printing process, the editor told me, "We feared the center, the Communist Party in Beijing might intervene and stop the presses." Just as the student democracy movement was stirring in April 1989, I was visited in my Beijing hotel room by translator Lu Luxin. He brought a copy of my Mao Zedong Zhuan and the news that the book, released only a month before, had already sold more than 50,000 copies. Articles appeared all over China, reviewing the book and commenting on its place in a growing Mao fever. Why was a populace now apathetic toward Marxism so eager to read about Mao himself? Previously, Mao had been a political religion, but the new interest in him was in Mao the man and why he did what he did. Readers of the Chinese Mao told Lu Luxin and me of their excited discovery in the book of aspects of Mao's personality and his relationships with people high and low that were previously unknown to them. There arose nostalgia and admiration for Mao on the part of a fresh generation that reflected disappointment with Deng during the late 1980s and disgust at corruption among the top communist leaders. People in early 1989 made cracks that contrasted the death of Mao's son on the front lines in the Korean War with the vigorous commercial avarice of Communist Party chief Zhao Ziyang's son, who was making fat profits selling color TV sets. A computer specialist who worked for a joint venture made a remark to me during the democracy movement that touched indirectly on Mao. "We need a strong leader to take things in hand," he said with passion as he criticized Deng's enigmatic role, retired but supreme, and also to come out from behind the throne and face the people. After tanks and bullets put an end to the democracy movement on June 4, 1989, not only did the historical and literary interest in Mao continue, but within a year a grassroots Mao fever was also underway. Pictures and images of Mao reappeared on the streets and in the shops. He figured again in the popular arts. Widespread interest in Mao was one of the few intellectual continuities immediately before and after the violence of June 4. After June 4, the Communist Party made use of the interest in reading about Mao. Some 50 books on Mao's life and work were published in China between 1988 and 1991, and also of the grassroots Mao fever, to sing the praises of communism. As our nation's reform encountered difficulties, wrote an official pen in the tight post-Tiananmen atmosphere, and Eastern Europe began undergoing senseless changes, the younger generation was bewildered and backed into a corner. They began thinking about Mao Zedong. The search for Mao is really appreciation of socialism. Meanwhile, a postponement was announced in the intended publication of some of Mao's less known and less orthodox writings, including the important Jiandang He de Jeming Shiqi Mao Zedong Zhuzhua Ji, collected writings by Mao Zedong from the period of establishing the party and of the Great Revolution of 1924 to 27, which had been announced for 1989. Among those appalled by June 4, a quiet, safe method of dissent was to resurrect stray statements by Mao about the importance of democracy, heeding the will of students, tolerating diverse opinions, and other sentiments that failed to fit the government's post-June 4 political mood. Success continued to attend the Chinese edition of Mao. There flowed a torrent of published comment and letters from all over China on the book. A cadre in the Yangtze Valley wrote in a letter to the publisher, "If this book were to be done by a Chinese, the outcome would inevitably be either too much passion for Mao or an excessive attack on Mao. But I am astonished by the author's penetrating analysis and original ideas, particularly his conclusions about Mao." A millionaire from Anhui wrote to me after reading the book, "The more money I get, the more I feel nostalgia for Mao." A former factory manager in Tianjin wrote in gratitude, "After reading your Mao, I decided to give up my high, admired post and do something useful. I have become an entrepreneur." A common chord in the stream of comment was that it took a foreigner to bring an objectivity and a human dimension that had been lacking in Chinese writing about Mao. "This foreign writing of biographies of our leaders is a good thing and a stimulus," said a reviewer in Shanghai's Liberation Daily. "What I hope is that now a Chinese writer will tackle Mao." In Chicago, Mao's former doctor was still putting the finishing touches to his memoir. The articles, reviews, and letters were not without criticisms. But the remarkable thing was the relatively open comment, praise, and colossal sales of the book. Pang Xianji, who was Mao's personal librarian for 16 years and is the principal author of the important work Mao Zedong, Hetate Mishu Tianjiang, singled out my book for praise among foreign works on Mao. Hebei People's publishers had to put announcements in newspapers warning the perpetrators of pirated editions of the book to desist, and promising readers that further supplies of a revised edition were on the way. Eventually, by early 1998, more than 1.2 million copies had been sold up and down the People's Republic of China, a higher total than for any other book from the same publisher during recent years. In 1993, for the 100th anniversary of the birth of Mao, Beijing Youth News conducted a survey among 100 respondents about views of Mao and where they came from. Astonishingly, the book most often named was by a foreigner. The American academic Ross Terrill's Mao was the most highly regarded of the Mao books among university students and other relatively well-educated people, reported the newspaper. Readers felt Terrill's account was accurate, compelling, and the most outstanding. It was new and striking that Chinese youth of the 1990s took such a cosmopolitan approach to Mao. Meanwhile, the publication of memoirs and studies of Mao in the various provinces of China surged, reaching a peak of hundreds of titles in the single year of 1993. Mao as superstition. By the destruction involved in his revolution, and particularly his Cultural Revolution, Mao took away China's past. An admiring voice summed up, "He was a lord of destruction. Swinging a shovel in his hands, he buried old China in an instant." Such cultural destruction removed any framework in which Mao's own rule could be understood, so long as CCP rule continued. Unable to be located in a remembered Chinese past, Mao soared into the realm of superstition. He became a god or a demon instead of a historical personage. Mao fever, Mao Ri, as a folk religion with superstitious overtones gathered steam in South China during 1990. Photos and badges of Mao were carried or hung on the walls of shops or homes as good luck symbols. In 1989, 370,000 copies of the official portrait of Mao had been printed for public sale, but the next year the number rose to 23 million, and in 1991 to 50 million. Private shopkeepers offered busts of Mao that glowed in the dark and alarm clocks that featured red guards holding Mao's quotations that they waved at each tick of the clock. Even Mao temples appeared. The widespread habit through the 1990s of hanging a Mao portrait as a talisman on the steering wheel of a car, or stuck to one of its windows, began, according to a story told by taxi drivers in many Chinese cities, after an 8-car traffic accident in Canton in 1990. Of the 8 drivers, 7 were injured. The 8th had a Mao portrait attached to his windshield. A middle ground between Mao as a god bestowing good luck and Mao the man as revealed in books was occupied by Mao's words and images woven into pop music. In the early 1990s, karaoke clubs were filled with young people enjoying songs in praise of Mao. One pop music cassette called The Red Sun, a Cultural Revolution appellation for Mao, whose lyrics made use of Mao's slogans and ideas, sold 6 million copies in less than 12 months during 1991 to 92. For many people, the music suited their mood of detachment from public life. They could let Maoist lyrics flow over them while simply enjoying the beat of the music. Lawsuits flourished between rival producers of the same cassettes, as they did between authors competing to market the same anecdotes about Mao's life. This new Maoism in very few respects could be likened to the Maoism of the Cultural Revolution. It was too good-humored, too commercial, too bemused to remind anyone of the zealous days of the 1960s. A bold columnist in Shanghai's Liberation Daily took an optimistic view in 1992. The Mao pop music and art, he wrote, suggested a nation that is becoming mature enough to mock itself for the absurd and preposterous past it has endured. To sing Mao's words to pop music, or do business under a portrait of Mao, was a way of regaining one's spirit after the years of amnesia. The Mao fever was like a long-delayed funeral ceremony, remembering one whose enormous connection with daily life had gone forever, but whose image could never leave the consciousness of anyone who had lived in the Mao era. Some of the new Maoism recalled a long Chinese tradition of honoring the Yellow Emperor as an untouchable hero and the belief that a golden age, which had existed in the past, would one day return. When devastating floods hit the Yangtze Valley in 1991, farmers clutched Mao God memorabilia, just as Chinese Buddhists for centuries have clutched images or statues of Guanyin, the goddess of mercy, to keep them safe and make them prosperous. In the eclectic tradition of Chinese popular beliefs, Mao was added to the panoply of faith. Like pilgrims to the tomb of the Yellow Emperor north of Xi'an, people again flocked to Mao's birthplace in Hunan province. Whereas in the year of our Mao delegation visit, 1980, only 210,000 people visited the village of Shaoshan where Mao was born and grew up. In 1992, 1.2 million went, and between 1986 and 1998, a total of 14 million made the trip. A common greeting in Shaoshan, as Mao and Money danced a strange duet, was, "May you make a fortune out of Chairman Mao, F.A. Mao Zuxide Kai." On sale as a souvenir was a reproduction of an American $100 bill printed on cloth with an image of Mao replacing that of Benjamin Franklin. Mao's life after death was the ultimate fruit of his despotism. Mao re-soared because decades of dictatorial rule had flattened much of the Chinese populace into power worshippers. "Of course I admire him. He was our leader," said a young army man I met in the line, waiting to view Mao's corpse in the mausoleum at Tiananmen Square. Mao, despite his imperial ways, became popular while the current leaders of the late Deng era, more modest than Mao, were considered boring or corrupt. If anything, concluded Barm in 1996, people may well regard Mao's voracious appetites, whether for sex, power struggles, or food, as further evidence of his exceptional stature, superhuman energy, and unequivocal success. He lived on not only as a former emperor but as the peasant lad made good. Deng and Mao. As Mao fever soared, Jiang Qing, still in custody, sought to make use of the nostalgia for Mao to garner some credit for her own cause as Mao's most loyal follower. Jiang kept Mao's writings beside her pillow, and on her jackets and shirts she pinned Mao badges. On the bedside table was a photo of Mao and Jiang Qing taking a walk. Each morning, she began the day by reciting a poem of Mao's. Then, in May 1991, Jiang threw the prickly issue of Mao into the lap of Deng with all the force she possessed. The 77-year-old widow wrote some final words. "Today the revolution has been stolen by the revisionist clique of Deng. Chairman Mao exterminated Liu Shaoqi. The head of state felled in the Cultural Revolution, but not Deng, and the omission bestowed endless evils upon the people and the nation. Then she hanged herself." During the days after Jiang's death was announced, there appeared at various spots around Beijing slogans upholding the now jettisoned revolutionary line of Chairman Mao. On the gate of the North Shisi Primary School, there appeared the slogan, "Long live the victory of Chairman Mao's revolutionary line." Many revolutionary operas that had been playing in the capital were ordered closed. Beijing was nervous about the impact of Mao's ideas 15 years after his death. In the minds of Communist Party leaders, Mao fever was by now too prominent to be ignored or allowed to flow unchanneled. Government organs spent money on new editions and printings of Mao's works and on films extolling him as a communist giant. Story of Mao Zedong. A fond father, Mao Zedong and his son. About the law, this was a safe way to steer Mao fever in the direction of respect for Mao as a Marxist, and away from mere superstition or subtle praise of Mao to imply dissatisfaction with current leaders. The Communist Party in the last years of Deng's life did not have a united view of Mao fever. Deng Liqun, a senior leftist who resisted Deng Xiaoping's reforms, gave the fever a straight-out endorsement. Several threads connected Mao nostalgia to the political position of the left. Mao's relatively simple lifestyle and lack of personal material avarice cast the pro-capitalist reforms of the Deng era in an unfavorable light. Factory workers, feeling unsettled about job security as state enterprises were ordered to stop losing money, looked back on the cast-iron job security of the Mao era as a splendid thing. And Mao was a truly Chinese figure, with ideas unique to China, world-famous yet also a bone-deep Chinese. By comparison, the Chinese leaders rising around Deng in the 1990s seemed rootless and unoriginal. Deng Xiaoping himself, whose legitimacy as the leader of China in substantial part stemmed from his courage in dismantling Maoism, was anxious about Mao fever. He faced a complex situation with enemies on both flanks. On the left, figures such as Deng Liqun admired Mao fever and made use of it to caution against some of Deng Xiaoping's policies. Of course, Deng Liqun was ill-equipped to explain why farmers treated Mao like the Yellow Emperor or the kitchen god. But among the apolitical masses, a more serious meaning of the fever was its gentle mockery of communist politics. That Mao was selling well was not only good for the private businessmen who marketed the portraits and busts and cassettes, but also a symbol of commerce dethroning politics. That Mao was one of the ingredients tossed into the casserole of the market was in itself a joke at the expense of socialism. For most people newly interested in Mao, I set aside the minority of leftists. The fever was not a resurrection of the political philosophy of Maoism. People were looking back, but not in a political way. As Wu Zhenzhou wrote, "It is less uncomfortable to bring back the past as black humor than to confront it empirically as history." The looking back at Mao was like a wounded person using a knife to pick open his old scar, while at the same time laughing loudly. It was unsettling for the bureaucrats that Mao fever lay beyond the Communist Party's direct control. Deng felt he was dispensing reform to the people from on high, but reform contained the seeds of social unruliness, including thoughts about political reform and the ultimate importance or unimportance of politics. Deng did not intend his economic reforms to lead to the student democracy movement, but to a degree they did. Likewise, he did not intend his reassessment of Mao in 1981 to open the gate to Mao fever, yet eventually it did. In 1992, Deng in effect tried to damp the fever down and cow those leftists riding on the back of it by traveling to the commercial South and flashing a green light for a new spurt of reform. If people were hot for something, Deng's supporters reasoned, they were probably cold toward something else, perhaps Deng and his policies. Deng during his southern trip reminded the nation of the horrors of the Cultural Revolution and pointed out that the reforms of the 1980s were a relief from those horrors and a negation of the late Mao. It was baldly asserted from within Deng's circle that Deng's ideas were the true residue, the true development of Mao's thought. Any attempt to make use of Mao fever for other schemes would be a serious disruption of Deng's path. To a degree and for a while, Deng's maneuver succeeded, and by late 1992, as the words from his southern trip sank in, stock market fever seemed to eclipse Mao fever. "We can remember Mao by singing his songs," an official paper said sternly in the winter of 1992, making clear what the communist leaders wanted from Mao's legacy. But we cannot do him justice by that alone. We have to do our best to carry forward the reforms initiated by Deng Xiaoping. A calendar produced in Shenzhen in 1993 was entitled, "Remember Mao Zedong and be grateful to Deng Xiaoping." One of its pictures showed Mao standing on what appeared to be parched earth with a few drooping animals visible, a possible reference to the famine that followed the Great Leap Forward. A line was selected from Mao's poem, Snow. "For truly great men / look to the present age." Clearly the calendar permitted the inference that to remember Mao was to remember bad days, and that Deng not Mao was the real hero. The People's Daily editorial for the 100th anniversary of Mao's birth on December 26, 1993, ran along similar lines. "In many respects, we must still make reference to Comrade Mao Zedong. We must finish work that he started, correct his mistakes, and improve on his work." The grassroots aspects of Mao fever represented an advance over either cultural revolution frenzy or the passive conformity of a people expected only to be the background decoration for the center-stage maneuvers of communist leaders. One popular t-shirt added to a famous slogan of Mao's a final phrase that created a sharp post-Mao zing: "I don't fear hardship, I don't fear death, nor am I afraid of you." In 1994, at the Beijing Hard Rock Cafe, young Chinese bartenders mixed drinks under a sign that read, "Love all, serve all," a mischievous adaptation of Mao's sentiments about political altruism. For anyone who lived through the Mao era and recalled the reverberating power of slogans such as, "The east wind prevails over the west wind," to see a mischievous painting of Mao with a quizzical expression and his hair, and one eye veering to one side as if blown in a tornado with the caption, "Either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind," was as refreshing as a beer on a hot afternoon. Perhaps it was even an updated expression of the monkey spirit. From Deng to Jiang. I cannot conclude, as Schramm does, that Mao was an accomplished modernizer, at least without asking how China would have looked without the late Mao. The Deng era helps us answer that question, and the verdict does little for Mao's reputation. Mao delayed many constructive developments by his presence at the helm in the 1960s and 1970s. Among sinologists, the concentration on economic studies during the Deng era served to undermine Mao's reputation. To focus on the theory and practice of the economic reforms, as many scholars did in the 1980s and 1990s, was to keep Mao's weak point at center stage. Deng's China grew directly from the ashes of Mao's China. Half the Politburo for much of the 1980s consisted of people whom Mao had imprisoned or sent to rural labor. The testimony of former Mao staff members, such as Tian Jiaying and Li Rue, whom Mao turned against, became a basis for the new analyses of Mao published in the Deng era. In a number of cities, half the small businessmen who made the economy zip were former inmates of Mao's prisons and labor camps. Mao lived on through the working out of his deeds and misdeeds, as if those touched by his force were fated to play out forever the impact on them of Mao's hand. The marks of his whip on the backs of others became signposts to fresh destinations set by these former victims. Even in foreign policy, Deng grew out of Mao, for was it not Mao in the early 1970s who, in receiving Richard Nixon and substituting for imperialism the more flexible term hegemonism, began an unblushingly amoral balance of power foreign policy that replaced the Maoist revolutionary foreign policy of the 1960s? Some of the remarks of Mao the monkey foretold the spirit and contradictions of post-Mao China. He observed to the second session of the Eighth Party Congress in 1958 that after the People's Republic of China becomes modernized and industrialized, we may possibly become too cocky and raise our tail sky high. That, indeed, could be said of Jiang Zemin's foreign policy in the late 1990s, as Beijing sold arms to some of the world's most dangerous regimes, dismissed Western concerns about human rights in China, and disdained widespread Asian concern at its military buildup, the brandishing of its military power toward Taiwan, and unilateral actions in the disputed Spratly Islands. In the Cultural Revolution, Mao declared that young people should take over the work, for although older people had experience, youth possessed more truth. This idea that youth would propel China to a bright future foreshadowed a major event in the Deng era. Mao put youth at center stage in the 1960s by manipulating strings behind their backs. His hunch was that the Red Guards would be more correct than incorrect. He was disappointed. 2 decades later, Deng, by virtue of the economic and social reforms he unleashed, indirectly put urban youth once more at center stage. But when they found a political voice, Deng was sure they were wrong-headed and ungrateful. He hid from sight, hesitated, and finally ordered the army to crush the democracy movement with tanks and guns. It must have amused Chinese who were busy making money in the 1990s to recall that Mao repeatedly expressed the fear that capitalism would come back in China. As with his tilt toward youth, he grasped a truth but from an odd angle. It was less that capitalism came back in a triumphant struggle against a socialism caught off guard, than that socialism hadn't worked well in capitalism as the preference of a majority of the Chinese people was admitted tentatively to the door of a household desperate for a fresh approach. The 1911 revolution was not an event with a neat congruence between intent and result. Those who shook the foundations of the Qing dynasty were not those who struck the final blows or inherited the post-imperial future. Yet 1911 was a revolution. Confucian monarchism was fundamentally terminated, and this changed China profoundly. In the late 1990s, a somewhat similar watershed approached. The Marxist idea had been fundamentally discredited, even within the Communist Party. The end product for the post-Deng years was not yet clear. Would it be the dismantling of the communist political system or a stable version of market socialism? Deng sought to save Mao's system by a use of the gun not uncharacteristic of Mao, on June 4, 1989 at Tiananmen Square, but also by a second method, unleashing the consumer spirit of the Chinese people, quite at variance with Mao's moral socialism. I agree with leftist scholars that a simultaneous rejection of Mao and embrace of all Deng stood for would be a short-sighted approach to China's future. The pragmatism of Deng solved some problems but not others. Peasants were Mao's breakthrough to revolution. Likewise, peasants were Deng's breakthrough to post-Maoism. But for the post-Deng phase, the city-village balance seemed to tip to the side of urban China. The cities jumped with private business and foreign money, but the socialist factories seemed on their last legs. The remnants of neo-Maoism considered the peasants an aggrieved group, while the neo-authoritarians were harsh about the nuisance of peasants seeking to leave the land for the already crowded cities. Deng had left China on one road economically, on another politically. He postponed tough decisions by replacing socialism as the goal with wealth and power as the goal. Brantley Womack aptly calls this the re-establishment of an intermediate practical goal for politics. Yet few believed that economic freedom and political freedom could be indefinitely sealed off from each other. An interplay between the money-making spirit of China in the 1990s and the reputation of Mao was revealed in an exchange I had with Hebei People's Publishers in the summer of 1992. We were discussing plans for the 11th printing of the Chinese edition of this book, but the publisher quickly moved on to say he had a new idea which promised to cement a long-term relationship between his company and myself. Hebei People's Publishers, frustrated in its desire to buy a foreign car by long delays and high taxes, wanted me to purchase a car in Boston and export it to China. "We have it worked out," the publisher said eagerly. "The car costs US $20,000 in Boston. We will transfer this money to you in a mixture of American dollars and Chinese yuan. For your efforts, we will give you a commission of 5,000 yuan, and the same commission will also go to the translator of your two books, Mao and Madame Mao." The festival of money-making that marked the last years of Deng had in its grip even the publisher of a book about Mao. As Deng grew physically feeble and finally died in 1997, Jiang Zemin sought to place himself alongside Mao and Deng as a third milestone on China's march to modern greatness. He associated himself with Mao's grandson on a visit to Shaoshan to unveil a 10-meter-tall bronze statue of the chairman in commemoration of Mao's centenary. Jiang congratulated Mao Xinyu on his recent entry into the Communist Party. Said the 23-year-old grandson, "I will continue to grow under the leadership of the General Secretary Jiang Zemin." Meanwhile, Mao's nephew, Mao Yuanxin, was quietly released from the detention he had been under since shortly after Mao's death. It seemed possible that, with Deng dead, Jiang Zemin would find ways of using Mao against Deng in order to build his own post-Deng legitimacy. Jiang Zemin made the Mao centennial a blend of homage to Mao and free rein to the commercial and tourism promotion aspects of the occasion. Deng apparently considered the Mao centennial overplayed and asked, "Who is behind the festivities?" The classic question of Chinese communist politics. Mao had long before predicted the scenario. "Rightists may well use what I have said to stay in power for a time, but the leftists will organize themselves around other things I have said and overthrow them." By the mid-1990s, Jiang Zemin was pushing a leftist line in culture, and part of it was strict political correctness toward Mao. It had become common to use Mao's words and image in advertising, but this was prohibited by a new law in October 1994. In 1995, a group of Communist Party officials in Shaanxi province wrote a letter of protest to Jiang Zemin about the bourgeois opinions in the Chinese edition of this book. A message came to Hebei People's Publishers from the Press and Publication Office in Beijing that they were to suspend all circulation and further printing of the book. "We shall have to pause," wrote my editor coolly to the book's translator. Still, on a visit to Canton in January 1997, I found that Hebei People's Publishers had only paused, not stopped. a new 14th printing of the book was in the stores. As for Mao Xinyu, he read the Chinese edition of my book, but found it biased. Mao's grandson, whom Jiang Zemin had taken under his wing, preferred the memoirs by those former staff members of Mao who stayed within the mental box of official political interpretations. By now, in the United States, Dr. Li Jisue had published The Private Life of Chairman Mao, and, in Taiwan, a Chinese edition quickly followed the English language and many other renditions. Jiang Zemin almost certainly read the book in its Taiwan edition, though it was never allowed on sale in China. Parts of the book that were startling to Western readers would have been less startling to Jiang. He already knew that the late Mao had not always been physically and mentally fit to make the decisions he did, that a gap yawned between some of Mao's public utterances and his private remarks, that the hallmark of Mao's leadership style was to demand loyalty above talent, wisdom, or rectitude of policy. But Dr. Li's memoir carried a fundamental import that Jiang Zemin could not accept nor perhaps understand. The Private Life of Chairman Mao revealed a political system in which personality was hugely magnified. It depicted a Mao who lost his way as a socialist idealist and became an isolated neo-emperor, fascinating to many staff members immediately around him but arbitrary toward colleagues and highly indulgent toward himself. Jiang Zemin tried to use the mystification of the Mao God as a means to keep the population apolitical, while money-making preoccupied them, and the Communist Party held fast to its power and privileges. The ruler is the host of the spirits, says the ancient classic Zhuozhuan. As the people became neo-Daoist, making money yet believing in the spirits, Jiang Zemin became a neo-legalist, in artful symbiosis with neo-Daoist masses in order to control them. Mao's future. Into the 21st century, it was not clear what role the ideas and images of Mao might play in China's story. 19 years ago, in the first edition of this book, I said the future seemed likely to be kinder to Mao the tiger than to Mao the monkey. But the last words of that edition expressed a caveat. And yet, could the Mao who was Sun the monkey yet unleash from his mausoleum some little devils to pull the foundations from under any new plateau of success? It still seems a valid question to raise. A decade after I wrote the above passage, students and other urban Chinese in the democracy movement of 1989 did, indeed, bid fair to pull the foundations from under Deng's plateau of success. They did so, however, armed not with quotations from Mao, but from Jefferson, Paine, and Gandhi. Now that Deng is dead, it cannot be ruled out, though it seems unlikely, that leftism could resurge under a Mao banner in the name of national unity, Chinese cultural pride, and egalitarian values. The utopian strands in Mao, it is right to rebel. His youthful call for independence for his home province of Hunan, his equation of youth's purity with truth, did not come from nowhere and cannot be assumed to have died with Mao. It is also possible, and no more appetizing, that a post-communist China might fall into disorder and anguish as happened in parts of the former Soviet Union, and that the ambiguous legacy of Mao could be pressed into the service of fascism in the name of order, heroic leadership, and national pride. There is more fascism in Mao's thought and practice, and in the instincts and practice of Jiang Zemin, including cult of the leader, race consciousness, a holistic view of society, a view of war as glorious and wounded nationalism than is widely recognized. If the 21st century is China's, Mao will be seen as the founder of a new golden age. If China flounders, he might be blamed for the entire communist experiment. The parameters of Mao's revolution will certainly blur. Future Chinese political leaders will redraw them to suit their own worldview and need for legitimacy, just as Mao redrew the parameters of China's 19th and 20th century experiences that preceded his own reign. Writing an inscription for the monument to the people's heroes in Tiananmen Square, Mao chose the Opium War as the base period from which his own anti-imperialist revolution began, passing over the fall of the Qing dynasty in 1911, as well as Chiang Kai-shek's Republican era. Likewise, Mao's own Great Date of 1949 will recede in importance as China's future unfolds, and before long it will seem no more a turning point than half a dozen other dates in China's 20th century story. Future historians will not view the Republican era as merely an unwitting preparation for the Mao era. One day in 1950 in Zongnanhai, Mao came upon his daughter Li Na singing a popular song that included the line, "Without the Communist Party there would not have been China." He rebuked her and said the song should say New China, not China. In fact, the song was based on an editorial in Jiefeng Ribao in Yan'an in 1943, which, indeed, used the words Li Na sang in the courtyard. The word "nu" was not there. But after the incident with Li Na, the Communist Party was instructed by Mao to change the words of the song. Mao in 1950 had the good sense to realize that the communist era was hardly the start of civilization in China. Likewise, a future Chinese leader may see the end of communist rule as a less than momentous event in the long history of China. Womack believes Mao's ideas will remain a significant and creative influence in Chinese politics. It is hard to see in what direction. Chinese politicians have already pushed Mao to one side by means of neat formulations designed to honor him without having to utilize him. By the 1990s, Deng saw himself, if not as the equal of Mao, as having replaced Mao. In his funeral oration for Deng, Jiang Zemin gave his blessing to this equal status of the two successive first leaders of Chinese communism in its rise and exercise of power. In a sense, one of Deng's contributions to China's future was that in canceling Mao, he freed his successors to be detached, should they wish to be, from most of what Mao said and did. Concomitantly in the Deng era, Mao entered folklore as a new Yellow Emperor, which suggests that his actual political influence may be pretty much at an end. In one respect, Womack's expectation that Mao's reputation will improve is persuasive. The Deng era was a reaction to the Mao era, and the post-Deng leaders do not seem to feel the same imperative to define themselves against Mao. As long as Mao was needed politically, as Deng found he was, and Jiang Zemin still found him to be in the late 1990s, it would not be possible to assess Mao historically within China, or to build the museum to the Cultural Revolution that the writer Ba Jin vainly sought, and the monuments to the victims of the famine resulting from the Great Leap Forward that any self-respecting modern nation should find essential. The parameters of Mao's ideology begin to blur. What, indeed, was Marxism in a Chinese setting? The old argument over how much of the ideology of the PRC was from Marx and Lenin and Stalin, and how much was from Chinese tradition, will take a new form as more and more of Mao's achievements turn out to be temporary and reversible. The long-time framework for viewing Mao has been that he created communist China. Hence he was seen first and foremost as a Marxist, and debate proceeded on what kind of a Marxist he was and how different he may have been from Soviet and other Marxists. Yet, on neither of the two basic tenets of Marxism, a theory of class and a theory of history, was Mao steadily Marxist. In time, he may be viewed as a populist dictator with various strands to his thought, including anarchism, Confucianism, Marxism, and fascism. Mao reached back to the idea of great unity, set forth by the 19th century reformer Kang Youwei as an unfulfilled seed of his own fully flowered socialism. It is equally possible to imagine a future Chinese leader rejecting Marx and Lenin and Stalin as un-Chinese, and cobbling certain socialist components together with ideas of social justice from China's long past. The word socialism might not be used in the label given to the resulting philosophy designed to fill the vacuum created by the collapse of faith in Marxism. Mao's ideas may fare no better at the hands of such a future Chinese leader, bent on delineating a great Chinese civilization, than Kang's ideas fared at the hands of Mao. Despite Jiang's leftist line before and immediately after Deng's death, I expect a further reassessment of Mao, even the earlier Mao, on the ground that Marxism-Leninism's service to China was questionable. Womack rightly says that cutting Mao up into a successful revolutionary part and a disastrous leftist part is problematic. One day we could see the emergence of a good Mao-bad Marxism dichotomy. It will be said that a number of Mao's contributions to China were made against the tide of Marxism and its chief bastion of the time, the Soviet Union. The focus on peasants, the anti-imperialist frame of reference for the revolution, the attack on Soviet socialism, the turn to the West. In his analysis of the 1981 resolution, Womack detects an explosive dualism. A harsh personal analysis of Mao, but also suggestions of a deeper analysis which would be less harsh on Mao as a person though at least as condemnatory of leftism. The resolution never gets close to analyzing the flaws of this leftism. Logically, though, Mao's reputation as a unifier of China could one day be separated from his role as a Marxist. In other words, it may become more than an analytical fiction to posit an un-Marxist Mao. Mao would be seen as a rebel, a graduate of the University of Outlaws, a southern rebel who, like Sun Yat-sen before him, went north to overthrow a government. A new post-communist leader of a maritime-oriented China, who may or may not be based in Beijing, will point out that Mao disliked Beijing from his first stay there in the May 4th period, and in power after 1949, he fled the northern capital as often as he could. All his better instincts were those of the peasant rebel from the south, it will be said, not a Marxist Mandarin of the north. Of course, this would be a distortion, as all historical rewrites of the profile of a revolutionary intellectual tend to be. Mao himself foresaw the process. Certainly my words can be given different interpretations. It's inevitable. Look at Confucianism, Buddhism, Christianity, all these great schools of thought have broken down into factions, each one with a different interpretation of the original truth. Without different interpretations, there can be no growth or change. Stagnation will set in, and the original doctrine will die. Such a drastic reinterpretation would enable a future leader to reject Marxism in the name of Chinese nationalism, and claim that the 20th century brought a slow restoration of China's wealth and power that would have been faster but for the diversion of Marxism-Leninism. It will be shown, with some basis in truth, that Mao did not actually write a number of the Marxist works attributed to him, but merely added bits and pieces to drafts done by A.I. Siki, Hu Qiaomu, Chen Boda, and others. The interval between Mao's 1945 resolution and Deng's 1981 resolution was 36 years. Within less than 36 years after the 1981 resolution, when the Chinese Communist Party might be just the Chinese Party, we may expect a third resolution that buries leftism doctrinally while trying to save Mao as a patriot. Mao would be seen as a valiant latter-day Qin Shi Huang, handicapped by the un-Chinese doctrine of Marxism.